This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Final Exam. If the homework is hot, then read a novel first. Boy, this is shit. If the protection fee is not paid on time next time, it will be the same as this time. Ugh. A cubicle in the boys' toilet. A boy was stepped on the toilet pit by another boy face to face, and outside the toilet door, there were several people watching. The face of the person who was stepped on, from the filthy yellow and white things in the squatting pit, only half a foot away. This is a traditional old dry toilet. Below the pothole is a huge, hollow cesspool. You can even see dense white maggots swarming around. An irritating stench hit my nose. The person being bullied felt like he was suffocating. I will vomit out the gall water. Ugh, in my pants pocket, this month's protection fee, in my trouser pocket. The tall boy pulled up the boy who was trampled on the ground. Then he took out a wallet from his trouser pocket in disgust. Then he dipped some saliva from his mouth with his index finger. Just start with hundreds of dollar bills. The boys next to me, an expression of admiration and shock. John Wei, you know what I mean. The man spit out a piece of chewed and softened gum from his mouth, stick to John Wei's head, then he left slowly. John Wei's fist, almost bleeding. The class bell rang suddenly. John Wei quickly washed the dirt off his face under the faucet. He rushed towards the classroom. Unexpectedly, I just walked out of the toilet and turned the corner. I bumped into a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Director Wang Jing. It's Wang Jing. The dean of students. An inexplicable fear arises spontaneously. John Wei subconsciously took 2 steps back. Suddenly I felt like the world was spinning. Don't fall in the toilet. I'll wipe it. Wait. Why are they all here? And what am I doing? Sleep. It turned out to be a nightmare. John Wei raised his head and looked around. I found myself in a classroom. And the bell happened to ring at this time. Someone next to me whispered, "The exam bell is ringing." John Wei took a look. The students in front have already passed the papers down. John Wei pretended to be casual and wiped the pool of saliva on the table. Then I wrote twice casually on the scratch paper with a pen. Next to him was a familiar classmate in his memory. This is an English test. Classmates around, some frowned, some are scratching their heads, some have expressionless faces, some are calm and composed. And before and after the classroom, each has a teacher, serious expression. It seems that he is invigilating the exam. Aren't they all dead? He was dead from the beginning. Why are you still alive? John Wei feels that everything happening now is unbelievable. Wrong. It's not that they died, but I came back to life. The time now is the English test that just started. Later, at the end of the exam, something terrible happened. It seemed like a dream. Am I born again? Can you dream about being bullied by Su Long and those guys? Maybe it's called rebirth. John Wei said to himself. Although it's time to go back, but there is no infinite space in the novel, there are no tens of billions of supplies. There is no super evolution. John Wei subconsciously touched his wallet. There are bulges inside. If I remember correctly, there was probably more than 800 yuan in cash. Fortunately, the protection fee is still there. I have to hand in the paper early. John Wei spent 5 minutes filling out the answer sheet. Then, while the English listening test was playing on the classroom loudspeaker, he repeatedly confirmed and thought about what would happen next. Because according to the sporadic memories in the dream, after the English test, the invigilator would turn into a zombie. From John Wei's perspective, there were 2 invigilators, one of whom behaved normally. The other female invigilator had a bandage on her left calf and was a little lame when she walked. She was enduring great pain. He probably wanted to delay treating the wound until after the exam was over. This is a very good invigilator. She left without asking for leave. I guess I don't want to affect the students' exams. But John Wei knew he couldn't help her. According to memory, John Wei knows the invigilator was bitten by a zombie. Being bitten by a zombie and infected with the virus, equivalent to death. There is only one way to save her. The moment she was bitten, immediately cut off her left foot. The reason why John Wei is so clear, it's because in memory, 2 years after the zombie crisis broke out, there is a man wearing a motorcycle helmet. At the moment John Wei was bitten, without hesitation, he cut off one of John Wei's hands. It's that person, saved John Wei, who was about to become a zombie. John Wei pinched his thigh hard. It's true, death foreseen in dreams, it's all true, just like the movie Death Comes. John Wei knows, although he escaped from school by luck, living a low-key life in the city, but was framed, he died in another zombie siege 3 years later. At the moment of death, along with a nightmare that has happened countless times in real life, Zhang Wei suddenly woke up. I went back to 3 years ago, when the zombie crisis was about to break out. Is there anyone like me, reborn with the memories of the past? Now, it seems like a 2-hour countdown before the zombie crisis breaks out. 2 hours, time is too tight. I didn't have time to escape the city. Zhang Wei knows, in the first few days, people in school, whether teachers or students, almost all of them will turn into zombies. Almost no one survived in the entire school. True survivor, there are only a handful of them. In my impression, it seems that only the doorman's family in the girls' dormitory survived for some unknown reason. Zhang Wei looked to his left front. That's the seat of my roommate Su Long at this time. Su Long also happened to turn his head and look at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei knows, this is the guy who often bullies him. They also asked him for so-called protection money. And the protection fee is 100 yuan per month. It went up to 800 yuan. Zhang Wei eats steamed buns almost every day. Do some part-time jobs outside of school. Only then could he barely scrape together the money. So Zhang Wei wallet, I only have more than 800 yuan in cash. That was supposed to be this month's protection fee. It would save him from being humiliated in the dormitory or the men's room. Disgrace your mother. Zhang Wei deliberately conveyed cordial greetings to Su Long. Although no sound was made, but that's Su Long's mantra, Su Long can naturally recognize it. Su Long was immediately furious. Su Long lowered his head, a sneer. After the exam, he plans to make Zhang Wei look good. Zhang Wei looked not far ahead again. Well, that's what is called class flower. Zhang Ye's back. English listening has started playing at this moment. Zhang Ye is concentrating on doing the questions. And the doorway on the right front, it was the injured female invigilator, who was walking back and forth slowly. Zhang Wei doesn't remember her name. I only know her surname is Luo. Many people call her Teacher Luo. He looked at the invigilator's trembling left leg as he walked, and the bright red spot on the gauze that gradually expanded. Zhang Wei knows, a zombie crisis that will cause the world to fall is about to come. Less than 2 hours later, the moment I handed my paper, the invigilator would suddenly twitch, then it quickly transformed into a corpse. And Zhang Ye, who was closest to the desk in front, it was the first victim. Many students rushed forward to stop the invigilator's violence. But he did not leave the examination room immediately. The whole classroom was in complete chaos. The zombie crisis has spread. I have to find a way to leave the examination room first. Chapter 2 Preparation. Zhang Wei knew that he could not save Zhang Ye. Zhang Wei also didn't want to cause trouble. Zhang Wei knows, soon after, the zombie virus broke out. In this place in the old city, almost all traffic was blocked. He also relied on the experience of climbing over the school wall to go to the internet cafe. Only then did he successfully escape from the school. He became one of the few lucky people on campus to escape the sea of corpses. You must not run around like a headless fly, and if I leave, Joey will definitely die. Zhang Wei also wants to save another person, a friend next door to his dormitory. The name is Zhouan. It was when Zhouan once climbed over the wall to go online. When you have no money in your pocket, the brother who lent him 50 yuan without hesitation. Also when others bullied him, stand up for justice, but he was beaten into a pig's head. In order to save him in his previous life. Zhouan also. I accidentally lost my footing and fell from the rooftop of the teaching building. Almost to death. In the end, he was eaten by zombies. But now, I wasn't sure I could convince Zhouan to leave the exam room before the exam was over. Because now the hearing has started. I wish I'd woken up a few minutes earlier. If it weren't for my somewhat vague memories, and the experience before me is almost exactly the same as those memories, it is said that a zombie crisis will break out in less than 2 hours. I wouldn't believe it myself. If I force Zhouan to leave, it will only cause unrest throughout the classroom and suspicion among others. And if Zhouan hadn't died at the beginning. So in this life, there is a high probability that he will still be alive. I can only bet he can survive, and I make other preparations. Zhang Wei pretended to frown while listening. On the other hand, he was thinking about what to do. Supplies and hiding places, I can only consider these 2 points, because there is not enough time. Zhang Wei considered leaving school, but in less than 2 hours, other places are also unknown. No food, it can't last more than 3 days. I can only find supplies within a limited area of the school. And hide. Don't think too much, I just finished my English listening session. Zhang Wei handed the answer sheet to the podium. Said, Teacher, I handed in the paper first. It's all covered up anyway. It's the same whether you have sex early or late. All the students around looked over. frowning in displeasure. Zhang Wei's loud noise disrupted their thinking on the questions. Although many people don't have any ideas in the first place. Zhang Wei ignored it, put down the test papers, and run straight to the front of the classroom. A temporary table was set up there, with his school bag. He must run out before the invigilator stops him. "Stop! What are you doing?" The injured female invigilator came over and looked at Zhang Wei's test paper. It turned out that Zhang Wei's test paper only filled in multiple choices. Both composition and translation are blank. "I immediately hated that iron could not become steel," etc. You translate the composition and write a few words before leaving. Not always you don't know any. Right. Where will Zhang Wei stop? The invigilator was right. The remaining questions, he really doesn't know any of them. If the invigilator comes to the office for a heart-to-heart talk or something, he may not have enough time to collect supplies. And he might be blocked by Su Long. Zhang Wei picked up his school bag placed in the front row, just rush out. The invigilator was shocked and angry, hurry up and catch up. The examination room suddenly became commotion. Many students even took advantage of this opportunity to whisper to each other. "Pass on the answer." Zhang in the front row scolded with a stern face. "Everyone be quiet. Make your own. Zhang Wei is rubbish. His grades have always been among the bottom. Ignore him, like a fool." Su Long responded with a smile. "Where can I go if I run again? The school is so big, after the exam is over, I'll put him in the cesspit again and clean him up." While talking, Su Long winked at a boy on both sides. The two of them also quickly filled in the answers. Su Long and the two also followed Zhang Wei and handed in their papers in advance. However, the invigilator seems to have already understood who these people are, for their early submission of papers didn't stop. Zhang Wei ran to the stairs, jumped down, but he shouted, "Teacher, I ate too much and had diarrhea. If you pull the inside of your crotch, the stench is overwhelming. It would be bad if it affects other people's exams. I'll go to the toilet on the first floor first." There was roaring laughter in the classroom. "Just wait for me. There are also toilets on the third floor. Why did you go to the first floor?" The invigilator also wanted to catch up and stare at Zhang Wei, worried that he will cheat on the exam. But the invigilator's legs were particularly painful. "It is difficult to walk. Can't catch up with Zhang Wei. Just don't chase me anymore." He turned around and limped back to the classroom to invigilate the exam. Zhang Wei turned around. "I noticed that there seemed to be several figures sneaking out behind me." So Zhang Wei quickly ran into the toilet on the first floor. Close a compartment door, pretending to be squatting in a pit, create the illusion of taking a poop. Then Zhang Wei climbed out from the window behind the pit, from the path behind the toilet, detoured to the school road leading to the cafeteria. Since the whole school is taking exams, everywhere is quiet. In addition to a group of athletic students participating in track and field practice further away, there were almost no ghosts on the playground. Who would have thought? Will this place become a living hell soon? Zhang Wei said to himself. Zhang Wei rushed to the supermarket, taking out his wallet and campus card. He shouted to the supermarket owner, "Boss, help me carry a few boxes of mineral water." Zhang Wei knows. Not long after the zombie crisis broke out, the entire campus was in a water outage situation. Soon after, there was a citywide blackout. He must plan ahead. The supermarket owner is playing the mobile game Sheep. Seeing Zhang Wei suddenly running in, I couldn't help but be stunned. "Where did you come from? Shouldn't all the students be taking exams at this time? I don't know a single question in English. Submitted the paper in advance. I bought something and planned to treat my classmates to eat. Give me some boxes of mineral water," Zhang Wei said while I was there. I started to find a shopping basket to fill with supplies. After the boss scans the goods, Zhang Wei stuffed it directly into his backpack. There are still more than 600 yuan in Zhang Wei's campus card. There is more than 800 yuan in cash. This is all his belongings. The school supermarket is not big, not too much junk food. Maybe it's summer vacation soon. It's because the store owner didn't purchase too much. Zhang Wei only found ham sausage, biscuit, chocolate, beef jerky, etc. are easy to store and carry, a kind of snack that can satisfy hunger. The boss enthusiastically helped Zhang Wei carry 2 boxes of mineral water. He joked, "You are so awesome, submitted the paper in advance, failed the exam. How do you deal with your parents?" "Fine, I have plenty of money at home. There will be no need to look for a job in the future. Exams are not important," Zhang Wei said indifferently. Actually, Zhang Wei is an orphan. His grandmother died of illness a few years ago. The money for his studies in the past few years was saved by his grandmother's hard work. And his daily living expenses were earned by Zhang Wei's summer job and working as a network administrator in an internet cafe. Zhang Wei spent all the money he had on buying everything he could. The boss found several cardboard boxes for Zhang Wei to pack. Zhang Wei estimated that there were hundreds of sausages, 30 packs of biscuits, and more than 100 other snacks that could fill his stomach. The boss finally calculated that it was less than 1,000 yuan. So Zhang Wei continued to pack daily necessities. Includes band-aids, disinfectant, rope, knife, candle, items like scissors. In the end, I saw that there was really nothing to buy. So I spent the remaining 100 or 200 yuan to buy instant noodles and bread. I also picked up the last 2 packets of salt in the corner of the canteen. Zhang Wei saw that the boss had a watermelon knife on his cash register, fully half a meter long. So he asked how to sell this. This shocked the boss. The boss stared and said, "I can't sell this to you. Do you know this is a controlled knife? It will kill people. This is used for cutting fruits in our store. Can't sell it to you." While talking, the boss cut off a piece of iced watermelon and handed it to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei took it gratefully. The boss saw Zhang Wei buying so many groceries. He quickly asked, "Why do you buy so many groceries?" I plan to go back to my hometown during the summer vacation. Grandma asked me to take it." Zhang Wei explained. The boss then said, "Do you want me to help you move?" "Need not. It would be nice if I made more trips. Please take a good look at the store. Keep playing with your sheep." The boss didn't force it. Zhang Wei saw that the boss was also a warm-hearted person. So he said kindly to him, "If you find something wrong later, just lock the rolling shutter door of the store and run to the back. Hide away for at least a week." The boss is addicted to his mobile phone. He didn't even listen to what he said. Zhang Wei had no choice but to give up. "Because I told my boss, more than an hour later, there will be a zombie crisis. The boss won't believe it." Zhang Wei shouldered the box of food with all his strength. While the boss wasn't paying attention, he hid his watermelon knife at the bottom of the box. Then put 4 or 5 big boxes together, run towards the dormitory. The dormitory is not far from the canteen. But Zhang Wei's dormitory is on the 5th floor. And 2 boxes of water also have a certain weight. Zhang Wei had to carry it back and forth 3 times. And at this time, Su Long and 2 students also blocked the door of the toilet on the 1st floor of the teaching building. "Brother Long, is it okay if we hand in the papers in advance?" A student said softly. I took advantage of the situation and copied Zhang Ye's listening skills. It should not be 0 points. Did you watch that kid enter this toilet? I followed closely the papers he handed in. I entered looking at his back. Why don't you just go in and catch him? Let's wait until the exam is over. His screams will be too loud later. Then what are we doing here? It's summer now. It stinks here. Idiot, don't stare at him. What should I do if he runs away? Maybe I can go back to my hometown directly. Where can we collect protection money? Chapter 3 Dormitory Stalemate. After going back and forth between the 1st and 5th floors 3 times, Zhang Wei finally moved all the supplies in. Looking at the time, more than an hour had passed since the exam, and there were less than 40 minutes before the exam was over. Zhang Wei didn't care about anything else, and hurried to arrange defense. Zhang Wei didn't plan to let other people in. Zhang Wei felt that he was trapped in the tide of corpses, and finally died strangely. He was also tripped up by someone. So this time, Zhang Wei decided not to get close to anyone for the time being. Zhang Wei locked the door. He also used a mop stick to hold it against him. Think about it. Mop sticks are not safe. Then he pushed the bed against the door. It seems like something is missing. Zhang Wei ran to the toilet again, got a big bucket of water for later use. Zhang Wei plans to survive in the dormitory for at least 7 days. If you can't escape from here, water is life. This bucket of tap water, although not very hygienic, but at least you can do laundry and flush the toilet. And take in more water. Obviously he can't come. After doing all this, it was already 4:55 p.m. There are 5 minutes left. The exam is about to end. Zhang Wei was sweating profusely, sitting on the bed. Unscrewing a bottle of mineral water, take a sip. He felt some numbness in his hands and feet. The tension of being at the end of the world came over little by little. The last few minutes, Zhang Wei thought about the hidden dangers. This is a habit brought to him by the memory of dreams. The biggest hidden danger is probably the door lock. The door locks of the school dormitories are in disrepair. And it's still that old-fashioned spring lock. It may fall off if hit hard. The worst-case scenario assumed by Zhang Wei is, if someone breaks in by force, how should he deal with it? Since he can think of the dormitory as a safer place on campus, other students can think of it too. Zhang Wei's weapons. There seems to be only one watermelon knife, and a useless mop stick. Zhang Wei thought for a while. You have to be prepared on both sides. So I crushed those bags of instant noodles, stuffed them all into his pillow. I threw the extra pillow cord downstairs. Then he stuffed the bread into his quilt, then put it in the locker. It's summer now. No one would have thought he would use a winter quilt to hide something. After he finished these things, only a few seconds later, the bell rang suddenly. Zhang Wei knew the crisis is coming. He heard the cheers, footsteps, discussion, then came the screams, wailing sound, cries of pain, running sound, shouting. Last life, the survivors who survived. I made a very bold guess. The zombie virus should be latent in the human body very early. Except for the person who was bitten, those with weakened immune systems became the sacrifice for the first round of zombie virus. It's just that such people have an incubation period. Mutation is slow. But being bitten or scratched by a zombie, some people will mutate immediately. And this is why Zhang Wei is cautious, because he doesn't know who the lurker is. He wants to wait for these lurkers, become a zombie first. That's why he hid in the dormitory, trying to survive the most chaotic and dangerous first few days. Zhang Wei listened to the screams of students outside. Some are coming from other buildings. Some came from the playground on campus. It also came from not far downstairs. Zhang Wei's heart gradually calmed down. That's not a dream. I foresaw it in my dream. It's a fact that hasn't happened yet. Regarding the transformation or death of these people, Zhang Wei had already expected it. Not long after, the scream spread to the dormitory building. Some students near here. He ran as fast as he could to the dormitory. But they don't know the outbreak of this zombie crisis. There is no fixed source. Not only within the school scope, this crisis, it is an outbreak in multiple cities and from multiple sources. Injured Invigilator, it is the original source of the school. But the Invigilator is just a zombie. It won't make the situation completely worse. Otherwise, Zhang Wei could have dealt with this zombie in the classroom. What caused the situation to completely deteriorate? He is a seemingly normal person. They will also suddenly transform into corpses. Zhang Wei looked through the window. I saw many panicked students in the crowd on the way. He was knocked down by zombies that came out of nowhere. Some are running, flop and fall down, shaking a few times like an epilepsy. When I get up again, mutations have occurred. This is the real reason why Zhang Wei wants to hide. Because Zhang Wei doesn't know if the people around him will suddenly mutate. When people are in panic, will subconsciously escape to higher ground. Zhang Wei heard many people banging on the dormitory doors in panic in the dormitory corridor below. During the exam, all my belongings were placed on the temporary desk in front of the classroom. Almost none of these people escaped without keys. Noise will only attract more zombies. Zhang Wei knew that these people were looking for death. Zhang Wei heard the chaotic footsteps coming from far and near on the stairs below. Gradually, there were also the roars of zombies. Suddenly, bang! There was an explosion. Someone bumped into Zhang Wei's dormitory door in panic. Zhang Wei also heard the sound of the key turning in the keyhole. Someone is opening the door to his dormitory, but it has been locked inside by Zhang Wei. It's his roommate. I also kept an eye on this dormitory. I forgot, they like to keep their spare keys under the fire extinguisher. Zhang Wei did not expect that among them, some people actually escaped alive. If you hadn't fled immediately when the outbreak first started, there is almost no chance of survival. Because in the English exam room, nearly 1/3 of the people turned into zombies. The first person to turn into a zombie was the female invigilator with an injured foot. She lost her mind the moment the bell rang to end the exam. I was almost scared to death at that time, but I still followed Zhouan and fled in a hurry. Bang! The sound rang out one after another. Zhang Wei knew that there was more than one person who knocked on his dormitory door. Zhang Wei frowned slightly. What was coming finally came. If he hadn't just used the bed to block it, the door would have been knocked open long ago. Zhang Wei knows dormitories have defensive advantages. It can protect against zombie attacks. But dormitories also have disadvantages. It cannot protect against the intrusion of a living person. Zhang Wei deliberately kept silent. Go to the bathroom to get a towel and hold the door handle. This prevents the lock from turning and slipping. The door has been locked. The key cannot open the door. Zhang Wei is fearless. As long as the dormitory door cannot be opened, when people outside are panicking, there is a high probability that he will continue to escape to other dormitories. This was when Zhang Wei chose his dormitory. The deduced reliance on oneself. Can't open! Who locked the door? Someone is in there. Zhang Wei heard a familiar voice. It's his roommate Su Long, the guy who liked to bully him in the bathroom. This guy Su Long, Zhang Wei always remembers it. Su Long was secretly named the school idol by a girl, a star on the basketball court. Every shot, it will cause countless nymphomaniac girls to scream. In addition, his family has money. He is also an officer of the student union. He is a well-deserved campus star. He was even elected as squad leader through bribery. However, Su Long treated Zhang Wei very badly. Zhang Wei still remembered his school bullying. Su Long spit at Zhang Wei in the men's restroom, and deliberately urinated on Zhang Wei. In the summer, he slapped Zhang Wei's face with his flip-flops with black soles, and stuck chewed gum on Zhang Wei's hair. And the most hateful thing is that Su Long, who was not short of money, deliberately asked Zhang Wei for protection money. It can be said that Zhang Wei's poor grades and last place in the class were caused by his bullying. If there was no zombie crisis, the plot at this time should be that Zhang Wei was blocked in the restroom, or a hidden corner of the school, and obediently took out more than 800 yuan in cash from his body, and gave it to Su Long. After Zhang Wei woke up from his dream, know that things have taken a turn. So just now Zhang Wei was in the English examination room, then he deliberately provoked Su Long in front of him. It's just that Zhang Wei didn't expect why Su Long also survived. Instead, Zhouan didn't show up. Of course Zhang Wei knew why Su Long deliberately bullied him. This has something to do with class beauty Zhangya. Don't think too much, for Zhang Wei now. These things, it doesn't matter now. The most important thing now is, never let outsiders in. The bed in the dormitory is a 2-story steel frame structure. It also weighs 70 or 80 pounds. The bed is against the door. Zhang Wei pressed hard against the bed and door lock. Just wait a moment, the zombies downstairs are chasing me. Su Long and the others will undoubtedly die. Or have to leave, find somewhere else. The zombie crisis is broken out. If Su Long and the others have no problem with their minds, it's impossible to stare at a closed dormitory all the time. There must be someone in there. Open the door, we're going in. Another boy yelled. Zhang Wei frowned again. This voice is not his roommate, it's someone else. There seemed to be a lot of people in this group. Maybe they were friends on the way to escape, run to the dormitory together. Where are your keys? We can go to other dormitories. Brother Long, we all forgot to bring it. I was taking an exam at that time. The school bags are placed in front of the podium. In addition to paper and pen, everything else is stuffed into the backpack. Yes, Brother Long, this is too sudden. What's going on with those people outside? Rabies? We didn't hand in the papers in advance like you did. I just ran away at that time. Where are you going to get a useless backpack? Hateful. Who's hiding inside? There are monsters outside. Let us in. Shouted a female voice. Why are there still girls yelling and scolding? This is obviously a boys' dormitory. Zhang Wei noticed that several boys were taking turns knocking on the door. And the frame has become a little loose. People outside, he started to open the crack in the door and peek into the dormitory. Zhang Wei, it's Zhang Wei. Is it that guy Zhang Wei? Isn't Zhang Wei in the toilet? The toilet is empty. There was no one around when we entered. That's right, it's him. I saw his side face and his school uniform. Zhang Wei was exposed. If I had known this, I put on makeup with ketchup or something in my dormitory, pretending to be a mutated zombie. Zhang Wei couldn't help but mutter. Su Long heard that Zhang Wei was blocking the door. He was so angry that he yelled, Zhang Wei, are you crazy? Open the door for me quickly. Zhang Wei frowned. If they don't find themselves, maybe just leave. But they found themselves. It's like seeing hope of survival instead. He refused to leave. There are zombies everywhere. Where can I go? This is human nature. It's also the desire to live. They determined that Zhang Wei was a cowardly person, naturally. It is impossible to leave again. Zhang Wei remained unmoved. Just wait for the zombies to come and end it all. Let's see who can afford it. But it backfired. The zombies didn't come up. There are too many living people downstairs outside at this time. People running away crying for their fathers and mothers everywhere instead. It attracted zombies. Although the dormitory on the 5th floor here keeps making noise, but it is relatively safer. Seeing Zhang Wei unmoved, the boys banged on the door even more crazily. The knock made the door lock squeak. The door frame is also constantly loosening. Zhang Wei cursed secretly. It can't go on like this. It would be over if he was really knocked away. Zhang Wei had to change his strategy quickly. Don't hit me. Broke the door. No one can hide. Zhang Wei shouted sharply. The dormitory in the corner corridor on the 3rd floor. There are keys to all the dormitories in the desk drawer. You go and get it now. Go and open the door to another bedroom. There's still time. Zhang Wei continued. Good, I'll get it. I am a sports student, run fast. He heard one of the boys say, this is another roommate of Zhang Wei. My name is Zhang Cheng. Su Long remained silent and didn't speak. Su Long? A timid guy. Obviously I am also good at running. He also ranks first in the long and short distance races of campus track and field every time. Zhang Wei thought they would all leave here. But an urgent voice was heard not far away. You are all here. Is Zhang Wei here? Oops, this guy Zhouan. Why not sooner or later? Did you come at this time? Chapter 4 Hostage Crisis. Zhouan, come here. Su Long's voice came. Run quickly, Zhouan. Zhang Wei shouted outside the dormitory. This guy Zhouan, it couldn't have come at a worse time. It's too late. Open the door, Zhang Wei, otherwise we will carry Zhouan, throw him out of the 5th floor staircase window. You open the door. What happened when you scolded me in the examination room before? I let bygones be bygones. Zhang Wei knows. This is just a threat from Su Long. Now the biochemical crisis has just broken out. Humanity has not been completely wiped out and lost. Su Long at all at best. They are just students. Zhang Wei has a watermelon knife to rely on. But there are more than 10 people outside. With his current physical quality, there's absolutely no way you can compete with these guys. In the past, he and Zhouan, they all tried to resist Su Long once. He was almost beaten into a pig's head. It's the same now, unless it's a one-shot kill. But people outside, obviously Su Long is not the only one. He probably didn't have a chance to attack Su Long. Zhang Wei knows he can't open the door because he can't beat these people at all. Moreover, fighting would waste time. And the machete could be easily taken away. These people could turn into zombies at any time. And Zhang Wei didn't want to take any risks. Zhang Wei looked out through the peephole of the dormitory door. It turned out that Zhouan had been grabbed by the collar and dragged over by a group of people. He wanted to run, but couldn't get away. Zhang Wei. Open the door. You two guys. You are usually good friends. Right? Su Long said, punching Zhouan in the face. Zhouan's face became red and swollen soon. And blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. But Zhouan still held back and didn't say anything. He probably understood what was happening now. Su Long and his gang wanted to use him to threaten Zhang Wei to open the door. You're wrong. Zhouan and I are not very familiar with each other. Zhang Wei knew that if he opened the door, both he and Zhouan would inevitably be punished and humiliated. And they would probably be kicked out of the dormitory. And without a safe room and supplies, they would not be able to survive in school. If he showed too much concern, it would harm Zhouan instead. This is not cowardice. Zhang Wei just looked through the peephole. There are 7 or 8 boys and 3 or 5 girls outside the door. He even saw Zhang Ya, this woman who should have been the first to be pounced on and bitten to death by the female invigilator, the first-class beauty who died, who was talked about by many people in the previous life. How did she survive? Did my early departure change the original plot? The supplies I stored are not enough for so many people to squander. Several boys took turns to beat Zhouan half to death, but they still forced Zhang Wei to open the door. Faced with a huge desire to survive. People? It's irrational. What's more? These boys, I always like to bully others, beating people up is commonplace. Seeing that Zhang Wei still didn't open the door, several boys then ignored Zhouan, keep banging on the door. Don't hit me, if you break the door, everyone will die. Zhang Wei couldn't help but shouted angrily, because the door frame is really a little loose. This inlaid door frame, there is no reinforced concrete, only some foam glue and lime residue are used to fill the gaps. Once the door is broken, everything you do, all previous efforts will be wasted. Zhang Wei thought of a way. He decided to show weakness to his enemies. You check each other, people with injuries. No matter what the injury is, you can't even come in. Zhang Wei pretended to let these people in. The reason why Zhang Wei decided to take the risk was, it's because of Zhouan. Zhouan once saved him. This is a life for a life. Just, is there any use in delaying time? Zhang Wei knows. I don't think of any way. The door will break sooner or later. His 7-day safe house plan will fall short. The boys outside finally stopped knocking on the door. But I don't understand why Zhang Wei asked for an injury test. Check each other, otherwise. Wait for death, especially check Zhang Ya carefully. Zhang Wei said again. Zhang Wei still doubts Zhang Ya. How could this man survive? Isn't the invigilator a corpse? Even if Zhang Ya did not transform or die, it is also possible to be bitten by other zombies. Zhang Wei wanted to confirm that after he left the examination room, what happened? A group of people outside are also really afraid of death. In addition, the roaring sounds of zombies began to approach. They quickly checked each other perfunctorily. But several girls seemed to not want boys to touch their bodies. Zhang Wei said, "People who are scratched or bitten will mutate into zombies. You better check carefully, otherwise we will all be doomed." These words woke up the people outside. They got serious. "No wounds. We all avoid zombies." After the inspection is completed, one of the boys responded. A girl hesitated and said, "The deputy monitor's foot is bleeding." The deputy monitor, that is Zhanya. Zhang Wei moved closer to the cat's eye again and looked over. Zhanya hurriedly explained, "I was scratched by a stone when I was running away just now. My shoes were lost." Zhanya raised her bare foot. There was a clear red scar on the instep. The white stockings were stained with blood, and the blood was slowly seeping out. Zhang Wei guessed that there was something wrong with the wound, because for a person running away, there was a very small probability that the instep would be injured by a stone. But if you want to confirm, it also requires a closer look. Zhanya can't come in, the rest can come in. Zhang Wei made a decision instantly. "Why, Zhang Wei? Why are you targeting me so much?" Zhanya's face changed drastically. "I don't even remember that I used Zhang Wei for entertainment just now during the exam." Others outside persuaded, "Deputy Monitor Zhanya, it was scratched by a stone. Are you okay? Open the door and let us in." "No, if Zhanya were here, no matter what I say, the door will not open." Zhang Wei never intended to open the door. Just thinking about showing weakness to the enemy and delaying time. Wait for the zombies to come up. If the quantity is not large, relying on the watermelon knife to save Zhouwen, it shouldn't be a big problem. This watermelon knife is difficult to deal with a living person. But it's still no problem to take care of the zombies. Just cut off the zombies' neck nerves, and that's it. Keep banging. They were smashed together and died together. Zhang Wei did not give any explanation. Zhang Wei actually wanted Zhanya to continue bickering with him. Wait for the zombies to come. Zhanya was so angry that her lips trembled. His eyes are full of evil, but the tears couldn't stop falling, acting very pathetic. "Zhanya, otherwise, you'd better go. Zhang Wei will not open the door while you are here." A boy suddenly spoke. The visual angle of the cat's eye is a blind spot. Zhang Wei didn't see where he was standing. "Lu Feng, you." Zhanya couldn't believe it. Zhang Wei didn't see it at this time. Lu Feng quietly blinked at Zhanya. And Zhouwen, who noticed it, but Su Long covered his mouth. Although Zhang Wei didn't know what happened, but he discovered Zhouwen's abnormality through the people. That means there is something fishy out there. Lu Feng, Zhang Wei has heard of this person. The boy from the next class, he is also a good basketball player on the school team. When another boy saw Lu Feng say this, he took Zhanya away without saying anything. And the two left together. Zhang Wei looked at the back. And it seemed like someone he had known before. Su Long was indifferent to Zhanya's departure? Isn't he pursuing Zhanya? Zhang Wei felt that the back of the boy holding Zhanya's hand was a little familiar. Who is it? Seeing this, the rest of the classmates knocked on the door. Some people wanted to continue to hit the door. They are gone. Open the door quickly. The zombies are coming up soon. Zhanya is gone. Zhang Wei, if you don't open the door, we will die together. We can't live. And you can't live. Some people even said something cruel, and actually wanted to step back a few steps to run and hit. Zhang Wei was not afraid that the door would be broken down. He was thinking over the pros and cons. Perhaps these people can be included as a consideration. You may not be able to find your future teammates among them. Zhang Wei does not want to go it alone. Rely on one person, a fruit knife, to fight through the entire school surrounded by thousands of zombies. Easier said than done. Zhang Wei stole the watermelon knife from the store. He secretly held it in his hand. This knife is his greatest reliance. Keep the safe house. If you have enough food, you can survive. It really doesn't work. I can only take risks. When Zhang Wei was still thinking, the door was knocked open by a huge force. An unknown hand reached out, pushing the iron bed hard. Zhang Wei was caught off guard. The iron bed, which was pushed by the door and moved, hit him head on. Instantly dizzy, tumbled to the ground. Zhang Wei immediately jumped up. Without thinking, I slashed at that hand with a knife. Chapter 5: The Incident of Seizing the Door. Ah! A scream came, the hand retracted quickly. Blood immediately splattered on the door frame. Zhang Wei's knife, it was dragged and cut through, although the hand was not cut off directly, but the bones are almost as deep as they can be seen. Listen to the screams. Zhang Wei felt that he was not in his class. The door lock seems to be broken. The door can no longer be closed at this time. Zhang Wei and opened the iron bed openly. Zhang Wei, how dare you commit murder? Su Long helped the injured man sit down. From the shoes on the shoe rack at the door of the room, pull out 2 shoelaces and bandage this guy to stop the bleeding. Another tall and handsome boy, pulling Zhanya in quickly, and the others followed in one after another. Zhanya patted her chest, and cursed with lingering fear. Zhang Wei, you are really a bastard. If this senior hadn't kicked the door open just now, you would have watched us get bitten to death. What's wrong with committing a crime? I will kill anyone who attacks me. Zhang Wei glanced at the man he had chopped. His face was pale, and his eyes were full of panic. This is a large artery hemorrhage, and we don't know if this man can survive for half an hour. This was Zhang Wei's killing of the chicken to scare the monkey, and Su Long and others would naturally be cautious. Although Su Long made a temporary bandage, but the blood from the knife edge, still coming out quickly and slowly with his breathing. Zhang Wei covered his forehead, but he looked at the boy who pulled Zhanya in. Finally I remembered who this person was. Qin Shaofeng. This he saw in Maoyan not long ago, pretending to pull Zhanya away from the back. It turned out to be Qin Shaofeng. Qin Shaofeng was his classmate in the first year of high school. But after the freshman year of high school, they are not in the same class. There is very little contact anymore. Zhang Wei recalled his past memories. High school students are all mentally immature. And Zhang Wei himself was the same at that time. Zhang Ya's grades were not good when she was a freshman in high school. Zhang Wei helped her with counseling. It's more or less effective. That's why Zhang Ya was able to become the deputy squad leader later. There is no wind or waves outside. It is rumored that Zhang Wei and Zhang Ya are lovers. Speaking out of thin air, Zhang Wei doesn't like Zhang Ya. A woman. It's just that the two of them came from the same mountain village. Zhangjiakan. We were classmates in elementary school and junior high school. There's a bit of a sense of camaraderie. I just want to try my best to help her. But Zhang Ya has always denied this relationship. He even said many times that Zhang Wei was mentally ill. He also tried to sow discord between Qin Shaofeng and Zhang Wei. At this point, Zhang Wei and Qin Shaofeng parted ways. We are strangers. Zhang Ya got her wish. Gradually he and Qin Shaofeng came together. And Su Long and many others have a crush on Zhang Ya. And the person who can't get Zhang Ya's heart, obviously knowing that the rumors that Zhang Wei and Zhang Ya were lovers at that time were false, but he deliberately found excuses to bully Zhang Wei. This caused Zhang Wei to be on tenterhooks all day long. I can't concentrate in class either, become a rubbish student at the end of a crane, my academic performance never got better. Qin Shaofeng also kept adding insult to injury to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei. You are such a bitch. It turned out that Zhang Wei's refusal to open the door caused public outrage. These people saw that Zhang Wei only had one man and one knife. Suddenly I felt brave again. People outside helped the injured man in. I found a bed and sat down. Some smart people saw that only a few screws in the door lock fell off. Not broken yet, so he locked the door again. Use the heel of your shoe to drive the screw in. Although Zhang Wei has memories of the past, but a good man cannot stand the crowd. What's more, there are several sports students nearby. With his current physical fitness, he couldn't even fight against Su Long alone. Reason? Zhang Wei. Who has memories of the apocalypse. Of course, I know I must be rational at this time. So he restrained himself from exploding. I've seriously injured someone. Even if you kill one more person, that doesn't make any sense either. Under extreme circumstances, these people will also fight to the death. The rest of them will cripple me too. Survive? This is my primary purpose. After these people came in, they searched for a while. Seeing several boxes of supplies piled in the corner of the dormitory by Zhang Wei, they all were overjoyed. That's great, there's something to eat. But he hesitated to take it. It had only been 4 or 5 hours since they had lunch, so they were not very hungry. Zhang Wei estimated that there were more than a dozen people in the dormitory. If everyone ate and drank like crazy, the food would not last for 7 days. Zhang Wei had prepared the food for his own escape. He had never thought of sharing it. Zhang Wei had not expected that someone would kick the door open, even though it was due to a screw falling off. Zhang Wei felt a severe headache on his forehead. What do you mean, kid? Su Long said, staring at Zhang Wei viciously. If Zhang Wei didn't have a knife in his hand, by this time, Su Long had already gone up to beat people. Zhang Wei refused to open the door. Let people get used to bossing around Su Long, who usually acts as the big brother in school and bosses around other students. Loss of face. Maybe someone will die. Do you want to take Zhang Wei's knife away? Someone suggested. There were many girls at the scene. They couldn't help but be afraid. Tit for tooth. Tooth for tooth. This man is our brother. You cut off a finger, forget it. The ambulance is probably coming soon. Zhang Cheng pointed to the seriously injured man on the bed and said. Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Cheng as if he was a mentally retarded person. How dare you? You should know that this society abides by the law. Although the campus is in turmoil now, the police will come sooner or later. If you cut off Zhang Wei's fingers, you will definitely go to jail. I will testify for Zhang Wei. Zhouan struggled and said, You bastard, you are meddling in other people's business. Qin Xiaofeng slapped him in the face. Zhouan stopped talking immediately. But the group was also frightened by Zhouan's words, and they did not dare to really do it. In their view, this guy Zhang Wei cut someone, he is definitely going to get into trouble. Zhang Wei is very calm, this unexpected situation now, not uncommon in the apocalypse. Since I have chosen a different escape route than what I remembered in my previous life, there are bound to be all kinds of accidents. Zhang Wei was not in a hurry. The wound on Zhang Ye's foot, it doesn't look like a scratch. When Zhang Ye mutates, I can take advantage of the chaos, look for opportunities to take back control. For the sake of safety, too, I won't let you come in so quickly, and these things to eat, I plan to take it back to eat during the summer vacation. Zhang Wei casually made an excuse. It is not known yet that he can predict the future. Are you afraid that we will take away all your money? Su Long said disdainfully. Such chaos broke out in the school. At this time they were all in extreme panic. Regarding bullying Zhang Wei, it's no longer important. At this time, although many people appear strong and calm, there was also unspeakable panic in my heart. Then get out of the way, Mong Wei. Zhang Ye said disdainfully. She thought Zhang Wei was already scared. Turn around and get some water and food from the corner. Zhang Wei didn't take it seriously, he was very calm, but he took a step forward, standing in front of Zhang Ye. Looking at the long knife in Zhang Wei's hand, Zhang Ye suddenly didn't dare to act. How? Want to eat my food? Who did you call a bastard just now? Zhang Wei walked to the box of his snacks. He just grabbed a handful and threw it on the ground. Hungry, you pick it up and eat it like a dog. Zhang Wei knows. Kill this woman, it doesn't make much sense. Maximize benefits. Just wait until she turns into a zombie. But this does not prevent Zhang Wei from humiliating her. You're going too far. Zhang Ye was immediately furious. Zhang Wei doesn't care about Zhang Ye's nonsense. Give it to anyone else, part of the food was lost. Naturally. These people accepted them without any courtesy. Several people said thank you. This is what Zhang Wei did after careful consideration. Avoid being against everyone. What else did Su Long and Qin Xiaofeng want to say, but looking at the knife in Zhang Wei's hand, I held back for a moment. Zhang Ye had no choice but to cry, while picking up the ham scattered on the ground, picked up biscuits and stuff. At this time, Zhang Wei looked at another person, Lu Feng. Lu Feng performed very well just now, said Zhang Ye had left. But when the door was opened, Zhang Ye came in almost immediately after the man who was chopped down. If Zhang Wei hadn't seen Zhouan's mouth being covered by Su Long and Mao Yan before, I really thought this guy was an ordinary person. Regardless of the pear blossoms and rainy Zhang Ye, Su Long walked to the door, confirmed the strength of the door lock, pushed the bed against the door again. Su Long said to everyone soothingly, Don't be afraid. Everyone. There was such a big mess. The news will definitely report it. There must be someone who can take care of the zombies. We have food and drink here, just wait to be rescued. Only then did Zhang Wei carefully count the number of people who had just come in. Counting Zhouan who was beaten into a pig's head, not including Zhang Wei himself. There are 8 men and 4 women in total, 12 people in total. I know the male Zhang Wei, there is Su Long, Lu Feng, Qin Xiaofeng, Zhang Cheng, Zhouan. The other 2 men, and the one who was seriously injured by Zhang Wei didn't know him. Among them, Su Long and Zhang Cheng, he is Zhang Wei's roommate in the same dormitory. Zhouan, it's Zhang Wei's friend, he is also a classmate in the dormitory next door. Among the 4 girls, Zhang Wei only knows 2 of them, Deputy Monitor Zhang Ye and another girl in the same class Li Xiaoqian. Li Xiaoqian was Zhang Wei's classmate for 3 years in high school. We were also roommates for a while however. After the seats were rearranged during the last final exam, not anymore. Now Li Xiaoqian sat in front of Zhang Wei, still the team leader. Zhang Wei's impression of this girl is not bad. I used to read it early and endorse it with her. Li Xiaoqian also secretly let Zhang Wei go. Li Xiaoqian usually takes good care of Zhang Wei. I have taken the initiative to help Zhang Wei explain math problems several times. This kind of girl who looks ordinary but treats others enthusiastically, on the contrary. It gave Zhang Wei more favorable impression. Zhang Wei glanced at Li Shaoqian. He found that Li Shaoqian was secretly looking at Su Long. Is it true that she likes Su Long? The other two girls, and the two boys Zhang Wei didn't know, behaved intimately. Zhang Wei guessed that they should be lovers or classmates. While Zhang Wei pretended to be indifferent and looked at everyone, Qin Xiaofeng glanced at Zhang Wei. His cold eyes flashed with murderous intent. Then Qin Xiaofeng squatted down pretending to care, looked at Zhang Ye's injured foot, and looked distressed. This behavior made Su Long, who was diagonally opposite, quite unhappy. Zhang Ye was eating ham sausage, while pretending to be pitiful. Xiaofeng, it hurt so much when I was scratched by a stone. Please help me blow it. Monitor, there are band-aids and disinfectants here. Li Shaoqian found other supplies in a backpack on the bed. These are the sundries Zhang Wei bought later. Put it directly into the school bag. Zhang Ye was immediately overjoyed when she heard it. Hurry up and disinfect it for me. Li Shaoqian hesitated for a moment, but he gave the disinfectant to Su Long. Su Long was worried about the presence of Qin Xiaofeng, and he himself is like a third party. There was no chance to have close contact with Zhang Ye. So Su Long immediately took it over, squat down. He was going to apply medicine to Zhang Ye's wound. When Qin Xiaofeng saw it, he immediately said, "Let Zhang Wei do it. There is some misunderstanding between Zhang Wei and Zhang Ye. I'll be the mediator. Let the two of them turn enemies into friends." Zhang Wei knows. This was Qin Xiaofeng's intention to arouse Su Long's hostility towards Zhang Wei. It can be regarded as killing someone with a borrowed knife. Zhang Wei looked at the knife in his hand. He is not sure, after stabbing one of Qin Xiaofeng or Su Long to death, then escape wholeheartedly. This machete is a single-edged knife. It can be used to kill zombies. It only needs to cut the neck nerves. But killing people is still relatively difficult, because people will dodge and struggle. Zhang Wei glanced at his machete without leaving a trace. Lu Feng, who was standing next to him, was holding his chin and watching the show with interest. He was watching everyone bullying Zhang Wei and Zhouwen. He was also watching Su Long and Qin Xiaofeng fighting for Zhang Ye. Most people were watching the show, all with a gloating expression, because Zhang Wei did not open the door quickly before. Almost everyone was bitten to death by the zombies. Most people were hostile to Zhang Wei. "Come here!" Zhang Ye shouted anxiously. Her feet were really painful. Chapter 6. The water storage is exhausted. Zhang Wei, it's your fault for not opening the door. You are so selfish. But for the sake of the food you prepared, we can keep you here. Please help Zhang Ye disinfect the wound. Apologize again. This is over. Qin Xiaofeng spoke, looking at Zhang Wei indifferently. In Qin Xiaofeng's eyes, An Wei was still the deskmate at the end of the crane in his impression. You want me to stay here? Zhang Wei's face looked a little strange. This was originally his own dormitory. Let's talk about Su Long. It's understandable that Zhang Cheng and the two want to come in. After all, the two of them also live in this dormitory. If I remember correctly, this dormitory has nothing to do with Qin Xiaofeng. Qin Xiaofeng just followed him to escape subconsciously. Then we came here. Let Qin Xiaofeng go to his own dormitory. Even though Qin Xiaofeng has the key to his own bedroom, does he have the guts to act alone? The inexplicable transformation of those classmates into corpses, Qin Xiaofeng should also have noticed it. And Zhang Wei didn't know if the zombie virus had damaged her brain. It's already this time. Still relying on my own good looks, I'm bossing around here. I thought it was the classroom, before the zombie crisis broke out. Zhang Wei glanced at Qin Xiaofeng. It's like looking at a dead person. As long as Qin Xiaofeng is a little more fair and rational. Zhang Wei was able to let go of his past grudges. In this survival game, give him a hand. But now, Zhang Wei was thinking about how to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Zhang Wei glanced at the man whose hand he almost cut off, currently in a coma. Zhang Wei walked over slowly, but he didn't forget to carry the knife in his hand. Good, I apologize. I'm sorry, Zhang Ye. I was wrong to say you were a dog before. I didn't expect you to actually pick it up and eat it. Zhang Ye was immediately furious, seeing the knife in Zhang Wei's hand. I had to refrain from swearing. Zhang Wei took the cotton swab and disinfectant from Su Long's hand. Squat down and disinfect Zhang Ye. Certainly, Zhang Wei's disinfection is fake. Check whether Zhang Ye's wound is real. Because Zhang Wei thinks Zhang Ye's performance a little unusual. Although Zhang Ye is usually pretentious, but he is not too extreme or seems to have no emotional intelligence. Some of what she did today, it seems like she has no IQ. Is this an external manifestation of the zombie virus entering the brain? Zhang Wei had doubts from the beginning. Zhang Ye was scratched by a zombie. Because a person's instep is injured, it's really suspicious. Zhang Ye's wounds are full of blood. Zhang Wei can only see clearly at close range. Zhang Wei poured the disinfectant water down, wash away the blood. Zhang Ye screamed. The wounds were slowly revealed. The wound on Zhang Ye's instep was about half a centimeter deep, almost to the point of seeing bones. However, the aorta was not damaged. Zhang Wei can almost confirm this wound was scratched by a zombie. Because there are still some places where the flesh has turned gray, it exudes a faint rancid smell. You can only smell it if you get close. It can be judged from the experience of Zhang Wei Lao Dao. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Ye will probably mutate within a few hours. Blood circulates, corpse poison attacks the heart, Zhang Ye is hopeless. Zhang Wei's eyes flashed. He wanted to take advantage of the chaotic scene of Zhang Ye's corpse transformation, kill some more disobedient people. Although it will be a little bloody, there will also be casualties, but he had no choice. Just pull everyone into the water, only then could he and Shouan survive the chaos. Leftover food, not enough to support the survival of so many people. Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Ye, thinking about which part of the corpse-turned Zhang Ye should be started. After all, those memories of past lives, it's all as unreal as a dream. Zhang Wei knows, only the zombie's head was severely injured, will become incapacitated or die. It hurts me to death. Do you fucking know how to disinfect? Zhang Ye couldn't bear it anymore. A greeting blurted out. She complained that Zhang Wei hurt her wound. What the fuck? I haven't had a mother since I was a child. Zhang Wei's backhand was like a big mouth slap. Zhang Ye was knocked down directly on the bed. If you don't want me to apply medicine, just tell me. So damn picky. Qin Xiaofeng, come on. Zhang Wei had not yet reacted to Su Long and Qin Xiaofeng. Just turned around and left. The two of them suddenly looked in disbelief. Zhang Wei. This cowardly guy. When did you become so rude? Zhang Wei saw Zhang Ye and cursed softly. It was probably a curse word. He pretended not to hear. And Zhang Ye rubbed her face, seeing everyone watching her make a fool of herself. I can't help but feel a little bit unable to let go. He immediately stood up and walked to the bathroom. Zhang Ye, where you go? Qin Xiaofeng followed. Seems a bit ambiguous. Because of the direction Zhang Ye went to, it's the bathroom. I'm going to wash my face. It's so hot. I was sweating all over just after escaping. I want to take a shower by the way. Have a good sleep again. Maybe someone will come to rescue us tomorrow. Zhang Ye made a bunch of excuses. However, after Zhang Ye entered, but I found that not a drop of water came out of the bathroom shower head. And people outside speculate, it's probably a sudden outbreak of zombies. As a result, there was a water outage in the school. Only Zhang Wei knows, things are not that simple. At this time, the water supply to the entire city has been cut off. There is something wrong with the waterworks. Zhang Wei even suspected, the water in the water plant is also unclean. Otherwise, there wouldn't be many seemingly normal people in the school, suddenly and inexplicably turned into a zombie. These people, it's possible that you drank unclean water. The water supply was cut off. So annoying, I can't take a shower, looks like I can only use cold water from the bucket. Zhang Ye saw the position near the bathroom tile wall. A full bucket of water was placed. This is what Zhang Wei took advantage of in the last few minutes. Zhang Ye was extremely angry. I did not forget to shout outside, who has collected all the water? When I just returned to the dormitory, I found that the water was very small, thinking that the water supply might be cut off, so I picked it up in advance. The water outage is expected to last for a long time. You'd better not wash it. Zhang Wei found a reason. Zhang Wei knows, from this moment on, the whole school has no water supply, even an entire city. This woman takes a shower, it is estimated that this bucket of water will be completely wasted. Although this water is not drinkable, but it can still be used as domestic water for flushing toilets. Or after boiling, distilled water formed by liquefaction of steam, that's no problem either. Zhang Ye, why don't you stop taking a shower? Because of the zombie crisis, I don't know when the water will come. This water, it may be our next life-saving water. The student next to me was more rational. I still want to persuade you. This student still has his student ID card on his chest. The top is blurry. Zhang Wei could only clearly see the word Lu. Another girl next to me, holding his arm. The name on the student ID card is Hu Dai. Let's take a cold shower. What does it have to do with you? Qin Xiaofeng immediately grabbed this guy's collar. No, I mean, there is some truth in what Zhang Wei said. It's summer now. Those 2 boxes of mineral water on the floor. How can that be done? It's summer now. I'm sweating all over. Don't worry. According to the current weather, even if there is no water, It will also rain every 3 days. Zhangya heard what people outside said. She became extremely paranoid. You can't reach that kind of water if you don't have a key to the rooftop. You won't be able to get up to it. If you open the dormitory windowsill and reach out to collect water, it will attract zombies from all over the school. We will be even more unable to get out. Zhang Wei still wanted to stop it, but they were blocked by Qin Xiaofeng and Su Long. Zhangya turned her head. She found that both Qin Xiaofeng and Su Long were supporting her. Immediately I felt emboldened. Don't worry, if I say there will be water, it will come. Our place is not a big desert in Africa. What a big deal. But Zhang Wei, although you are cheap, but it's good to prepare for a rainy day. Prepared bath water for me in advance. Zhangya sneered. I don't know if Zhang Wei just slapped me in the mouth, or the zombie virus invaded my brain, becoming extremely stubborn. If you must wash it, let me go to the toilet first. I untie my little hands. 1 minute. Zhang Wei saw that Zhangya was extremely stubborn. An idea came to me immediately. That's okay, then hurry up. Zhangya thought Zhang Wei was forced by the situation. Subdued. Seeing that Su Long and his 2 men no longer stood in the way, so Zhang Wei entered the bathroom. Look at the bucket of water on the ground. You have to wash it, then you should wash it well. Don't be cheap and still be nice. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, put a full bottle of toilet cleaner and half a bottle of 84 disinfectant in the corner, unscrew the lid, all poured into the water. You must disgust me, then I will reciprocate the favor. Zhang Wei feels that his mind is a bit immature, but at this time, instead, he decided how to be happy. Zhangya finally waited until Zhang Wei opened the door. She ignored everyone. I closed the door and started taking a shower. People outside, no one dared to stop her. On the contrary, Qin Xiaofeng and Su Long, blocking the bathroom door like a flower protector, keep others away. It seems like others will take advantage of you. Ah! Zhang Wei heard a scream. There was also the sound of buckets being overturned. Su Long and Qin Xiaofeng immediately rushed in nervously. I saw that Zhangya's clothes were not covering her body. Huddled up like a shrimp, and the entire bathroom, a huge pungent smell. I forgot, this bucket of water is what I plan to use to soak the mop. There is 84 disinfectant inside. Naturally. Zhang Wei didn't say there was toilet cleaning agent inside. Toilet cleaners are more corrosive. Zhangya almost rolled out and ran out. His shoulders and neck were all red. Su Long quickly got out of his locker. He took a clean towel and wiped it with Zhangya. Zhang Wei, it's you. It must be you. That's right. I have been advising you not to wash it. You must wash it. Jesus couldn't stop him. What can I do? Zhangya immediately turned to Qin Xiaofeng and said, Qin Xiaofeng, kill him. Help me kill Zhang Wei. Together. You throw Zhang Wei out from the 5th floor. Let him be bitten to death by zombies. The survivors in the dormitory looked at each other, but no one dared to take action. They hate Zhang Wei, but as good students in the ivory tower. Usually I just bully ordinary students. Where do you have the guts to actually kill someone? He also threw people from the 5th floor. Throwing Zhang Wei from the 5th floor is equivalent to killing someone. This is the same as beating Zhouan or kicking Zhang Wei. Are completely different properties. Qin Xiaofeng glanced at Zhang Wei coldly with a warning look, then he comforted Zhangya. Calm down your anger. There is no need to argue with Zhang Wei. After this matter is over, us. The subsequent words became increasingly inaudible. Zhang Wei raised his knife and slowly walked towards Zhangya. Zhangya was obviously panicked. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei just walked to Zhangya's side, close to her ear, say the previous sentence softly. Tell you a secret, the bucket of water you just took a shower with, I also peed, although only a little bit, but you don't want to bathe in my urine either. Let everyone know, then be honest with me. Don't mess with me on purpose. Zhang Wei deliberately said the last sentence loudly. The first few sentences, only Zhangya could hear it. Zhangya suddenly turned pale. Other onlookers saw what had happened. They all said it was okay. Isn't it just 84 disinfectant? It just happened to be disinfected along the way. Burning pain on the body, it made Zhangya even more desperate to cry. Such a big thing happened on campus. The rescue team should be arriving soon. Someone was discussing quietly, after all. The one next to me has an injured hand. Already vented a lot of anger. Less air intake. Oops, it hurts. It always happens again and again. Zhangya put on Su Long's coat. Suddenly screamed. He quickly went to sit down on the bed. Chapter 7 Corpse Poison Attack. Immediately, many people gathered around with concern. Qin Xiaofeng squatted down and held Zhangya's feet. Aya, are you okay? Why does it still hurt? I don't know. Is it caused by the bath water just now? This guy Zhang Wei. Zhang Ye pointed the finger at Zhang Wei again. Zhang Wei gestured with the watermelon knife in the air. These people all know. To seize the watermelon knife from Zhang Wei's hand blatantly, it's a bit difficult indeed. No one wants to get hurt at this time. Zhang Wei also knows, I have a knife in my hand, not invincible. A chicken had its throat cut and its blood drained, he would still struggle for several minutes before dying. What about people, besides? Guys like Su Long and others, I have been fighting fiercely in school. Not a good one either. Doomsday desperate situation, do it yourself. They will also fight to the death. This knife, not using it would be a shock. Zhang Wei is not afraid of death, but under the current conditions, if you are injured, it is no different from death. Fracture or bleeding trauma, all may cause deep infection. Those drugs he bought at the canteen, only some simple anti-inflammatory treatments can be done. Can't go to the hospital, it is equivalent to slow death. Turning his eyes, Zhang Wei also had an idea, decided to alienate them first. Zhang Ye, were you captured by zombies? Infected with zombie virus, it may still hurt. Zhang Wei dropped a bombshell. Su Long and Qin Xiaofeng like Zhang Ye, not so with the other boys. Hearing this, the others were shocked and unconsciously took 2 steps back. The panic in Zhang Ye's eyes flashed, and she immediately shouted, Zhang Wei, don't try to slander me, the injury on my foot was scratched when I climbed the window. Climbing the window? Didn't you say the stone? Did anyone see it? The people at the scene shook their heads. Zhang Ye's panicked and sophistry was difficult to justify. I don't feel any pain now, maybe it's because I just touched the water. Qin Xiaofeng hugged Zhang Ye, looked at Zhang Wei threateningly and said, Zhang Wei, shut up. The others seemed to believe Zhang Ye, and looked at Zhang Wei unhappily. After all, it would be painful if the disinfectant splashed on the wound. Many parts of Zhang Ye's skin were already red. Okay. Since you all hate me, I'll go to the bathroom first. Zhang Wei found an excuse and separated himself from them. Zhang Wei was worried that Zhang Ye would mutate prematurely and hurt people. Although Zhang Wei had some experience in dealing with zombies, he could not guarantee that he could escape unscathed in the enclosed space of the dormitory, especially with a group of teammates who had to protect the zombies. But if you are isolated from people like them, that's at least 10 times safer. Even if the dividing wall is the glass door of the bathroom. Naturally, other people would not stop Zhang Wei. They wished Zhang Wei would go away. Out of sight is pure. Zhang Wei blatantly took a bottle of water and some food, went straight into the bathroom, closed the door and locked it. Then chew it slowly in the bathroom, started eating slowly. Save your energy to survive. The food I just stocked up, I was ruined a lot by these guys. I should have known better than to stock up so much. Zhang Wei carefully checked the bathroom door. In fact, such isolation is not absolutely safe. After all, the glass bathroom door will shatter when hit. Zhang Wei also only has a watermelon knife in his hand. The best way to isolate, it should be a different dormitory. It's a pity that I can't change my dormitory now. It's getting late. When Zhang Wei was thinking, Zhang Wei is also being discussed outside. It's really comfortable not to see Zhang Wei, everyone. Have a good rest. Maybe it will dawn tomorrow. Someone will come to save us. Zhang Ye is optimistic. Wang Peng seems to be dying. Already unconscious. If he dies, killed for life, Zhang Wei will naturally have to pay the legal price. People in the dormitory are very optimistic. They had enough to eat and drink. There are 8 beds for sleeping. It's much better than being outside. The sky became dark. The dormitory gradually became quiet. A group of people are resting. Most people are also exhausted. Zhang Wei sat on an empty bucket turned upside down. My mood gradually calmed down. He was thinking about whether to touch these people with black knives, but after some thought, I gave up. Because now we have to kill all these people, there is no benefit, and it might be discovered halfway. If all people, everyone thinks I'm a murderous demon, it can no longer achieve the effect of winning people's hearts. Starting from school, I will also fight alone like in my last life. Even Zhouan may part ways with me. A trace of humanity in the apocalypse. I still have to try my best to show it. It's better to wait for Zhang Ye to mutate. Killed several people, I'll take action again. I just hope I don't bite Zhouan. Zhang Wei initially thought of saving everyone here. After all, we are all classmates. The discord that once existed in the face of life and death, in fact, they are all trivial things. But these people, Zhang Wei was so disappointed. In the last days, the evil of human nature is infinitely magnified. Zheng Wei did not plan everything. Deal with. Get rid of these people, because he needs people on duty and sentry. On his own, it will waste a lot of energy. There are benefits to leaving a few people behind. Zheng Wei just leaned against the wall. I sat on the bucket and rested for more than half an hour. This is an apocalyptic warning. During this period, there were occasional knocks on the door, in the corridor, outside. I don't know if they are survivors or zombies. Every time there is a knock on the door, Zheng Wei will become very nervous. Alertness in the bones, he was not allowed to relax. It's Zhang Ye's group, no one spoke anymore, some people even snore, I don't know if it's just pretending. Zheng Wei felt that if he were Su Long and others, in the case of someone hiding in the bathroom with a knife, definitely unable to fall asleep. It's almost 6:30, Zhang Ye suddenly screamed in pain, the whole person is rolled into a prawn. And at this time, another horrified voice also came, Wang Peng is out of breath. Everyone was awakened. Walk over and take a look, as expected. Wang Peng lost too much blood. No more breathing. Zheng Wei, you killed someone. No, I can only be overly defensive. Zheng Wei responded in the toilet. And Zhang Ye, who screamed at this time. The entire sole of her foot was black. Pus is coming out of the wound, black red. Just like the braised pig's feet sold in restaurants outside. The dormitory was suddenly filled with a fishy smell. Zheng Wei walked out of the bathroom, calmly watching Zhang Ye's sudden change. It hurts me to death, Qin Xiaofeng. Zhang Ye couldn't bear it anymore. The zombie virus penetrates deep into the bone marrow, the pain it brings, heartbreaking. Qin Xiaofeng was shocked and frightened, but he still hugged Zhang Ye subconsciously. Aya, what's wrong with you? Why are your feet swollen like this? The other survivors looked shocked and uncertain finally. Someone remembered what Zhang Wei said. Did Zhang Ye really get scratched by a zombie? Some people looked back at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei spread his hands. It may be an inflammatory reaction caused by her scratch. Don't worry everyone, it should be fine. Fine, it's no wonder it's okay. Zhang Wei, do you still dare to laugh at me? I definitely wasn't bitten, is it? Is it a virus in the air? Did it pass through my wound? Zhang Ye tried her best to find reasons. She was obviously a little panicked at this moment. I have to say, Zhang Ye still has a bright mind. I actually found a good reason. It must be so. The zombie virus must be spread through the air, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people suddenly mutating and going crazy. One of the girls nodded. Then what to do now? Will the deputy monitor be okay? Li Shaoqian asked, pretending to be concerned, but subconsciously kept a distance from Zhang Ye. I'll be fine. Give me some painkillers. There is ibuprofen in the infirmary. By the way, our mobile phones before the exam, placed on the table in front of the examination room. If I could get it back, maybe you can call the police. There must be police too. The police can take me to the hospital. An ambulance will do. 2. Maybe only our school has zombies. It is true that Zhang Ye went to the doctor indiscriminately due to an acute illness. I actually thought of calling the police. Yes, our final exam, the mobile phones were turned off and put into envelopes and put away. If I could get it back, I can ask my dad to save us. He drives a big truck, can break down the wall, crush the zombies to death. Another boy from another class was also excited, typical mindless. Said it was a mobile phone, in fact. Only a few of them were using their cell phones quietly. The use of smartphones is prohibited in high schools. But the teacher turned a blind eye to these thorns. Pretending not to know they have cell phones, it is only collected temporarily during the exam. As long as they don't fight and cause trouble. That's fine. The army or police will definitely take action to eliminate the zombies. Nothing will happen to us once you get your phone. You can call for help, Su Long added. They unanimously felt that. I have to get my phone back. Contact outside rescue. All eyes looked at Zhang Wei. Qin Xiaofeng immediately felt that he had leadership qualities that surpassed Su Long. Immediately assigned tasks to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, you have a knife in your hand. Might as well try to fight out, otherwise everyone will have to explain here. Also, remember to stop by the medical office. Bring some painkillers back. About your murder, we can help you hide it anyway. So many people died outside. Let's unify our caliber. Say that person was bitten to death by zombies. Chapter 8. Zhang Wei breaks through. What? Zhang Wei couldn't help but want to laugh. He decided to tease these guys. No matter how fast I run, I definitely can't go faster than you guys who play basketball or do track and field. Do you want a knife for you? You go on your way. Zhang Wei handed the knife out. Others gave in one after another. It's like this is a hot potato. Su Long was about to take the knife. Zhang Wei immediately retracted his hand. At this time, go to the classroom on the 3rd floor opposite to get your mobile phone. It's like sending yourself to death, Zhang Wei replied. A group of people looked at Zhang Wei, seeing that Zhang Wei had no intention of going, so he turned his attention to Zhouan. I want to force Zhouan to get the mobile phone. Zhang Wei knows, these people don't really care who runs faster. They just don't want to die themselves, but Zhang Wei and Zhouan are alive and well in their eyes. It doesn't matter. Even they know, the person who goes to get the mobile phone, it's definitely a narrow escape. There is absolutely the meaning of letting people go to death to find a way out. Zhang Wei was originally on the opposite side of him. Zhang Wei originally wanted to refuse directly, unexpectedly. Su Long picked up a wooden stick from under the bed. It was Zhang Wei's mop stick from before. Zhang Wei forgot this weapon. Fight with Su Long's mop stick with a watermelon knife. It can only be said that it is 50-50. Zhang Wei didn't have much confidence either. Good, I went to get my phone and painkillers. Zhouan saw Zhang Wei hesitate, so he said firmly. He was beaten into a pig's head, not fully recovered yet. Then go quickly. Zhang Ye was so painful that she broke into cold sweat, urging Zhouan to hurry up. Qin Xiaofeng sneered at Zhouan, then walked over in 2 steps. He took out a wallet from Zhouan's body. The cash in Zhouan's wallet. Qin Xiaofeng casually threw him on the floor of the dormitory. Finally Qin Xiaofeng took out a photo. That's a very old photo. This is the only photo taken of Zhouan and his grandma. It was also the only relic left to him by Grandma Zhouan. This photo was sealed by Zhouan in a plastic bag. I've carried it with me in my wallet for years. Zhouan only thinks about Grandma. I only occasionally take it out to look at. I only told my good friend Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's grandmother has also passed away. So he felt the same way. Zhang Wei didn't expect Qin Xiaofeng to suddenly snatch Zhouan's photo. He pointed a knife at Qin Xiaofeng and asked, Qin Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Zhouan is a filial son. No, a filial grandson. I guess you haven't read this guy's diary. We read it secretly. And many sentences are nonsense. Su Long responded with a smile. Zhang Wei, don't talk nonsense. We must get the phone to ask for help. Since you don't want to go, Zhouan will go. If he comes back, the photo will be returned to him. If he dies, the photo will be meaningless. Qin Xiaofeng said gloomily while holding the photo. Zhang Wei was silent for a moment. Then I'd better go. Zhang Wei knew that Zhouan would die if he went. Even if he got the phone, these guys would not give him the photo. If he went by himself, he could save Zhouan and escape unscathed. Zhang Wei thought of a way to escape, which was the spare key of the dormitory ant. Oh, then it depends on you, Qin Xiaofeng said with a smile. Zhouan didn't say anything. This photo was indeed important to him, but not as important as his life. Zhouan also knows, photo threats are just an excuse for these people. No photos, these people will also try to drive him out. Zhang Wei can't protect him at all, on the contrary. It will implicate Zhang Wei. Don't play tricks, we'll keep you two under control. Su Long didn't know where in the dormitory he came from. He took out a pack of cigarettes. Su Long took one in his mouth. The other boys each handed one over. At last, Su Long stared at Qin Xiaofeng without moving. He meant to ask Qin Xiaofeng to help light the fire. Qin Xiaofeng was a little hesitant, because once he lights the fire, it is equivalent to recognizing Su Long as the boss. And in his own eyes, himself and Su Long should be discussing friendship among peers. At last, he finally figured it out, lighted the fire for Su Long. Su Long smiled with satisfaction. You stay here, I'll go out and figure it out. Zhang Wei said to Zhouan. Let's go together. Zhouan still wants to follow. No, you stay, if I come back then, they wouldn't open the door for me, you must open the door for me. This is a white lie. Zhouan nodded. Zhang Wei stepped towards the door. I listened to the noise outside the dormitory. Then, he pushed the bed open. He carefully opened a crack, then opened it wider finally. He slowly stretched out his head. Everyone in the dormitory became nervous. Zhang Wei looked outside. No zombies were seen in the corridor. Zombies move from person to person. Corridor on the 5th floor. There are no living people left exposed. Zombies don't gather here. The knock on the door I heard before. They should all be alive. Zhang Wei opened the door gently, went out. Qin Xiaofeng immediately came over and closed the door. Zhang Wei, go and come back quickly. Qin Xiaofeng closed the window. Tightly cover the windows with a large football jersey. Zhang Wei holds the knife, look in all directions. We walked cautiously all the way to the dormitory office on the 3rd floor. There was a body lying outside at the door of the dormitory room. The body was still twitching. Zhang Wei's destination is here, the dormitory, and also has a mobile phone. This was ignored by them. Only fools. Then I would go to the distant examination room to get my mobile phone. That means fighting an entire campus of zombies. Moreover, Zhang Wei inferred, even if he gets the phone, if the zombies are provoked, Su Long and his group would not open the door for him either. The dormitory ant is too dead to die anymore. There are still several corpses in the ant's dormitory, twitch occasionally. It will change in a few hours depending on the situation. To be on the safe side, Zhang Wei used a fruit knife to stab the body on the back of the head. These corpses suddenly disappeared. Twitch. Zhang Wei kept the body outside the door. That's equivalent to being one of your own gatekeepers. Zombie. Sometimes it can be used as a warning. Zhang Wei is not afraid. In the last days, it is actually very safe to encounter untransformed zombies. For they are as immovable as dead men, just make them brain dead. The most terrifying thing in the last days is being surrounded by zombies. Starved to death. And the humanity of people who are scarier than zombies. So to survive in the apocalypse, I have to change places every 3 months at most. Because it will attract too many zombies, and cause other looters of attention. Zhang Wei walked into the dormitory's room, closed the door gently. He found a bunch of keys in the desk drawer. Those are the keys to each dormitory, and the key to the iron door leading to the rooftop on the 7th floor. This is the real purpose of his trip. Then he found a smartphone in the trouser pocket of the dormitory ant. Used the still warm body to unlock the fingerprint lock. Then he stuffed it into his pocket. Then Zhang Wei took the key and returned to the 5th floor. There were no living people fleeing along the way. Not a single zombie was seen. Zhang Wei freedom of movement. Back to the door of room 511, there were Su Long and the others inside. Certainly, he won't open the door and go in. He was going to dormitory 512 next door. This is also Zhou-En's dormitory. This boy Zhou-En, I remember he stocked up on lao and pickled cabbage beef noodles. Zhang Wei opened the door gently, walked in quietly. As for Su Long and his group, he also opened a corner of the curtain on the balcony on the other side, staring at the exit on the 1st floor of the dormitory building. They won't think of it, Zhang Wei didn't go out at all, even turning back so soon. How about it? Has that guy Zhang Wei shown up? I don't think I saw it. Maybe we're cleaning out the zombies on the 4th and 3rd floors. Oh shit, I knew this guy was unreliable. If I had known earlier, I would have gone instead. Su Long said indifferently. If you want to go, go now. Qin Xiaofeng sneered. Let's see and then talk. Su Long said with a serious face. Bang, bang, bang. What sound? It seems to be coming from outside. No, not outside, it's next door. Zhang Cheng said after lying on the wall and listening for a while. Coming from next door? Isn't next door your dormitory? Zhou-En? Su Long was stunned. It seems to be my dormitory. This sound. Zhou-En stuttered. Yes, Zhou-En, you should remember, when we set off at night, and the signal to knock on the wall before climbing over the wall to the internet cafe. Right? Zhang Wei whispered softly. Chapter 9 Drive Zhou-En away. Zhang Wei got a bunch of keys from the dormitory ant. There are spare keys for all rooms on the 1st to 6th floors, and the key to the gate on the 1st floor entrance, and the key to the iron door connecting to the rooftop on the 6th floor. This was his initial plan, use the entire dormitory building as a temporary base. At that time, we will find an opportunity to check the risks in each dormitory. And going to the rooftop on the 7th floor, it's time to get water. After the school's water supply was cut off, the only source of pure water, there is only rain falling from the sky. Zhang Wei moved 2 boxes of water, 48 bottles in total. A lot of it has been wasted by Su Long and his group. It's summer now. No matter how much you save, also have at least 1 bottle of water a day. And Zhang Wei went back to carry water. It's no longer realistic. He could only stay away from the people in the dormitory first. Zhang Wei tiptoed, walked to the door of dormitory 512, find the key to dormitory 512 from a large bunch of keys, open the door. It was quiet inside the room. All kinds of items are neatly arranged. Apparently no one has come in yet. Zhang Wei knows. Zhou-En once liked to eat lao and pickled cabbage beef noodles. He opened the lockers in dormitory 5121 by one. Finally, in the penultimate one, find a paper box of instant noodles. Open it and take a look. There are also 3 unopened barrels of instant noodles inside. Zhang Wei found the water dispenser in Zhou En's dormitory on the balcony. This is the configuration of their dormitory. This kind of bottled water costs 5 yuan for a large bucket. Bottled water costs 2 yuan a bottle in the store downstairs. Much more cost effective. There is still about 1/3 of the bottled water left in the water dispenser. At this time, the entire school has not yet experienced a power outage. Zhang Wei took a look and said, "The water indicator light is still on." So Zhang Wei made a bucket of instant noodles. While eating, he clenched his fist and punched the wall gently. Next door is my 511 dormitory. Zhang Wei once used this method. I had a simple exchange with Zhou. Because many times in the past, the two of them climbed over the wall and went out to the internet cafe to surf the internet in the middle of the night. Such a hammer blow, it was the signal that the two agreed to leave. Certainly many times Zhang Wei works part-time at an internet cafe, earns some living expenses. Yes, Zhou, you should remember this voice. Zhang Wei whispered softly. Then find a way to come to my side. Zhang Wei raised his head and drank all the instant noodle soup in one gulp. He even made a sizzling sound on purpose. Looks like a zombie. Qin Xiaofeng next door lay on the wall and listened for a long time. Zhou, you know your dormitory, who became a zombie? Su Shui pulled Zhou collar. A zombie is slithering next door, still a little scary. I don't know if I'm eating people, still sucking blood. I have no idea. Zhou felt a little scared. Could it be who is hiding inside? Became a zombie? Could it be Zhang Wei? But Zhou is not sure either. Is it Zhang Wei next door? Zhou subconsciously reached into his pocket, clenched fists tightly. Lu Feng caught a glimpse of Zhou's abnormality. What are you holding in your hand? Key, just a key. Zhou let go of his hand, the plastic part of the key. There is a small paper label attached. It says, 512. Zhou, why don't you go over and take a look? Qin Xiaofeng said sarcastically. No. I won't go over there. Those are zombies. I won't go over there even if you kill me. Zhou was terrified. You can't go over there. But it's not up to you. Su Long said threateningly. He's Zhang Wei's friend. And he's not a good guy either. Just throw him out of the dormitory. We don't have enough food to support so many idle people. Zhangya limped to her feet and made a suggestion. Zhang Wei, who just went out to explore the road, he never came out from the exit on the first floor. Then I guess I encountered an accident on the middle floor. At this time, Zhou was thrown into the corridor. It was tantamount to killing him. Zhou, make your own choice. We threw you from the 5th floor balcony, or go out on your own. Can I go to the bathroom and stay? Zhou knew that these people were ostracizing him. He wants to learn from what Zhang Wei did before. Separate yourself from this group. No, you can only go out. Go to your own dormitory. If that was a zombie, you drag him out, then hide in yourself. Just don't get bitten. Qin Xiaofeng came up with a bad idea. How is this possible? What to do if bitten? I was bitten. You will also become more dangerous. Won't you? Zhou also wanted to survive. He still remembered Zhang Wei's words. In case Zhang Wei comes back, he had to open the door for Zhang Wei. Then you think of a solution yourself. There is a bucket in the bathroom. How about you use one as a shield? Zhangya opened the bathroom door. He signaled Zhou to randomly pick one from the remaining empty buckets. Can I get something else? Zhou swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Get a bucket and fight zombies. Isn't that mentally retarded? What do you want? Su Long frowned. I want Zhang Wei's school bag, and food, and his quilt is draped over him. Several people had already looked at Zhang Wei's school bag before. In addition to some miscellaneous daily necessities, and medical supplies, and nothing else of value, so he threw it to Zhou indifferently. Seeing this, Zhou opened the zipper of your school bag, then he started loading things inside. I only packed a few ham sausages and 2 bottles of water. Then, he was stopped by Su Long. Enough, you've taken enough. Su Long only thought Zhou was a dead man. Wouldn't it be a waste to take so many things? Then, Zhou was about to move the air-conditioned quilt on Zhang Wei's bed. The bed's here, what he is familiar with, it belongs to Zhang Wei. Etc., you took the quilt away, how do we sleep? Li Xiaoqian put her hands on her hips and said, last night, she slept on this bed. Then me. Zhou planned to change the quilt on another bed. This is mine. Zhangya stopped Zhou. Go to the locker and look for it. There is a quilt inside, which is Zhang Wei's cabinet. Su Long, the dormitory director, spoke. Zhou opened it, and found that it was a quilt. Although the quilt was heavy, it was better than fighting the zombies with bare hands. So Zhou carried it out. but after opening the door, he stood at the door hesitating and refused to go out. Seeing this, Su Long picked up the pillow on Zhang Wei's bed and threw it hard, which stunned Zhou. Zhou timidly picked up the pillow again and hugged it to his chest. Then Zhou left 511, walked to the door of 512, took out his key, and opened the door with trembling hands. When Su Long and others saw this, immediately locked the dormitory door, then used the bed to prop it up. Then they all lay on the bed and listened. Ah! Zhou heard a shrill howl from the next door. It was also mixed with some kind of faint unknown roar, like the chewing sound of zombies eating. Zhou remembered the moment when he opened the door. He was thrown to the ground by an unknown figure. He had just been frightened and screamed. A hand covered his mouth. This is the palm of a living person, because he felt the warmth. There is also a smell of instant noodles on it. However, Zhou's sight was blocked by a large ball of quilt wrapped around him. Don't know who it is. Shoo! Zhang Wei sent a silent reminder to Zhou. Zhou discovered that it was Zhang Wei who had just come downstairs. I just don't know how Zhang Wei got into his dormitory, because the key to 512 is in Zhou's own pocket. I just opened the door by myself. The door lock was also not broken. Did you steal my instant noodles? This was the first thing Zhou thought of. A bucket? I only ate one bucket. Zhang Wei also felt that he was not full. I even just finished the soup. But this is the end of the world. Everything should be used sparingly. I'm so sleepy. Give me a pillow. Zhang Wei happily looked at the quilt Zhou brought over, and my own pillow. Give, I brought your school bag over for you. Zhou took off the school bag on his back, said quietly. Good, thanks. Zhang Wei checked it casually. I found that most of the daily necessities I bought were in, except for the disinfectant that Zhang Ye took away. How did you find the things I hid under the quilt and pillow? Zhang Wei asked seriously. Zhou was stunned. Chapter 10 Zhang Ye's Gradient Change. In front of Zhou, Zhang Wei unzipped the pillow and, among the cotton inside, it is bagged instant noodles that have been crushed into powder. This? Zhou was shocked, unexpectedly. There was food hidden in the pillow. I don't know why it wasn't discovered. It's just a coincidence, Zhang Wei said with a smile. Maybe the person who slept yesterday. I didn't use Zhang Wei's pillow, because this dark pillow looks a little dirty. Although it is powder, but it's better than having nothing to eat. Do you still remember the crispy noodles when you were a kid? Sprinkle instant noodles with seasoning directly. Zhang Wei opened a pack. Pour a little bit into your hand, signaling Zhou to eat. Zhou also felt a little hungry, took the bag, sprinkled the seasoning packet with salt inside, so he ate randomly. Zhang Wei opened the quilt again, pour out the dozen or so flattened breads inside. He took one and handed it to Zhou. Zhang Wei motioned to Zhou to keep his voice down. They can't let the people next door know that there are two big living people in their dormitory. Otherwise, after Zhang Ye's corpse transformation over there, others may come. Who knows if they were bitten? Zhang Wei checked the door lock of 512. Close and lock from the inside. He vaguely heard Zhang Ye's howling in the next dormitory. It hurt so much. Xiao Feng. I'm dying of pain. When will that bastard Zhang Wei come back? Wei Gu. It's already this time. And you're still calling you a bastard? I wanted to give her a quick death. But now she deserves it. Wait. Don't call me Wei Gu. Zhang Wei listened to Zhang Ye's howling while waiting for time to pass. Zhou was sweating profusely. It was almost noon now. And at most 3 hours later, Zhang Ye would soon mutate. Zhang Wei felt that changing the dormitory would make him safer. And Zhang Wei got the watermelon knife he had hidden. With weapons in hand, there are so many things you can do. A knife in hand, I own the world. Although this sentence is a bit exaggerated, but the sense of fulfillment that the knife brings to Zhang Wei, it is truly unique. Fighting zombies with bare hands, and use weapons to fight zombies, completely two different things. Certainly now Zhang Wei doesn't have to do anything, just need to wait, waiting for Zhang Ye's change. Waiting for Zhang Ye to mutate, that's his home court. Dormitory supplies, it will still return to his hands. Although there are not many supplies left. The campus is full of mortars, screams came from time to time. It seems that there are still people mutating. Perhaps a fugitive, found after hiding. The survivors suffered disaster one after another. The screams were chilling. Su Long and others were already starting to panic. Although they are safe, but listening to the screams and corpse roars coming from outside from time to time, look at Zhang Ye, whose wounds are getting worse and smellier. I felt extremely guilty in my heart. Zhang Wei said to Zhou. Zhang Ye's face must be very dark now. The soles of the feet must be full of pus. How do you know? I guessed. The zombie virus spreads throughout the body through the blood, finally invades the brain. People have become unconscious walking zombies. The people below have all changed in this way. Joe is his friend. It wouldn't hurt to confide in him some things. Not long after, John Wei heard the chaos starting next door. Janya, are you okay? Lu Feng. A man with short hair. Has a very strong voice. He is the strongest outside Su Long. The first one couldn't hold it any longer. The deputy squad leader seems to be a little confused. Could it be a mutation? Li Xiaoqian was frightened. She doesn't want to die here. Unexpectedly, Janya still had the strength to curse. You are the mutant. I just feel pain. Waiting for Zhang Wei to bring his mobile phone, I asked my dad to find a helicopter to take me to the hospital. Zhang Wei knew Janya was lying. However, Janya's family is indeed better off than Zhang Wei's. His father is a small contractor at a construction site, earning hundreds of thousands of yuan a year. However, it is almost impossible to mobilize a helicopter in the end times. Zhang Wei heard this from the next door. He knew that Janya had lied to survive. However, Zhang Wei would not run over to expose it. Let these guys live with a little hope. Hope, after the zombie crisis, is as precious as diamonds in this world. Is her family really rich? They've even arranged a helicopter. Some people questioned. But most people, including Qin Xiaofeng, didn't know much about Janya's family background. Then take us with you. Let's take the helicopter together. The rest of the students were a little excited. Janya said no problem, except Zhang Wei. She would take everyone else with her. Zhang Wei might be dead. Zhang Cheng next to him interrupted. Now he felt that Zhang Wei's sacrifice was in vain. Including Zhou and who just went to die. Zhang Wei leaned against the wall and listened quietly. Soon, Janya was seriously ill. The severe pain made her howl like a night owl. She rolled on the floor of the dormitory in pain. Su Long couldn't bear it. So he took out a few large quilts and wrapped her up to prevent Janya from hurting herself when she rolled over. It hurts more suddenly. Ah! Zhang Wei. You bastard. Bastard. Bring me the phone back. Janya was still waiting for Zhang Wei to take the phone and painkillers back. Several girls in the same dormitory started to panic again. Although Zhang Wei couldn't see what they were doing, but I guessed that they were already at a loss. At this time, Su Long also continued to control the overall situation, said, Don't be afraid, that guy Zhang Wei, he may not necessarily be dead. Whether he can get the phone or not, wait for him to come back later, we all play it by ear. Find a way to grab the knife from his hand. Zhang Cheng, you take this mop stick first. If Zhang Wei comes in later, I covered myself with a quilt, just knock it on the head. After Zhou left, there are 6 men. 4 women and 10 of them in total. Except Janya and Qin Xiaofeng. The rest of the people were confused. They want to run. I'm also afraid of the zombies outside biting me. Don't run. I am also afraid that Janya will mutate. Qin Xiaofeng still had the leisure to comfort him at this time. Janya, please bear with me. You'll be fine. If Zhang Wei was still at the scene, for his own safety, he would then suggest, tie Janya up with a towel or shoelaces. Such a proposal, others probably have no reason to object. After tying up Janya, then stuff Janya's mouth with a towel or socks. Even if she turns into a zombie, there is also zero threat to the people in the dormitory. It's a pity that Zhang Wei was kicked out by them. It's really God's fault, still forgivable, self-inflicted sin, not alive. Qin Xiaofeng. I feel so much pain. I'll send someone to get the phone again. Hurry up. Janya was almost dead, now it's just confused shouting. Do you still want to send someone to get the phone? But who wants to go? Lu Feng didn't even look at it, turn around and hide far away. Qin Xiaofeng and Su Long, who were loyal lickers just now, he also became hesitant. Janya was incompetent and furious, but she can't order anyone else. She simply ordered Qin Xiaofeng. Qin Xiaofeng, go ahead. I'm going to die. You play so well, no one can stop you from shooting. Su Long said nothing. Are you kidding? Basketball has rules. Will the zombies tell you the rules? Qin Xiaofeng almost jumped up on the spot. The air outside? I don't know if it's poisonous. Even if you don't encounter zombies, after I go out, exposed to toxic air, what should I do if I suddenly mutate? Zhang Wei, who was listening in the corner next door, was stunned. Qin Xiaofeng is quite smart. I realized that even if I wasn't bitten, I could turn into a corpse. Zhang Ye's shouting voice gradually became quieter. Chapter 11 Zhang Wei takes action. Qin Xiaofeng and others were also frightened and began to move away from Zhanya. Zhanya regained some consciousness and cursed desperately. Xiaofeng, why did you leave? Come back. I'm in so much pain, come back and hug me. Qin Xiaofeng still didn't say anything. Hold you? What if you eat me? Zhang Wei was listening next door, leaning against the wall. He just wanted to see how human nature would play out in this dormitory. As a result, before Zhang Wei could laugh for a while, he heard Qin Xiaofeng gritting his teeth and sternly saying, Everyone help, throw Zhanya out. Throw her down from the 5th floor? A person asked. Are you stupid? Just throw her outside the door. If you lift her so high, what if she scratches her? Zhang Wei is right. The wound on her foot was left by the zombies. Good boy. Weren't they so affectionate just now? Zhouan also came over and said, Yeah. Zhang Wei had a bad feeling. If Zhanya was thrown out like this, it would be equivalent to nothing happening. The dormitory where he stored goods was still occupied by Qin Xiaofeng and his gang of bastards. This was very fatal, and would seriously disrupt his subsequent plans. The first 7 days of the zombie outbreak period, there's a good chance he won't make it. Because now his food, only a dozen loaves of bread, several packs of instant noodles, 2 buckets of lout and pickled cabbage noodles, and a third of a barrel of bottled water. Although he and Zhouan would not starve to death, but it is also impossible to maintain sufficient physical fitness. After all, it is only the initial stage of the zombie outbreak. Physical fitness is the first condition for escape. The so-called initial stage, it's just zombies chasing exposed living people everywhere. When all the people outside are infected with the zombies, only then will it enter its peak explosive period. By then, anyone hiding in a house will be surrounded. Since zombies have a certain hunting instinct, they can smell the scent of living people. So no matter where you hide, unless it is a confined space with no air circulation otherwise, you may be surrounded by zombies that are following you. Even if the person hiding is not caught, they will also starve to death. And people who starve to death, there is also a high probability that they will mutate into zombies. This is a cycle. Zhang Wei suspected there are also zombie viruses in living people. I just don't know where the school comes from. Many people are estimated to be latent infected. The source of zombie viruses should not be air, but the water source, otherwise there would be no differentiation. Imagine, the survivors are trapped. There are zombie activities around. What can the survivors do? There is no way to heaven, there is no way to enter the ground. Zhang Wei knows, hiding in room 512 is definitely not an option right now. Because there is not enough food to eat. If he doesn't leave soon, once surrounded by zombies, will starve to death here. The result is that there is just one more zombie in school uniform here. And there are too many people next door now. Even if Zhanya dies, the food is still not enough must. Without hesitation, Zhang Wei opened the door and walked out. While there are no zombies in the corridor, he hooked his hand at Zhouan. The two of them touched it quietly, carried the body outside the door of the dormitory office below. This body was from when Zhang Wei went to get the keys. The only one who didn't have a knife. Still twitching when I lift it, weird noises coming from the throat. Obviously, it's about to mutate. Zhang Wei lifted it up with all his strength, let it lie on the door of 511. Pushing against it from behind, lest it fall, Zhang Wei signaled Zhouan to go to the 512 dormitory first. This corpse is very tall, Zhang Wei hides behind it, and is inconspicuous. Zhang Wei observed the surrounding area, while being alert to the zombie that was about to mutate. 511 indoor Zhanya, who suddenly became sober, cried like a ghost and howled like a wolf. Qin Xiaofeng, you actually want to throw me out? Wow. Zhanya vomited blood. Everyone was frightened, there was chaos in the room. If it weren't for the past friendship, I would have killed you long ago. I push you out for everyone's sake. If you don't transform into a corpse, just come in later. Qin Xiaofeng, this guy. Zhanya's red eyes stared at Qin Xiaofeng. Qin Xiaofeng said coldly, hurry up and do it. She will mutate soon. If you don't take action again, we all must die. Deputy Monitor, sorry, you'd better get out. Li Shaoqian helped push hard from behind. She was also extremely afraid of death. Zhanya continued to vomit blood, and then seemed to kneel on the ground. Qin Xiaofeng, I will kill you. I will kill you. I will not let you go even if I become a zombie. Zhanya was almost dragged on the ground. Zhanya subconsciously grabbed anything she could grab. Suddenly, she grabbed a sausage. This sausage was accidentally dropped on the ground by someone. Zhanya threw it at Qin Xiaofeng without thinking. Qin Xiaofeng tilted his head and dodged, while Zhanya was still struggling to resist going out. Li Xiaoqian and Qin Xiaofeng were pushing hard. Su Long didn't speak either. He stuck a pillow around Zhang Ye's neck. Prevent her from biting in a hurry. Lu Feng grabbed Zhang Ye's hands. Prevent her from scratching others. Zhang Cheng took Su Long's mop stick. Emergency on the side. Several people worked together. Division of labor and cooperation. Qin Xiaofeng. You heartless man. Have you never liked me? I won't let you go no matter what. Su Long, don't you like me too? Please save me. Please help me. I can be your girlfriend. Do it. Qin Xiaofeng wrapped Zhang Ye's head with clothes. He rushed over and gave Zhang Ye a kick. He almost kicked Zhang Ye's head off. At this time, the other two boys. Finally, I couldn't help but take action. Together they lifted Zhang Ye up. The remaining two girls, then trembling, he ran over to help open the door. However, Zhang Cheng stopped him. Zhang Cheng was holding a mop stick in his hand, while making a defensive gesture, while quietly going to open the door. However, Zhang Cheng's attention was more focused on Zhang Ye, worried that she would hurt someone if she broke free. No matter how Zhang Ye struggles, no one let her go. Crack. A sound, the door was opened a crack, but what greeted them, it was a twitching corpse. Suddenly the corpse opened its eyes. He rushed toward the dormitory. Zhang Cheng was bitten on the wrist as soon as he opened the door. A large piece of flesh and blood was torn off, let out a scream, almost fainted from the pain. This corpse, stimulated by the breath of so many living people, a change had already occurred. It's just that Zhang Wei used the quilt Zhou and brought from behind. Withstanded desperately, the zombie didn't turn around. Ah! The girl who opened the door screamed and backed away in fright. The boys were also frightened. Lu Feng didn't know where he got the courage. Inside, the door was slammed shut again. Zhang Wei plunged the watermelon knife into the zombie's brain. And using zombie clothes, the entire peephole of the door was covered in zombie blood. This way they can't see from the inside. Zhang Wei reached out and twisted the door handle crazily. The people inside were so frightened that they shouted, "Zombie! Zombies are outside!" Zhang Wei suddenly felt comfortable. Leaving behind the zombies, like a puddle of mud, he hid back in his dormitory. It only takes less than half a minute. Zhang Ye started to roar. This time he really mutated into a zombie. Lu Feng and others probably wanted to die. Don't dare to open the door outside, and Zhang Ye inside has also mutated. A girl screamed, "Run!" Zhang Ye is so mutated. A girl screamed, "Run quickly!" Zhang Cheng also started to twitch. The dormitory was in chaos. Footsteps, exclamation, crash sound, in the ears. At this moment it all became pleasant to the ear. Soon, Zhang Wei heard Qin Xiaofeng's desperate plea, "Aya, it's me, Xiaofeng. Who loves you the most? Don't bite me, ah." Chapter 12 Merciless Massacre. Zhang Wei sat leaning against the door of 512. Cold sweat dripped down my back. Memories and dreams are one thing. People really die in front of them. It's the same thing again. Zhang Wei knew that he had done nothing wrong. It's just that I can't slow down for a while. Zhang Wei listened to the screams next door. Find a dry towel from Zhou An's bathroom. Cut in half with a watermelon knife. Half of the towel was wrapped around the handle of the watermelon knife. Then wrap it tightly around your hand. The other half of the towel, entangled in his left hand. Then from Zhou An's roommate's desk, find a stapler and staple it. It's time to get the supplies back. Without much hesitation, Zhang Wei used the spare key of the dormitory and to turn the 511 door lock. Kick away again. Zhang Ye's mutation. It happened suddenly. There was no iron bed blocking it inside. There is no anti-lock either. Zhang Yajing, who turned into a zombie, was restrained by several boys who put buckets on their heads. Lu Feng saw Zhang Wei. I immediately opened the bucket without thinking, kicked Zhang Ye, who turned into a zombie, towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Ye's red eyes, disheveled hair, he roared and rushed towards Zhang Wei. It's just that people who see it for the first time will feel scared. Zhang Wei smiled. At this moment, he had been rehearsing it in his head for a long time. Last night I sat on the toilet bucket. He has been thinking about how to deal with Zhang Ye, and it was Zhang Ye who turned into a zombie. Let's see how good our skills are. A dash, Zhang Wei jumped slightly. The knife falls from the hand, a roundabout cut. The sharp watermelon knife swept across, cut off the zombie's neck immediately. Boom. There was a sound. Zombie Zhang Ye fell to the ground. This perfect cut by Zhang Wei cut the nerves in her neck. Although the head is still attached, the zombie's mouth is still opening and closing. The body twitched a few times, like a puddle of mud falls slowly. Zhang Wei possessed him again and stabbed him with a knife. The tip of the watermelon knife goes in through the eye socket, pierced the zombie's head. This time Zhang Ye was completely dead. Zhang Wei grabbed the knife, staring motionless at the bathroom door. Because he saw, the mutated Zhang Cheng just climbed in. The bathroom door is not locked. There were no zombies hitting the door inside. Zhang Wei checked carefully and found that one man and one woman were missing from the scene. And they were among the 4 people he didn't know. But when he went out before, he saw these 2 people were still there. In other words, these 2 people took advantage of the chaos and quietly hid in the bathroom. But after the mutant Zhang Cheng went in, the bathroom was quiet. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was getting darker and darker. Even in summer, it was almost dark. After Zhang Cheng went in, he heard a noise coming from the bathroom. Zhang Wei thought to himself, not good. All I heard was the sound of glass breaking. 3 figures jumped out of the bathroom instantly. It was the 3 people who turned into zombies. And Lu Feng, Li Shaoqian, and the remaining 4 survivors, including a man and a woman, hiding in the upper bunk. Cover yourself with a quilt. His head was exposed and he was shivering. Su Long, Qin Xiaofeng, and his 2 men were guarding the corners of the balcony. Zhang Wei. Hurry up. Hurry up. Lu Feng on the bed looked pale. Where is the cold look from before? Remaining survivors, they all stood by and watched, waiting for Zhang Wei to be bitten. Zhang Wei is not in a hurry. He quietly locked the door with his left hand, and then used the hidden strength of his back to push the bed to block the door. Hurry up and kill Zhang Cheng. What are you doing? Zhang Cheng was the first zombie to come out. Everyone urged Zhang Wei, and they were all scared. But unexpectedly, this shout attracted the attention of the zombies, who were supposed to run towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Cheng screamed and ran after them. Su Long and Qin Xiaofeng, who were defending on the balcony, rolled and crawled to the upper bunk of another bed. Zhang Wei was still not in a hurry, because Zhang Cheng and the 2 zombies were not a big threat, and the defense of the dormitory was the most important. Zhang Wei blocked the door. He was afraid that zombies would suddenly be attracted by the cries. Let his back be attacked. Zhang Wei, are you sick? Don't take action yet. Zhang Cheng rushed to you. Lu Feng was in fear, still scolding Zhang Wei. It turned out to be Zhang Cheng, the zombie who couldn't reach them, coming to Zhang Wei again. And the other 2 zombies, also roared, started to pounce. Zhang Wei holds the knife in his hand, seeing Zhang Cheng approaching, just cut it across with a knife. Zhang Cheng's face, which was twisted and horrifying after the mutation, suddenly stiffened. A large zombie's head fell off, blood spilled into the air. The joints of the cervical spine are difficult to cut off. But there are also gaps. Zhang Wei's sword was perfect. Fortunately, the machete was big and long enough. Otherwise, it would not have achieved such an effect. Ah! Several girls started screaming again. This scene was too scary. Zhang Wei was calm, stepped forward, and stabbed another female zombie who was approaching him. The zombie opened his mouth wide, let out a silent roar, and his dark gray eyes instantly turned red due to congestion. Zhang Wei drew his knife and shook off the blood, and then stabbed the knife diagonally into the chin of another male zombie, avoiding the hard bones of the skull. At this point, all dangers were resolved. The dormitory was back in Zhang Wei's hands. Before the blood on the machete was wiped off, another zombie roared and rushed towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei looked carefully and found that it was the man whose hand he had cut off before, who died of excessive blood loss. Unexpectedly, he also turned into a zombie. Zhang Wei swung his knife and cut the zombie's eyes, and then kicked it out. Although the zombie had lost his eyesight, it still had an instinctive sense of smell, and it got up and turned around and ran towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng wanted to run away, but his legs were as if they were filled with lead and could not move. The zombie threw Lu Feng to the ground in an instant. Zhang Wei walked over, grabbing the zombie's hair, a direct cut to the throat. Almost no blood flowed. The zombie fell to the ground with a plop. The blood of this zombie, it was almost drained before, even if Su Long used shoelaces to stop the bleeding. It was of no use. Lu Feng struggled to get up, shivering. He looked at everything around him. The smell of urine permeated the dormitory. I don't know who was so frightened that she became incontinent. Zhang Wei opened the door, went out, and looked around the corridor. There were still no other zombies attracted, so it was safe for the time being. Zhang Wei raised his hand and pushed the door shut. It's probably safe. Zhang Wei. Why are you back? Didn't you die? It was Qin Xiaofeng's voice. Zhang Wei was immediately suspicious. Wasn't this guy bitten by Zhang Ye just now? He didn't mutate? The stimulation of corpse poison can make a person mutate instantly. Zhang Wei looked at Qin Xiaofeng's ears, which were bleeding. It was obvious that he was bitten by Zhang Ye. Besides Qin Xiaofeng, who else was bitten? Zhang Wei looked at the other survivors. I wasn't bitten. Lu Feng, the man with a short haircut, responded immediately. The two girls also said they were not bitten. Li Xiaoqian was so scared that she couldn't speak. Qin Xiaofeng's face was pale. My ear was scratched. They can testify for me. Li Xiaoqian hesitated to speak. Lu Feng covered his bleeding arm, trying to cover it up. Your arm was bitten too? Zhang Wei frowned at Lu Feng. This guy was just knocked down by a zombie. It's impossible that he was not injured. It's a scratch. Su Long interrupted. He saw with his own eyes that zombie just threw Lu Feng to the ground and scratched him. Zhang Ye, who just turned into a corpse, it's also a scratch. Zhang Wei pointed to Zhang Ye's body on the ground. Is your ear really scratched? Zhang Wei asked deliberately. Yes, I never lie. Good, I believe you. Zhang Wei nodded, stretched out his hand. Where are Zhou An's photos? Here, I've been keeping it close to my heart. Qin Xiaofeng took out a photo of Zhou An and his grandmother. I also wiped the wrinkles on the plastic bag, handed it to Zhang Wei respectfully. Zhang Wei collected the photos, he rubbed his neck. I forgive you now, I want you guys to move the bodies out of here, the further away the better. Zhang Wei pointed at Qin Xiaofeng and Lu Feng with a watermelon knife and said, Ah? The two of them had long been frightened. Where do you dare to move? If you don't move, the corpse is rotten, we are in such an environment, can you survive? Zhang Wei took a look at the corpse and said, I have been walking around outside. There are no zombies nearby, you two have to hurry up. They both looked at each other, obviously doubtful, but at least I have some confidence. Move quickly, I'm out of patience. Zhang Wei tapped the end of the bed with a watermelon knife. It makes a harsh friction sound. The two of them had already been scared out of their wits by Zhang Wei hacking and killing 4 zombies. All we could do was move the bodies. Zhang Wei went to open the door himself. Let them drag the body out. Su Long, can you take Zhang Qing's head out? Zhang Wei continued to speak to Su Long. Su Long hesitated for a while, finally had to do it. The three of them felt weak all over. It took a long time to get one of the corpses out. It was probably thrown directly from the 5th floor to the downstairs. It didn't take long for the three of them to return. Zhang Wei blocked them at the door of the dormitory. An unknown girl in the dormitory finally came to her senses. The girl said in a trembling voice, Zhang Wei. You killed Zhang Ye? Didn't you see? Do you want me to demonstrate it again? Zhang Wei was very cold. No. You're too awesome. I'm sorry. Girls talk a little nonsense. Zhang Wei ignored it, holding up the watermelon knife. He pointed at the remaining strangers, a man and a woman, and said, Come all over, immediately. Chapter 13. More than half of the people died. They were shocked, thinking that Zhang Wei was going to chop them, and they didn't dare to come over for a while. Come over. Zhang Wei was not in a good mood. Now he was the master of this dormitory. A girl came over first. She was almost scared to the ground. Another boy also came over slowly. They stood together and trembled, not daring to look at the bodies on the ground. Zhang Wei asked Li Xiaoqian to check them one by one, and found that these people did not have any skin injuries. Zhang Wei also checked Li Xiaoqian. I don't trust you three. Zhang Wei said to the 3 people who wanted to come in at the door. I wasn't bitten. Su Long said. Then I'm even more worried about you. Zhang Wei took out the key to 510. The dormitory next door. Take it. This is the key to room 510. You can still go next door. Lu Feng snatched it away. Lu Feng went out and tried the key. I found that I could open the door next door. I couldn't help but be overjoyed. Several people breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. Zhang Wei didn't lie to them. Zhang Wei sneered in his heart. He suggested, Let's do this. I'll give you some food. Just hide next door after all. I really want to kill people. It's better to live alone. Aw, good. Several people were overjoyed. One of them was caught. One was bitten. If he continues, he will probably be hacked to death by Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei is now providing shelter and food. Can they be unhappy? Su Long was particularly hesitant. Because he is an uninjured person, with several other people injured by zombies, the risk is too great. Zhang Wei asked Li Xiaoqian to move some food, find a bag, and hang it on the door handle of room 510. The 3 continued to move the other bodies that had not been dragged away. There is not much food, and not much water, don't waste it, or I can't save you. Zhang Wei reminded him kindly. The few people quickly agreed and hid in room 510. Li Xiaoqian looked at the back of Su Long, who was leaving, and was about to say something but stopped. Zhang Wei smiled with satisfaction. They are finished. The reason why he was so kind was to establish the image of a good person. But there are 3 living people living next door. 2 of them will undergo corpse transformation once a conflict occurs, almost dying together. This is also killing someone with a borrowed knife, can avoid conflicts with Su Long. In fact, Zhang Wei wanted to go to the 6th floor. The safety factor is many times higher. Yes, Zhang Wei's goal is the rooftop. Have continuous access to clean water, that's his goal. The 6th floor is the place closest to the rooftop. Zhang Wei checked the doors and windows again. Seal all gaps, lean against the wall. Close your eyes and meditate. There were whispers in the corridor. Damn, Zhang Wei is so fucking scary. Luckily we don't have to hide with him. Yeah, look at how ferocious he is. Killing one with one knife. So scary, he's really not as cowardly as before. Let's wait for rescue. When everything is restored, we'll report Zhang Wei. The 3 of us are witnesses. Zhang Wei also found it funny. You guys deserve to die. But you have to deal with Qin Xiaofeng first, because he's probably going to mutate. Bite wounds are more likely to mutate than scratches. Really, just half an hour later, I heard the cry of Lu Feng. A man with short hair. Qin Xiaofeng, sorry, there is nothing we can do. I can only throw you out. Don't want, I won't mutate. Qin Xiaofeng shouted in despair. But this time, Lu Feng seemed to have reached a tacit understanding with Su Long. They have experience. It goes without saying, throw Qin Xiaofeng out. Qin Xiaofeng turned around and came to pat Zhang Wei's door. Zhang Wei, they don't want me anymore. Please let me in. They want to prove you committed murder. I will bear witness to you. You are acting in self-defense. Zhang Wei went over to hold the door, unmoved. The other 3 people have been watching with cold eyes. If only one person knocks on the door is impossible to open. Qin Xiaofeng cried bitterly. I knelt down and begged for mercy for a long time. Zhang Wei just won't open it. Qin Xiaofeng then continued to knock on the door. He shouted, Zhang Wei, why are you so cruel, you bastard? I will die with you. As a result, it didn't hit for a while, attracted the zombies from downstairs. Qin Xiaofeng rolled and crawled and ran in the other direction. In Qin Xiaofeng's extremely frightened howl, he was knocked down again, screaming repeatedly, became the meat of a group of zombies. Only a few minutes, it was quiet outside again. A frightened voice came from 510 next door. Qin Xiaofeng is also dead. We're definitely safe. Stop talking, wait for rescue. Su Long gave the final order. That night, Zhang Wei heard the sound of the body falling. After dawn, Zhang Wei looked out the window and realized Su Long strangled Lu Feng to death with a towel. His body was thrown from the balcony of the 510 office late at night. The sound of falling to the ground attracted the zombies on the 5th floor again. Rescue didn't come. Zhang Wei opened the cell phone of the dormitory and he had quietly broken the fingerprint lock on this phone before. Zhang Wei entered the phone settings, canceled the lock screen of your phone, reset to his own fingerprint. Zhang Wei got this mobile phone. It's not about contacting the outside world. Because he knows, the outside world has also become a mess. Contact us at this time, it's of no use. He was holding a mobile phone, just to pass the time later. Because of the city's power supply, it will recover after 3 months. 2 days later, a sunny morning. Zhang Wei heard the increasingly dense roars of zombies. 3 days, the zombie outbreak period has entered its middle stage. Most of the living people outside were bitten to death. Zombies start chasing people sent, come to the dormitory. Theoretically, Zhang Wei is safe. Because of the large amount of blood stains left behind by killing zombies before, the whole dormitory was filled with the smell of blood and rancidity. Zhang Wei knows that molecules diffuse, just like the scent of flowers is pollen. He wasn't sure about the smell of carrion. Is it the source of infection? To be on the safe side, he still asked everyone to put on wet towels, cover your mouth and nose. Until 2 days pass smoothly, no one mutates anymore. Qin Xiaofeng's mutilated body at the door, the rancid odor caused by the hot weather, it also masks the smell of 511 survivors. Zhang Wei went to the bathroom to get the shampoo. Squeeze out the shower gel, anoint the whole body of the door and nose inside, use fragrance to mask human smell. I found another bottle of sprayed toilet water, sprayed on himself and the remaining survivors. This is just in case, avoid being picked up by zombies. Zhang Wei even went as far as to ensure safety. I also called Zhou in from next door. Only then did the survivors in the dormitory know. It turns out that Joan is still alive and well. As expected, groups of zombies came upstairs. Some stayed outside the dormitory and sniffed. But soon after, they were all attracted by the sounds from other places and left. It's most likely safe. Zhang Wei looked at the remaining survivors in the room. Currently I am the only one left, Joan, Li Xiaoqian, a couple. There is also Su Long who doesn't know life or death. He had already caught a glimpse of Lu Feng's body downstairs on the balcony. During these 3 or 4 days, there is already Wang Peng, Zhang Ye, Qin Xiaofeng, Lu Feng, 6 people, including an unknown man and a woman, died one after another in the bathroom. The people in this dormitory are hiding people. More than half have been killed or injured. If it weren't for Zhang Wei at the last moment, kill 3 zombies, it is unlikely that the remaining people will survive. Because even these people pushed Zhang Ye out. The couple in the bathroom, Lu Feng was scratched, Qin Xiaofeng, who was bitten, still mutated. They definitely can't handle it. What's next? Zhou had admired Zhang Wei very much. Only he truly knows Zhang Wei's PUBG stunt just now. Save food and water. And make it through 7 days. Zhang Wei was a little pessimistic, as only 3 days had passed. Which class are you 2 from? Zhang Wei looked at the unfamiliar couple. From class 3 to 4. Senior high school. My name is Lu Renjia. And this is my girlfriend who died. Oh. Hello. I'm your next door neighbor. Zhang Wei from class 3 to 6. Senior high school. This is my classmate Zhou, and Zhang Wei introduced himself. My name is Li Xiaoqian. And I've introduced myself before. Li Xiaoqian said to Lu Renjia. Brother Zhang. I'm really sorry for what happened before. We, who died, began to apologize. Don't blame you. Su Long, Qin Xiaofeng, and I all have personal grudges. What's next? Next. You all have to follow my instructions. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Wei said seriously. Chapter 14 Inventory of Supplies. The others all nodded like little chickens eating rice. You are the god of killing, so of course we will listen to you. Listen to me, maybe you will have a chance to survive. Zhang Wei thought for a while, and said, These people, except Shoan and Li Xiaoqian, I hardly know them. But we have been getting along well these few days. Zhang Wei didn't mind, leading them to break out of the school. The premise is that they listen to orders. What should we do next? Shoan asked excitedly. He knows what Zhang Wei is capable of. Zhang Wei said he could survive. Then the probability of survival is very high. In the past, I and Zhang Wei, this is also the case when playing games in an internet cafe. As long as Zhang Wei says there is a chance to win, if you follow his command, you will most likely win. Let's continue to suffer. Let's take stock of the food first. Zhang Wei asked Shoan to find all the edible things in the dormitory, placed on one of the beds. Everyone in the dormitory gathered around. They also want to see how much is left. There are 46 ham sausages in total, 26 packs of biscuits, drumstick. There are no more chicken wings. You were already eaten by Zhang Ye and the others when you were out. There are also 6 pieces of beef jerky. It looks like a dozen pieces of chocolate, but the temperature is high. They all melted. There are 2 bottles of water in total. 24 bottles per piece. Eat frugally these days. There are currently 34 bottles left. Zhou counted them one by one. And then, okay, that's probably it. What Zhou actually wants to say is, furthermore, there are some bags of broken instant noodles in dormitory 512 next door. Bread and 2 buckets of noodles. But Zhang Wei stopped him from talking. Because Zhang Wei knows, at any time, they all have to keep their trump cards. This is the law of survival in the apocalypse. Lu Renjia and these people, not entirely believable. Zhang Wei no longer hesitated. Unabashedly, he put the beef jerky into his arms in front of everyone. This thing is very useful for replenishing physical strength. Keep it for yourself. Zhang Wei remembers buying ham sausage for 300 to 400 yuan in a store. This kind only uses a bamboo stick to poke it. It's ham that can be grilled and eaten directly, especially popular in the canteen. It was only 3 yuan per stick, but Zhang Wei bought at least 100 sticks. The 5 of them didn't eat much during these 3 days. At that time, Zhang Wei didn't give out much, and most of the ham sausages were wasted by them on the first day. It was a waste of food. At that time, Zhang Wei was in the toilet and didn't want to stop it. Because Zhang Wei knew it was only the first day, there would be some food left anyway. Zhang Wei looked at the chocolate that was almost melted into water, which was also a good thing to replenish energy. Zhang Wei carefully preserved it, the chocolate just melts. Rather than deterioration, you can eat it again in the future. Fortunately, there are 26 packs of biscuits left from 30 packs. When Zhang Wei was purchasing biscuits, specially purchased breakfast cakes, one pack of these biscuits contains 350 g. It satisfies hunger quite well. The only drawback is that it tastes really bad. It is difficult for ordinary people to swallow, made from coarse grains, but what Zhang Wei wants is this kind of biscuit. If you buy cream biscuits or sandwich biscuits, it's probably been ruined a long time ago. Zhang Wei does not believe in evil. I went rummaging through boxes and cabinets again to find, this is my bedroom. He knows every place very well. Finally I found another bag of coffee, 2 cans of tea, an unopened pack of betel nut, an iron bucket of protein powder, a bottle of Coke. There are also several instant noodle seasoning packets, a bottle of calcium tablets, a bottle of vitamin C tablets, a box of cold medicine feels good, and those purchased in stores themselves. 2 bags of table salt randomly thrown in the locker. Viagra? You are so awesome. Zhou couldn't help but raise his thumb. If possible, I hope you don't call me Viagra. Zhang Wei said seriously. Ah, why? I've always called you that. Because Viagra is a medicine. Oh. Zhou smiled awkwardly. Isn't it just that medicine? You know it yourself. Then what should I call you? Call me Big Brother or Boss. Okay. Viagra. Zhang Wei. These things are all our food. Zhang Wei said helplessly. If it were just me and Zhou, there will definitely be enough food, but now there are 5 people. It means that these things should be divided into 5 parts, and it has to last at least 4 days. Man is iron, rice is steel. I feel hungry if I don't eat a meal. It's okay to go a day without eating. But I only had snacks for 3 or 4 days in a row. Then I felt a little dizzy from hunger. Zhang Wei tore open an instant noodle seasoning packet. He raised his head and ate it. Take another sip of water. I didn't expect that I was completely prepared. Will also fall to this point. It seems that the plan cannot keep up with the changes. Zhang Wei gave each person 3 hams, a pack of biscuits, after a bottle of mineral water, said, this is food for each of us for a day. Everyone has this standard. There will be no exception for anyone. We must save supplies. You can even store urine in empty mineral water bottles. Maybe one day, we have to. Zhang Wei deliberately made alarmist remarks. The purpose is to let everyone save resources. I forgot that I was in front of everyone just now. He hid the beef jerky in his clothes. In fact, there is enough water in the school. It will rain soon. They can move the empty buckets in the bathroom to the rooftop to collect water. The premise is that it is safe. The premise of safety is that I have to lock the door at the entrance of the first floor of the dormitory building, and then clean up all the hidden dangers from the 1st to the 6th floor. Zhang Wei plans to do this cleaning after the 7th day. Because if it is done now, if there is a new change in the dormitory, everything he has done will be in vain. Now, he just needs to gather his strength and wait for the arrival of the 7th day. Zhang Wei thought he had nothing to do, so he tore open the betel nut. He took one out and chewed it, and handed one to Zhou. My mother said that if you eat this, you will get oral cancer. Fine, it's okay to eat one, oral ulcers at most. Don't eat it either. I am from the north. I can't get used to this. Are you so afraid of death? Of course, how good it is to be alive. Zhou, I had a dream yesterday, dreaming that you were dead. Do you know how you died? Did you die from oral cancer? No, in order to save me, I accidentally slipped and fell from the rooftop of this dormitory. Then why should I save you? You are so powerful. Shouldn't it be you who saved me? Who knows, those zombies in the dream, like the lunch bell ringing at noon, like the students who sprinted 100 meters to the cafeteria, dozens of them rushed from the 1st floor to the 6th floor in an instant. So did you survive? I have no idea, but you will definitely fall to death. Chapter 15 The Day of the Incident. Zhou just thought Zhang Wei was joking, didn't take his words seriously. After hesitating for a while, he took the betel nut from Zhang Wei and started chewing it. After a while, his face turned red. Lu Renjia hesitated for a while, finally got up the courage, stretched out his hand to Zhang Wei. I'll give it all to you. Eating too much can cause oral cancer. Zhang Wei gave most of the remaining bag of betel nut to Lu Renjia. You don't need to be too nervous. I am a good person. All I killed were zombies. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't attack ordinary people. Zhang Wei added. But Lu Renjia still only took one, put the rest on the bed. A few people have nothing to do. They had to take turns standing guard. During the day, just against the balcony glass, quietly lift the sheets, look at what's going on outside. At night, Just pay attention to the sound in the corridor, worried about whether zombies are coming. On the fourth day, everyone discovered a terrible fact. There was a power outage. This is after the water supply was cut off on the first day. Worst news ever. Although for the sake of safety, after it gets dark at night, the lights were never turned on. But the power outage communicates to people is a deeper despair. It means the city's electrical system, there may have been a big problem. And the rescue they have been waiting for, maybe it will be delayed. Only Zhangwei knows, there will never be an official rescue. At least not in the 3 years since the zombie crisis broke out. All survivors must live, can only rely on self-rescue, or huddle together for warmth. Zhang Wei plans to form such a team, because the power of one person is still too small. But his team members, they must have the kind of psychological endurance and ability to survive in the apocalypse, all extremely strong people. During the day, Zhang Wei showed his mobile phone to everyone. This is the hope he wants to give these people to live. He deliberately lent his mobile phone to Lu Renjia, let him make a phone call, although there is a signal for the time being, but all calls are unanswered. Lu Renjia tried to call the emergency number. It is also busy. No need to try. I haven't heard the sound of ambulances or police cars in the past few days. There are no fire trucks either. Lu Renjia returned the phone to Zhang Wei. He is not a fool either. He also roughly guessed everything that happened in the entire city. After dark, Zhang Wei took out a candle from his school bag. The groceries purchased earlier are finally put to use. He got a bucket from the bathroom. Light the candle in the bucket. Cover it with a newspaper, in this way. In addition to shining on the ceiling, will not spread outside. This will avoid attracting other people's attention. When all the lights in every house are extinguished, the bedroom suddenly lights up. It will attract others' attention. Apocalypse, the heart is separated from the belly. Survive, it dehumanizes people. Zhang Wei blew out the candles. He just wanted to test the brightness of the light. This is the 4th night since the crisis broke out. They would have to spend 3 more nights in these conditions. Although there are people taking turns on duty, but most people still can't sleep. Li Xiaoqian finally couldn't help but gossip and asked, Viagra, I heard that you and Zhangya were boyfriend and girlfriend before. Don't call me Viagra, otherwise. Just call me Zhang Weiwei. Okay. Zhangya is just a fellow countryman of mine. I have no relationship with her, so I cut off its head without any scruples, even if she didn't transform into a corpse. I would still do that, if you didn't stop me that night. We know, it's no use having a relationship. Qin Xiaofeng and Zhangya have such a good relationship in the end. It's not like we all fly away when disaster strikes, but Qin Xiaofeng's end was also miserable. Zhang Wei wanted to tell them, Qin Xiaofeng is not the most miserable, because he was just bitten by a zombie, then get eaten by zombies. In his previous life, he had seen people being eaten alive. He didn't want to talk about it. Those memories were also things he didn't want to mention. Zhang Wei asked Zhou and Li Xiaoqian, I've always wanted to ask you two a question. Brother Zhang Wei. Go ahead. Boss. Go ahead. How did Zhangya get scratched? Didn't she get knocked down and have her neck bitten off by the female invigilator with a foot injury at the last moment of the English test that day? Oh, are you talking about Zhangya? She was scratched by another invigilator when she was escaping from the window with others. What about that female invigilator? Zhang Wei thought about it. It shouldn't be like this. Zhangya's seat was the first one. Could it be that the zombie chose a faraway place instead of a nearby one? Zhou continued. Brother Wei. You don't know? That day you ran out, and the female invigilator ran out to chase you. She came back with a leg injury. I accidentally saw it. The blood stained the gauze red. She couldn't bear the pain, so she went to the infirmary by herself. She never showed up again. And didn't say hello to the other invigilator. So that's how it is, the butterfly effect. Zhang Wei seemed to be thinking. That is to say, the invigilator was not the original source of the change. Of course, it was not the source. When we handed in the papers, we found that many people were not quite right. We thought they had epileptic seizures or heat stroke. The invigilator even called the emergency number. But, boss, I didn't mean to come so late and not learn that you handed in the paper early. After you went to the toilet, Su Long and others also handed in their papers. The invigilator issued a ban. Any students who handed in their papers early would be given 0 points. Although I wanted to meet up with you early, I didn't want to go back with nothing. I see. But, boss, you handed in the paper early at that time. You should have realized something was wrong. Right? Zhang Wei didn't say anything, which was considered as tacit agreement. Then when Zhang Ye climbed out of the window, transformed into a corpse by another, or scratched the person who was about to turn into a corpse. When Zhang Wei thought of this, after a while, I was afraid, because of my previous life, just climb the right window to the corridor, then escape from the corridor to the stairs. Zhang Wei always thought that the female invigilator had bitten someone, leading to the spread of corpse transformation. But the female invigilator, that wound on the leg, how did it come about? Zhang Wei couldn't understand. But Zhang Wei is a rational person. He won't think about things he can't understand. Just like my previous life, in a breakout operation 2 years later, the moment he was bitten by a zombie, there was a man riding a motorcycle wearing a helmet. He immediately cut off his left hand. Zhang Wei fainted instantly. After Zhang Wei woke up, I can no longer figure out who the person who saved me is, don't even know him. Is it male or female? Although the following year, I am a one-armed Yangue, but I can never forget the man riding a motorcycle, the one who fought his way into the group of corpses to save himself. The one-armed Zhang Wei survived tenaciously for another year, until that zombie wave composed of tens of thousands of zombies. When besieging the city, Zhang Wei, who was in trouble, in order to prevent teammates from coming to save themselves and causing unnecessary casualties, calmed suicide. In fact, Zhang Wei knew there was a certain chance that I would survive that time. He is just one-armed. I have regarded myself as a burden. And now, Zhang Wei looked at his intact left hand. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Go forward courageously, it's good to be alive. Chapter 16 Prisoner Fitness. On this sleepless night with a power outage, Zhang Wei thought about many things. Since God has given him a chance to be reborn, he must live well. At least in this life, compared to the lonely escape in the previous life, there are still a few classmates alive. Right? Zhang Wei lay on the bed, took out a plastic-wrapped photo, and handed it to Zhouwen. Thank you. Zhouwen took it with gratitude. The photo of Zhouwen and his grandmother reminded Zhang Wei of his own grandmother. Zhang Wei has been an orphan since he was a child, raised by grandma. It's a pity that when I was about to make money for my grandma through part-time job, grandma passed away due to illness. You should study hard. Only in this way can we get out of Zhangjiakan. In order to avoid every day in the future, these are the days when you face the lust and turn your back to the sky. Before she died, grandma touched Zhang Wei's face and gave instructions. But there are no schools in the apocalypse. How can I still study? If time could go back, Zhang Wei just wants to go back to the countryside. I live with my grandma every day, facing the lust and back to the sky. Instead of now, worry about survival tomorrow. At dawn the next day, Zhang Wei woke up early. He did a few push-ups and sit-ups in the dormitory. This is what he learned in books, convict fitness. In a small space, make use of ordinary facilities to exercise your muscles. I still remember when I first found this book in the school library, the surprise when opening the book. This is not a book that teaches people how to exercise. It is a book that teaches people to develop the power they can use, extreme power, the power of survival book. The author is an American, Paul Wade, who spent 19 years in the harshest prison in the United States, and gradually discovered a set of the oldest fitness methods. That was a power philosophy that had long been lost in the commercial society. The prisoner became one of the strongest people on earth with it, which allowed him to survive in prison with dignity. After being released from prison, he sorted out this lost skill and made it public. Well, then the frail and skinny Zhang Wei saw this book in the library. Zhang Wei just exercised casually a few times. His current physical qualities, it also doesn't support his high-intensity exercise. Exercise is a gradual process. He poured down a capful of protein powder, mix it with mineral water, and swallow it in one gulp. Zhang Wei quietly lifted the sheets hanging on the balcony. He looked out the window and looked downstairs. There are more and more zombies. More zombies have come out of the building in search of food, wandering around campus. It has become increasingly difficult to break through. The kind of fast-moving zombies, many are sluggish from not eating. They only smell it, or when you hear a noise, only then will he run quickly towards the target direction. But this also brings more and more zombies, crowded gathering, or move in groups. Zhang Wei thought for a while, I still have to continue looking for supplies. At least a few nearby dormitories were cleaned up. As for how much food and water can be found, then it depends on your luck. He called Zhouwen and Lu Renjia. I want these two guys to get a good workout too. Where are we going? Do you want to break out and ask for help? Zhouwen rummaged through the locker and found something that tickled him. Holding it in his hand, he said excitedly, as if holding a machete. Boss, you can go wherever you say you want to go, The two of us messed around with you today. Lu Renjia is relatively more reliable. At least the mop stick that Zhang Wei used to hold the door was found. After Zhang Cheng used this stick, he threw it casually under the bed. However, this stick has zero attack power against zombies. Even if the zombies stand still and let him knock, I guess he was exhausted, the zombies haven't fallen yet. Zhang Wei sharpened the stick with a watermelon knife. Said, you use this stick to poke into the zombie's head, it will be killed. Find the weak spot, for example, zombie eyes, mouth, and jaw. You remember, zombies are only truly dead if they are brain dead. Attacks from other places are difficult to kill zombies. Good, we saw it on TV. Do you want to give a zombie a massage? Zhang Wei looked at the weapons Zhou had collected and said, one end is an itchy palm, on the other end is a wooden hammer no bigger than a fist. Then I'll change my weapon. Zhou finally found an arm strength machine from another place. The arm strength machine is made of all metal, with a large metal spring in the middle, and weighs about 10 to 20 kilograms. Zhou finds it quite handy to use. Well, two girls stay in the dormitory to look after the house. Remember? Don't make any noise. Don't open the door to strangers. And open the door only when you hear us knocking regularly. Zhang Wei said to Hu Dai and Li Shaoqian. The psychological endurance of these two girls is still very weak, and bringing them along is purely a burden. There is also food in the dormitory, it must be supervised. Zhang Wei guessed, there are probably other survivors in this dormitory building. Have no idea, is there anyone else, observing his group in secret? Good, then let's take action. Zhou found another peaked cap, weared it on the head. Let's go to the 6th floor first. Zhang Wei gave the instructions. The 6th floor is the safest now. At the beginning, in order to survive, the chaotic crowd must have poured into the floors below first. Because the crisis broke out during the exam, almost all dormitories are empty. Later, on the first night with Zhang Wei and others, I heard intermittent knocking on the door, but there were no zombies or bloodstains in the corridor the next day. Then, there is a high possibility that survivors are knocking on the door, because zombies don't move at night. And the person who knocks on the door, since there is no corresponding key, I can't even enter the dormitory room, don't even dare to hit the door with great force. Zhang Wei speculated, these people should be from floors 5 or below, because when I went to pick up the key from the dormitory and on the 3rd floor, found a twitching corpse about to mutate there. That is to say, the zombie chase reached at least the 3rd floor. And in the past few days, everyone heard the running and footsteps coming from downstairs, but I didn't hear any noise from the roof. Then, there is only one possibility, the roof of the building has not fallen yet, or the rooftops are all survivors, a living person who lives in obscurity just like himself. Zhang Wei decided to start cleaning from the 6th floor down. Open all dormitory doors one by one and check. He wants to make sure all rooms are safe. Even if another living person runs in with his own key, it's not that big of a risk either. Zhang Wei is worried about the living people who ran in to seek refuge, while hiding in the dormitory, became a zombie. At this time, the greater risk comes not only from zombies, but human. Hidden danger. People can make noise to attract zombies. He can also design to harm his own group. Just like I designed it 3 days ago, he and Zhou brought one up from the 3rd floor. Corpse, blocked in front of the 511 door, taking advantage of the time gap of Zhang Ya's sudden change, I took away this one from dormitory 511. Bunker. Same. Chapter 17 Searching for Supplies. Zhang Wei and Zhou, Lu Renjia and 3 others, pass the 5th floor sneakily, go to the corridor between the 5th and 6th floors. When arriving at the corridor on the 6th floor, Zhang Wei, who was in the lead, signaled the 2 people behind him to stop first. He took out something from his chest. It turned out to be an empty mineral water bottle. Zhang Wei threw the empty mineral water bottle in the corridor. It made a moderate noise. Waited 3 to 5 seconds. Fine. There was no roar as expected. Zhang Wei then motioned for the 2 people behind to follow him. Pick up the bottle quietly by yourself. Zhang Wei took out a bunch of keys, in fact. This is just part of the big bunch of keys that I got on the 3rd floor. The dormitory building has 6 floors in total. There are 20 bedrooms on each floor. Zhang Wei only sorted out the ones on the 6th floor. Carrying more than 100 keys on your person can easily make loud noises. There are a total of 26 keys on the 6th floor. Some dormitories may keep extra spare keys. Zhang Wei found a key with 601 on it. Go to a door at the end of the corridor, quietly inserted it through the keyhole, turn it, the dormitory door lock opens as expected. The 3 of them walked in one after another. It is daytime now, The light in the dormitory is okay. Zhang Wei first went to the dormitory, with the thought of expectation, turned on the tap. Not a drop of water came out. Zhang Wei originally thought that in the water pipe, there should be some residual water. The reality is crueler than imagined. The three of them searched this dormitory for a long time. Only half a bag of dried sweet potatoes was found. Besides, nothing more. This dried sweet potato is a specialty of southern cities. I don't know which student brought it from home. A few people quietly closed the door, but it was not locked. Then, I went to dormitory number 602. Surprisingly, in the drawer of the computer desk in this dormitory, I found several packages of unopened spicy strips. And a box of Arrow mint gum. Zhang Wei gave each person a piece of chewing gum. Then, he put the spicy strips in the backpack he brought. Although this spicy strip is suitable for those who are currently extremely short of water, not a good thing. But this spicy strip thing, its main ingredient is starch or flour. It can still be used to satisfy hunger. Just wait for a heavy rain, reserve some water, and soak it for a while. Get rid of those chilly ingredients. It's a good food reserve. If you don't open it, it has a shelf life of at least half a year at room temperature. Under a bed in dormitory 602, Zhang Wei also found several unopened express boxes. Zhang Wei is like taking apart a blind box. I was so excited that I opened one of them. It turned out to be 4 pairs of men's boxer briefs. Split it. Zhang Wei gave Joan a message, gave one to Lu Renjia. Lu Renjia is still coy there. Zhang Wei then said, just think about it. You haven't showered in a few days. Isn't it possible to live a lifetime without changing underwear? This thing is a scarce thing now. When it comes to underwear, you can probably search the entire dormitory building casually. We could also find 70 or 80 items, but they were all worn by others, unworn underwear. It would be nice to find it. So Lu Renjia and Joan both accepted it happily. The second express box is men's facial cleanser. Zhang Wei thought about it, and threw it into his backpack. It's almost summer now. Wait for a heavy rainstorm one day. You can calmly go to the rooftop on the 7th floor and take a shower. This facial cleanser has its place. The third express box, a little beyond Zhang Wei's expectation. It's a beautiful box of candy. Open the candy box in the express box. The colorful marquees light up instantly. Ring. Happy birthday to you. Electronic sound. Zhang Wei quickly closed the box. The music stopped suddenly, after inferring, this is probably a birthday gift that the owner of this express delivery wants to give to someone else. Because I checked the cover of the express delivery, the recipients are all the same person. Obviously this is a copy that hasn't been sent out yet. The zombie crisis broke out as a birthday gift. Zhang Wei knows that candy is a good thing in the last days, so I put the candies together with the music box containing the candies. He also put it in his backpack. Courier owner, and the owner to whom the gift is to be given, maybe they are no longer in this world. The three of us didn't feel like we had much to gain from staying in this dormitory. So I went to the third dormitory. In this dormitory, I only found half a bottle of unfinished mineral water. The cap of this half bottle of mineral water is not screwed on. When Joan wanted to take it to drink, was stopped by Zhang Wei. He took out an unopened bottle of water he had brought with him from his backpack. Pass it to Joan, indicate him to drink this bottle first if he is thirsty. Joan took it, drink a third of it with your head tilted up. Are you so thirsty? Zhang Wei was shocked and inexplicable. After searching the 3 dormitories, Zhang Wei discovered useful materials found in these 3 dormitories. It's better to be in your own dormitory. Half of the supplies I found. It still doesn't seem to work. Zhang Wei walked to the dormitory, opened the bathroom window, looking at another building not far away, said, maybe we have to go to the girls' dormitory to look for supplies in the future. Girls like to eat snacks, maybe raid a dormitory, you can fill up your backpack. Zhang Wei thought happily. Zhang Wei knows, now at this time, the place with the most abundant supplies. It's a small supermarket where you can buy your own snacks. The supermarket is not far downstairs from the dormitory. But there are also tens or hundreds of meters away. You have to pass through part of the playground, and several sections of roads with wide views. This time passes, undoubtedly seeking death. But maybe you can enter the girls' dormitory building first. Then go through the corridor or rooftop of the girls' dormitory building. This distance can be shortened by more than half. Zhang Wei took out a notebook from his backpack. Record the floor plan and route map in an orderly manner. This is his way of survival. Next, the 3 of them continued to search the remaining dormitories. Zhang Wei was in a boy's locker, found a monocular. What is this? Zhang Wei thought it was some kind of toy. I took a few looks through the bathroom window and found out. It turned out to be a telescope with adjustable focus. I turned it around and debugged it at will. You can actually clearly see the balcony of the girls' dormitory building diagonally opposite. Colorful underwear hanging to dry. The owner of this telescope is not simple. Zhang Wei sighed. Then I smiled and accepted the telescope, stuffed into his backpack. Survival in the apocalypse. With the telescope, it's just as powerful as a tiger. Boss, why are you laughing? Did you see anything? Zhou saw that Zhang Wei had been giggling there. No, I saw a silly cat. Zhang Wei really saw a silly cat running on the wall. The cat ran silently. It didn't even attract the attention of the zombies. Whoosh. He slipped in through a window in the girls' dormitory on the first floor and disappeared. If it were a dog, Zhang Wei may store it, because dogs will follow people, used for searching for supplies or finding survival passages, etc. But cats, for themselves, not of much use. I heard that in some places people eat cats. Maybe one day when I really can't find food, you can catch that cat and eat it. Zhang Wei was thinking, I feel like I'm being too cruel. This is the end of the world. Someone is eating people, just a cat. Why do you feel guilty when you think about eating it? But the dormitory building of the girls' dormitory, I have the impression that someone has survived. Do you want me to go over and have a look? Zhang Wei said to himself. Chapter 18. There are survivors. In fact, Zhang Wei never thought about eating cats. I kind of miss the dog meat hot pot I had in the winter. After the end of the world, eating has become a luxury. Because there is no reliable seasoning, the 2 packs of salt Zhang Wei bought were already very high in seasonings. Because in the memory of my previous life, salt is also a luxury product. When all supermarkets and shopping malls, in the months leading up to the crisis, after everything was looted, it's even hard to find food in this city. Zhang Wei wanted to loot as many things as possible, and use the entire dormitory building as a base. The 3 continued to loot the remaining dormitories, and the doors that were no longer worth looting were closed. The rooms with quilts, down jackets, and other supplies were marked. When winter comes, these supplies are indispensable. 1 or 2 years after the end of the world, many things can be used for barter. Money is not even as good as toilet paper, and it will be considered too hard to wipe your butt. This is when Zhang Wei spent all his money from the beginning. A reason to buy survival supplies. When trying to open the door of dormitory 608, Zhang Wei realized something was wrong. There is also something blocking the back of this door. It's like your own 511 dormitory. Dong dong dong. Zhang Wei gently knocked 3 times. He struck with the back of his hand. The sound is rather dull. People inside can roughly hear it, but the sound could not reach far. Squeak. The door was opened a crack. One is sallow and thin. The man, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, opened the door. Zhang Wei knows, this person is not cautious enough. If it were myself, it won't open the door no matter what. This man opened the door a crack. Looking around with vigilant eyes, I found 3 strange boys outside the door. I couldn't help but close the door. Unexpectedly, he was blocked by Zhou's arm strength device. This guy Zhou, looking stupid, there is still some cleverness. Zhang Wei couldn't help but forcefully squeezed in. The other 2 followed suit. Zhang Wei looked at the dormitory. I found cigarette butts all over the place. This man is a smoker. It seems that he is also a prickly student, because smoking is strictly prohibited in school. Even for people like Su Long when smoking. I would quietly hide in the toilet. You survived by smoking? Zhang Wei couldn't help but ask. It's not like this person prepared food in advance. Because the school will have a holiday after the exam that day. This guy still had the strength to open the door for a few people. It means that he ate something at least. Grapefruit. I survived on a grapefruit. The boy with panda eyes said. I have seen you. You are from the 5th floor. He continued to add. Oh, where have you seen me? Zhang Wei didn't have much impression of this person. In the men's bathroom in the classroom building, you were raped by Su Long. The boy with panda eyes accidentally saw the watermelon knife in Zhang Wei's hand. Suddenly I didn't dare to speak. I was bullied by Su Long, that's all in the past. I don't want to resist and cause trouble. I just obeyed my grandma's last wish. Just finish high school quietly at school. Zhang Wei said to himself. If Su Long did anything to him again at this time, he would see what it means to be stabbed in and out. Where are the grapefruits you left? Lu Renjia searched the dormitory for a long time, but found nothing. At this time, any fruit would be very tempting. I ate it all 2 days ago. Oh, there is not a single bit left. Lu Renjia still didn't believe it. Yes, I ate the skin too. The boy with panda eyes added. Damn, you are really a starving ghost reincarnated. Zhou was extremely shocked. Well, don't underestimate a person's desire for food in a desperate situation. Zhang Wei stopped Zhou from laughing at the man. What your name? Zhang Wei looked at everything in the dormitory. This person is also smart. Paint the windows black with a bottle of ink. There were also several split writing brushes and an ink bottle scattered nearby. This will prevent zombies from noticing, but it will also attract the attention of living people. But this man opened the door to several of his own people. I just didn't realize how dangerous the human heart is. But now is just the beginning of the catastrophe. The law still maintains its due role. My name is Zhao Zhenxiong. Okay, I'll call you a panda from now on. Zhang Wei took out the small bag of dried sweet potatoes and he grabbed a handful and handed it to Zhao Zhenxiong. Zhao Zhenxiong took it over. Wolf. I haven't eaten in a long time. Zhao Zhenxiong explained. Zhang Wei saw that his lips were not very chapped. So he asked, where did you get the water? Forehead. Zhao Zhenxiong hesitated to speak. Zhang Wei walked to his bathroom, turned on the faucet. There is no drainage of water. Went to the balcony again. I found a bucket in the corner. There are 3 or 5 pieces of clothing inside. On the morning of the exam, I took a bucket of water and soaked my clothes. I want to come back and do laundry after the exam is over. Unexpectedly this happened. Zhao Zhen's ambition still has lingering fears. Fortunately, I just ran out of washing powder. So I didn't use washing powder to soak the clothes this time. Otherwise, this water is really undrinkable. I just rely on the water for soaking my clothes. I drank it for 4 or 5 days. Zhao Zhenxiong continued. You are right. This water is at least cleaner than the water outside. It should also taste better than urine. In Zhang Wei's previous life, but you can quench your thirst by drinking urine. Zhou gave Zhao Zhenxiong the bottle of water that he had not finished drinking just now. Zhao Zhenxiong said thank you. I'll give you a pack of spicy strips to satisfy your hunger. Zhang Wei opened his school bag. I took out a pack of spicy strips. Zhao Zhenxiong wolfed it down again. He opened his mouth to vent his anger. Are you the only one who survives on this floor? I have no idea. Ever since I entered the dormitory, I haven't even gone out yet, but I quietly lay at the window and looked out. I have seen the misery of many people. Many people were bitten to death. Before seeing the rescue coming, I have no intention of going out. I was half asleep just now. I thought the knock on the door was for rescue. So the door is open for you. We can come in even if you don't open the door for us, as long as your door is unlocked. Zhang Wei Yang raised a key in his hand. There is a number 602 on it. Zhang Wei looked around and said, it turns out that what just blocked the door was a computer desk. Do you have all the keys to level 6? Zhao Zhenxiong was shocked. Right, I can open all the bedroom doors on the 6th floor. Do you have any good suggestions? Do you have the key to 612? Of course. Zhang Wei found one. That's great, there is food there. Zhao Zhenxiong said excitedly. Everyone was extremely excited. There is nothing more exciting than finding food at this time. So I went to 612 excitedly, opened the door. Is this what you're talking about eating? Zhang Wei pointed to several large bags of dog food on the ground. Chapter 19 Finding Dog Food. Zhao Zhenxiong was so excited that he rushed over. He grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth, while saying it was delicious. Zhang Wei tried to eat one pill. It tastes really good. So the remaining Lu Renjia and Zhou also followed suit. Start eating. I didn't lie to you. Did I? How did you know there was dog food here? Did you know that there is always a person walking the dog in the school? I met him many times in school. Looks like a huge white Samoyed, led by an iron chain. She is a woman in her 40s or 50s. That is the wife of the Dean of Students. Is she the wife of Dean of Students Wang Jing? What does that have to do with this dog food? You're right. It really has something to do with it. The person who lives in this dormitory is named Wang Jiahao. He is the son of the Dean of Students. I talked to that guy several times. Their dogs are a pure blood. Eat imported American dog food, otherwise hair will fall out all the time. So that kid buys dog food online from Amazon every week. And the summer vacation lasts for more than 2 months. After the campus is closed, express delivery cannot come in. So he purchased 2 months' worth of dog food at once. A few days ago, a courier delivered a package to the door of this dormitory. I saw it with my own eyes. I have exams these days. That kid would never move the dog food down so quickly. So that's it. Zhang Wei took inventory of the dog food. There are 8 big bags in total. I'm afraid it weighs 70 or 80 pounds. If it really satisfies hunger, eat sparingly. It is no problem for one person to eat for a year and a half. I just don't know if eating it will cause stomach upset. Because after all, It is for dogs to eat. A dog's digestive system is different from a human's. Zhang Wei took a bag and put it into his backpack. I just feel heavy. Taking too much will affect your actions. You will need to move it again later. Zhouan saw that Zhao Zhenxiong was still eating. I couldn't help but stop it. A person who eats too much after being hungry for a long time, it is very likely that he will be eaten alive. Those people on TV, when you are sick and weak, don't they all drink rice porridge or something? Don't worry if you eat something that won't kill you. This is imported dog food. They are all made from compressed beef. Don't underestimate such a small bag. $50 or $60. $50 or $60, that's more than 300 yuan. And this bag weighs about 10 kilograms at most. It's enough to feed a giant dog like a Samoyed for a week. Zhang Wei only lamented that the dog ate more than himself in a week. My own living expenses in the cafeteria for a week, it's only about 100 yuan. After Zhao Zhenxiong grabbed another handful and ate it all, he finally stopped with a feeling of unfulfilled desire. I'm very familiar with the entire 6th floor. I'll help you find something. Zhao Zhenxiong volunteered. Of course. Zhang Wei knew what Zhao Zhenxiong meant. He wanted to share a portion of the food he found. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. Zhao Zhenxiong, this guy, was not only a smoker, but also a socialite. He seemed to be familiar with everyone. Soon, he got along well with Zhouan and Lu Renjia. It seemed that he used to visit people frequently, and was very familiar with who lived in which dormitory. Which bed is for the son of a high-ranking official? Which bed is for the second generation of the rich? Which dormitory has people who like to fight and fight? Soon, the entire 20 dormitories on the 6th floor were searched. The 4 found a lot of food and daily necessities, and each of them found a big school bag, and carried it on their backs like Zhang Wei did. If you rely on your hands alone, you can't carry too many things, and sometimes, you have to hold weapons with your hands just in case you need to fight. Zhao Zhenxiong also found an unopened box of directs, and I don't know which student took it to play with, but Zhang Wei accepted it with a smile. Zhang Wei knows, this thing is used to survive in the last days. That's of great use, my past life self, once I relied on this thing, escaped the siege of zombies. I didn't expect that, the entire 6th floor, only you survive. Zhang Wei seemed very pessimistic. I originally thought, on the 6th floor of the dormitory, find 3 or 5 survivors, there shouldn't be much of a problem. But I didn't expect that, not all people, they are all the same as themselves. I feel that the higher the place, the safer it is. Those who were there during the first zombie outbreak, those who were frightened, I will subconsciously think that the mutiny only occurs inside the campus. I just want to blindly escape from school, but they don't know the outside world, if there is no hiding place, will be more dangerous. In Zhang Wei's previous life, he climbed out of the wall. As a result, we were attacked by more zombies. In the end, I pedaled like crazy with the help of a bicycle, only briefly escaped danger. And now, the direction of the story has changed. Zhang Wei knows, according to the original escape route, it's definitely not going to work. 4 or 5 days have passed, the outside world, there have definitely been bigger changes. I only need to wait 7 days, the number of zombies has increased exponentially, will reach a relatively saturated state. Everyone who deserves to live will survive. Everyone who deserves to die is already dead. At that time, then think of a way to attack yourself. Find a better base than you experienced in your previous life. When Zhang Wei was searching for supplies, so I invited Zhao Zhenxiong down. Move in together, there is someone to take care of you when you are on duty as a watchman and so on. Zhao Zhenxiong refused because he was not used to sleeping in someone else's bed. Zhao Zhenxiong, when he couldn't find food, he lived in his dormitory for 4 or 5 days with only a grapefruit. Now that he found more food, he was not worried anymore. He also insisted that the so-called rescue should be coming soon. After all, the power outage lasted for 1 day, and the water supply had been cut off for 4 days, which would cause public outrage among the residents of this city. The 4 of them gathered again in Zhao Zhenxiong's dormitory 608 and redistributed the things they found, including the 7 or 8 bags of dog food. Zhang Wei even undressed the 2 pairs of underwear he had received before. I also mixed one for Zhao Zhenxiong. Zhao Zhenxiong said no. Finally I heard Zhang Wei say, "Take it, there are 2 girls downstairs. These men's boxer briefs, they can't wear it." "And there are girls?" Zhao Zhenxiong suddenly felt peach blossoms in his eyes. Lu Renjia looked wary. "Stop pretending, tell you the truth, there is a girl named Hu Dai. She is the girlfriend of classmate Lu Renjia. This will kill you. This hard. There is another one named Li Shaoqian. He is my classmate. I can introduce you to him." That's great. Zhao Zhenxiong said excitedly, one eye shines. Suddenly I saw the bottom of the bed opposite. There is still half a cigarette, but that is not completely burned. So I picked it up and smoked it. Are you really not going down with us? Zhang Wei asked for the last time. No, but I might go down and meet those two girls later. I want to stay on the 6th floor. It's not just me who recognizes the bed, but if a helicopter passes by, easier to detect. Maybe I can get some quilts from the dormitory, lit in the corridor outside, create a beacon. Zhao Zhenxiong explained. All right, good luck to you then. Zhang Wei shook hands with Zhao Zhenxiong and said goodbye. Dong dong dong. After arriving on the 5th floor, Zhang Wei gently knocked on the door with the back of his hand. But no one responded. Zhang Wei knocked on the door again. Still no one responded. Who die? Lu Renjia shouted softly. Still no one responded. Zhang Wei quickly took out the key and opened the door. I saw no one in the dormitory. Along with a dormitory of food and water, all disappeared. Chapter 20 Murderous intent emerges. Zhang Wei's face turned livid instantly. Zhou was also a little panicked, and Lu Renjia, even more frightened, because they disappeared at the same time, and his girlfriend who died. Zhang Wei first ruled out the possibility of zombies entering. Zombies enter, not all the food will be taken away. And my group has been searching for supplies on the 6th floor. Not very far apart, if the person below calls, it's audible. That is to say, people who enter the 511 dormitory, they didn't force the door to get in. Otherwise the lock would have been broken long ago. You will also hear the sound of the door being broken. The loss of food and the disappearance of two girls, it was an acquaintance who committed the crime. Zhang Wei suddenly gritted his teeth. Su Long. Only Su Long would let Hu Dai and Li Shaoqian open the door without any scruples. Zhang Wei went out and took a look. The door to 510 is still closed. Zhang Wei had already guessed that Su Long was not dead, because he saw Lu Feng's body downstairs. His borrowed knife to kill people did not let Qin Shao, Lu Feng, Su Long and 3 others die together. Su Long has some disputes with himself. Zhang Wei thought about getting rid of it quickly. It's just that Zhang Wei doesn't want people to think that he is a cold-blooded person. Otherwise it will be difficult to lead the team. So Zhang Wei didn't plan to do it himself this time. At most, Su Long is left to fend for himself. After seeing Lu Feng's body, Zhang Wei did not go to Su Long's dormitory to check. But now, obviously Su Long took action, because according to Zhang Wei's calculation, the water and food given to Su Long a few days ago, no matter how frugal he is, it should have been used up by this time. Zhang Wei knows. Su Long had reasons for holding Hu Dai and Li Shaoqian hostage. One was that he could use them to threaten himself. The other is when Zhang Wei drove Su Long away, the two girls didn't say much for him. The other one is to ask Zhang Wei to take advantage of him. I don't dare to break through the 510 door for food. This will cause Lu Renjia and Zhang Wei to split, because there is her girlfriend in it. Zhang Wei now has a reason to kill Su Long. He has already given Su Long a chance. If Su Long only took away part of the food for survival, do not take away the people, and all the food in the dormitory, it wouldn't make him so angry. Take away all the food, this means that Su Long never cared about the life or death of his own people. Zhang Wei lay at the door of the 510 office and listened carefully. Sudden, his expression changed instantly. What he heard, it turned out to be the voice of a zombie. Not good, there is danger, Zhang Wei said to Zhou and Lu Renjia next to him. He quickly returned to his dormitory, take out an air-conditioned quilt, fold carefully, then put it on the door where the door lock is. His only key has been given to Su Long. To enter dormitory 510, you can only force the door. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Wei kicked him out. A dull sound. The dormitory door opened in response. A black figure rushed over instantly. A few people only smelled a rotten stench coming towards them. When I look again, only then did he realize that Zhang Wei had inserted the watermelon knife straight into the zombie's eye socket. The zombies are still struggling. Zhang Wei stirred vigorously with both hands again. This is a zombie with a strange face, but it was obvious that he was a student of this school. Vomit. Zhou vomited out all the dog food he had just eaten. Hu Dai? Lu Renjia rushed in quickly. However, the 510 dormitory was empty. So is the bathroom. There were only a few empty plastic buckets. Where the hell did Su Long go? Zhang Wei fell into hard thinking. First, it was impossible for Su Long to get out of this dormitory building. And after he went to 511, Li Shaoqian and Hu Dai will definitely be questioned about their whereabouts. Then he will definitely not go to the 6th floor. The lock to the rooftop is not unlocked. It was impossible for Su Long to go up. So, Su Long can only be on the 5th floor or below. Zhang Wei quickly returned to the 511 dormitory. I found that the remaining 100 keys were still there. There were no signs of tampering with the lockers. This guy Su Long, it is impossible to wander back and forth from the 1st to the 5th floors. That would be too dangerous. Then, there is only one possibility left. He entered other dormitories. But Su Long doesn't have a spare key. So, are there other survivors? Zhang Wei understood everything in an instant. Combine your own inferences with Shoun, Lu Renjia, and the two said. What should we do? Are you going to find Hu Dai and Li Shaoqian? After Lu Renjia disappeared, my heart has become a mess. We can only wait for now. Zhang Wei thought for a while and answered. Wait, how about that? Lu Renjia still cares about Hu Dai's safety. Right, can only wait. Before we go upstairs, I have already told Hu Dai, Li Shaoqian, and the other two were waiting in the dormitory. Wait until there is a regular knock on the door before opening the door. But they opened the door anyway, regardless of whether Su Long took the two of them hostage and left. Then lock a zombie in 510 without leaving a trace. This is not something he can do alone. Right before Viagra and I lift a body, it took a lot of effort. Joan added. If a living corpse is introduced, that requires at least 3 to 4 people, and there are great risks. If a dead body is brought in or a bitten person is locked up, that's not a big risk. But Su Long can lock people there. It means that he already has a better hiding place. This place was definitely something he didn't know about at first, otherwise. On the day of the exam, he wouldn't rush madly at the door of the 511 dormitory. So, I have a very bold guess. Su Long met someone who was willing to help him. And he took away our food and gave up his safe house. As my own certificate of investment, do you know what a certificate of surrender is? Shoun, Lu Renjia nodded. So, the 3 of us can't fight violently, otherwise. I don't know what trap I will fall into. This zombie of 510, it should be. Those people. A ranged trap. Zhang Wei carefully inspected the zombie. Sure enough, teeth marks were found on the back of his body. Fortunately, this zombie has mutated. If it is a coma state or a normal person state, a few people might be attacked from behind. No matter what, we can't let Su Long walk out of this building alive. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth. We just stayed motionless. Are you waiting for the other party to come to your door? Joan still felt a bit unreliable. Our current trump card is the food we found on the 6th floor. We have keys to all the dormitories. There is also a rooftop on the 7th floor that can be used as an escape route. There is also Zhao Jinxiong from 608, who may be able to be recruited as a foreign aide. And the other party doesn't know where we are now. Zhang Wei took stock of his own advantages one after another. He asked Shoei to take out the key to the 512 dormitory on his body. Open the door and go in. Lu Renjia was stunned. This room is much safer than the 511 next door. What about us now? Eat instant noodles now. Zhang Wei moved out Joan's last 2 barrels of laut and pickled cabbage beef noodles. Zhang Wei found a stainless steel lunch box. He poured out some of the remaining bottled water. 2 candles are burning underneath. It started to burn. When the candle burns to 1 halfway, the water finally boiled. Zhang Wei poured the noodles into 2 buckets respectively. Put the lid on, said. The 3 of us, there are only 2 buckets of noodles, but there are still some crushed noodles in my pillow. Make a meal for 3 people, absolutely no problem. Lu Renjia was still hesitating. Zhang Wei said, eat noodles first, on a blackout night, it's fair to everyone, we'll do it tonight. Chapter 21, Attack in the Dark. Zhang Wei decided to attack at night, to find the hidden Su Long. But he didn't know which dormitory Su Long was hiding in. He also didn't know how many people there were on the other side. With only 3 people, it was still a bit risky to search blindly. Even if 2 fists could beat 4 hands, the fight would attract zombies. The best time would be to wait until 7 days were up, and then slowly search and investigate one by one. But Zhang Wei was not a passive person. In his previous life, he had encountered many more dangerous situations than this. After dark, while Zhang Wei was still thinking about countermeasures, there was a sudden knock on the door next door. It's late at night, who could it be? Zhang Wei held the watermelon knife in his hand vigilantly. The newly lit candle was blown out again. Not many people know that they live in 511 dormitories. Counting those who died, I can count them on one hand. Zhang Wei was worried that Su Long had come back with 2 girls hostage, signaling the 2 of them to be silent. A few more seconds passed. Dong dong dong. The knock on the door rang again. Wrong, that guy Su Long wouldn't be so polite. He opened the door and took a look. The guy who knocked on the door was frightened. He was holding a large bag of things in his hand. Zhang Wei took a closer look. It turned out to be this guy Zhao Zhenxiong. When he saw Zhang Wei, he suddenly became excited. "Didn't you say you live in 511? I knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Did I remember it wrong? What about the girls? Let me see." Zhang Wei dragged him in, instructing him to speak quietly first. Zhao Zhenxiong understood. Zhang Wei was worried about attracting zombies. So he said carefully, "I thought about it for a long time. And it's more convenient to live with you. I feel very depressed living alone. I move my quilt and other things down. I am a little bit picky about my bed. But the wooden beds in the school are actually the same. In fact, I just pick my own quilt. I will protect the girls in your dormitory." Zhang Wei then saw through the dim light of the dormitory that Zhao Zhenxiong was holding a summer air-conditioned quilt in front of his chest, a rolled-up mat under his armpit, and a large school bag on his back. "This is packed." Zhang Wei then eliminated his suspicion of Zhao Zhenxiong. He had doubts about Zhao Zhenxiong before. He suspected that Zhao Zhenxiong was trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain, and took them to the dormitories on the 6th floor to find supplies, and then Su Long took the opportunity to rob the dormitory. Now, his suspicion was eliminated. Zhao Zhenxiong's words definitely were not fake. With one more person, his chance of winning was even greater. His plan was even more perfect. Zhang Wei told Zhao Zhenxiong what happened during the day. "What? Have you been robbed by Su Long? The whereabouts of the two female classmates are also unknown?" Zhao Zhenxiong only felt that his trip was in vain. "Tell me your plan." Zhao Zhenxiong lit a cigarette. "Why do you still have cigarettes?" Zhang Wei was stunned. "I saw Zhao Zhenxiong picking up cigarette butts on the ground and smoking them before. I made it myself." Zhao Zhenxiong handed one to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei does not smoke, but he wanted to see what the cigarettes Zhao Zhenxiong made were. "So I took it over curiously. I use white paper, roll toilet paper into a barrel, and it can be lit with a little help. I also gave this cigarette a name called Toilet Paper Brand Cigarettes." Zhang Wei introduced it happily, as if it was the 5th greatest invention in the world. "I was extremely opposed to not nominating you for the Nobel Prize in Chemistry that year." Zhang Wei returned the toilet paper brand cigarettes to Zhao Zhenxiong. But Zhao Zhenxiong's eyes, soon attracted by the half-pack of betel nuts on Lu Renjia's bed. This betel nut was given to Lu Renjia by Zhang Wei before. Betel nut and smoke, the power is boundless. Zhao Zhenxiong was very excited. "There might be a fight later. How many can you hit?" Zhang Wei asked casually. "2. Let's do it." Zhao Zhenxiong was a little hesitant. He knew what Zhang Wei wanted to do. Zhang Wei doesn't care whether he saves people or not. If those two girls had not been killed, it's the same safety no matter where you are. Zhang Wei wanted to establish his authority. Because Su Long crossed the line. "But I definitely want to be with Zhang Wei. This is an intuition. Follow Zhang Wei to survive. Let me tell you about my plan. My plan is crazy. It's called luring the snake out of its hole." Zhang Wei gathered the 4 people together, and spoke in a low voice. Just after midnight that night, Zhang Wei and the other 4 went out one by one. One went to the 2nd floor, one went to the 3rd floor, and one went to the 4th floor. Zhang Wei followed and went to the 1st floor, pulled the iron fence at the entrance horizontally, and quietly locked it. He was very careful, and made almost no sound. In this way, the dormitory building became a prison, and all variables became controllable. The zombies outside can't get in for the time being. People inside can't get out either. It's time to execute the plan. Zhang Wei took out his dormitory room at the corner of the stairs on the 3rd floor. "The cell phone I found. The battery level in the upper right corner has turned red. The remaining power is 16%. Then let this phone play its last remaining value. Cell phones cannot communicate with the outside world. There is no place to charge after a power outage. This phone is in my hand, not even as effective as a brick." Zhang Wei is at the door of the fence gate on the 1st floor. Using one of the boxes of Durex found in the dormitory, this phone is trapped. Then turn the volume on your phone to maximum. Finally, I pressed the music play button, then he threw it out through the gap in the fence. The phone flew out smoothly. It landed on the lush grass 20 meters away. "Burn my calories." The loud ringtone of the cell phone suddenly rang. I have to say, the dormitory and smartphone, although it is not a famous brand like Apple or Huawei, but the copycat manufacturers have perfected the external amplification volume. In this quiet night, within 100 meters, almost clearly audible. Just for a moment, All the wandering zombies ran towards the source of the sound, and zombies attract more zombies. Not long after, a huge group of zombies appeared in front of the dormitory building. Zhang Wei stared at the movement of all the dormitory doors on the first floor. The weak moonlight could only make out the general outline. But yes, Zhang Wei said, this is enough. As long as someone opens the dormitory door, even if it makes no sound, you can even detect it yourself. And calories. The sound of ringtones. The temptation for people hiding in dormitories longing to be rescued is almost fatal. Zhang Wei knows. Even if oneself heard this noise in the middle of the night, I can't help but look outside. He stared at the first floor. Zhouwen stared at the second floor. Zhao Zhenxiong stared at the third floor. Lu Renjia stared at the fourth floor. If there is no movement on all floors, Zhang Wei will target the fifth floor. It's just that Zhang Wei ruled out the fifth floor from the beginning. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, no movement. Zhang Wei left stealthily. He couldn't stay in front of the fence for too long. With only 10% of battery left, and the phone was at full volume, it wouldn't last long. Zhang Wei went to the second floor to meet Zhouwen. Zhouwen shook his head. The two went to the third floor to meet Zhao Zhenxiong. Zhao Zhenxiong also shook his head. The three went to the fourth floor to meet Lu Renjia. Lu Renjia nodded. Which room? Zhang Wei asked coldly. 410. Oh, I didn't expect it to be Su Long's room downstairs. This was a bit beyond Zhang Wei's expectations. Chapter 22 Operation Dawn. How about it? Didn't I see you on the other side? Are you sure it's Su Long? Zhang Wei asked happily. Lu Renjia nodded. He shook his head again. We'll talk more about it back on the fifth floor. Zhang Wei decided to go back first. If you rush into the dormitory at this time, that is very irrational. First of all, the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. I don't know where the people inside are. There are also some weapons. Then, there is the mobile phone in front of the dormitory building. Attracted a large number of zombies. Make the noise yourself. If hundreds of zombies surround the dormitory building, then you can never get out again. What on earth did you just watch? Zhao Zhenxiong couldn't help but ask. I don't know. He nodded and shook his head. What exactly does it mean? Actually, what he wanted to ask was, have you seen the girl? I saw a girl in the boys' dormitory, still very novel. You saw me on the other side, but not Su Long. See you? After I saw the door open, half a figure came out. After seeing me, immediately and quietly went in again. It's true that I'm smart. I pretended to be a zombie like I had polio. I guess that person was frightened. That person was definitely not Su Long. Because Su Long is nearly 1.8 meters tall, almost touching the doorframe. That person's height, at most 1.6 meters. We move at dawn. Zhang Wei made a decision. The people in the 410 dormitory were so annoyed by the ringtone of their mobile phones. I must be so excited that I can never sleep again. The discussion will probably last until late at night. And at dawn, it's when their consciousness is at its most chaotic, easily lose reason and judgment. Zhang Wei took care of Su Long at that time. Easy and simple, just stare at Su Long and go to death alone. Others dare not take action. The code name for the operation is Operation Dawn. Bar. Zhang Wei thought of his past life many times in order to complete a given task. Each has a special code name. Most of the time, there are even hundreds or thousands of people working hard for this code name. For example, the time they raided the water plant. The four of them returned to dormitory 512. Zhang Wei brought bottled water, put 4 people's empty bottles. Everyone poured some in. Another piece of bread was distributed to each person. Food and water must be regained, otherwise I won't be able to survive. After all, dog food is for dogs to eat. Unless there is really nothing to eat. Do you have any weapons? Zhang Wei saw that Zhao Zhenxiong came almost empty-handed. Zhao Zhenxiong took out a screwdriver from his backpack. The length of chopsticks, better than nothing. Lend me your lighter. Zhang Wei took the lighter from Zhao Zhenxiong. I also bought a bottle of hair styling spray I found from 512. Stuffed into the water pocket of the school bag. This is one of his secret weapons. When the sky is slightly bright, Zhang Wei opened the door of 512, but it didn't close. This is reserved as a retreat. When things go wrong, you can also retreat to the dormitory and lock the door. The 4 of them went downstairs one by one. No sound was made. Looking outside inadvertently, there are indeed more zombies. It seems that the mobile phone Zhang Wei threw out, more zombies were attracted last night. The 4 of them had to bend down, to avoid being seen by zombies. The 4 people leaned against the wall, 2 people on each side, avoid the blind spot of the dormitory doors people. standing next to dormitory 410. 1 hour. 2 hours. When more than 2 hours have passed, Zhang Wei finally heard the rustling sounds inside. By this time, it was already 3 poles high. These people are really big-hearted, not even a sentry was left. Soon, a man yawned and opened the door. Zhang Wei didn't even think about it, kicked him over. That man is almost the same as Zhang Wei back then. He sat down on the ground. But Zhang Wei was a little dumbfounded when he came in. This is no ordinary dormitory. This turned out to be a classroom. Zhang Wei knows. This dormitory building was built after the school expanded its enrollment. A long ago classroom was converted into a student dormitory. Some large classrooms, built 2 walls in the middle, it was separated into 3 dormitories. But what I didn't expect was that this dormitory actually has no walls. This is a large mixed dormitory. There are more than a dozen iron beds arranged inside. Calculated based on 2 people sharing 1 bed. There are probably dozens of people living in this dormitory. There was even a table tennis table in the open space in the middle. It is rumored that there is a dormitory for sports students in our school. It turns out to be true. Zhao Zhenxiong said in surprise. Zhang Wei also knew about this. The training of sports students is not as disciplined as that of ordinary students. They often go out early and come back late for training. In order to prevent sports students from disturbing the rest of ordinary students, the teacher arranged them in the same dormitory. I am usually an introvert, and I don't have any sports students, classmates, or friends. I didn't know that this big dormitory was actually downstairs. Because of this big dormitory, there are also 2 doors for entry and exit. Door 410 and door 411, no one would have thought, these 2 doors open, it's actually the same space. At this time, there was already light in the dormitory. Zhang Wei's eyes swept around. 1, 2, 3, 12 people in total, including the 2 missing girls. Su Long was also among them. Hu Dai ran over happily, lying in Lu Renjia's arms. Lu Renjia showed a questioning look. Hu Dai shook her head shyly. It seems that these boys, last night, he did not do anything illegal to Hu Dai. When Su Long first saw Zhang Wei kicking the door open, he was so scared that he stood up instantly. But when he looked at the people around him, he became confident again. No matter how powerful they were. Could 4 people beat 10? Su Long naturally did not count the 2 girls, Hu Dai and Li Shaoqian. He knew that the biggest threat was the cowardly Zhang Wei. He had long known what kind of people Zhouan and Lu Renjiao were. Give us back the food. I can forgive the past. Zhang Wei saw that Hu Dai and Li Shaoqian were not injured or insulted. So he wanted to withdraw first. 10 people here, they are all sports students. With the physical quality of my current body, there is no way to get any favors here. I have extensive experience in dealing with zombies, but when it comes to fighting 1 against 10, that's something only Ip Man can do. Obviously, he can't be Ip Man here. It will also affect a few friends. But he bets, people here may not do it for Su Long. Fight with yourself. How about killing Su Long and leaving? While thinking, Zhang Wei took out a piece of tattered cloth from his pocket. Orderly wrapped around the hand holding the watermelon knife. This way, the weapon won't fall out of your hand during a fight. Whether the weapon falls out of your hand or not is not up to you. It may fall out of your hand if you are hit hard, it may slip out of your hand if it is stained with too much blood, or it may be snatched away by several people. Without a weapon, you become a sandbag, a lamb to be slaughtered. But with a strip of cloth wrapped around you, and a knife in your hand, you have the world at your disposal. But just when Zhang Wei wanted to kill Su Long, Li Shaoqian ran out, stood between the 2 of them, and said, "Stop! Stop! Stop! We are all classmates. Is it necessary to make such a fuss?" Zhang Wei looked at Li Shaoqian. Although this person had been good to him before, if he made things worse again and again, then don't blame him for being rude. Chapter 23 Strategic Stalemate. Classmates, do you know how this guy usually treats me? Zhang Wei pointed at Su Long with a watermelon knife. I wish I could stab him to death. Zhang Wei still remembers the bullying he faced on his campus. Su Long used to spit on him in the men's restroom in front of many classmates. He was still twisting his head and deliberately peeing on him. In the summer, used flip-flops with black soles to slap his face, let Zhang Wei help him lick the soles of his shoes, stick the chewed gum in his hair, stuffing betel nut residue into his underwear. And the zombies in room 510 not long ago, Zhang Wei even felt that he could kick the door open with 1 kick. It was Su Long who didn't lock the door on purpose. I don't know. Li Shaoqian vaguely guessed something, but at this time, she could only pretend not to know. Then you should know how Lu Feng died. Right? Zhang Wei stared at Su Long and said, Lu Feng? Lu Feng was scratched either by Zhang Ye or someone else, and then committed suicide by jumping off the building at night? Li Xiaoqian naturally knew that there was Lu Feng's body on the ground downstairs. Or hit the ground head first, because there is no corpse transformation. Oh, it seems that this is what Su Long explained to you. If you think about it carefully, a man who jumped from the 5th floor at night, how could he hit the ground head first? Did you fall so hard that your brains exploded? That's right. I was the one who killed Lu Feng. He has been scratched by zombies. Sooner or later they will turn into corpses. You know Zhang Ye's fate. It's better for me to strangle Lu Feng with a towel than for both of us to become walking zombies. Su Long said nonchalantly. It was as if I had killed a chicken. Everyone around heard this and talked a lot, because Lu Feng is also considered a half-athletic student. He was on the campus track team. But this was the first time they heard about it. Being scratched by a zombie will turn you into a corpse. I always thought that the only way to turn into a corpse is to be bitten. Zhang Wei stopped talking. After a moment of silence, he continued, a murderer who kills at will, are you people so confident that he will live with you? If one day, which of you has been scratched or bitten, Su Long wanted to strangle him, will you stop me? People who are going to become zombies, of course we won't stop it, I'll even go up and help. One of the sports boys said harshly. Snort, I killed Lu Feng naturally. I have no choice but to. But Zhang Wei, you drove me and the 2 bitten people out. Doesn't that count as killing someone with a borrowed knife? If I want to borrow a knife to kill someone, how come when you leave? What about food for the 3 of you? Zhang Wei explained casually. Who dined next to him nodded in agreement. Zhang Wei did ask Li Xiaoqian to give them food. But this guy Su Long emptied all the food. And it's you who really borrowed the knife to kill. Right? The zombie's locked up in the 510 dormitory. He must also be a sports student. I saw him wearing a football uniform. There are also wounds with teeth marks on the back. Zhang Wei then added. Now everyone's expressions changed. Apparently the zombie was someone they knew. One of the sports students said, that person is our roommate. The night before yesterday, when he was on guard duty in the corridor on the 4th floor, I was accidentally bitten by the zombies following me. It was Su Long who saved him. He said he might transform into a corpse. It was best to lock them up. So we later canceled the sentry. It's safer to hide in the dormitory. Zhang Wei finally understood. Why did the 4 of them touch it? I didn't even encounter any sentinels. However, he still doubted that Su Long had saved the bitten man. Su Long, let's settle our grudge in this dormitory today. Zhang Wei looked at the ping-pong table, which was made of solid wood, and wanted to jump on it to fight Su Long to the death. In Zhang Wei's previous life, he had seen this kind of life and death arena, where a fight determined the ownership of certain interests, and the winners and losers on the arena were determined by fate, regardless of life or death. Boy, have you ever asked for our opinions before you started to pick a fight? One of the sports students came over with his head tilted. Zhang Wei even felt that he looked a bit like Nicholas Xiaoxi. I don't know how such a person got into the sports student team. However, sports students are simple-minded and muscular animals. Zhang Wei also felt that he could understand. Do you still think that you are the poor student in the toilet who is bullied? When you are in danger, you dare to stab yourself. Zhang Wei was not afraid and showed the knife to the man. This machete is still a bit long. The longer the better. But the space in this dormitory is obviously the shorter the better. Zhang Wei remembered a movie he had watched before. A Man's Martial Arts. The martial arts fanatic played by Lao Wang next door actually used a paper cutter to fight his opponent's long weapon on equal terms, and finally cut the opponent's neck. When watching a movie, I felt an inexplicable fear when I saw the neighbor Lao Wang start to use a paper cutter. The sports student was scared when he saw the knife, because he had heard Li Xiaoqian tell a story not long ago. Zhang Wei used this machete to kill the class beauty Zhang Ye, and in about a breath, he killed 3 other zombies. Li Xiaoqian's story was a bit exaggerated, but it was definitely not a lie, because when she told this story, the conceited Su Long did not refute it. You may be able to kill me, but you will also die. There are zombies everywhere in the school now, and you can't go to the hospital at all. Think about it. If the aorta is cut, can you survive? Zhang Wei held the machete in front of his eyes. Not bad, you can look in the mirror. After saying this, the sports student showed his timidity completely. They are used to being public, fights are common, but it's my turn to play with the knife. I really don't have the guts. Many other sports students were still ready to move under Su Long's encouragement. However, he was stopped by the current sports student. It seems that he just looks like Xiaoxi. The brain doesn't look like that. He hesitated for a moment, said, "There are more and more zombies in the school. We humans cannot fight among ourselves. Only by uniting can we survive. What Su Long brought here, you can take it back. But Su Long is also our brother, you can't do anything to him." "Can. Zhang Wei only plans to deal with Su Long later. Your own 7-day survival plan, it's already the 6th day, go there again tomorrow, you can start a new plan. On fighting, I may not be able to defeat Su Long for the time being. But when it comes to survival in the last days, Su Long would never be able to leave the dormitory alive." Su Long also wanted to instigate everyone to come together, but no one has responded. Zhang Wei looked at him coldly and forced him to shut up. The sports students rummaged through boxes and cabinets, gathered together the things Su Long brought here. Zhang Wei took a look. There are only 7 unopened bottles of mineral water left, and less than 10 ham sausages. There were also a few packages of biscuits that had been opened but not touched much. "There are more of us, so?" The sports student looked a little embarrassed. Then he turned around and rummaged around in the cabinet. "This is half a tub of protein powder when we are training, for muscle building, as compensation. For water, there are 2 drinking fountains in our dormitory. I originally stocked up on 4 or 5 buckets of bottled water. However, it has been almost consumed in the past few days. Only then did Zhang Wei know how he survived without food for these 10 people. Because each of them is a sports student, protein powder is stored in the dormitory. Milk powder and the like. I seem to have found protein powder in my dormitory before. I don't know which roommate it belongs to." So he no longer hesitated. He signaled Zhou and Zhao Zhenxiong to pack their things. "Then I plan to ask the 2 girls to leave together." Unexpectedly, at this time, Li Xiaoqian, who had just left the house, stepped back instead. Chapter 24 Battle with Su Long. Zhang Wei had long guessed that Li Xiaoqian would behave like this. It must be Li Xiaoqian who opened the door for Su Long. When he went out before, he had repeatedly told her, and who died not to open the door for anyone except him. Zhang Wei and others. This was actually a test for Li Xiaoqian by Zhang Wei. If she passed, he would make her his teammate. Li Xiaoqian. "What do you mean?" Lu Renjiao was also a little confused. If he didn't leave at this time, there would be no chance again. If he was willing to go together, he still planned to try his best to persuade Zhang Wei. Lu Renjiao also knew what Zhang Wei meant. He chose to leave the dormitory at this time to protect them. Hu Dai hesitated. I want to be with him," Li Xiaoqian said embarrassedly. Zhang Wei nodded and said nothing. The reason why Zhang Wei hesitated was not just because Li Xiaoqian had helped him before. It was because there were only a few of them left out of the 40 or 50 classmates in the whole class, or the thousands of people in the whole school. The loneliness of the end of the world was something that Lu Renjia, Hu Dai and others could not experience at the moment. Wait until they find out in a few days. All my relatives and friends in this world, when they are no longer alive, there will also be a sense of depression and despair. So for people in the past, even if his character is flawed, or something was not done right, Zhang Wei do plan to save him if he could. This Li Xiaoqian, it's just that he used to be Zhang Wei's desk mate. In my high school career without many friends, Li Xiaoqian did leave a slight impression on Zhang Wei. Classmates for 3 years in high school. If you want to die without saving, Zhang Wei thought he still couldn't do it. But if it is self-destruction, Zhang Wei was too lazy to care. Zhang Wei, sorry, yesterday I opened the door for Su Long, he asked me for supplies. I actually like him very much. I couldn't bear to let him starve to death. But did I ever expect that? Su Long will take away all the food. I can't stop him. I see, good luck. Zhang Wei walked outside without looking back. Seeing that the incident has subsided, conflicts were temporarily suppressed, unexpectedly. When Su Long heard Li Xiaoqian apologizing to Zhang Wei, he was so angry, picked up a basketball on the ground. He hit Zhang Wei hard on the back of the head. The distance between Su Long and Zhang Wei, who was almost walking to the door, it's only 7 or 8 meters away. Li Xiaoqian's. Careful. Haven't said it yet, the basketball had already hit Zhang Wei's head. Then bounce off. Such a close distance. Just hit it on the backboard. Backboards also need to be shaken 3 times. Zhang Wei was knocked to his knees without any surprise. Hateful. Zhang Wei stood up slowly. Seeing Lu Renjia and Hu Dai Zhouan had gone out, Zhang Wei then closed the door of the dormitory. Locked. Teammates who came with me, all have gone out the door. There are no worries anymore. Ignoring the anxious knocks from people outside, Zhang Wei turned around and said, Su Long, I gave you many opportunities, but every time, it's all because of your shamelessness. If it had just been a shot put instead of a basketball, Zhang Wei knows. I guess I have been told here. Li Xiaoqian thought Zhang Wei wanted to kill Su Long. He risked his life to stand in front of Su Long. But Su Long grabbed his hair and pulled it away. Roll, I don't need you. A stinky woman. To talk to you. Su Long said disdainfully. Now, the sports students at the scene were a little bit unable to stand it anymore. This girl is helping you. Okay, what else does Li Xiaoqian want to say, but he was pulled away by the athletes next to him. Zhang Wei and Su Long, this is a never-ending situation. Why are you still getting involved? Don't say it's the end of the world. Even if it's not the end of the world, these two people are also going to fight to the death. Zhang Wei raised his knife, only one of him, and Su Long can leave alive. Unexpectedly. At this moment, after Su Long winked, a sports student next to him said. He rushed over quickly. He firmly grabbed Zhang Wei's hand. He pressed Zhang Wei onto a water dispenser at the door. Zhang Wei's knife is wrapped with a bandage. This sports student hit with all his strength. He didn't let his knife go. After confirming that other sports students did not act, Zhang Wei hit him with a knee. Put the sharp knife in your hand, pushed into this guy's belly. Another horizontal pull. This sports student's belly was stretched open. Suddenly the intestines and organs were scattered all over the floor. The other sports students opened their eyes wide. His face was full of disbelief. The person who was knifed, use your last strength, want to push Zhang Wei's knife out, but it was all in vain. I reluctantly grabbed it a few times. It did untie the knot of Zhang Wei's bandage. Then this person looked at the fearful eyes of other sports students, breathed. The gushing blood dyed Zhang Wei's body and hands red. The lubrication effect of blood is too great. No friction. This knife is of no use for the time being. It's also slippery in the hand. Zhang Wei no longer cares about the knife. Just stick it on the bucket of the water dispenser. Su Long. Zhang Wei smiled and said, stand up on one side. Su Long swept over with a fist. Zhang Wei didn't even dodge. The same fist swept over. A muffled sound. Both of them left in silence. Too careless. Zhang Wei's hands are a little numb, but he still pretended not to care. Your fist, not much strength. Could it be that these days, did you eat too much soft rice? Su Long's fist, in fact. It is quite powerful. But it is far from the previous strength. After all, I haven't eaten for 4 or 5 days. It's all supported by some snacks and whatnot. Su Long was a little unsteady when he walked. You are looking for death. Su Long grabbed Zhang Wei's collar, taking advantage of his height. I wanted to push Zhang Wei against the wall and beat him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei ignored him. He raised his head and hit it. He hit Su Long's nose with his forehead. Su Long suffered from pain. I had to let go. Su Long stretched out his hand and touched it. The nose actually bleeds. This would cause him great loss of face. After all, there are about 10 people here watching. Su Long was about to grab Zhang Wei's clothes again and continue the good show of slapping him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei's right hand broke free first, and he slapped Su Long with his backhand, which made Su Long's eyes see stars, and he could hardly open his eyes. Zhang Wei swept his leg and knocked Su Long to the ground. Zhang Wei immediately took advantage of the situation and slapped him several times, making a crisp sound. Su Long, you bastard. Didn't you slap me like this when you were in the boys' bathroom before? How does it feel to give someone a taste of your own medicine? Zhang Wei changed to punching again, and punched Su Long's cheeks hard. This time, Su Long's face looked as if he had opened a dye house. Tears, nasal discharge, saliva, the blood stains were intertwined. Su Long had his struggles, but at this moment Zhang Wei was straddling him. He could barely move. Su Long bit the tip of his tongue. He came to his senses again. He hugged Zhang Wei tightly in his arms. If you want to use the power of your own wrist, Zhang Wei was strangled to death. Zhang Wei beat Su Long's temples crazily, but his neck was hugged by Su Long. My hands can't exert much strength either. Zhang Wei had to grab Su Long's hair in reverse. Although Su Long showed a painful expression, but never let go, still tightening Zhang Wei's neck. Seeing Zhang Wei having difficulty breathing, veins popping out, he will suffocate to death. Unexpectedly, Su Long's eyes suddenly turned white, breaking into a cold sweat. Many of the sports students watching the show were shocked. Is this guy going to transform into a corpse? Only Zhang Wei knows what happened. He stretched out his hand in reverse, seizing Su Long's lifeblood. This trick of monkey stealing peaches works instantly. After Su Long let go of his hand in pain, turn around and kicked Su Long in the groin. Su Long covered his crotch, howled miserably. Zhang Wei made an estimate. According to the force of the kick just now, Su Long will most likely become Eunuch Su. I don't know if I will become 9,000 years old. Will Li Shaoqian still like him wholeheartedly in the future? Zhang Wei was worried that Su Long's screams would attract zombies. So in the shoes on the ground around, I found 2 socks that I don't know who had taken them off. Why are these socks so sticky? Zhang Wei pinched his socks in disgust, while stuffing all the socks into Su Long's mouth. Su Long could only whimper now. No more zombies. Zhang Wei felt that he still couldn't understand his hatred. He kicked Su Long hard several more times, but it was just a kick in the ass. I didn't continue to say hello to my lower body. Zhang Wei turned around. From the side of the water dispenser, I took a disposable paper cup, got a glass of water, drank half of it, the other half washed the blood on his hands. Then he pulled out his watermelon knife, said, I wanted to let you go, but you provoked me again and again, so I have to deal with you. While talking, Zhang Wei walked towards Su Long. Still letting Su Long go? Doesn't exist. This hidden danger, Zhang Wei must solve it. Now he and Su Long have formed a deadly feud. Zhang Wei has no doubt, if he is the one who falls now, Su Long would also kill Lu Feng without hesitation, use a towel to strangle him, or throw him alive from the 4th floor to feed the zombies. But Li Shaoqian knelt down in front of Zhang Wei, pleading hard. Get out of the way, otherwise you will die too. While Zhang Wei was still talking, Su Long suddenly struggled to stand up. He pushed Li Shaoqian towards Zhang Wei. This direction of pushing diagonally, behind Zhang Wei is an iron bed. He had no retreat. Seeing Li Shaoqian about to fall on the tip of her knife, Zhang Wei had to subconsciously let the knife deviate from the direction. Su Long grabbed Zhang Wei's hand and twisted it. Zhang Wei was in pain, the knife fell to the ground. Zhang Wei kicked Li Shaoqian. Get away, just every time you make a mistake. Chapter 25 Secret Firearm. The reason why Zhang Wei subconsciously avoided Li Shaoqian was completely instinctive. But he didn't expect that just after he kicked Li Shaoqian away, Su Long also jumped over. Hearing the metallic sound of the knife falling, Su Long picked up the knife without thinking, and then stabbed Zhang Wei frantically. Li Shaoqian came to her senses, and subconsciously stood in front of the two. This was exactly what Su Long wanted. Li Shaoqian's turning back blocked Zhang Wei's vision, giving Su Long more time. This allowed him to put the watermelon knife against Zhang Wei's chest. Zhang Wei knows how sharp the knife is, leaned back momentarily, but he was pushed to the ground by Su Long. But out of a sense of survival, Zhang Wei still grabbed Su Long's wrist tightly. Let the blade stop in front of his chest. Zhang Wei knows, if this goes on, sooner or later you will be exhausted at that time. The knife will be inserted into his chest. Regardless of whether your heart is on the left or the right, they will all die here. Li Shaoqian rushed over to stop her. Su Long slapped him to the ground again. However, the moment Su Long freed up one hand to slap Li Shaoqian, his strength was reduced a little, giving Zhang Wei, who was in a desperate situation, a glimmer of hope. Zhang Wei moved the blade away from the center of his heart, and then aimed at a position, pretending to be exhausted. Seeing Su Long's knife piercing Zhang Wei's clothes and stabbing Zhang Wei's chest. But it seemed that it could not go deeper. Could it be that it was blocked by this kid's ribs? Su Long was a little crazy. He stabbed down with all his strength. Zhang Wei smiled, unexpectedly. I made a subconscious act of greed. Saved his own life. Zhang Wei deliberately moved the blade to this position. Zhang Wei immediately let go of his hand, let the knife pierce his chest. Then from the side pocket on the back, pull out that can of hair styling spray. Spray it on Su Long's face without hesitation. Su Long closed his eyes subconsciously. What Zhang Wei wants is for Su Long to close his eyes. He had borrowed a lighter from Zhao Zhenxiong before, just to use this secret weapon. Zhang Wei smiled and pressed the spray, then turned on the button of the lighter. A dragon of fire sprayed towards Su Long. Su Long's entire head and upper body were instantly surrounded by flames. Yes, hairstyling spray is the best fuel. Just like gasoline, it will burn at a touch. Zhang Wei originally wanted to use this weapon for group battles, to deal with emergencies, but he didn't expect to use it on himself in a desperate situation. Zhang Wei was no longer merciful, and continued to spray flames, igniting Su Long's hair and entire upper body. Su Long let go of his hand. Writhing on the ground in pain, the socks in his mouth also spit out, let out a shrill howl. This guy is also tolerant enough to kill me. The socks in my mouth just now were not spit out. The zombies downstairs heard the sound, howling and gathering together, frantically slapping the fence at the entrance. In order to shut up Su Long, Zhang Wei had to cover this guy's mouth, stopped and continued to set fire. In fact, Su Long was silent. Everyone in the room was shocked. They watched Su Longsung's constant struggle to stop all movements. Did he be burned alive? Two big living people in succession died in front of him. After Zhang Wei stopped spraying the flames on Su Long's face and head, since there is no combustible material, also slowly extinguished. But Su Long's hair had been burned completely, feeling a bit like a leprous monk. What was displayed in front of everyone was a face that was mangled with blood and flesh. There was a smell of barbecue in the air. Zhang Wei went over and felt Su Long's breath. There is still breath. It seemed that Su Long just fainted from the pain. But a burn of this magnitude, still in the head, without medication or emergency treatment, Su Long is equivalent to death. This kind of person is not worth your efforts. Zhang Wei said to Li Shaoqian. Li Shaoqian, I have done my best to her. In addition to Zhouan. Zhang Wei. No other friends. This classmate named Li Shaoqian. It's just that Zhang Wei was in trouble when he endorsed her in the past. It just gave Zhang Wei a good impression. Su Long's chest was still beating. Zhang Wei knew that he was not dead yet. But Zhang Wei didn't hit the last shot. He needs to turn Su Long into a zombie, remove the entire physical education student dormitory. Let him hit 9 with 1, he has no such ability. But a zombie that suddenly mutated in the middle of the night can do it. Zhang Wei covered his chest with one hand, picking up the knife with the other hand, stagger away. Blood seeped from the cracks in his hands. Yes, in the fight just now, he was also injured. The reason why Su Long did not plunge the knife into it, it's not that the ribs are blocking it. But beef jerky, it was the bagged snacks that I had hidden in my inner pocket. Beef jerky. The hardness of beef jerky is very strong, even if you put it in your mouth. You have to chew it repeatedly. Only then can I swallow it. Su Long thought he had penetrated Zhang Wei's body. It was actually just a few pieces of beef jerky that were punctured. But Zhang Wei's chest was still injured. Su Long's knife later slipped. Zhang Wei looked at his wounds and said, even though the bleeding doesn't stop, but it's just a scratch on the skin, no blood vessels were injured. Fortunately, I didn't take off my coat. Zhang Wei opened the door. Outside were 3 people listening intently to what was going on inside. They don't know yet what happened. I just heard Su Long howling miserably. It screams like a pig being killed. I'm fine, let's go! Zhang Wei still thinks these 4 people are quite good. At this time, you are risking your life and waiting here. Zhang Wei also recognized them. Because the zombies downstairs heard Su Long's voice, crazy changes have already begun, but these 4 people still didn't leave. Several people saw Zhang Wei injured and hurried over to help him. Zhang Wei seemed to have thought of something and walked back to the door of dormitory 410 and said to the rest of the people, I have no grudges against you. The sports student just now was also looking for death. Everything was provoked by Su Long. Now Su Long is about to die. You can do whatever you want. This is the last chance Zhang Wei gave to some of them. Just now, some of them pulled Li Shaoqian, which shows that they are not all brainless. There are thousands of zombies in the school, relying on 4 or 5 people, and a watermelon knife in his hand. It's impossible to get out. If 2 or 3 of these people survive, also pretty good. However, one of the roommates of this group of sports students died under Zhang Wei's knife. Although now they are frightened, no more action, but the bridge has been forged. It's better to let Su Long's corpse transform. Let's deal with them completely. Zhang Wei repeatedly thought about the pros and cons. Several sports students hesitated after hearing this. Zhang Wei remembers, one of them said before, if teammates mutate, he will also take action as soon as possible, just like Su Long killed Lu Feng. But now he has become Su Long instead. They hesitated, don't know what to do. Zhang Wei ignored Li Shaoqian, who was still sobbing on the ground. This girl, just when Su Long was about to kill himself, run over to stop, he was slapped to the ground by Su Long, still haven't recovered yet. Maybe he still couldn't accept Su Long's death. Before you open the door to Su Long, have you thought about the consequences? The reason why I gave food, let Su Long, Qin Xiaofeng, Lu Feng and the others left, I also saw your kindness. Zhang Wei said something ambiguous, with the help of several people, went up without looking back. Give food, it's just to win over the hearts of Lu Renjia, who die and others. This fight, in fact, Zhang Wei didn't take much advantage. Zhang Wei overestimated the physical capabilities of his current body. His current physical quality, not even as good as when I had one arm in my previous life. After arriving on the 5th floor, the door of Zhang Wei 512, not closed yet, Zhang Wei walked straight in. Take off your jacket and short sleeves, revealing a wound on the chest that is as long as one finger. By this time the blood had stopped flowing, but the wound is averted, expose the white flesh inside. Zhang Wei dug out a bandage in his school bag. I removed a few cotton threads from the bandages. He took out his sewing needle again, used a lighter to sterilize the poison randomly. The needle and thread were threaded and sutured. Holy shit, you are more ruthless than Mr. Guanair. Scraping bones and treating poison. Showen was shocked. Not that cruel, I didn't break any bones. If possible, I hope to play a game of chess with you. Let me help you divert your attention. Zhao Zhenxiong helped close the door of 512, said while sitting next to Zhang Wei. That's useless. Do you think it is Zhou Xingji in the domestic Ling Ling paint? Zhang Wei responded with his mouth. Lu Renjia stunned. What is this talk? Ling Lingji watching action movies in order to divert attention surgery. Zhao Zhenxiong explained. You know everything. Hu Dai gave him a white eye. After sutured the wound, Zhang Wei drank a small bottle of water. I took some anti-inflammatory drugs I found before, and some vitamin tablets. This is conducive to wound healing. Now, you have to help do one thing. Zhang Wei said to the three people next to him. What's up? Tie me up. Chapter 26. The boss turns into a zombie. Zhang Wei asked everyone to tie him up, which made several people confused. But Lu Renjia thought of something. He said tremblingly, Did you? Were you bitten? Bitten? Almost. Zhang Wei explained casually. I was scratched by a knife. This knife has killed many zombies. I didn't clean and disinfect the knife. I don't know if there will be residual zombie virus entering my body, and my wound is exposed to the air. People with bleeding traumatic wounds are very likely to mutate suddenly. Zhang Wei said seriously. But these are the lessons learned from his previous life. Although in most cases, only scratched or bitten will become a zombie. But the situation in the first 7 days of the mutation was very special. Anyone can experience inexplicable changes. If I become a zombie, just kill me. I don't want to become a mindless walking zombie. If it were possible, you buried my body in Zhangjiakan. My hometown, there is my grandma's grave there. Zhang Wei handed the knife to Zhouan. Boss, don't talk to me in such a tone of narrating the aftermath. This is how it is played on TV. Usually such people die quickly. Zhouan was obviously panicked. I hope I won't turn into a zombie. Zhang Wei sat on the bed, started a meditative state. Hu Dai was almost scared to death. Then what shall we use to tie you up? Zhao Zhenxiong felt that Zhang Wei's words were not an exaggeration. He and Zhang Wei are not classmates, nor did we share the joys and sorrows. He is standing from a rational point of view. I think what Zhang Wei said makes sense. Whatever you want, sheet, towel, shoelaces are fine. Then sheets. Zhou had opened his cabinet. Find a sheet. I found another pair of scissors. Cut into a dozen long strips, then knead these long strips together. The towel is too short and unstable. I have to find shoes for shoelaces. It's also troublesome to take it apart. Only sheets, although the beds are currently covered with mats, but there are ready-made ones in the cupboard. Just anchor me to this bed. Zhang Wei pointed to the iron bed where he sat. So the four of them were in a hurry. He tied up Zhang Wei, who was lying down. A long woven strip fixed Zhang Wei to the bed. Zhang Wei changed like this. You won't get violent and hurt people. Then a few people just look at me, I look at you. I stood there not knowing what to do. Zhang Wei is their backbone. If Zhang Wei were to change like this, they really don't know what to do next. Zhang Wei said, let's have something to eat. Zhang Wei tried to break free, found it to be very stable. Then he untied the rope from his body. He is still conscious now, he knows. It wouldn't be so fast to transform into a corpse. At least we went at night. So Zhou had opened the quilt where Zhang Wei had hidden things before. He knew there was still something hidden inside, a few pieces of bread. He poured it all out. And each person was given a piece of ham. It feels like I'm about to eat a meal together. At Zhang Wei's request, each of the 5 people only shared one piece of bread. The remaining things were hidden in the quilt again, stuffed into the cabinet. Zhang Wei asked Zhouan to take out the salt he bought at the school store. The salt was not snatched away by Su Long. He made a small opening, he tilted his head, and poured a little bit into his mouth. Several other people also followed suit, each person poured a little into his mouth. Salt is also an essential trace element for the human body. After Zhang Wei finished eating, he tied himself to the bed, tie a tight knot. Although Zhang Wei was tied to the bed, but the body can still move, just can't break free. He sat up. Take out the mineral water you just brought back from downstairs. I carefully looked at the junction of the bottle cap. Then he opened it and took a sip. Then he signaled Zhouan to hand over the protein powder. Use the cap of a mineral water bottle to scoop a spoonful. He also raised his head and drank the water. Shoan also hoped that Jiang Wei would eat more, saying that it would improve immunity. But Jiang Wei refused. Jiang Wei lay down again and put his hand into the rope tied around his waist. Go to sleep. You'll know tomorrow morning. Jiang Wei knew that the time for a corpse to turn into a corpse was generally within 24 hours. If he didn't turn into a corpse within 24 hours, then he would have survived. Shoan looked out the window. The sun was high in the sky, but it was only noon now. However, since the boss had spoken, he didn't say much. The three boys found the upper bunks of the other three beds and closed their eyes to rest, each with their own thoughts. Hu Dai also went up early, hugged Lu Renjia tightly. Nap does not exist. The zombies outside are still howling. They were probably so hungry that their chests pressed against their backs. If possible, they even wanted to feed them fresh pork, so that they can shut up when they are full. It was dark in a blink of an eye. The zombies downstairs briefly lost their vision. Finally, I stopped beating the guardrail. Some of them began to spread into the distance. Shoan carefully retracted his head, then he patted Lu Renjia, who was pretending to sleep, indicating that it's time to change the guard. Lu Renjia persisted until late at night, patted Zhao Zhenxiong again, give him the responsibility of keeping an eye on the sentry. Until the next day, three people with panda eyes, they all looked at Jiang Wei below. But, to the surprise of the three people, Jiang Wei actually disappeared from the bed, along with the sheet rope that tied him, also disappeared. This? Old Zhao, aren't you the last one on duty? I'm right. I went to bed at dawn, he was still in bed fine. Where did that go? Hu Dai pointed to the bathroom door. The three boys immediately jumped out of bed alertly. At this time, a groan came from the bathroom. Oops, I'm afraid it has turned into a corpse. Lu Renjia immediately picked up the mop stick. Hu Dai was so frightened that she huddled tightly in the corner of the upper bed. Shoan was also frightened and picked up the arm strength. Zhao Zhenxiong no longer hesitated, kicked the bathroom door open. There is a white cock inside, exposed in front of everyone. The man was frightened, just about to get up, but halfway I remembered that I hadn't wiped my butt. I had to squat down again. Zombies shouldn't be squatting in pits. Right? Zhou had asked warily. He didn't see Jiang Wei's face. Not sure if there is any corpse transformation. I'm not a zombie. Jiang Wei wanted to cry, but had no tears. Depend on, boss. You should have told me earlier. You were scared out of your wits. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. Yes. Lu Renjia also breathed a sigh of relief. The bathroom of 511 a few days ago, 3 zombies rushed out. His memory is still fresh. But Zhao Zhenxiong felt it didn't matter. It's just Jiang Wei's fault that he shouldn't have moaned. No way, I got constipated after eating that dog food. Can't pull it out? Jiang Wei explained embarrassedly. So boss, are you sure you won't transform into a corpse? Probably not. Jiang Wei is not very sure either. When I had a bowel movement just now, my veins bulged from holding it in, sweating profusely. I thought I was going to transform into a corpse. You came just in time. Send me some toilet paper. There is a tissue paper on top of the cabinet. Or you can just take the tissue paper on Zhou-En's desk. Boss, your shit smells worse than zombies on that day. Zhang Ye's feet were comparable to those of his shoulders. Nonsense. How can it be so smelly? Zhao Zhenxiong was stunned. What's wrong with Zhang Ye's feet? A cute zombie girl who hasn't washed her feet in years. Is there such a thing? Is the butterfly pretty? Chapter 27 New Plan. Jiang Wei finally came out of the bathroom, holding a dry towel. He wiped his hands casually. A little embarrassed, there is no water for flushing the toilet. There is no water to wash one's hands. Jiang Wei is not a misophobic person. But just, holy shit, boss, this is my face towel. Oh yeah, I saw 7 or 8 towels inside. This one is more pleasing to the eye. For you? I don't want it anymore. There is no water to wash your face anyway. I'll keep it for you to use as a hand towel. It's going to rain. Rain, God knows when it will rain. Now is the rainy season in summer, but it didn't rain for 7 days in a row. It is estimated that there will be no rain soon. Yes, today is the 7th day. Jiang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Finally. 7 days have passed. Although with my own plan at the beginning, a big deviation has occurred, but now it's dawn on the 7th day. If the exam day is counted as the first day, just put it off until 5 in the afternoon. Unless a normal person is bitten, otherwise, no new zombies will appear. Jiang Wei also knew there was a heavy rain on the 8th day. I looked at the sky outside. There is no more sunshine. After night, dark clouds will cover the moon. Then, there was lightning and thunder. It rained heavily again. It rained heavily for 3 days and nights. The reason why Zhang Wei remembers it so clearly is because he had a high fever because he was caught in the rain, almost got sick and died. Until an old gentleman accidentally rescued him. This old gentleman opened a Chinese medicine shop in an alley outside the school. Zhang Wei still remembers the name of that clinic, Mail-In Clinic. It's a good base there. The roof of Mail-In Clinic can be lifted up to the roof of the neighboring house. The houses over there are all row buildings. You can follow the roof for several kilometers. It was a way of survival that I tried back then. But now, Zhang Wei's first priority is to survive. I don't know if the school door has been closed. As a result, the zombies inside cannot get out. Zhang Wei feels, student-looking zombies, there are already more and more. He even regrets it a little now. Used the ringtone of that cell phone to find Su Long. That increased the number of zombies in front of the dormitory building by at least 30%. But Zhang Wei also has his own plans, including the thrown cell phone. He has thought about reusing it. So he knew that a heavy rain was coming. When throwing away the phone, put a Durex cover on your phone, then tie it tightly. Now the phone is still lying quietly in the grass. If Zhang Wei picks it up again, you will find, just like when I threw it out, nothing is broken. The power outage is only temporary. Soon after, power will be restored throughout the city. Only water supply, it was suspended for 3 months. Let me tell you my next plan. Zhang Wei called the 3 of them over. There will be a heavy rain tomorrow, starting tonight. My original plan, it's the iron gate on the first floor that's locked. Then clean all the rooms from the 1st to the 6th floor one by one, find more supplies. Then move a large number of buckets to the rooftop to store domestic water. Then drag to wait. But now there are a large number of sports student survivors on the 4th floor. This forced me to change my plans. Our goal is not to conflict with them. So we can't let them know we have all the dormitory room keys. You can no longer go to places below the 5th floor. Search dormitories for supplies. Then what should we do? Do we have enough supplies? Zhao Zhenxiong couldn't help but ask. The dog food found on the 6th floor, it can last for about 10 days and a half. No problem. Zhang Wei calculated carefully. And some scattered food, like protein powder, dried sweet potatoes, spicy strips and the like, maybe it can last for 3 to 5 days. Then we move directly to the rooftop? That won't work either. We can only go to the rooftop to collect water. But you can't live on the rooftop, wind, sun and rain. People will get sick easily. Being sick in this world is almost like death. We don't have any antibiotics. What about those people from 410? They will also try their best to get water, but sooner or later they will run out of milk powder and protein powder, and after they starve to death without anything to eat, they will all become zombies. This is really cruel. There is no way. We don't have much food either when you go out. Everyone will finish playing together. I don't want to attack a living person yet, but what if they turned into zombies? Zhang Wei showed a fierce look. Only Zhang Wei himself knows. He is concerned about solving those people. Not very sure. Zhouan and Lu Renjia, who die only knows, Zhang Wei treats zombies, just like chopping melons and vegetables. I still have follow-up plans. This plan might keep all 5 of us alive, but it's useless to tell you now. Everything. Let's wait until we survive 10 days and a half. Zhang Wei gave them hope, but when I think about eating dog food for more than 10 days, several people couldn't help but feel worried. If I had known there would be such a crisis, I would have stored more useful food in the dormitory. At this time, if I could have a self-heating hot pot or something, wouldn't it be great? After the 5 people discussed, they opened the lock of the iron gate leading to the rooftop on the 6th floor and moved the 8 buckets and several wash basins from the 512 dormitory up. Zhang Wei also found a lot of empty mineral water bottles piled under the bed. These were used to collect urine after deceiving several roommates before. Buckets can store water, but it is not convenient to carry with you. Mineral water bottles can store water, carry water, and prevent water from being polluted. These plastic mineral water bottles are good things. Putting some sugar or salt in them is a must-have for energy replenishment in the end of the world. Zhang Wei personally knocked on the door of the dormitory 410, telling them that there might be heavy rain. And the iron door of the rooftop was open. If you need water, bring the bucket up yourself. Zhang Wei glanced at Su Long, who was still lying half dead, but with a mat under him. Seeing that Li Shaoqian seemed to still be taking care of him, Zhang Wei left without looking back. This woman, is she still not giving up? Zhang Wei did not tell the people downstairs that he had the key to open all the door locks. As for the keys to the locks of the doors on the 1st and top floors, he made up a reason that he found them on the dead dormitory manager on the 3rd floor. A dormitory manager who has the key to the door and the key to the rooftop. Should be reasonable, right? The rooftop of the dormitory was originally unlocked, but later a school leader, who was on the upper floors of the teaching building, saw students fighting, smoking, drinking, etc. on the rooftop, and locked it forcibly. Zhang Wei also went up to the rooftop. When no one is paying attention, quietly he took out the telescope he had found, started looking further into the distance. Visibility is not very good, but you can also see miles away. There are all kinds of cars parked randomly all over the street. It spreads to the end visible from every street perspective. These are all fallen places. Zhang Wei doesn't know how zombies spread throughout the city at this time, but he knows, after 3 years, zombies have spread throughout the earth. They are a city with a relatively small population. It has also become a relatively safe place. So much so that it attracted siege from zombie swarms in larger cities. I want to survive. Zhang Wei tightened his grip on the monocular telescope in his hand. Chapter 28 Pastime Time. As Zhang Wei recalled, it rained heavily for 3 days and 3 nights. The survivors were also extremely excited from the first day. It turned into the unfluctuable heart later. After all, we have been troubled by lack of water for too long. Heavy rain on the first day. Despite the thunder and lightning, many boys still rushed to the rooftop. Take off only your underpants, took a natural shower. Zhang Wei moved the buckets from the 511 dormitory and the 512 dormitory up, filled with water. After Zhang Wei came downstairs, after receiving a lot of water from the sports students, and quietly at night in various dormitories on the 6th floor, a lot of empty barrels were moved up, until those buckets are also filled with water. Zhang Wei knows there will no longer be a shortage of water in a short time. I stopped and continued to collect, because rainy days are very frequent in summer. It hasn't rained much this week. This is already very abnormal. And the water is stored in buckets. It will not be edible even after 10 days and a half month. Bacteria and other microorganisms can be produced. After all this work, all 5 people moved to Zhao Zhenxiong's dormitory on the 6th floor. Although summer nights are hotter, but it is relatively easy to carry water back and forth now. This is what Zhang Wei suggested. After all, there have been deaths in the corridors and several dormitories on the 5th floor. No matter how you rinse it with water, there will still be an odor. Only the 6th floor is clean, and stay away from the group of people on the 4th floor. Zhang Wei tried his best to avoid conflicts with them. Zhang Wei found a way to kill time, not long ago. When I was secretly searching for dormitory supplies on the 5th floor, several of their group found a deck of cards, a pair of marbles and checkers. There is one missing piece. Elephant. Chinese chess. When I am usually bored, 4 boys played cards together, who die watch from the sidelines. Or 5 people playing checkers together, or playing chess in pairs. Joan replaced the missing one with the cap of a mineral water bottle. Elephant, the pieces on both sides are equal. It's relatively fair. It's just that the skills of a few people are at the amateur level. I really can't compliment you. Games without stakes are boring. Several people used a bag of raisins looted on the 5th floor as a bet. People who sometimes win when playing cards, you can win more than a dozen in one game. Raisin, after finishing the spicy strips, this is the best snack out there. The end of the world. It was so lonely as snow. Zhang Wei couldn't help but sigh. It's not as lonely as snow, mainly because I don't have a mobile phone to play with. If you have a mobile phone, it's easy to pass the time by reading novels. Zhao Zhenxiong sighed. Zhang Wei is okay, and no parents, but the other survivors all have parents and relatives, however. We are currently unable to contact him. This only adds to their anxiety. Zhang Wei saw crows circling in the sky. They came for the carrion. Crows don't have to worry about food, they are happy. I wonder if crows that eat carrion will turn into zombie crows. General. Zhang Wei moved a chess piece. Lu Renjia, who was opposite, thought for a long time. Finally, he shook his head helplessly. Zhang Wei already has more raisins than everyone else combined. He grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth. He closed his eyes in contentment. What a luxury. Joan next to him sighed. Yes, who would have thought that in the past life there was a bag of raisins that no one liked to eat? Will it become a luxury food now? It would be great if there were spicy strips or something. Counting from the beginning of heavy rain, on the 4th day, Zhang Wei found a pair of pants, removed the elastic band at the waist, folded another clothes rack, made a simple slingshot. He picked up some broken glass on the rooftop, used them as bullets for his slingshot, and practiced aiming on the rooftop. Although he could hit zombies in many cases, The damage to zombies was basically zero. It would be great if he had a sniper rifle. Zhang Wei thought of the scenes he had seen on TV and in movies, where people in the end of the world held guns and competed in sniping zombies on high floors or rooftops while waiting for rescue. Rescue would not come. In the past 10 days, Zhang Wei had seen planes passing by many times when he was high in the sky, but they were not helicopters. The jets leave white streaks in the blue sky. But Zhang Wei knew that it was not a rescue plane. Maybe a flight to a safer place to seek refuge. I guess everyone there is rich. Right? Who cares about the survivors in an unknown school in such a fringe city? God helps those who help themselves. Zhang Wei was brushing his teeth alone on the rooftop, until Zhouan came up to take a bath. Rub my back, Zhouan said to Zhang Wei. You remind me of someone. Zhang Wei looked at Zhouan, who was washing his hair, brushing his teeth, and taking a shower. Who? The sauce in the movie Kung Fu. Where does it look like? My butt cleft is not exposed. He also washes his hair, takes a shower and brushes his teeth like this. Then what? Then the water stopped. Do you remember his next line? Zhang Wei reminded Zhouan of his memories. Baojupa, why suddenly, is there no water again? Ha 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 ha, that's it. The two of them laughed heartily on the top floor. Ignore the howls of zombies all around below. There is no charge for water, you bastards. You owe me 2 months' rent. I haven't given it until now. Such a female voice came from not far away. Forehead. The expressions of Zhang Wei and Zhouan froze instantly. There are survivors. Zhang Wei determined the source of the sound. That's the direction of the girls' dormitory building. He immediately ran to the edge of the rooftop. Then I looked at it with the monocular telescope I always carry with me. From the top floor opposite, go to the first floor opposite. Rooftop, corridor, stair corner, the windows of each dormitory. From top to bottom, from left to right, Zhang Wei investigated one by one. But he still saw nothing. Maybe I was hallucinating. I heard it too. It must be a survivor. Zhouan came over and said. He took Zhang Wei's telescope and imitated Zhang Wei's movements, checking one place after another. But he still found nothing. Forget it. Even if she is a survivor, we can't save her. His group of people were trapped in this building and couldn't get out. In fact, he had a follow-up plan, but it had to wait until the people in 410 mutated. Zhang Wei calculated the time accurately. If Su Long dies, is it time to mutate at this time? That's Li Shaoqian. People in the last days are all selfish. Zhang Wei has decided not to care about this person. Zhang Wei wanted to save Li Shaoqian at first. It's just to take care of the friendship between classmates, after all. After the end of the world, living acquaintance, there are only a handful of them left. Zhang Wei observed everything from the rooftop. In fact, where he is on the rooftop, the corresponding room below, it is the 510 dormitory. Below the 510 dormitory, it's the big dormitory room 410. If anything unusual happens inside, Zhang Wei could hear it immediately. Until the 5th day, when the heavy rain started, it is also the 12th day, when the zombie crisis breaks out. Zhang Wei heard the sound of someone breaking the lock downstairs. That was when the lock on the iron gate at the entrance to the first floor was attacked. Zhang Wei thought someone wanted to come in, screaming inwardly that it was bad, because this sound will attract all the zombies. Unexpectedly, I saw a figure instead rush out from inside, throw a dumbbell 10 meters away to the right to attract the zombies' attention. He was carrying a huge trash can on his upper body, specially go to places with few zombies. A person rushed out from behind, but was knocked down by a zombie. Shrill cries, submerged in the sea of corpses that gathered. Zhang Wei knew the girl's back. I also heard her voice. That's Li Shaoqian. Chapter 29. No survivors. Li Shaoqian is dead, the same fate as Lin Feng, being bitten to death by endless zombies. Zhang Wei knows there is a high probability that she will be taken advantage of again. Who is that person who is staggering away with a big trash can on his head? Could it be Su Long? How can you survive being burned like that? Zhang Wei watched the man run away hastily, followed by a row of chasing zombies, passing the corner of the building in a blink of an eye, disappeared from his sight. That's the direction of the school cafeteria. There is no good stronghold there to hold on to. It seemed that he was desperate. However, this man's escape also took some zombies with him. Zhang Wei knew that the situation had changed. The door lock on the first floor must have been broken. At this time, the door was attracted by Li Shaoqian's voice. A large number of zombies had gathered. It was impossible to go down and lock the door by myself. So I immediately returned to the dormitory on the 6th floor. people in the dormitory had already heard the abnormality downstairs, preparing to lock the door. It's too late, go to the rooftop. Zhang Wei knows. The smell of a dozen living people in dormitory 410, a fatal attraction to zombies. The more people gather together, the greater the danger. The safest place now is the rooftop. Zhang Wei and his party of 5 people, I brought all the supplies with me, and some bottles with added salt. Mineral water, quickly ran to the rooftop. Then locked the iron gate between the 6th floor and the rooftop. Another bed sheet was hung up to block the sight of the zombies. At present, all Zhang Wei could think of, that's all. When looking down through the gap in the stairwell, Zhang Wei discovered there are already 5 and 5 zombies, wandering upstairs. This is their loss of vision. It is also impossible to confirm the distance and position of living people. Going upstairs is because the stairs are inconvenient. If it is flat ground, they had already swarmed up. Zhang Wei and others were on the rooftop. Collect some materials that can make noise that were collected before. They were all thrown into the distance. These such as stainless steel lunch boxes, open water bottle, thermos cup, items such as ceramic rice bowls. When landing, the sound made can attract zombies to leave. Don't let them gather toward the dormitory building. After dropping several in succession, Zhang Wei stopped Zhou and Lu Renjia, who wanted to continue throwing. He found that throwing items at this time had no effect. Because most zombies, they were all attracted by the bloody smell of Li Shiqian's corpse. Still eating around Li Shiqian's body. Eating, its biological instinct. Unexpectedly, humans are being infected by zombie viruses, after losing consciousness, also retains the instinct to attack and eat. This is the reason why the end of the world is bloody and cruel. Not long after, the people on the rooftop heard the low sound of banging on the door from downstairs. Zhang Wei knows, that was the sound of a zombie banging its head against the door. Having experienced many zombie sieges in his previous life, I know that voice all too well. Zhang Wei also heard the sound of the fence next to him. There should be zombies walking up to the 6th floor. Following the breath of the living, try to keep going up. Not long after, the sound disappeared. The banging on the door downstairs became even more intense. Zhang Wei also heard nervous voices coming from the 410 dormitory downstairs. Hold on. Use something to hold it up. Idiot. It's better not to speak. Talking will only cause the zombies to attack more violently. Not long after, Zhang Wei heard the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. He knows, the door must have collapsed. Dormitory 410 and Dormitory 411 on the 4th floor. The 2 doors open into the same large classroom. The doors of these 2 dormitories. It's still the classroom door from more than 10 years ago. There isn't even any padding inside the wooden door frame. When Zhang Wei broke into this gate before, I looked carefully at the door frame. In fact, people in dormitory 410 can avoid this by escaping to the dormitory on the 5th floor. The door frames and doors there are made of steel. Use the big iron bed inside to hold it up. At least it can be resisted temporarily. Because zombies just hit with their heads, instead of a long-distance run-up sprint. I remember that Su Long and his group failed to open the door despite all their efforts. Besides, they shouldn't talk. That will only stimulate the zombies' ferocity. If they pull down the iron bed and put it up, maybe you can still resist if the door falls. But I guess no one thought of this. Fear is contagious. Zombies are downstairs and zombies are in front of you. There are 2 completely different states of mind. Zhang Wei heard even noisier sounds coming from below. There were shouts and shouts. There's a sound of heavy objects knocking. There were screams. Zhang Wei judged. Zombies must have entered. If they work together, a dozen people can deal with the zombies coming in together, and they won't lose their composure. But if they fight alone, or have their own ideas, then there is nothing they can do. Zhang Wei knew that. The people downstairs were all doomed, and it might even affect the 5 of him. He told the 5 people to stay away from the stairs, so that the smell of the living would not spread. The noses of the zombies in the end times are as sharp as dogs, which is why they can still find humans after losing their vision. The 5 of them went to a corner of the rooftop, staring at the entrance with nervous expressions. Even Zhang Wei took out his machete again and wrapped it with a cloth strip. Now, he could kill as much as he wanted. The iron gate at the entrance of the stairs was narrow. 1 man guarding the pass. 10,000 men could not break through. Before, he rarely took action because he was worried that he was weak or suddenly mutated after being contaminated with zombie blood. Now that the 7-day safety period has passed, he is fearless. Compared with what he experienced in his previous life, the zombie tied upstairs is still child's play. Zhang Wei can rely on a machete to move freely among the zombies, and kill 7 in and 7 out. But this current body, it doesn't seem to be very reliable yet. There are also these 4 people behind them, who have no combat experience. Zhang Wei had to choose to stay away from the zombies. He is waiting. Wait for the zombies that ate Li Shiqian's body to stay away from the dormitory door. Spread out. Wait for the people on the 4th floor to die one by one. This is not because he is selfish. This is the rule of survival in the apocalypse. Only do things within your ability. Zhang Wei looked at the sky. It seems like it's going to rain again. The rain will wash away the smell of blood. Zhang Wei heard the sound of the broken window. I don't know who on the 4th floor couldn't help but jumped off the building. He opened the monocular and looked quietly. I saw a sports student fall into a camphor tree in the green belt. That camphor tree is too small, can't bear his weight. He fell to the ground again. He didn't even fall to death alive. Just run away. He limped and ran less than 20 meters. Unexpectedly, he was knocked down by a female zombie that rushed towards him from nowhere. He grabbed the neck and bit it. The female zombie was wearing a white shirt, wearing a plaid skirt on the lower body. There are still 2 twin ponytails left. I sat on the sports student and started chewing. How scary. Zhao Zhenxiong couldn't help but cover his mouth. Now you know what a cute girl is. Right? There were more clicking sounds one after another. It turns out that someone jumped off the building again. Zhang Wei looked down again. It turns out that another person also followed the same example, jump up the tree, unexpectedly. The branch of the tree was broken, falling straight to the ground. I fell half to death, almost comatose. But the biting zombies that rushed towards me, the man regained consciousness again. There were bursts of howls. People jumped out one after another. They all fell on the concrete floor, half dead. Zhang Wei knows the psychology of these people who jump out of windows, just like the fire inside the house, like people jumping outside. If you don't jump, you will definitely die. There is still a chance of survival after jumping. I had to risk my life. But from the moment the door was broken down, these 10 sports students are destined. No one survived. Chapter 30 White Cat. Zhang Wei put away his gaze in his previous life. He had seen too many evil people's hearts. I also saw a lot of bloody scenes. What you see now, it just reminded him of some of those memories. He might be able to save these people, but can he save all the survivors? People's hearts are different. These individual sports students are not single individuals like Zhao Zhenxiong. There were about 10 of them together. Exclusive groups have formed. Zhang Wei knew that his group of people, it is definitely impossible to integrate into them. If there is any emergency, they will definitely be sacrificed. However, it is better for these people to die like this. Zhang Wei feels that it can advance his plan. He originally planned to wait for these people to starve to death due to lack of food and become zombies. And then, he would finish them off. But now, it is at least half a month earlier than planned. Zhang Wei originally estimated that those sports students, even if they have no food, can still hold on for 10 days or half a month if they get drinking water. Listening to the corpse roar coming from downstairs, look at the people jumping off the building one after another. Zhang Wei knows, among them, except for the one who ran away with a trash can on his head, I don't know if he is from Sulong, beyond the unknown of life and death. The rest of the people, he definitely didn't survive. Zhang Wei even saw, there are many zombies. After hearing the miserable screams of the people on the ground, he also jumped from the window. As for whether that person is Sulong, Zhang Wei doesn't care. If you can still survive without turning into a corpse in a few days, Zhang Wei never believed it. It's just that Zhang Wei looked at it from a bird's eye view. All you can see is the trash can that the man is holding on his head, for a moment. The clothes and figure could not be seen. Maybe someone else. What do we do next? It was also the first time for Zhou and to see such a scene. A few days ago, there were about 10 people who were taking showers and drinking water every day. In the blink of an eye, he was dead. I couldn't accept this fact for a while. This is different from when the zombie crisis first started. Too many people died at that time. People have become numb. And the people who died this time, they are all survivors of that crisis. And this group of people, they are all athletic students with abundant physical strength and strong bodies. This makes the few survivors on the rooftop. There is an inexplicable anxiety. Maybe at the end of the road, I also had to jump off the rooftop. Next, just wait a little longer. Let's wait until the zombies disperse a bit tomorrow. Zhang Wei made a decision. Then he continued to take out his telescope and looked at the opposite side, right in front of the boys' dormitory. It is the teaching building where Zhang Wei took the exam before. The journey takes about 3 minutes. If you run, you can get there in a minute. But there is no point in going to that building. There are no supplies there. just a classroom full of zombies. The front left side of the men's dormitory, it's the school canteen. The cafeteria has 3 floors. Place to eat, it's the first and second floors. As for the third floor, it's a huge indoor basketball court, and there are 7 or 8 rows of auditoriums connected next to it. Some rooms on the first floor of the cafeteria, it's the school supermarket. This is where Zhang Wei purchased supplies before. Some rooms on the second floor of the cafeteria, it's the school's infirmary. This is the place where Zhang Ye and others forced Zhang Wei to get painkillers. Some rooms on the third floor of the cafeteria, it's the utility room. There are some sporting goods and industrial equipment, and some canteen utensils. This room is locked. The key is backed up with the dean of students, Wang Jing. Zhang Wei moved to the other side of the boys' dormitory again. You can see the girls' dormitory diagonally opposite here. Zhang Wei was here not long ago. Here are the responses from the surviving girls. Farther away are the faculty apartments and libraries. There is also the school's information building. The information building is a relatively independent building. Inside is the computer room, and the school's equipment and power supply room. Zhang Wei took the telescope again. I went through every balcony and room window in the girls' dormitory opposite. Still didn't see anyone. But he did see the cat again. It was a fat white cat. Zhang Wei saw it walking on the wall of the girls' dormitory before. Then he got through a barred window in the girls' dormitory on the first floor and disappeared. Why did this cat appear on the third floor balcony? Could it be that the survivors of the girls' dormitory? Is it this room on the third floor? Zhang Wei fine-tuned the focus of the monocular telescope in order to better see the inside of the women's dormitory. But the inside of the women's dormitory, blocked by the dense collection of skirts and pants hanging on the balcony, nothing can be seen. But a small white lace panty, like the white cat, particularly conspicuous. What are you looking at, boss? Zhou patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder. This frightened Zhang Wei. Because of him. Being a thief with a guilty conscience. It's okay, I saw that white cat again. The cat wasn't caught and eaten by zombies? Can't catch it. Cats are very flexible. A normal stranger, it's hard to catch a cat. Let's not talk about zombies. And cats make no sound when they walk. It has fleshy pads on its feet. Of course I know, I also have cats at home, soft and waxy. Yeah. Zhang Wei is very curious, because I have never had a cat. I heard my grandma say before, I had a cat a long time ago, can catch barn mice. But after the cat ate the poisonous mouse, he died soon after. Just like Zhang Wei's grandma recalled his grandfather, it was fine at first. Suddenly one day I couldn't get up. He died soon after. There are no other photos at home. Zhang Wei didn't even know what his grandfather looked like. When Zhang Wei fantasizes about his grandfather, I always think of the last time I was blackmailed by Lin Feng's photos. That was a photo of Zhou and his grandma. Zhang Wei feels his grandfather's figure gradually overlapped with Zhou An's. It was really treasonous. How come Zhou has become my grandfather? The next day, Zhang Wei opened the lock and locked it on the other side. Then he threw the key to Zhou. This time he will act alone, clear this building of zombies. There are only 3 zombies on the 6th floor. It seems that he was attracted by yesterday's smell. These 3 zombies originally had their backs to Zhang Wei. But I don't know if I smell it. Suddenly he turned around and chased after him. Zhang Wei was happy instead. He is not someone who likes to sneak attack zombies. A gentle knife inserted into the zombie's eye, then he kicked the zombie on the chest. The zombie fell straight down. Zhang Wei pulled out the watermelon knife. Ignore the filthy human blood above. Changing hands is a neat crosscut. The zombie's head was separated from its body. But the inertia of the body is still running forward. The head falls due to the potential energy of gravity. This zombie didn't even shed much blood. I guess he was bitten before, because the blood has been lost a long time ago. Because Zhang Wei only saw one of his hands, the other hand disappeared from the shoulder down. The broken sections are jagged rodent marks. Very much like the one-armed self in my previous life, he was nicknamed Yonghua, the gloomy ecstasy hand. Zhang Wei went down to the next floor again. To Zhang Wei's surprise, there is not a single zombie on this floor. He was probably attracted by the screams of the people in dormitory 410. Zhang Wei inspected the 512 dormitory and the 511 dormitory, just in case there are zombies hidden inside to attack from behind. The doors of these 2 dormitories have not been closed before. It was prepared by Zhang Wei for Li Xiaoqian. If Li Xiaoqian stayed away from 410 and went upstairs, even if she doesn't come to the 6th floor or the top floor, there's a chance she'd survive. Zhang Wei quietly walked from the 5th floor to the 4th floor. Surprisingly, there are no zombies in the hallway. But Zhang Wei knew, Most of the zombies are concentrated in room 410. Zhang Wei looked from a distance. The door of 410 collapsed inward. I could vaguely hear sporadic low growls. Zhang Wei knows the zombies here are the most difficult to deal with, because they are those who died not long ago. The sports student who just turned into a corpse also has very good eyesight. Chapter 31 Watermelon Cut with Knife. Zhang Wei knows this dormitory is a tough one. He took out a torn towel from his trouser pocket, tangled in his hand. Whenever things get serious, he will treat it this way. This is a survival instinct. It means trying your best. Zhang Wei has thought about it. Let Lu Renjia and Zhou Zhao Zhenxiong also came down together. It allows them to experience the danger of life and death, get plenty of exercise. But now is not the time, because Zhang Wei doesn't know either, below the current rooftop, what exactly is going on. I am confident that I can take advantage of the terrain to fight positional warfare. But there is no extra energy to take care of teammates. After all, the only weapon is a watermelon knife. This is so crude. My past life self, when facing zombies, it also uses multiple weapons to fight. Zhang Wei did not rush directly into the 410 dormitory. Instead, he retreated to the stairs between the 4th and 5th floors. This is the visual blind spot for zombies. He used the back of a watermelon knife, knocking gently on the wall. The frequency gradually increases, until I heard the roar of zombies. Yes, can only be outwitted, invincible. He planned to lure out the zombies one by one and kill them. A zombie heard the noise and turned around to crawl through the collapsed door, tilting his body and grinning, twitching his nose, walked in the direction of Zhang Wei. Just turned the corner, just about to roar. Zhang Wei's watermelon knife was stabbed into his mouth. The roar slowly turned into a sob. It was mixed with the sound of breaking wind. Zhang Wei knows this is the fresh blood of newly mutated zombies, the sound of flowing into the trachea. Look at the fallen zombie again, as expected. He is one of the sports students. He was clearly wearing a training uniform. After this zombie fell, Zhang Wei stabbed it again on the back of its head. The knife just pierced the zombie's throat. It cannot be confirmed that this zombie is completely brain dead. After dealing with this zombie, Zhang Wei repeated his old tricks again, attract more zombies to appear, then at the corner of the stairs, pick them up one by one, until no more zombies appear. Zhang Wei knows some zombie reactions. It's relatively slow. Some zombies are also far away from the wall, so you can't hear your own knocking. So he repeated his old tricks. An empty mineral water bottle was thrown out. The water bottle fell to the ground. He turned several somersaults. Now the zombies inside finally heard the sound. Sensing something unusual outside, he rushed out with a roar. Zhang Wei shouted bad, because there are more than a dozen zombies this time. 3 or 5 zombies, I could also cook by myself, but with only a watermelon knife, there was no way we could deal with a dozen zombies. Those zombies, just bite or scratch anywhere on yourself, it means your own death. It's not winter now. Many parts of myself are exposed. In winter, I wear a big cotton padded jacket and long cotton trousers. I am fearless. While thinking, Zhang Wei subconsciously retreated back. The stairs are relatively narrow. It can only accommodate 2 or 3 people. The 7 or 8 zombies that Zhang Wei cooked just now, still lying on the ground, an ordinary barrier was formed. With the help of the temporary hindrance of this corpse, Zhang Wei stabbed him a few more times. 3 more zombies fell down. The remaining zombies, due to scrambling to catch up with Zhang Wei, swarmed up. Instead, there was a stampede. They fell together. Zhang Wei found the opportunity. Another knife stabbed one of the zombies in the back of the head. A zombie's skull is no different from a human's. Zhang Wei tried his best with his sword but failed to penetrate it. Instead, it caused the zombie to become even more ferocious. Haven't stood up yet, then he struggled and crawled towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei squatted down. A hard kick kicked this zombie around. Several zombies that came from behind also fell down. Zhang Wei continued to retreat towards the 5th floor. This is exactly his purpose. Kill the zombies while retreating. According to Zhang Wei's estimate, before reaching the 6th floor, these zombies, it's probably almost done. The zombies are actually not much faster than Zhang Wei. But Zhang Wei sometimes had to pause deliberately and try to make as little noise as possible when taking action, to avoid attracting zombies from the 1st floor. Also pay attention to the angle, because I don't know if all the zombies downstairs have lost their eyesight. A few dozen meters away from the playground, you can clearly see the 5th and 6th floors and the stairwell. Zhang Wei never thought there would be anyone. Use dumbbells to break the lock on the fence door on the 1st floor. This made him very passive. And the screams of the living dead yesterday, it also attracted more zombies. When Zhang Wei was running, he subconsciously stabbed out with his backhand again. Logically speaking, another zombie fell. But this time he miscalculated. The zombies have fallen, but the handle of his watermelon knife broke. Zhang Wei shouted something bad in his heart. I forgot about this watermelon knife. It's not the kind that future generations would find someone to build. It was a standard tang knife specially used to chop zombies. This watermelon knife is made of cast iron. Very hard. I haven't gone through many hardships. I didn't expect it to break so quickly. Zhang Wei still chose the zombie's mouth and eyes. Attack these weak points, otherwise this sword probably wouldn't have lasted long enough. A watermelon knife without a handle, it no longer makes sense to Zhang Wei. Use hands that can easily cut yourself. And then contaminated with the blood of zombies, infected with zombie virus. Zhang Wei's adaptability is extremely strong. Those zombies rushing towards him, he held his chin, the other hand was on the top of his head. In the zombie's mouth and hands, before I came here, he hit the zombie's head hard against the wall. The zombie's head was severely injured. It is not necessary to insert the knife deep into the inside of the head. Just hit the wall 2 or 3 times like this, the zombies were knocked to pieces, although he did not die immediately, but he also fell to the ground and lost the ability to move. Zhang Wei knew he was careless. I never expected that the watermelon knife would break. He could only run to the dormitory on the 5th floor. Because he noticed that, after the few collisions, some zombies on the 3rd floor were attracted by the collisions, and were chasing from the corridor with roars. The zombies downstairs also began to get a bit agitated. Zhang Wei knew that he could not bang the zombies' heads against the wall anymore, because the huge vibration would attract all the zombies. When he was about to go to the 512 dormitory on the 5th floor for shelter, he found Zhao Zhenxiong, Lu Rinjia, and Zhouan on the rooftop, leaning against the wall with weapons in hand. Run! Go to the top floor! Zhang Wei knew that if all 4 of them went into the 512 dormitory, they would be completely trapped by the swarming zombies. But who did not follow Zhouan and the other 3 people down, will become food for zombies on the rooftop. Go to the rooftop, lock it again. Zhao Zhenxiong glanced at the gap in the railing on the right side. Almost scared to death. There are more and more zombies swarming in. This kind of army charging zombies, it was definitely not something that the screwdriver in Zhao Zhenxiong's hand could handle. Zhang Wei took the mop stick from Lu Rinjia's hand, staying at the very back. After everyone entered the rooftop, he turned the key of the U-shaped lock, then he threw the key casually on the rooftop. It was too late to put the key in my pocket, just a little bit missing. His hand was bitten by a zombie. Zhang Wei used this mop stick. He stabbed the heads of the zombies lying on the iron gate hard. The mop stick that was sharpened before, this is becoming a very good weapon. Appropriate length, can prevent yourself from being bitten. Those zombies whose brains were severely damaged, gradually losing the ability to attack crazily. But the zombies still followed closely behind. The iron gate of this fence, it was added later. One side is embedded into the wall with screws on the other side. The welder directly welded the handrail of the stairs. But under the repeated impact of these zombies, the fence gate gradually deformed. Mounting screws driven into the wall, there is also dust falling out of the gaps. Zhang Wei knows, this iron gate won't last long. So he picked up the fallen sheets on the floor, hung up again. This will make the zombies behind you less crazy. Walk, never mind the iron gate, everyone go to the rooftop. Zhang Wei shouted sharply. Chapter 32 Black Cable. Zhang Wei's shout made everyone realize the seriousness of the problem. Standing at the entrance of the rooftop, staring at the door, is useless. It is better to go to the rooftop to find other ways to survive. But everyone knows that the rooftop is a dead end. Those who jumped from the 4th floor, all fell and became paralyzed. What about the 7th floor? Which is even higher? Come here, hold my legs. Zhang Wei walked to the edge of the backstage of the rooftop, and said to Lu Rinjia and Zhouan, each of you pull one leg. Zhang Wei added. He lay down on the edge of the rooftop. Let me down slowly. Zhao Zhenxiong. Hold Zhouan. Who die? Hold Lu Rinjia. Boss, do you want to go to the 6th floor? You can't swing in here. Right? Zhouan thought Zhang Wei wanted to swing in like a swing. But the balcony of the rooftop has a protruding awning, which is cast in cement with the rooftop. It is impossible to remove it. If you want to go to the 6th floor, you need at least a 3 to 5 meter rope. And there is no place to tie ropes on the 7th floor. Unless the rope is tied to a person's body. Don't talk nonsense, hold me tight, lower it slowly. Hold tight, don't let the boss fall. Whose hand is that on the left? Can you please stop pulling my pants? Joan, it's already time, boss. Can you just leave your pants alone? Lu Renjia, who die? Don't turn your head, don't look. Zhao Xinxiong, you guys. Don't talk all the time. Can you make me laugh? Shoan, no way, boss, are you sweating? I can't hold you anymore. Lu Renjia, sorry, that's the saliva I accidentally drooled just now. Zhao Xinxiong, don't make me laugh. Zhang Wei, I've had enough, quickly pull up, pull up. Pull, pull, pull. What? I said the latter. What's behind? La la in the back. Oh, I remembered. La la la, la la la. I am a small expert in selling newspapers. Sell newspapers before dawn. Zhang Wei, they are all fucking talented. In order to prevent Zhang Wei and Lu Feng from falling and landing head first, not even a chance to turn into a zombie. Several people worked together to finally pull Zhang Wei up. Zhang Wei stuffed the deformed underwear into his pants. He said solemnly, my balls are almost wiped out by you. Who was the one who sang just now? Come here, I promise not to hit you. Excuse me, I thought you were talking about the lyrics behind La La La. Hu Dai said sheepishly. Well, forget it. Forget it, this will not be the case next time. Zhang Wei sat down. He attached a black rubber rope as thick as his thumb, mentioned in front of himself. The rope is an AU shape, both ends are not broken, and they are embedded in the awnings on both sides. This section was pulled up by force. Is this an internet cable? It's not an internet cable. Internet cables are not very thick. This should be a bundle of telephone lines, the kind of landline lines. Lu Renjia checked it. No need to guess, this is an optical cable. Boss, how do you know? Isn't it written on the wall of the girls' dormitory? What? Let me see, there seems to be words on the wall. Optical cables do not contain copper. Theft is a crime. XX City XX School announcement. Hey. Boss, you have really good eyesight. You can see such small words clearly. I used a telescope to see it a few days ago. Oh, is this the plan you mentioned a while ago? Yes, it was a little more rushed than expected. I wanted to clean up all the zombies, then take the key of the fence door on the 6th floor, lock the fence door on the 1st floor, and then open a dormitory window on the 6th floor to remove the optical cable. But plans can't keep up with changes, and I didn't expect all the zombies to come over. What is the use of this optical cable? Is it used for hanging? Shoan was puzzled. If we use this optical cable to climb down, we will be fed to the zombies. It is better to hang ourselves. Zhang Wei held the optical cable around his waist, and pulled it back with all his strength. There was a sound of cracking. The part of the optical cable on the rooftop was longer. Help me. Pull it hard. What do you mean? Do you really want to escape with this rope? There is no other way. Hurry up. If the iron door is broken by the zombies, we will be finished. This sentence immediately woke up everyone present. Yes. It is better to fall to death than to be bitten to death. So 5 people came together to pull the optical cable on the roof. I count 1, 2, 3, work hard together. 1, 2, 3, etc. My pants fell off. Someone just tore off my elastic. Come again, 1, 2, 3. Good. Not long after, there are more and more optical cables on rooftops. I'm afraid it's about 20 meters long. The dormitory building looks into the sky behind. Gradually a straight black optical cable appeared. That's right, the other end of the optical cable. It's the awning on the top floor of the girls' dormitory diagonally opposite the back of the dormitory. This is the same fiber optic cable. Last year, this optical cable passes through the underground sewer between the 2 dormitory buildings. But some students intercepted them, and sent them to scrap shops to sell them for money. This is a National Defense optical cable, great value. Last time, a police car came over. Later, after the optical cable was reconnected, so I crossed over the wall instead. I was observing a white cat. See this fiber optic cable. The optical cable here is from the awning. Also on the other side, we just need to straighten this thread. You can just crawl along the line. We're going to pull it again. The current line still has some width. The 2 buildings are 30 or 40 meters apart. Once it cannot be straightened, when people climb over, middle part, it may hang to the ground. That would be bitten to death by zombies. Oh, then add more oil. Lesbian again. Manpower can't pull it straight. We have to use leverage. Lever? What leverage? Zhang Wei stopped explaining. The rope was tied to the iron guardrail handrail from the 6th floor to the 7th floor. He thought about being tied to the gate, but that way the fence door will be easier to pull out. The person they climbed over might be thrown to death. But the iron guardrail is secure. because they are all embedded in the stairs from the first floor to the 6th floor. To pull this armrest out, I'm afraid it will require the power of a truck. Zhang Wei tied the cable ropes to many places on the guardrail. Ignore the howling zombies next to you, wrap the mop stick around the rope, then I risked my life. 8. The font is flipped and wrapped. Then stick the wooden stick on the railing, for better straightening. It turns out that this is the leverage principle that Zhang Wei just mentioned. It does take some effort. At last, finally the optical cable was tightened. Who comes first? Joanne's legs were shaking a little bit. This is high-altitude work without any protective measures. And relying on an optical cable as thick as a thumb, and the plastic skin, it looks pretty slippery. If it were a steel pipe as big as a horizontal bar, Joanne must have crawled over without hesitation. But this optical cable, making him hesitate. And I don't know where the girls' dormitory is yet. Is it completely reliable? Chapter 33 Crossing the Terror. Zhang Wei ignored Joanne's hesitation. He said to them, "Don't hesitate, come on quickly, otherwise zombies will go up to the rooftop. None of us can leave. You all carry your backpacks on your back. Throw away all the unimportant things inside except food. Just bring 3 bottles of mineral water. The weather is so sultry, it will rain again in a few days. Throw all the unnecessary things on the rooftop. We will crawl over here to get it again if we have a chance in the future." Zhang Wei still doesn't know the situation in the girls' dormitory opposite. "I don't know if I can go down from the rooftop." The girls' dormitory opposite is a real dormitory. It's not like this building. It was renovated from an old teaching building. When I can crawl, in the form of hanging upside down, legs hooked, the hands are also holding on in this way. There are 2 focus points, can effectively disperse weight. It's a pity that I don't have enough time to make seat belts. Joanne, you go first. Boss, I'm a little scared. As long as you don't let go, will not fall. What are you afraid of? Good, then help me keep an eye on it. Hurry up, that door won't hold up. Oh. Joanne hurriedly climbed up to the rooftop awning. Like a swimmer swimming on his back. His face faces upward. The knees of the legs are bent and crossed to hook the optical cable, then crawl away quickly. If you are afraid of heights, just close your eyes. Lu Renjia reminded him. It would have been better if he hadn't said this. As soon as he said this, Joanne subconsciously looked downstairs. His body suddenly became weak, and he lost the courage to move forward. "Come and help me," Zhang Wei said to Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong. He carried the part of the optical cable in the air on the roof on his shoulders. The height here was relatively high, and it was several dozen centimeters higher, creating a slope from top to bottom. Joanne automatically slid down and stopped after more than 10 meters. Fortunately, this optical cable is strong enough. Change to another rope. Joanne weighs more than 100 kilograms. You may not be able to bear it yet. Climb quickly. The second person is ready. Zhang Wei shouted towards Joanne. The shout alerted the zombies on the other side of the fence. They beat the fence desperately and squeezed. Joanne heard the roar of the zombies. He knew that if he didn't hurry up, his teammates might be hurt. So he used his hands and feet together. He tried his best to climb to the other end of the rope. But when I climbed to the middle, the optical cable is weighed down by such a heavy object as Joanne. There is a decline. Climb further towards the women's dormitory, almost a slight slope. You carry the panda first. I'm going to adjust the mop stick again. Panda, that's Zhao Zhenxiong. This is the nickname Zhang Wei gave him. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, immediately went to the fence again, then wrapped the mop stick around the optical cable a few times. Then it got stuck sideways in the corridor guardrail. This time, the rope is much tighter. Zhao Zhenxiong no longer has to carry it. Joanne is on the roof of the girls' dormitory. Gradually, the distance was only more than 10 meters. As the weight of his body tightened the rope, on the contrary, it was much easier to climb. It didn't take long for them to climb up to the awning on the side of the female dormitory building. Good success. Zhang Wei was delighted. When I decided to take this route before, it's just one of his plans. This plan is very risky. But sudden emergencies, he had no choice but to adopt this plan, since Joanne can successfully pass, so in my opinion, the rest of the people should be fine too. Second, come on. Hu Dai. Zhang Wei originally thought that a girl like Hu Dai would. Maybe even worse than Joanne, unexpectedly. Hu Dai climbed up the rope without hesitation. Quickly crawled towards the other end. Everyone was dumbfounded. Less than 3 minutes, Hu Dai arrived on the opposite side, then he was given a helping hand by Joanne, pulled up. Old Zhao, you will be next. Zhang Wei didn't quite trust Zhao Zhenxiong. Because he ate too much dog food in the past few days, I've been feeling a little exhausted these days due to diarrhea. In Zhao Zhenxiong's own words, even standing makes my legs feel weak. But Zhao Zhenxiong also has his own methods. He temporarily removed his shoelaces, made into a seat belt. Then connect your waist and the optical cable tied together. This safety belt is made of shoelaces. It may not necessarily have much effect. It may not be able to bear the weight of a person. But it can give people a strong psychological hint. There is insurance, no problem in the past. Zhao Zhenxiong just slowly followed the rope and prepared to pass. But at this time, Zhang Wei heard an unpleasant sound, the clink of metal falling to the ground. He turned around and looked. The anti-theft nails driven into the wall of the iron fence door were actually attacked by zombies. One fell out. The remaining few are about to come out. Go quickly, the door is about to break down. You two come together. Zhang Wei shouted towards the remaining Lu Renjia. Zhang Wei quickly took off his school bag, then unzipped. He put his hand inside. Rush to the gate. Use your own strength to hold on to the iron door that is about to collapse. Zhang Wei knows, I can't stand it for long. Because this kind of support method is not effective at all, he also has to be on guard at all times. The zombie stretched out his hand from the crack of the fence door and scratched himself. A school bag, it can only prevent your arms from being scratched. But fortunately, Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong both got on the rope. Zhang Wei thought, just hold on for one more minute. Zhao Zhenxiong now, already more than 10 meters away from the edge of the rooftop. Lu Renjia also has a safe distance of 4 to 5 meters. In this way, even if I let go of the door, after the door collapsed, the zombies swarming and wanted to pounce on them on the rope, it will also fail due to insufficient distance. More zombies started frantically attacking the iron gate from downstairs. Zhang Wei lowered his head, and narrowly avoided the arms of the 3 zombies above his head. He knew he couldn't stand it anymore. If I had known better, I would have looked for a big piece of wood to use as a support. You two, hold on to the rope and don't move. I'm coming over. Zhang Wei doesn't know, after he let go of his hand, will this door fall down immediately? If this is the case, he could only jump up from the balcony. While doing this, catch the vibration of the rope. It may make Zhao Zhenxiong and Lu Renjia fall down. It's too late. Zhang Wei let go of his hand, running wildly, while zipping up the school bag, and put the school bag on his back. The iron gate fell down as Zhang Wei expected. Zhang Wei flew directly from the edge of the rooftop to the rope, and his armpits were stuck on the rope. The huge shaking caused the other 2 people on the rope to bounce up high, but fortunately they had held on tightly in advance, otherwise they would have fallen down. Zhang Wei turned over and hooked his right leg up, and used all his strength to climb to the middle. A large group of zombies rushed into the rooftop frantically, and rushed towards Zhang Wei. But he fell down because he stepped on the air, came one after another from downstairs. Thump, thump. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Zombies don't know how to climb ropes. Watching zombie suicide attacks, Zhang Wei felt lucky for a while. If he hadn't made a decisive decision, pulled his fiber optic cable, these people at the scene, it is estimated that the entire army will be annihilated. If he hadn't pushed the door with his school bag, after a moment's delay, he and Lu Renjia will probably die here too. And just when Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief, something unexpected happened to him. The optical cable in the girls' dormitory started to fall off. Chapter 34 Happy Birthday. Just for a moment, the 3 of them fell several meters. If this continues, even if the 3 of them are not thrown to death, they will also be eaten by zombies wandering on the ground floor. Don't move, you two. Don't move. Zhang Wei saw that Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong were still struggling there. This will only speed up the fall. Fortunately, Zhang Wei reminded us in time. When the 3 of them stopped moving, the rope finally stopped falling off. Shoun and Hu Dai on the opposite side were helpless, because the 2 of them couldn't reach the optical cable on the awning. Zhang Wei also relied on several talents to make his fortune before. The 3 of them just stayed motionless in the air, looking at the zombies on the roof of the boys' dormitory. A suicidal fall. After 20 or 30 zombies fell to the ground, the zombies behind finally stopped following. This is probably the entire number of zombies in this wave. The blood and brains on the cement floor downstairs spread like a blooming flower. The air is filled with a strong rancid odor. The rancid smell even overshadowed the smell of blood. Zhang Wei didn't know if the optical cable would continue to fall off. He could only crawl back slowly. Then he approached a window on the 4th floor. He put one of his feet on the window. This will take the weight off your body. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong understood what Zhang Wei meant. They began to climb slowly. It's just that the length of the rope dropped too much. The 2 of them couldn't get to the rooftop. I could only climb up to the balcony on the 4th floor of the corresponding girls' dormitory. Then he nervously observed Zhang Wei's movements there. Zhang Wei kicked and broke the glass of the window next to him. Then he got in. This is a dormitory on the 4th floor. He found a stool and sat down. When the rope just fell, his hand was accidentally injured by the optical cable. A big piece of skin fell off the palm of my hand. In order to avoid infection, inflammation and wound expansion, he had to come in, apply a short emergency bandage. In Zhang Wei's school bag before, there are bandages and disinfectant. But it was ruined by Zhang Ye wiping her feet. So Zhang Wei could only find one mask. Then wrap it with plastic tape. Compared with the severe injury of a broken arm in the previous life, this scratch is just a minor injury. Zhang Wei's dormitory on the 4th floor. I searched randomly, in addition to some shampoo, body wash, towel, in addition to toothbrushes, didn't get anything useful. Such daily necessities can be found in a room in the boys' dormitory. Can be found, not uncommon. When Zhang Wei was bandaging and searching for items in the dormitory here, Lu Rinjia and Zhao Jinxiong on the other side had already tied the optical cable to the iron bed in the girls' dormitory, and repeatedly entangled in multiple iron beds. Now the fiber optic cable has become tight again, and don't worry about the top floor continuing to fall off. With Zhang Wei's body weight, it is absolutely impossible to move these several iron beds. What's more, Lu Rinjia and Zhao Jinxiong sat on it. After confirming that the rope is secure, Zhang Wei Chao started climbing again. This rope serves as a good link, communicated with the boys' and girls' dormitories. Zhang Wei knows, not surprisingly, they can move back and forth between the two dormitories freely. He still has a bunch of keys in his backpack. You can open the door and go out from the current dormitory on the 4th floor. Go to another boys' dormitory, get stuff from any room. Those daily necessities, quilt, clothes, etc., maybe it can be used to exchange with the survivors in the girls' dormitory. I have heard responses from survivors before. I just don't know if there is a dormitory room in the girls' dormitory. Thereby getting the keys to all the dormitories. When Zhang Wei climbed over along the rope, Lu Rinjia and Zhao Jinxiong were happily eating potato chips. Zhang Wei looked at the mess on the ground. We didn't throw this away, it was like this when we came in. Legend has it that the girls' dormitory is clean, tidy and smells good. It seems they are all fake. Zhao Jinxiong pointed to the garbage on the ground and said. Lu Rinjia was eating and nodding along. Give, boss, this is reserved for you. Lu Rinjia now also imitates Zhouan and calls Zhang Wei boss. Why is there only half a pack? Don't you still have an unopened pack in your hand? I like that taste, give me that. This, I want to keep this for who die. Depend on, I'm almost risking my life for you. Are you still thinking about your little girlfriend? Zhang Wei pretended to be angry. No, today is her birthday. Birthday? Zhang Wei took out a box from his backpack. This is a beautifully hard-packed candy box. Give this to her. This is? Happy birthday to you. The moment Lu Rinjia opened it, music sounds, colorful fruit candies are arranged in an orderly manner inside. Mixed with the flickering of marquees, it's a little bit special. Thank you, boss. Lu Rinjia said happily. By the way, he also handed the bag of potato chips to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei did not take it. He said absent-mindedly, I found this candy in your dormitory 602 on the 6th floor. I thought it was special, so I kept it. I originally planned to throw this thing out when I went to lock the fenced door on the 1st floor to attract the zombies' attention so that I could lock the door. But later my machete broke, so I couldn't clear the zombies below the 4th floor, and my plan was aborted. Fortunately, there is still an optical cable. Lu Rinjia continued. Yes, luckily there is still an optical cable, otherwise. Zhang Wei did not continue. If there was no optical cable, Hu Dai would have died by now, because when the three boys went downstairs to meet Zhang Wei, the fenced door on the rooftop was not locked. The four of them could hide in 512 or 511 or Zhao Jinxiong 608 in an emergency, but Hu Dai probably had nowhere to escape. You still have to listen to me in the future. When I left, I deliberately threw the key to the fenced door to you, just to deal with unexpected situations, but I won't blame you, after all. You came down to save me. Zhang Wei added. Many times, we are not fighting for ourselves, think of others too. Zhang Wei looked out the window with disdain. My past life self, just so as not to hurt my teammates, I chose to give up hope of survival. For the sake of sacrifice and ambition, dare to teach the sun and moon to change the sky. If these were two ordinary worlds, my friends from another world, will you feel sad about your own death? Chapter 35 The Cat Next Door Meows. In the future, all actions must be taken according to the command. Zhang Wei took the half-opened bag of potato chips and I grabbed a few pieces and stuffed them into my mouth. Crunch. Crunchy. Zhang Wei's favorite things in daily life. It's about exploring the unknown. This is the first time I've arrived at the women's dormitory. It just feels a little strange. In addition to some colorful wallpapers, pink bed curtain, mosquito net, the rest of the place is just like the boys' dormitory. Zhang Wei rummaged through boxes and cabinets for a while. I actually found a small can of Wangzai milk. Although Zhao Zhenxiong and Lu Renjiao looked eagerly, Zhang Wei didn't care about the two of them. He raised his head and drank it in one gulp. Then he threw the empty Wangzai can out of the window. The noise probably alerted the zombies. The sound of falling to the ground and the howling of zombies were heard outside. Let's go! Go to the rooftop to meet them. Showen and Hu Dai, I'm still waiting up there at this time. Meow. Just as I was about to open the door of the girls' dormitory, there was a meow from next door. Zhang Wei remembers, I seem to have seen a cat through a telescope. It seems to be on the balcony on the 3rd floor. But this is the 4th floor. Is the sound coming from downstairs? Meow. Zhang Wei also learned to shout. Meow. Another response from the cat came downstairs. There seems to be a real cat, Zhao Zhenxiong said in shock. It stands to reason that pet cats cannot survive if it is kept in a dormitory, and if you can't catch mice. Find a way to get it up. You all go to the bathroom and get a bucket. Zhang Wei asked someone to get the bucket. He was rummaging around in the cabinet by himself, finally found a skipping rope. This skipping rope was just when I was looking for something to eat. The moment I got Wangzai milk, I caught a glimpse of it accidentally, but I never thought about exercising. This skipping rope is of little use for the time being. But after straightening the skipping rope, more than 2 meters long, it's still okay to tie a bucket and hang it down. This is Zhang Wei's cat-catching plan. He opened his school bag and grabbed a handful of dog food. Throw it in the bucket. This is compressed dog food made from beef jerky. Even Zhao Zhenxiong likes to eat. This big fat cat has no reason not to like eating. Meow. The cat downstairs saw that there was no movement upstairs. There was another meow. Meow meow. Don't worry, come to the barrel. After Zhang Wei put down the rope, I found that it was still almost 1 meter short. Only then can you reach the ground of the balcony below. Just when I was about to ask someone to pick me up with a towel, shoelaces or something, the white cat jumped up. He jumped directly into the bucket. Oh! Started to eat dog food. He was probably starving. Zhang Wei tried to lift the bucket. Seeing that the cat has no intention of jumping out, so 3 times 5 times 2 pulled the bucket up. Holy shit, why is this cat so fat? Lu Renjia touched the cat's back. Don't touch it, be careful of getting scratched. Zhang Wei had to remind. What are you afraid of? Not a zombie. Can you confirm that there is no zombie virus in this cat's nails? Even if there is no zombie virus, there's also rabies virus. Not that much, this should be a pet cat that someone feeds, probably vaccinated. Yeah, boss, why did you bring this cat here? I don't know either. When I first saw it on the rooftop opposite, it climbed through the wall and into the 1st floor window. The second time I saw it from the balcony on the 3rd floor. What does this mean? Although cats can climb trees, but it's not something you can fly over walls. The exterior wall tiles of the girls' dormitory are tiled. The cat's claws cannot catch it. You mean, the door to the girls' dormitory on the 3rd floor should be open. Ah, what if it's not? It doesn't matter whether it is. Even if it's closed, we can also be on the 4th floor, use a rope to climb down to the balcony on the 3rd floor. That's fine, but I couldn't find anything to eat. That doesn't make sense either. It's better to go to the men's dormitory opposite. Search floor by floor. There is always some food to be found. It's not food I'm looking for. What is that? Survivor. Zhang Wei placed himself and Zhouan on the rooftop opposite and heard a girl's response. There is no charge for water, you bastards. You owe me 2 months' rent. It hasn't been given yet. I told you this line once. Boss, you mean? Is there a housekeeper living down there? No, not so much. Hearing Sounds is also a student. At most I can be considered a Stephen Chow fan. Boss, you mean? Is this cat owned by the charterer? It's not like that. Students are very busy with their studies. Maybe a stray cat. Be fed and taken in. In other words, this is the cat that keeps eating, trapped on the 3rd floor. Hello, is there anyone down there? Lu Renjia held his mouth and shouted to Xiaomian in a low voice. No one responded. However, a few scattered zombies heard the sound and came over reluctantly. Lu Renjia. What did you say? Zhouan shouted from upstairs. Zhang Wei stretched half of his body out of the balcony and found Zhou lying on the awning, with most of his head exposed, waiting for a response from downstairs. Can you and Hudai come down? No, this rooftop is also locked with a big lock, not a U-shaped lock, but an iron chain lock. The U-shaped lock is easy to handle and can be smashed open with a heavy object in a few strokes, but the iron chain lock is a micro lock, and it is difficult to smash open directly without a key. You guys find a place to sit down first, we'll meet up later. Zhang Wei continued to shout. Now all the zombies downstairs heard human voices. They screamed so loudly that they gathered downstairs. Zhang Wei took a look at the density of zombies downstairs. I guess I jumped from the 4th floor. You can't fall to death, this zombie swarm, it's a good meat pad. It's a pity that there is no gasoline in hand, otherwise. You will fall from here, it's the braised zombies. But it will also smell bad. Are you full and don't have a kitten? Zhang Wei looked at the cat, who continued to eat dog food. On the other hand, he made a roaring and vomiting sound. This is not a kitten, this is an old cat. Lu Renjiao reminded him kindly. Yeah. Yes, the kitten is not that big, at least 3 years old. 3 years old, isn't that just a kitten? When I was a kid, I heard my grandma say, cats have a longer lifespan of 20 to 30 years. Boss. Just say so. Do you still have dog food in your backpack? Donate a little, I don't have much left. Not good, what if the cat is strangled to death? You didn't even survive, how could a cat survive? While Zhang Wei and Lu Renjiao were still arguing, the white cat finally finished eating the dog food, wandering around Zhang Wei's calf. So clingy? Come! Let Uncle hug you. Zhang Wei didn't worry if the cat's claws were poisonous. He sat on the bed and put the cat on his legs. He poured out some water, put it in his palm, and let the cat lick it. After the cat was full, it didn't want to move anymore. It climbed on Zhang Wei's legs and washed its hair. Then it lay down, rolled into a disc, buried its head under its crotch, and fell asleep. This cat seems to be a little bit nervous. Zhang Wei was stunned. Chapter 36. Where is my cat? Boss, this cat seems to think of you as its master. Don't talk nonsense, all pet cats are like this, no vigilance. Then let's continue sitting here? Are there any follow-up plans? Did you eat this cat teething festival? Boss, stop joking, how can this cat eat? I heard that meat is sour. Have you ever eaten it? That's not true. Do you know what human flesh tastes like? Have you ever eaten it? Boss? Of course, human flesh is also sour. Zhang Wei told a huge lie. In his previous life, he had eaten rat meat, toad meat, grasshopper, mantis, caterpillars, and other random things. But I have never eaten human flesh. This is his bottom line, even if I starve to death, nor can they eat human flesh. Depend on, boss, you wouldn't eat Lin Feng secretly. Would you? I saw that all he had left was his skeleton. What do you think? No wonder you want us to tie you up. Are you afraid that you will transform into a corpse? Zhang Wei used the air conditioner and rolled himself up on the bed. Put the sleeping cat on it. Look at this white cat. Even though it was awakened, but I have no intention of moving. So he planned to go to the top floor to meet Zhou and the others. Zhang Wei was rummaging through the desk drawer in the girls' dormitory. I still haven't found any tools to open the lock. Finally, it was on the manuscript paper on a girl's desk. 2 paper clips were found. That's it. Zhang Wei didn't know what Zhou was talking about the door lock. What does it look like? But in his previous life, I tried using an ear pick and a small wire to open the lock successfully. This paper clip, it can be used if you make do. Zhang Wei came from inside the dormitory, opened the door to the girls' dormitory, carefully stretched out his head, confirmed that there are no zombies outside, then he was ready to go out. Before going out, turn the deadbolt of the door lock and push it in. Then hang a towel on the door handle, this way the door can be closed, it's not locked either. In case something goes wrong, the 3 of you can still retreat to this dormitory, or through the fiber optic cable in this dormitory, climbing back to the boys' dormitory again. Walk. The 3 of them were sneaking around with their waists crotchet, slowly walk from the corridor towards the stairs. Zhang Wei is at the back. Don't move. A voice came from behind. Zhang Wei turned around and looked. A girl with short yellow hair is holding a basin, wearing bathrobe. He was looking at the 3 people angrily. Her face is extremely beautiful. She feels like a Korean actress. What did she say, in English? Zhao Zhenxiong was stunned. It seems so. Do you know what it means? I seem to have heard it somewhere. Lu Renjiao responded. It seems to mean running fast. How about we run away? Zhao Zhenxiong thought about it carefully and said, Old Zhao, is your translation reliable? What was your score in the last English test? You don't believe it. Last time I hit 28, just a little bit away from perfect score. The total score is 150. I think if you add a 1 in front of it, it's not just a little off. That's not what you mean. Why did she tell us to run quickly? I remembered. I know what this means. This sentence means to stand up. She told us not to hold our waist low. Stand up, Lu Renjia said. Are you sure? Zhang Wei thought for a long time. When the English class representative asked us to stand up, it didn't seem to be like this. I think it might mean that we should sit down. Standing up is not like this. Standing up means tearing eggs. Zhang Wei patted his head and suddenly remembered. Well, boss, you are right. It is to sit down. By the way, boss, your English grade should be very good. What was your score in the last exam? 26, boss. Are you kidding? Why would I lie to you? My grades are the last in the class. Don't discuss this. Let's listen to the girl. Sit down first. She is thinking about us. She is short. Zombies can't see us. We are crouching down. Zombies may still be able to see us. That makes sense. The three of them sat on the ground in unison. The short-haired girl saw the three of them sitting on the ground. First he was stunned, then I clamped my legs together. His face turned red instantly. He gritted his teeth and threw down the basin and ran away without looking back. What happened to her? Zhao Zhenxiong was stunned. Have no idea. Maybe I forgot to take the soap or something. Lu Renjia is also the second monk, puzzled. There seems to be a vacuum inside her bathrobe. Zhang Wei couldn't help but said. Depend on, is there such a thing, boss? Why didn't you tell me earlier? He actually ate alone. I am also guessing, just a guess. Because the direction at the end of the corridor is the girl's public bathroom. And she is holding a wash basin. Zhang Wei said embarrassedly. Then should we go and give her some clothes? Zhao Zhenxiong was about to turn around and go to the dormitory he just came out of. Find a skirt or something to give her. Zhang Wei grabbed him and said. It's better to have less trouble than more. Let's go and save Goen and who die first. Yeah. Okay. Zhao Zhenxiong then remembered that there were two people on the top floor. So the three of them stood up again and continued to sneak towards the stairs and soon disappeared on the fourth floor. While walking, Zhang Wei took out a paper clip and bent it into a sewing needle shape. When he reached the sixth floor, he saw Joan and Hu Dai waiting on the other side of the iron gate. Joan seemed to be taking a key from his body, trying to open the iron chain lock. Zhang Wei knew that the key of 512 would never be able to open this lock. He took out a piece of gum from his backpack, bit off 1/3 of it, and chewed it hard. This was found when he was looting supplies before, and Zhang Wei had never been willing to eat it, just to use it one day. 2 minutes later, Zhang Wei spit out the gum, and then used a paper clip to push the gum residue back in, and then carefully poked the paper clip. Seeing no movement, he inserted another paper clip. Not long after, there was a crisp sound, and the iron lock opened. Zhang Wei removed the iron chain and found that it was almost 2 meters long, and the vertical height was close to his nose. I was malnourished in high school, and I was just over 1.7 meters tall. I was not as big as Su Long, who was 1.8 meters tall. Zhang Wei stuffed the chain into his backpack. This is a good weapon. Wrap it around your arm. When the zombies come to bite, you can just wave your hand casually, and their teeth will pop off. Lu Renjia finally reacted at this time, and took out the candy box Zhang Wei gave him from his school bag, and handed it to Hu Dai, saying, I'm sorry, happy birthday. Thank you. Hu Dai hugged Lu Renjia and burst into tears. The optical cable just fell. I thought I would never see you again. It's okay, I'm fine. Aren't I? When Zhang Wei and his group of 5 met again after a separation, and slowly exchanged greetings, a girl in the girls' bathroom on the 4th floor slowly poked her head out. After she confirmed that there was no one in the corridor, she quickly went down from another staircase. When she reached the 3rd floor, and then opened the door of her dormitory, she was suddenly shocked. Where's my cat? Chapter 37 Joan is kidnapped. Boss, it's better if you try your best. I knew it. I'll definitely survive if I follow you. Joan flattered Zhang Wei. It's a bit risky. The whole army was almost wiped out. It's really dangerous. By the way, boss, why did you stay down there for so long? Needed a survivor and a surviving cat. It took a while. Cat, you said the cat you saw on the rooftop? Yes, there is also a woman. Doesn't he look like a student? Yellow short hair. She's quite pretty long. It has a Korean style. It should be the landlady from not long ago. Ah, boss, did you meet the survivor? I don't know. This woman is quite strange. She spoke English to us. The woman you are talking about should be Pei Wu. Who Dai suddenly interrupted. Accompanying dance? Can students still accompany dance? Aren't they all accompanying drinking? Zhao Zhenxiong was stunned. Not that kind of accompanying. I mean, her name is Pei Wu. She is an international student. To be precise, she is an exchange student. She is of Chinese descent, but grew up in the United States. One of our school directors was once a director of a high school in the United States and organized cultural exchanges between Chinese and American students. Pei Wu is a student of that high school in the United States. Hu Dai continued to explain. I see. How do you know so much? Of course I know. She just came to school not long ago. She can speak fluent Chinese, but she always speaks English. It's hard not to notice. And she doesn't need to take the final exam at school. She lives on the same floor as me. So that's how it is. Then isn't she just here for vacation? Zhao Zhenxiong was indignant. Exchange students are like that. You just take some cultural classes and get credits and scholarships to study abroad. I would have applied to study abroad if I had known. Zhang Wei slapped his thigh. Boss, don't be kidding. You only got 28 points in English. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to go abroad? Don't talk nonsense. It's the environment that makes people. If I were in an environment where everyone spoke English, would my English be bad? Didn't Li Yang from Crazy English also flirt with foreigners, and then slowly become an English teacher? Boss, that seems to be Jack Ma. Really? Am I remembering it wrong? Didn't Jack Ma start his career by selling pirated CDs? He later married Renee Liu, the milk tea girl. That's not Jack Ma. That's Lu Qiangdong. It's the milk tea girl, not Renee Liu. By the way, Hu Dai, which dormitory do you live in? Do you have your key with you? Come to your room and have a seat. Zhang Wei quickly changed the subject. On the third floor. Third floor? Then let's go down first. Zhang Wei took the lead and went down. The remaining people were helpless for a while. But we can only keep up. When you pass by the balcony, bend your back a little. Don't let the zombies outside see it. New boss. I don't know if the iron gate on the first floor of the girls' dormitory is closed or locked. We can't take any chances. The girls' dormitory doesn't have a gate. Hu Dai responded. No way? Isn't that quite dangerous? Zheng Wei stopped and said, I even want to go back. If there is no door, it would be safer to go to the top floor or rooftop. There is no door. The first floor of the girls' dormitory, there is a guard room. Usually someone is watching over you. Guard room door. Only the access card can be opened. So that's it. It's much more convenient and safer than our boys' dormitory. Who told us that our dormitory was renovated from a former shabby classroom? Wait. Don't go in yet. When I arrived at the door of Hu Dai 316 dormitory, Hu Dai, who had taken out the key and was about to open the door, suddenly stopped the person outside the door. What do you mean? Is there a little lover hidden? Zhao Zhenxiong looked at Lu Renjia, as if to say, love is a light, green to yellow. I'm going to take care of the hygiene. Hu Dai said sheepishly. Let me help you. Lu Renjia was about to squeeze in, but Hu Dai slapped her on the hand. Stay outside for me too. Well, brother, just don't go in. I guess Xiao Ni needs to hide it for a while. She will be even more embarrassed when you go in. Zhao Zhenxiong hugged Lu Renjia's neck and said, What's there to be embarrassed about? I'm his boyfriend. Lu Renjia spoke righteously. Hu Dai's face turned even redder. Okay. We won't go in. You leave one person to keep watch. I'll try to use a paper clip to see if I can open the door lock of the dormitory 317 next door. I'll keep watch. Zhou took on the task with honor. So Zhang Wei took out another small piece of chewing gum and began to chew it. In the future, you can let me do this kind of rough work of chewing gum. Zhao Zhenxiong swallowed his saliva. If you can't poke it open, you can chew it a second time later, Zhang Wei said while chewing. Never mind, just do it yourself. Chewing gum is very hard. Zhang Wei wants to remove the sugar inside by chewing. To soften it, being poked into the keyhole like this, then insert a paper clip into it and squeeze it. The chewing gum expands all around. It can withstand the spring in the hole inside the key. This will unlock the door. This is the principle of unlocking, but it can only be applied to mechanical locks, electronic code lock, or fingerprint lock. This method cannot be used Boss, who did you learn this skill from? Well, I don't remember either. Zhang Wei was embarrassed to say, it's the memory of my previous life. As for who I learned it from, I really forgot about that. Anyway, every person searching for supplies uses this method to open the door. For those doors that cannot be opened, they use fire axes and hammers. Finally, a small metallic sound is heard, and the door lock is opened. Zhao Jinxiong rushed in first. He has a special hobby of exploring the female dormitory. Well, this dormitory is much cleaner. Lu Renjia remembered the dormitory on the 4th floor before, where garbage was scattered all over the floor. Not every girl is unhygienic. Zhang Wei also nodded with satisfaction. It seems that I can lock the door of this dormitory and have a good nap at noon. As for the dormitory 316 next door, I will leave it to Lu Renjia and Hu Dai. Zhouwen, come in first. Zhouwen. Huh? Where are they? Boss. I'm being held hostage. Zhouwen's trembling voice came from outside the door. Zhang Wei didn't see Zhouwen, but he knew he was not joking. Zhouwen is not a liar. He woke up instantly. His vigilance rose to the extreme, and waved his hand to signal Lu Renjia and Zhao Jinxiong not to make a sound, and not to act rashly. He silently took out the iron chain he had looted from the top floor from his school bag, and then wrapped it around his right hand, holding the two ends in his palm. Don't move, otherwise I'll kill him. A female voice came from outside the door. It was the yellow-haired girl in the bathrobe before. Now, she has changed into blue denim shorts and a white t-shirt, wearing a white glove on her right hand, holding an unknown weapon against Zhouwen's neck. So you can speak Chinese? Zhang Wei knew that the girl could speak Chinese, but he planned to delay time. See what the opponent's trump card is, etc. That girl is holding a denture? Ha 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 ha, it made me laugh so hard. Put a denture on Zhouwen's neck. Do you just want us to throw a tantrum at you? Zhang Wei laughed wildly. This girl, there must be something wrong with your brain. Zhouwen was almost crying. These are not ordinary teeth. These are the teeth of the rioters. Okay, whose teeth are different? Is it possible to cut Zhouwen's neck? Boss, the rioters are zombies. Zhouwen grimaced. Chapter 38. Give me back the cat. Are these zombie teeth? Zhang Wei looked in disbelief. But he knows, zombie teeth, definitely the best weapon. The same goes for zombie nails, and so on. Because people who are scratched and bitten, almost 100% infection and death. Look at the girl wearing a glove on her right hand. Zhang Wei thought that it might be to prevent himself from being infected. So it was confirmed that these were zombie teeth. Miss Pei. Right, Lady Pei, it's easy to discuss something. Let go of my brother, his brain is not working well. If something comes to me, go with me. Zhang Wei spoke broken English. I heard what Zhang Wei called Miss. Zhao Jinxiong and Lu Renjia inside finally couldn't bear it anymore. Just walk out the door. Give me my cat back. Pei Wu said angrily. Zombie teeth. It was already on Zhouwen's neck. Zhouwen didn't even dare to act rashly. It's okay to come into contact with zombie teeth, as long as the skin is not cut open, but the woman behind seems to have lost his mind a bit. Sister, don't be impulsive, although you are wearing nothing underneath, but we three brothers, I didn't see anything. Zhao Jinxiong knew that the situation was urgent. But what he said without thinking, it's like adding fuel to the fire. Pei Wu was obviously more angry. Don't be impulsive if you have anything. Come to me. Lu Renjia was prepared to go up and rescue the hostages carelessly. Don't be impulsive, those are zombie teeth. Zhang Wei had to remind him. Then you'd better go to Zhouwen. Lu Renjia turned around and left. Hearing Lu Renjia's voice, Hu Dai also opened the door and walked out. What are you? Hu Dai felt very strange. Why is Pei Wu hugging Zhouwen? Are you going to snatch him away? She didn't know that the three of them almost saw Pei Wu naked. Pei Wu also felt strange about a girl walking out of dormitory 316. And this girl looks a bit familiar. This dormitory on the 3rd floor, but she searched them one by one. Through the transparent glass window outside, you can see if there is anyone inside. Give me the cat. Pei Wu said another sentence in English. Apparently he spoke too fast. The three boys looked confused. She asked you to return the cat to her. Hu Dai promptly acted as a translator. Although Hu Dai's grades are not top-notch in school, in my own class, but they can be considered among the top few. Cat? Are you talking about the white cat? Zhang Wei finally remembered the white cat in the dormitory upstairs. Yes. Can you speak Chinese? Why are you pretending to be a foreigner? Shit. Boss, she called you shit. No, still need you to translate. It turns out that this girl cares about the cat. Now Zhang Wei had an idea. So he said, let him go, otherwise we will kill the cat. You let the cat go first, I'll let him go again. Your teeth may not be able to kill people, but we can definitely kill your cat. How about it? Do you want to take a gamble? Don't, boss, don't bet. These are zombie teeth. Have you forgotten how Lin Feng and Zhang Cheng died? Zhou was almost scared to death. The unknown is the scariest thing. This zombie's teeth, it was bloody and pressed against Zhou neck. Zhou glanced at it. Yellow teeth. There is still dental calculus on it, mixed with dark red gums, and coagulated black blood. Zhou only felt a rotten smell coming from him. I almost vomited it out on the spot. I don't bet. Unexpectedly, Pei Wu let go of Zhou, then he took the tooth back. He grabbed it in his hand. Did you eat my cat? Pei Wu asked sadly. Can it be eaten raw? Zhang Wei asked back. Did you really kill it? Pei Wu's eyes were red. He raised the zombie teeth towards Zhang Wei again. No. Good wine and good food are provided. Zhao Jinxiong quickly became a peacemaker. That cat is a living ancestor. I ate a lot of dog food. I feel so bad for myself. Zhao Jinxiong feels more and more like a dog. I actually felt like I was protecting my food. How did you steal my cat? My room is obviously locked. Well, you may not believe it. It was your cat that ran into my bucket on its own. Bucket? It's in the dormitory on the 4th floor. Which one? 406. My upstairs. Where are you sleeping soundly? Do you want me to take you to see it? Let's go! Don't be anxious. Let's finish ransacking this dormitory first, to see if there's anything to eat. I still have some food. I can give you some points. Give me the cat back first. Okay, Panda. I give you a difficult task. Take this young lady to find a cat. Boss, I don't dare go up there alone with her otherwise. You should go alone. Lady Pei, otherwise you can go by yourself. That door is unlocked. Just don't close it when you go out. We may have to crawl back from that dormitory later. When Pei Wu heard this, I have long been impatient. He turned around and ran upstairs alone. Well, what a big-breasted and brainless woman. Lu Renjia sighed involuntarily. When he turned around, he realized that Hu Dai was glaring at him angrily. Not long after, Pei Wu came down holding the big white fat cat. Do you raise this cat? Zhang Wei took a look at the cat and said, there is a nylon rope hoop around the neck, there is a small bell on it, but the little bean inside the bell has been picked off, can't make a vibrating sound. This cat shouldn't be a stray. None of your business. Why is it none of our business? This cat ate our food rations for 3 days. It's all beef jerky. Zhao Jinxiong told a huge lie. That's what you brought upon yourself, fooled it up. Zhang Wei knows, Pei Wu must have seen the barrel with the skipping rope attached to it. This cat, I was deceived by a few of my own people using dog food. It was hoisted up. Forget it. When the cat grows up a little, I can work part-time. It's better to let it go into debt. Zhang Wei waved his hand broadly. Can your Chinese cat still work? Pei Wu's eyes lit up. That's natural. Zhang Wei thought of many young ladies wearing traditional Chinese costumes holding cats and setting up stalls in the park. There is a sign next to it. Touch it, 5 yuan. Give me a hug, 10 yuan. Group photo, 20 yuan. So Zhang Wei spent 10 yuan to hug the girl. If Pei Wu hadn't been holding zombie dentures in his hand, Zhang Wei didn't mind hugging her either. But Zhao Jinxiong may jump out and say, I will definitely do this kind of rough work in the future. Right, I ask a question. Since your room is in dormitory 306, the cat is also kept there. Why did you run to the public bathroom on the 4th floor to take a shower? Don't all dormitory rooms have bathrooms? That's because the water supply was cut off and the toilet didn't flush. And the toilet was blocked, Pei Wu said with a blushing face. Oh, I see. You also stored a lot of water? Yes. It rained for 3 days. And I saw you storing water on the rooftop from a distance. So I went up to the rooftop to get some. Do you have the key to the rooftop? I locked it. You locked it? Why? I was worried that they would get water from the rooftop and cook my cat. Are there any survivors in this building? Zhang Wei suddenly became alert. Chapter 39 Uncle Def's Family. According to Zhang Wei's calculation, the girls' dormitory building is behind the boys' dormitory building, and farther from the teaching building. If people were to flee in panic on the day of the mutation, it would be more likely that they would all rush to the boys' dormitory. In the building where Zhang Wei hid, Zhang Ye, Li Xiaoqian, Hu Dai and other girls came. But Pei Wu just said that someone wanted to cook her cat and eat it, which made him a little cautious, because ordinary girls, even if they starved to death, would not do such a thing. What he is worried about is, some boys also fled to the women's dormitory. So Zhang Wei had to ask Pei Wu for clarification. Are there any other survivors in this dormitory? During that time, I hid in the boys' dormitory, don't know the exact situation outside. Yes, there are 7 more people. 7 people? Zhang Wei didn't expect that there were 7 survivors in the girls' dormitory. Could it be that these people survived? How did they survive? Zhang Wei couldn't wait to know. This is the key to escaping campus. 7 people? This is better than the remaining survivors in their boys' dormitory now. It adds up to a lot. Please tell us carefully, these people. You have to go to the rooftop to get water. What does it mean to eat your cat? What Zhang Wei is careful about is, this cat is fine so far, that is to say, these 7 people did not take action at all. Did they get food from other sources? It started when they ate Ms. Wang's smiling angel. Ms. Wang's smiling angel? What is this? A child. Did they eat children? No, the smiling angel is a Samoyed. Samoyed? Isn't that a dog? The legendary 3 slave fools, Husky, Samoyed, Alaska. Wait, you're talking about Samoyed. Is it a giant white dog? How do you know? Have you seen that dog? Of course I've seen it, the whole school, as long as you are not blind. I've probably seen that dog before. Too conspicuous. Zhang Wei also wanted to say, the food we eat these days, it's all that dog's food. The dog food looted from Wang Jiahao's dormitory on the 6th floor, that was bought by Wang Jiahao for his dog, food for a whole summer vacation. Right, it's Ms. Wang's dog. After the zombie crisis broke out, Ms. Wang also mutated into a zombie. The dog noticed that the smell on Ms. Wang's body was wrong. Far from its owner, I kept dragging my dog leash around the school later. He was taken away by the grandson of the old guard, who was deaf. Ms. Wang should be the wife of the dean of students. Wang Jing. Right? Is she Wang Jiahao's mother? Zhang Wei feels. This dog is a crucial clue. Could it be that the invigilator injured his leg? Was he bitten by a dog? It should be otherwise. Who could have such great power? Keep a dog in school. Zhou interrupted. Ms. Wang is not just the wife of the dean of students. She is also the principal's sister. Hu Dai said. Girls still no more gossip. Zhang Wei continued to ask. You mean Uncle Deaf ate the dog? No, the deaf uncle was eaten by berserkers. What you call zombies? Pei Wu continued. Uncle Deaf is the gatekeeper of the guard room at the entrance to the girls' dormitory. Hu Dai added. He's not completely deaf, just a little deaf. Isn't that still deaf? It seems so. Pei Wu continued. When the zombie crisis breaks out, the deaf uncle did not hear the student telling him to open the door quickly. So I couldn't let a single student in, although he is deaf, but he is not blind. When encountering zombies that knock down students and bite them, I subconsciously go to save people, unexpectedly. He got himself in. How do you know so clearly? I'm preparing dinner at his house. Forehead. Pei Wu continued. I am an exchange student, in fact. When the zombie crisis broke out, the deaf uncle's family has already arranged the dinner for the evening. Many relatives came to his home. That day happened to be his 70th birthday. You may not know, although the deaf uncle is apparently in charge of the guard room, control the entry and exit of students, but behind the guard room, there is a passage past, leading to the underside of the pump room. There turned out to be a large storage room, but I can't put anything in when I get wet. After the deaf uncle moved in, the upstairs was waterproofed. The storage room was converted into a house with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Then what? Then his entire family moved in. The deaf uncle himself is a guard. His eldest son is the master of the school cafeteria. The second daughter is a school cleaner. The third son has no serious job, selling the leftovers from the school outside. It seems that there is a chicken farm next to the school. How do I feel about their family? They are all parasites. What kind of insect are you talking about? Parasite. It's just a Korean movie. It's called Parasite. It's about. Oh, I know the movie you are talking about. It also won the 29th Academy Award for Best Image in 2020. That's probably what he meant. The 7 people I'm talking about are his eldest son and his wife. His second daughter and her husband. His third son. His wife. And his eldest grandson. It seems a bit inappropriate to compare this family to parasites. Because they are at least self-reliant. And not just eating and waiting to die. I see. You mean they want to eat your cat? No. It wasn't like that at the beginning. It's been almost half a month since the crisis broke out. They wanted to eat my cat. But that was about a week ago. Listen to me and continue. When the crisis just broke out, we were preparing to have dinner. I was invited by Uncle Def. He knew I was back from abroad and might not be used to the school cafeteria. Later, when Uncle Def was bitten while saving people, we were all scared. At first, he hadn't mutated yet. He struggled and crawled back. His bite was on his shoulder, which was not very serious. Then he suddenly mutated, but fortunately Uncle Def lived alone, and we also saw the tragic mutation of people in other parts of the school. We knew that Uncle Def could not be allowed to harm others, but when it came to killing Uncle Def, unexpectedly, except for his eldest wife, the rest of the people were against it, so they had to take another approach. That is to pull out Uncle Def's upper and lower gums, so that if Uncle Def was locked up, he would not be able to bite anyone. Could it be that the tooth you pressed against my neck just now was Uncle Def's? Shoan was horrified. That's right, Pei-Wu said indifferently. Depend on, boss. Do you still have water? Quickly help me flush my neck. I said you have old yellow teeth, it grosses me out. Not enough water to drink, you should flush your neck and go to the toilet to pee yourself. Forget it. Forget it, until next time. Shoan wiped his neck with his hand, he smelled it again in front of his nose. I almost vomited out all the food I had eaten the night before. What happened next? Zhang Wei continued to ask. Pei-Wu's story seems interesting. Later at that time, there had been no power outage for the past 3 days. We are afraid of accidents. There is a lot of water stored in the kitchen water tank. The 7 of them relied on some food that the deaf uncle had hoarded. There was also a birthday cake on the day, fruit snacks, dinner meals. The frozen meat in the refrigerator lasted for another week, until there are no more grains of rice left to cook. Have you been eating at Uncle Def's house during this time? Yes, their family made a point of calling me every time they ate. Actually, I know. What they focused on was my status as an international student. Because I am a foreign student, identity is relatively sensitive. They feel, someone will definitely come to rescue you. Pei-Wu's words. This aroused Zhang Wei's strong curiosity, because according to his memory later, some survivors, in search of supplies, explore every corner of this school. There were no other survivors at all. What if this family dies? How can they still be alive at this time? If this family had not died, then they just left this school. So maybe there are other ways of escape in this closed campus. Zhang Wei is not a person who is afraid of getting into trouble. He decided to investigate carefully. Chapter 40 Smiling Angel. Then why did you go back to the dormitory later? Don't they have enough food? Almost. There was enough food at first. Their family is used to eating and drinking a lot. Not much savings. A week passed like this. They found there was not enough food, their family. It turns out that most of the time, I also had free lunch in the school cafeteria. So I didn't store much food. You said that the deaf uncle's grandson took away the samoyed. Did you eat it later? No, I didn't think about eating dogs at first, because I am afraid of being infected with an unknown virus. But then, there was really no food. So the deaf uncle's eldest son, that is, the cook who works in the canteen, slaughtered the dog myself. I would do the same thing if it were me, Zhang Wei said indifferently. Human life is still more precious than animal life. Although I don't know how to eat human flesh, but the meat of cats, dogs and other animals, in extreme cases, I will still eat it. After all, my past life's self, I ate rat meat. There's even toad meat. Toads are poisonous. Samoyed is so cute. How did you get the idea to eat it? Pei-Wu was puzzled. Excuse me. When you were in the United States, have you ever joined an animal protection organization? That's not true. Then you believe in Chinese Buddhism? No. So what if you had to choose between killing your cat and your samoyed? Of course, I want to kill the samoyed, but this cat is not mine. Either. I just fed it temporarily. That's right. Isn't it? That family, I just want to make a choice between death and life. Not everyone is so noble. But when they first started, he also fed the dog with leftover meat bones. Everyone says that dog is cute. People's hearts will change. Have you ever thought about which family members, maybe in front of you, what about pretending to be loving? Pretend? Yes, they want to use your power to leave, naturally. You have to pretend to be a good person in this way. When you are rescued, only then can we take them away. By the way, can you contact the rescue? Zhang Wei knows. Some people can contact rescue through some special channels. Not everyone is stuck waiting for help. Rich people, shortly after the crisis broke out, he probably fled to a safer place. I've seen that kind of thing in my previous life. Rich area. Survivor base. The people inside are well-dressed and well-fed. The guards were armed with live ammunition, tightly guarded. Those people are definitely not ordinary people. I have no idea. I have a mobile phone, but I don't have your Chinese phone card. My cell phone has no signal here. I usually use the landline to contact you. But after the riots broke out, I never went out again. The nearest landline is at the public phone booth next to the cafeteria. It's almost 100 meters away from here. There are rioters everywhere. Can't get out at all. This is not a rioter. This is called a zombie. Isn't that what your foreign country says? The Walking Dead. It means the Walking Dead. Okay, just follow your words. Walking Dead, zombies. The phone number you mentioned. I do have one. But can you really call for help? Zhang Wei's foreign aide to Pei Wu, still interested. If there is a helicopter or something, he also knew other better places to take refuge. Certainly, if not, then I won't even mention it myself. Telephone? Cordless phone? That's of no use. The deaf uncle has several people in his family. Can't get through it all. Oh, forget it. Mine has no power either. He even threw it outside on the ground. Zhang Wei said embarrassedly. Let's continue talking about that smiling angel. What happened next? How does it have anything to do with your cat? This cat actually can't be considered my cat. It comes in from the outside wall. It should be from somewhere outside the school. My deaf uncle also fed it before, so I often come to the deaf uncle's place to have a meal when I have nothing to do. So it doesn't have any defense against people. No wonder the boss used a handful of dog food. I just tricked him into it. Lu Renjia couldn't help but interrupt. It's beef jerky. Don't talk nonsense. The dog food is what Samoyed eats. Correction of Zhao Zhenxiong's strong words. He also wanted to trick this little girl into getting some food. The veins on Zhang Wei's forehead couldn't help but twitch. He glanced around. Everyone here, they are all Samoyeds. The Samoyed was slaughtered by the butcher. It's the chef in the canteen, the eldest son of a deaf uncle. Don't underestimate this dog. I'm afraid it weighs 70 or 80 pounds. The family then started dividing the meat in front of me. Even the dog's head was divided. So cruel? So have you settled what you said about the dog? Zhao Zhenxiong couldn't help but ask. What is that thing you were talking about? Zhang Wei didn't understand. It's that thing, boss. You don't know this? Anyway, it's very nutritious. If you eat what you need, I suggest you eat more pig heads. Zhang Wei understood what Zhao Zhenxiong was talking about. It's the dog's thing. Pig head? I'm so hungry now that I feel dizzy. I can eat a whole pig. I miss the delicious white rice so much. Pei Wu continued. I don't know what you were talking about, anyway. That family didn't spare anything. Even the dog's large intestine and liver were cooked and eaten. Well, I know your foreign customs. You don't eat the stomach of animals. Well, they also invited me to eat dog meat, but I was worried that I would become a zombie after eating it, because I accidentally saw the dog eating the rotten meat on Uncle Def's body. Wait, you mean the dog ate human flesh, and then the human ate the dog meat, and ate the dog's large intestine and internal organs? Zhang Wei suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. Isn't this the same thing as if someone ate the flesh of a zombie, but after eating it, you will transform into a corpse? Even cooking or high-temperature sterilization has no effect. In my previous life, the evil people who dehumanize themselves encountered, when they eat human flesh, they also eat human flesh from normal people. Zhouan thought again of the deaf uncle's teeth just now. I feel like vomiting again. Your cat doesn't eat carrion, does it? Who died looked at the cute kitten in Pei Wu's arms. That's natural. I kept it locked in the room. I also fed it bread and dried small fish. Pei Wu said happily. So when she just opened the door, found the cat missing, only then was I nervous to death. She doesn't want her cat to turn into a cat that eats human flesh. Did they just eat the dog like that? Lu Renjia asked curiously. Then I don't know. When I passed by, they only ate one leg of the dog. The chef is still cooking those large intestines and other entrails. The kid was helping out. But it definitely won't be cleaned up. Because they don't have enough water in reserve. The reserve water is released from the water tower above the pump room. I don't know if they have any water reserves after it rains. That was 6 days ago. I saw the whole family staring at the cat with gleaming eyes. So I found an excuse to take it away. Then you haven't been out for a while. They haven't come to see you either? I am usually a vegetarian. There is a lot of bread and oatmeal in the dormitory room. I've been living off this food until now. Dried fish for cats. It belonged to the previous owner of my room. Previous owner? Her surname is Lin. I am an exchange student from China studying in the United States. After I come here, the room she lives in is hers. Last name is Lin? Is it that girl? Hu Dai murmured to himself. Which girl? The school bell of our school. Isn't the school bell Janya, who has turned into a zombie and is already dead? Janya is at most a class belle. She is good at makeup and grooming, but in terms of appearance and figure, she probably wouldn't even be in the top 10 in our school. Hu Dai said disdainfully. Okay, don't go too far. Zhang Wei didn't even want to mention that disgusting woman Janya. He wasn't interested in school belle or anything like that now. Of the top 10 school beauties, he estimated that 8 out of 10 had turned into zombies. If you haven't been down for 6 days, and they haven't come to see you, then something must have happened, Zhang Wei said carefully. Chapter 41. Cherish the present. What could go wrong? Pei Wu was stunned. You should be fine if you eat dog meat for 5 or 6 days. No, I mean, they've been around for so long, I never came to see you, that's when something went wrong. What's the meaning? Pei Wu still didn't understand. They always saw you as their savior, but you haven't appeared in front of them for 6 days. If you were one of 7 people in that family, will you go upstairs and take a look, or come find this cat? Zhang Wei had to patiently explain to her. It should be. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to sit still. That's right. Something must have happened to the people in their family. Zhang Wei speculated. Boss, should we go down and take a look? I don't know. There's no rush for that day. Let's take a good rest today, and go together tomorrow. I don't know if they noticed that we slid over from the boys' dormitory not long ago. With such a big scene. Pei Wu, when you were in the bathroom, did you know that we came from the boys' dormitory? I didn't notice it. But I heard the same sound of zombies falling to the ground as a few days ago. That was a sports student who jumped off the building and committed suicide. Zhouwen explained. Almost. I know someone is making a fuss in your dormitory, and there are survivors. It seems to be saying why there is no water. Oh, you are indeed the charterer. What charterer? That's the line. Oh, that was from a funny movie I watched. The internet was disconnected at that time, but there was no power outage for the past 3 days. In my laptop, I happen to have a cache of this movie. I am idle and bored. Looking over and over again, I watched it at least 7 or 8 times, so I am very familiar with the lines in it. Oh, searched to death. Zhao Zhenxiong responded. Zhang Wei, what did you say? Zhao Zhenxiong responded. This is also a line of mine. I have another line. Yamati. Have you heard of it? I don't know. I've never heard of it. Lu Renjia said with red ears. Then, let's have a good rest today. Zhouwen and I. Zhao Zhenxiong will live in dormitory 317. Lu Renjia. You and Hu Dai will live in dormitory 316. Pei Wu. You can go to your own room, boss. How about I live with you guys? Lu Renjia was uneasy. What did you say? Today is Hu Dai's birthday. Stay with her well. Zhang Wei summoned Lu Renjia over. Something was stuffed into Lu Renjia's hand. Lu Renjia was shocked. Boss, I'm still a student. Lu Renjia became even more uneasy. Cherish what you have in front of you. Maybe he will die inexplicably tomorrow. This is the end of the world. Zhang Wei said something inexplicable. Lu Renjia no longer refused. He put the things Zhang Wei gave him into his pants pocket. I'll keep it for later, Lu Renjia said with a red face. Then he took Hu Dai's hand and went into the dormitory. Boss, what did you give him? Just chewing gum. You want it too? Well, give me one. I can't give you any more. There are only 10 in total. One was wasted for the phone. I just gave away another one. There are 8 left. I'll give you another one when you need it. Let's go. Let's go home and find our own mothers. Zhang Wei waved his hand and went to room 317. The moment he entered the room, he said to Lu Renjia, the 3 of us brothers slept soundly last night. We are tired today, so we won't arrange anyone to stand guard. Got it, boss. It's not chewing gum. Right? Zhao Zhenxiong came over and winked. What do you think? How do I know what it is? You secretly searched the dormitory for a lot of things. I also found a good thing. Do you want to give it to you? Zhang Wei leaned over to Zhao Zhenxiong's ear and said. What? Zhao Zhenxiong rubbed his hands in excitement. Indian sacred oil. Is there such a thing? Zhao Zhenxiong's eyes lit up. That's natural. Show me quickly. Zhao Zhenxiong couldn't wait. So Zhang Wei put his backpack on the bed. He took out a plastic jar from inside, to Zhao Zhenxiong. What is this? Indian shoe polish. Zhao Zhenxiong pointed to a label above. An Asen wearing a turban spoke for him, very much like Modi. Yes, did I say it wrong? You said clearly. Did I hear it wrong? What shoe polish? Lend it to me to clean my shoes. Joan came over and said. Use it sparingly. John Wei said stingily. Why do you need to use it sparingly, boss? Are you going to change to leather shoes? Leather shoes are not as smooth as sneakers when running, and are easy to be caught by zombies. No, this shoe polish can be used to prevent weapons from rusting. Sooner or later, we will have to change to better weapons. Do you really think you can survive in this world relying on screwdrivers and mop sticks? I don't know, but I think I can survive by following you. Boss, Joan said indifferently. And you, Lao Zhao, what do you think? I am just a salted fish. Nothing more. I want to see my parents. I don't know if they are okay. But my home is here. My parents work in another city. It's 800 to 900 kilometers away from here. I don't know my parents. Are you worried because you can't contact me? I don't know if they are still alive or have turned into zombies. I think I'd better not see them. This way at least I have something to think about. The last few days, I haven't had a good night's sleep. I painted the windows black with calligraphy ink. The sun won't come in like this. I will always think it is night. Everything I experienced was a nightmare. I'm just in a dream and haven't woken up yet. Sometimes when I feel sleepy, I smoke a cigarette from my stash. When you wake up hungry, eat a piece of grapefruit to satisfy your hunger. When you cough, drink dirty water from a bucket to soak your clothes in to quench your thirst. Until later I even ate the grapefruit peel. Then boss, you used the key to open the door of my dormitory. Wake me up from the dream I created. It turns out that your life is so tiring. I think now, I am an orphan. Maybe it's God's mercy on me. Zhang Wei took out his wallet again. Take out a photo of yourself and your grandma. If we could turn back time, what can I do? Think what you think or want. Thinking about what if is the most empty pain. This is the lyrics of a song. What If by Shin Band. Zhang Wei hummed softly. Sleep, go to sleep. Showing grabbed a handful of dog food, put it in your mouth and chew it, just like eating crispy noodles. Well, you are really eating dog food. Zhao Zhenxiong couldn't help but sigh. What? I said the three of us. Sleep. Sleep. Set off at dawn. Chapter 42 Perverted Butcher. Unexpectedly, the night in the female dormitory was the most sweet night for several people. Even Zhang Wei slept soundly, and did not wake up until noon. He shook Joan, who was sleeping like a dead pig, and said, Get up. It's time for class. Joan woke up from his sleep. Huh? Why are you sleeping in my dormitory? Huh? Why is Zhao Zhenxiong sleeping in my dormitory? Wait, who is Zhao Zhenxiong? Huh? This is not my dormitory, boss. Why am I sleeping in your dormitory? Your mosquito net is so sexy, and it's pink. Huh? Why do I call you boss? I had a dream yesterday. It was a mess. Is it possible that was not a dream? How is it possible? Joan sat up and began to put on his pants. Just halfway through, he suddenly became possessed. So it's true. Joan muttered to himself. What is steamed? Can't it be boiled? Zhao Zhenxiong came over. I woke up in the middle of the night and saw that it was dark outside the window. I thought I had a nightmare. I thought this nightmare was too long. I didn't expect that it was all real reality. Joan continued to speak weakly. It's good to be alive. Cheer up. Zhang Wei patted Joan on the shoulder. Then he opened the door of the dormitory, stretched his body, and the sun shone on his body. In this season, it is already quite hot. Zhang Wei looked to the side. Lu Renjia's door has been opened. Hu Dai didn't know what she was busy with. However, Lu Renjia disappeared. He went to fetch water with Pei Wu. Pei Wu secretly placed a warm water bottle for drinking water in the bathroom. Oh. Not long after, then I saw Lu Renjia and Pei Wu coming over talking and laughing. This water is not enough for washing your face and brushing your teeth. We can only wet the towel, just rub it casually. Lu Renjia said embarrassedly. He thought Pei Wu was the same as them on the rooftop. A large amount of water is stored. I didn't expect there were only 2 buckets. Moreover, Pei Wu used more than a bucket in his own bath yesterday. My dormitory originally only had my own bucket, and that student Lin's bucket. Not much water can be stored, Pei Wu said sheepishly. Her water, they are all arranged according to her own consumption. I never thought that boys would come here to take refuge. Even when we first met yesterday, I am also wary of a few people. He didn't mean to tell him that he had water. I still have some bread in my dormitory. Never mind, you'd better keep your bread for now. We have some beef jerky left. Zhao Zhenxiong is righteous and awe-inspiring. But Lu Renjia just told me, all you have been eating is dog food. But you would rather eat dog food than eat my cat. I can see that you are good people. Aren't you going to fatten them up before killing them? Lu Renjia is still strong-mouthed. Pei Wu knew he was joking, so he stopped talking to him. Several people didn't eat Pei Wu's bread. Instead, I used disposable paper cups I found in the girls' dormitory. Each person soaked a small cup of oatmeal in cold water and drank it. Shall we go to the guard room next? Zhao Xinqiong is gearing up. Classmate Pei, please tell me more about the situation in the guard room. Okay, there is probably only one guard room. T-shape, its long end leads to the room decorated by the deaf uncle himself, short opposite ends, leading to on-campus and off-campus, the intersection of 3 directions. It's the guard room. These 3 doors, they are all stainless steel doors. Stable, heavy, hard, rust-proof, sound insulation is good. The girls' dormitory also has a larger steel massage door. That's the main entrance, but it has never been opened. The iron gate is more than 3 meters high. Only garbage trucks are available every Monday. When entering and leaving in the early morning on Wednesday and Friday, only then can you use the key to open it from the inside. This door is very safe. Zombies can't crawl in. I can't push it either, because the door bolt is as thick as an arm. What is the layout of the room that the long end leads to? First there is a corridor, then there is the hall. There are 3 rooms at the back, a public toilet, a storage room, a stairwell leads to the second floor pump room. Because there is enough space, each room has an independent bathroom. Under the stairs is the improvised kitchen. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 4 bathrooms in this deaf uncle's house. What a pattern. Zhang Wei couldn't help but sigh. This old man probably has something to do with a certain school leader. Otherwise, it would be impossible to decorate the house here. This is your own home. Hu Dai inferred. Let's go down and see what's going on. Zhang Wei took out a large iron chain from his bag, wrapped around his own hand. This weapon is not very harmful to people, but it can withstand zombie attacks. Pei Wu went back to his dormitory again. I took a look at the white cat, then he carefully locked the door. The group of people slowly set off on the road. Zhang Wei is confident. Even if there is a conflict with them, you can also escape unscathed. When I walked to the guard room, Pei Wu subconsciously pulled out. This door is the door to go out. Normally it can be opened with a gentle pull. As long as you enter from the outside, only need to swipe the access card. But this time, Pei Wu didn't even open the door. Is anyone there? Pei Wu knocked on the door subconsciously, but there was still no movement. Just as she was about to continue knocking on the door, an unkempt man opened the door. Mr. Kai, hello? Do you still remember me? I am Pei Wu. I have eaten at your house before. No. The man looked warily at the group of strangers following him. Doesn't seem to want to open the door. How did you get in? My guardroom door has never been opened. Are you also a student of this school? Mr. Kai looked at Zhang Wei, with his arm wrapped in chains. He said coldly. We climbed in through the back window of the girls' dormitory. Oh, have you pried open the aluminum window? Yes. Although Zhang Wei doesn't know where the aluminum alloy windows are, but I dealt with it casually. You can't say how many people you have in your party. It was swung over with an optical cable from the rooftop of the boys' dormitory dozens of meters away. I wouldn't even believe this. I guess this man will still be suspicious. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, some things don't necessarily need to be told the truth. Mr. Kai, can we come and sit at your house? Sit down, that's okay, but I have nothing to eat at home. I know, we didn't come here looking for food. Do you have anything to eat? That's not true, but we found some snacks. This persisted for several days. Snack? That thing won't work. Man is iron, rice is steel. I feel hungry if I don't eat a meal. To live, gotta eat meat. Mr. Kai widened his eyes, said quietly. Why does this Mr. Kai feel so unclear? Hu Dai pulled Lu Renjia's clothes from behind and whispered. Mr. Kai glanced at his neck. It gave her an inexplicable fear. Don't be nervous, I'm just kidding. Mr. Kai said with a playful smile again. But his expression just now, it's not like a joke at all. My name is Kai Jinhua, is a butcher. This is what you call a pig killer. Oh, right. You should have seen me in the cafeteria. I spend most of my time in the kitchen, but sometimes I help prepare meals in the front hall of the school cafeteria. That's because there are too many students. When you are too busy, if a student meets me while eating, that's their luck, because I usually give 1 or 2 more pieces of braised pork. So when they queue up, they prefer to queue at my window. Oh, I seem to have heard of you. There seems to be a nickname called Thousand Hand Massacre? Zhou seemed to have remembered something. Obviously I only have 2 hands. Why is it called Thousand Hands Massacre? Pei Wu did not understand the profoundness of Chinese. You think wrong. 1,000 hands is not 1,000 hands, but 1,000 heads, of course. This head is that of a pig, that is. The pig's head. Oh, Mr. Kai. Have you killed 1,000 pigs? 1,000 heads? More than that. I have been killing pigs for 20 years. I'm afraid there will be more than 10,000 heads. Mr. Kai recalled. How could it be possible to kill so many? Are you bragging? Pei Wu obviously didn't believe it. When talking about killing pigs, Mr. Kai seemed to suddenly become interested. He also lowered his guard. Some, you can do the math. For the sake of students' healthy diet. Our school. The pigs are all picked and slaughtered directly. There are 2,000 to 3,000 people in our school. 2 or 3 pigs are slaughtered almost every day. Excluding winter and summer vacations, I estimated that I would have to slaughter 700 or 800 pigs in 1 year at school. Certainly, this is not counting the outside. Sometimes I go out to help others kill pigs, earn some extra money. Especially during the New Year and holidays, it's normal to have more than 20 a day. Think of it this way, you count 1,000 heads a year in 20 years. It is estimated that 20,000 pigs have been killed. Joe counted on his fingers. Not that much, more than 10 years ago, at that time. I might kill only 1 pig a day. Sometimes there are no pigs to kill for days. In this way, you slaughter 1,000 people, well deserved indeed. Practice makes perfect, practice makes perfect. If there is no water, I'll pour you a cup of tea. Oh, it doesn't matter, let's sit down and leave, just sit and go. Zhang Wei waved his hand and refused. He wouldn't dare drink this guy's tea. God knows if there is anything dirty in the tea. Right, Mr. Kai, have you finished eating the dog you killed? Pei Wu suddenly asked. Dog, have you finished eating already? How? Do you still want to share some meat? When I asked you to have dinner but you didn't come, it's all digested now. If you are looking for, maybe you can still find it, septic tank in the latrine? Ah, Mr. Kai. Your speech is really humorous. By the way, Mr. Kai, you won't think of eating my cat again. Will you? Why are you eating your cat? Just a little bit of meat, not enough to eat. Mr. Kai was stunned. He showed no interest in Pei Wu's cat. This is consistent with what Pei Wu said before. Their family, wanting to boil water to cook her cat, was a far cry from that. Chapter 43 Dog Bites Deaf Uncle. Either Pei Wu is lying, either Mr. Kai is lying. Miss Pei, has your family contacted you? Although I don't have much to eat here, but I can leave you to have lunch. Mr. Kai. The butcher. Couldn't help but ask. I haven't contacted you yet. What to eat? Is there any food like the one on Uncle Deaf's birthday? That's not the case anymore. Don't underestimate the food on the table. I have been preparing the ingredients alone for half a month. That's. I know your cooking skills are extraordinary. I have been eating at your house those days. Go back and put on the electronic scale. I actually gained 5 or 6 pounds. Pei Wu was extremely excited. By the way, Mr. Kai, is Uncle Deaf still locked up in the pump room on the 2nd floor? You mean my poor father? He's dead? Mr. Kai, who was busy running around, suddenly stopped. Dead? Wasn't he bitten by a zombie a long time ago, and died not long after? He wasn't completely dead then. But he's really dead this time. Mr. Kai was extremely sad. Everyone realized that Mr. Kai's Uncle Deaf was really dead. Which should be the zombie brain death. It was heard before that in order to prevent Uncle Deaf from biting people after turning into a zombie, all his teeth and nails were pulled out. How did he die? Didn't you tie him up with chains? Did he starve to death? Pei Wu was still struggling with the death of the deaf man. Ah, it's a long story. I'll tell you in detail later. You are all guests today. I'll keep you for dinner, although there won't be a feast of fish and meat, but you can still have some soup. Mr. Kai became very enthusiastic. Oh, then have some soup before you go. You're free anyway. Zhao Jinxiong swallowed his saliva. The stomachs of several other people also growled unsatisfactorily. Mainly because what Mr. Kai just said is killing pigs and making fat meat. It aroused everyone's appetite. Right, where's Xiaobao? Pei Wu suddenly asked. Who is Xiaobao? He is Mr. Kai's son, the mute uncle's grandson. Oh, I thought you were talking about Wei Xiaobao. Strangeness? How did I think of Tangy Xiaobao? Xiaobao is playing with Bumpman in the room. Just ask him to come out. Mr. Kai was busy in the kitchen. The kitchen is under the stairs. In order to prevent oil fumes from flowing into the bedroom and living room, sliding doors are also installed. It's a visual blind spot. Only Mr. Kai's voice could be heard outside. Xiaobao. Xiaobao. Elder sister. A child of 7 or 8 years old ran out, with a grimace. He hugged Pei Wu into his arms. Xiaobao. Why are you crying? Xiaobao doesn't know why he's crying. He's just hungry. Grandma won't let me eat. Okay. Okay, sister knows. Your grandma prays to Buddha. I definitely don't want you to eat meat later. Sister will feed you braised pork quietly. By the way, where is your mother? Phuket Island. Is this the child who took away the smiling angel? Zhang Wei looked at the child in trance. This kid seems to have some problems with his IQ. I thought I was at least a student taking the Samoyed away. I didn't expect him to be a little brat. The smiling angel fell into the hands of this child. It's been 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Are you talking about that white-haired dog? Mr. Kai, who was busy in the kitchen, suddenly raised his head and said, the unkempt face is sharper than brother sharp. It shocked everyone. That dog's name is Samoyed. I don't care what he is, but it's not right for it to eat my dad. One of my dad's legs was almost eaten away by it. I had to kill it now. Didn't you kill it because you ran out of food? Pei Wu responded. I admit that there is a reason for this, but if the dog hadn't eaten my father, I wouldn't take action so early at that time. I still had some frozen meat in my refrigerator. When I was at work, I quietly prepared it from the back kitchen. After Mr. Kai finished speaking, he retracted his head. The sound of chopping came from the kitchen. It seems that his dog meat has not been completely eaten yet. Wait for this soup. Should I not eat it, or should I not eat it? Zhang Wei was very confused. After all, this dog has eaten carrion. That deaf uncle died because a dog ate his leg? Zhang Wei bit a dog on the leg of a zombie. Bite the zombies to death, expressed doubts. No, the deaf uncle was still fine at that time. Just tied up with iron chains. I couldn't move for a while. This iron chain in your hand, that's what I asked Mr. Kai for at that time. I originally wanted to use it to tie up cats. I'm afraid it will be eaten by zombies, but later it was used as a rooftop fence gate. I'm worried about others going up there. Soil the water I received. So that's it. It seems that you are a misophobic person. That's natural. But this little baby wiped all his tears and snot on your body. Ah. So dirty, Xiaobao. Don't be like this. Pei Wu jumped far away. Baby wants a hug. Brother Zhao. Hug me. Brother doesn't want to hug me. Go and hug your grandma. Grandma is not free, worshipping the Bodhisattva. Walk, take us to see your grandma. Pei Wu stretched out his hand. Xiaobao grabbed it. Zhang Wei gestured to Lu Renjia and Zhou In with his eyes. Be safe. I plan to go in with Pei Wu and have a look. Afraid of any danger to her. As for Zhao Zhenxiong, this crazy guy who wants to drink broth, Zhang Wei doesn't expect his help. Just don't hold back. When Zhang Wei passed by the corner of the stairs, glancing towards the kitchen, sure enough, Mr. Kai was using a big knife to chop the dog meat. A dog's legs are stretched out, exposed outside the chopping board. The color is a bit sallow. It turns out he made smoked meat. I said fresh dog meat when the refrigerator is powered off. How could it be preserved for so long? Mr. Kai and Zhang Wei's eyes met, show a kind smile. I'm going to see the kid's grandma. Zhang Wei waved his hand. Grandma lives in the utility room. Mr. Kai pointed in one direction. Zhang Wei took a look, not far in front of him. It's only a distance of 4 or 5 meters. Xiaobao rushed over, opened the door. This is a small room. It can only accommodate a 1.2 meter small bed. There is also a table and an old desktop TV. When Zhang Wei took a closer look, I found that the TV was actually empty. There is a flower pot. 3 burning incense and half a red candle were burning on it. On top of the TV is a wooden statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Very rough. An old lady was chanting with her eyes closed. Zhang Wei listened carefully and said, what the old lady said was, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, walking in the deep prajnaparamita for a long time. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Color is not empty, empty has no different colors. Relics, all are empty phenomena. It's the Guanyin Heart Sutra. It seems that the old lady's sutra was correct. Zhang Wei really wanted to call Zhao Zhenxiong over to learn from him. Just learn. Form is emptiness. Just 4 words. Grandma already knew that outsiders were coming, but he never opened his eyes until the sutra is finished. I am saving my late husband. Grandma showed a kind smile to Zhang Wei. I know, Grandpa Kai is a good man. I just didn't expect that in order to save people bitten by a zombie. Zhang Wei thought about it for a while. I also bowed in front of the TV. Although I don't know what the deaf uncle's name is, but his son's name is Kai Jinhua. Just call him Grandpa Kai. My old man was not bitten to death, he was. Ah! Before Grandma finished speaking, Mr. Kai, who was cooking, sneezed. Zhang Wei didn't hear clearly what was said next, but Zhang Wei knew what their family meant. As long as the old man can still move, whether you have self-awareness or not, that's all alive. I just don't know how the old man who turned into a zombie died later. Chapter 44 Stinky Corpse. Thinking of the old man's death, Zhang Wei made an unkind request. Can you take me up to see the old man's body? This. Grandma looked a little embarrassed. Don't worry, I just want to pay my respects. I used to send my girlfriend back to this dormitory. Sometimes it's very late and Grandpa Kai helps open the door. He is kind to me. Zhang Wei lies easily. Alright. But maybe a little bit. What does Grandma want to say? But he hesitated. Soon after, Zhang Wei, who went to the pump room on the second floor, finally knew what his grandma was talking about. What Grandma didn't finish talking about was, maybe it smells a little bit. Zhang Wei almost fainted from the smell. I never thought that a person's corpse would smell so bad. This is beyond the smell of rotting corpses. Just like when I was a kid, passing by the river by myself, dead pigs floating in the river in June, Zhang Wei even saw the same surging drive. Why don't you deal with it? Zhang Wei means, why not bury his body? The booster pump room on the second floor, equivalent to a mechanical room, there are more than a dozen large and small booster pumps inside. Pressure can be used to send water to the upper floors of the school and to various distant buildings. Therefore, the temperature is higher than outside. No wonder it has such a bad smell. However, in order to prevent mice from getting in and chewing the wires, the space ceiling is handled very well. You can't smell anything at all without opening the door. The old man's birthday is also a Memorial Day. This is a saying in our hometown. You have to pass the first 7 days before you can be buried. And it has to be buried in a coffin. Otherwise, there will be disaster for the family. Grandmother, this is superstitious. Today happens to be the last day of the first 7 days. Later, go dig a hole in the flower bed below the dormitory and bury it first. Mr. Kai's voice came from behind. Zhang Wei turned around and looked. It turns out that I don't know when. He also followed quietly. Your calculation of the first 7 days should be wrong. It should be counted from the day he was bitten and turned into a zombie, not the day he died. Zhang Wei thought about it and told him the truth. Becoming a zombie means death. Did the zombie deaf uncle die on the day Pei Wu left 7 days ago? From the moment the zombie transformation begins, the person is brain dead. Everything he does afterwards is an instinctive reaction of the body, including biting people. Zhang Wei continued to explain. What you said makes sense. But I still believe what the Bodhisattva said. Let's bury him after the first 7 days. But the feng shui of the flower bed, Mom. You still care about feng shui at this time. Everyone in the world is dead. Do you know? We are probably the only living people in the whole school. Okay. Let's do it this way first. And dig him out and bury him again later. Grandma said helplessly. She started twirling the beads in her hand again. What is this white thing? Zhang Wei pointed at the white powder on the zombies. Lime powder, for antisepsis. Tai Jinhua said indifferently. It all stinks like this. Do you still embalm? Zhang Wei felt that he might have a misunderstanding about embalming. Moreover, this family does not specify how filial they should be. That iron chain, it's still tied around the corpse's neck. The other end is connected to a stainless steel water pipe. Like a scene from Saw. Zhang Wei glanced at the head of the corpse. I roughly know the cause of death of zombies. He was hit in the head and killed. Walk. Let's talk about it later. The smell is too bad. When Zhang Wei was walking down the stairs, I heard Zhou yelling, Damn! Where was the latrine in this place that was bombed? Why does it stink so much? Where is there? It must be the aroma of pork ribs. Zhao Zhenxiong was still sniffing vigorously. There does seem to be a smell of rotting corpses. Is Master Kai cooking zombies for us to eat? Zhang Weigang walked down the stairs. When the door to the right opened, a plump woman walked out of it. This is my sister, Xinghua. Tai Jinhua pointed at the woman. Hello. Sister Xinghua, I am Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei thought of this woman. When Pei Wu introduced Uncle Deaf before, said he had an eldest son, 2 girls, 3rd son. He really wanted to call this woman aunt, but after thinking about it, I decided to call him sister. But in this case, Kai Jinhua has to be called Brother Kai. This should be the second daughter who works as a cleaner. I heard Zhang Wei call me sister. Kai Xinghua indeed smiled. But this was also the first time she saw Zhang Wei. A new face. She asked happily, Is the rescue coming? I am not a rescuer, I am also a student survivor. Zhang Wei responded sheepishly. I am obviously wearing a school uniform. Is this woman blind? How did you survive? Xinghua expressed curiosity that Zhang Wei could survive. Because the zombie crisis has been breaking out for half a month. If there is no food, no one can last more than a week, even if there is a water source. I have some snacks, bread and biscuits and the like. There are also instant noodles. Of course Zhang Wei would not tell this woman. I had stored a large amount of supplies and water in advance, although only a few of these materials are used on themselves. Zhang Wei saw that the woman's door had not been closed yet. I wanted to go to this woman's room to use the toilet. But she stopped him cautiously. I just want to go in and use the toilet. Go to the public security guard outside. There is no water in it. Can't rinse. Kai Xinghua immediately locked the door of the room. Okay. Zhang Wei retracted his hand to open the door. This woman, there's something fishy. There must be something shameful in the room, Zhang Wei speculated. Hey, there are so many of you. The woman came out of the room. To Zhouan, Zhao Zhenxiong, and others were very surprised. Sudden, her eyes turned to Pei Wu again. He said the same thing as Kai Jinhua. Are your family members here? No contact. There is no signal on my phone at all. Pei Wu told the truth. The woman's face was ashen. Zhang Wei knows, people today still have illusions about being rescued. If it were myself, after 3 years of the end of the world, there will no longer be any illusions. There has never been a savior. In other words, everyone is his or her own savior. Are you all here? Zhang Wei counted, counting the elderly and children. Only 4 people showed up. There should be 3 more people who are right. But I just came down the stairs. 2 rooms are closed. They are probably inside. Do you have a brother? Are you running a breeding farm outside? Zhang Wei asked Kai Jinhua. My brother? I'm bored in the room, but his breeding farm. It is already on the verge of bankruptcy. The school recently launched a CD-ROM campaign. There weren't many leftovers at all. Chapter 45. Let's have a drink of soup. My brother's name is Kai Wei Hua. Mr. Kai pointed to the 3rd room and said, We 3 brothers and sisters each have a room. This was designed by the old man when he was still alive. So there are a few of us in this school. There is also a temporary place to live. Each room is designed with an independent bathroom. Do you have a younger brother named Kai Baohua? How do you know? Revitalization, defend. It seems that the deaf uncle has experienced that special era. You are quite a smart student. Kai Baohua is the 3rd brother of my family. But at the age of 13, goes swimming in the river, drowned and drowned. So now the 3rd child, in fact. It should be the 4th child. I see, the generation at that time, there are indeed quite a few brothers and sisters. And you? How many younger brothers and sisters are there at home? It's just me. Later. Everyone started family planning. Where are your parents? I don't have parents, I am an orphan. That's it. Okay, let's not discuss these messy things. Call the 3rd child out for dinner. Where is your husband? Or are you going to deliver food? Kai Jinhua looked at Kai Xinghua, his fingers tapped lightly on the table. Where is her husband? What does it mean to ask her to deliver food? Was he bitten by a zombie? Zhouan was shocked. This was Zhouan's first thought. Only bitten by zombies, will be quarantined. And it may change. In this case, this family is in danger. There is another child here. Zhouan wanted to remind them. The incubation period for a bitten person's mutation is 24 hours. No injuries, but her husband is sick, not very willing to eat. Oh, don't you have emergency medicine? What Zhang Wei thought of was, since this family has settled here like parasites, there are old people, children, young adults at home, then there should be some regular medicines. No, only drugs to treat high blood pressure. The old man ate it before he was alive. I do have some anti-inflammatory medicine. Will I give you some later? And some vitamin tablets. If so, thank you very much. When Zhang Wei was about to take out his school bag, the 3rd door inside opened. A young man in his mid-20s walked out. Who are you? His words were very cold. They are all students. Kai Jinhua responded with a smile. Brother, don't take in some shady people. Is the rice cooked? Can you change the taste today? Why are you making soup again? Make soup every day. I'm all tired of it. The soup is overcooked. Mom has bad teeth. Soup is also easy to digest. You want to drink the soup yourself. Right? How many times have you seen your mother eat the soup you cooked? She only tasted it briefly. Busy eating fast and chanting Buddha's name. By the way, brother-in-law still refuses to eat? He refused to eat anything he said. I will probably starve to death sooner or later. I look at him, already extremely ill. No, my husband will not die. He just doesn't want to drink soup. Or, shall we get that cat back? He's going to want to eat that cat. Xinghua was obviously confused. It seems, She still cares about her sick husband. That won't work. You can't eat anything from my cat. Pei Wu retorted angrily. Huh? Xiao Pei, how come you're not dead? Kai Weihua was shocked that Xiao Pei was still alive. Are you unhappy that I'm not dead? Of course not. I just didn't expect that a week has passed. You are still alive. I thought you, after all, you didn't eat. You didn't eat, Smiling Angel. Did you? I really can't eat it. Such a cute dog. If you say I'll kill you, I'll kill you. You know, there is no way around it. Snort, if I hadn't stopped it, my white cat was probably eaten by you too. Never mind, I won't argue with you. I drank some soup and went to sleep. Kai Weihua scooped up a bowl of boiling soup, added half a scoop of cold water. Drink it all in one gulp. He burped comfortably. Well, it tastes so damn bad, brother. Did you still not add salt? Where's the salt? I bought a pack of salt for my dad's birthday last time. I used most of it that day. It's been half a month. The salt has long been eaten up. No wonder it tastes so bad. Never mind. I only ate this bowl. You drink slowly. Sister, you still need to persuade your brother-in-law. Not eating. Sooner or later you will starve to death. While talking, as he walked towards his room, then he locked the door. I don't know what I'm doing in there. Did you drink dog meat soup? Make a bowl and I'll try it. Zhao Zhenxiong said excitedly. Zhang Wei hesitated to speak. Boss, I know what you want to say. You want to say this dog has eaten rotten meat. Right? It's no big deal. The catfish used to be sold in the wet market. Didn't you also grow up eating carrion? In fact, what Zhao Zhenxiong wants to say is, this family ate dog meat. If it were to mutate, it would have mutated long ago. Why are you still fine now? If there is no variation, that means dog meat is okay, can be eaten. Uncle Xiaobao also wants to drink. When Zhao Zhenxiong was about to try it, Xiaobao appeared, holding Zhao Zhenxiong's legs and acting coquettishly. Okay, let me give you a drink first. Don't burn it. Open your mouth. Ah. Ouch. A scream came from Zhao Zhenxiong. The soup bowl fell to the floor and smashed into pieces. When he saw it, he was extremely angry. It turned out that a string of Buddhist beads hit his wrist. I couldn't hold the bowl because of the pain. No drinking. Grandma suddenly appeared in the living room. Kai Jinhua in the kitchen was so frightened that he quickly shrank his head. Grandma, I'm hungry. You are not allowed to drink even if you are hungry. How can Dad, Uncle and Auntie drink? Anyone can drink, but you can't. Why can't Xiaobao drink? Is it because Grandma doesn't drink it either? Grandma is a Buddhist, so she naturally doesn't drink dog meat soup. Xiaobao doesn't believe in Buddhism. Xiaobao wants to drink. He must drink. Mom, why don't you let him drink a little? Kai Xinghua interrupted. Yes. Let him drink a little. Shouan also agreed. This child is really pitiful, and it seems that there is a problem with his IQ, and most the IQ of a 4 or 5-year-old child. Well, this will shorten your life. Blessings, there will never be any blessings in this life. Woo-woo, Grandma said. He actually sat on the ground and started crying. Okay, Xiaobao, sister gives you candy. Hu Dai took out 2 fruit candies from his pocket. It seemed to be Lu Rinjia's birthday gift to her. Zhang Wei opened the box and looked at it. The memory of this is still fresh. Thank you, sister. Xiaobao said nothing. Peel off the candy wrapper and stuff it into your mouth. Oh, what a sin, Grandma said, while crawling to his utility room. When her daughter saw this, she quickly went to help her. Finally, no more mopping the floor. Then the mother and daughter closed the utility room door. I don't know what I'm mumbling inside anymore. Grab me a bowl of soup and serve it cold. I went to the toilet and came back to drink. Zhang Wei said to Mr. Kai, as he spoke. He held his stomach and prepared to go to the toilet. Zhang Wei really had a stomachache this time. But the public security guard is right next to the kitchen. Zhang Wei felt that this might affect the family's appetite for meals. So I walked straight to the second room. This is the room where Kai Xinghua, the plump woman he met when he just went down the stairs, came out. Zhang Wei opened the door to the room. It's a little dark inside, but you can vaguely see a man. He lay stretched out on the bed. His 2 hands and 2 feet, they were tied to the 4 corners of the bed. Zhang Wei opened the curtains of a small window in the room. The vision suddenly became clear. Since this house is a basement-like structure, so this window is more like a skylight that is about the same height as parallel to the ground. It looks a bit like the window of a prison cell. Were you bitten by a zombie? Zhang Wei looked at the scene and first thought of the patients infected by zombies, because he had done the same thing before, tying himself up. The man shook his head. Are you two playing a game? The man shook his head. You were kidnapped? Zhang Wei guessed that this man might be a wealthy businessman. The man still shook his head. Then why are you tied up like this? Are you playing Spider-Man? No. They are trying to stop me from committing suicide. The man's weak voice came. And don't drink the soup they make. Ah, why? Because I ate a fingernail. It's normal, there is hair, nails, mouse droppings, etc. in the food now. That's a complete nail that belongs to my sister-in-law. The man's weak voice continued. Zhang Wei suddenly turned pale. Chapter 46 Horror Reasoning. Sister-in-law? Isn't that Xiaobao's mother? Zhang Wei thought carefully. Tie up in this room? He is the husband of the deaf uncle's second daughter. Then his sister-in-law can only be Kai Jinhua's wife. Are you sure it's the nails? Zhang Wei clearly remembers that the man said he had eaten the entire nail. Do me a favor, kill me. The man's weak voice came again. Bite your tongue and commit suicide. Zhang Wei showed no mercy at all. Are you so sick that you don't even have the strength to bite your tongue and commit suicide? Zhang Wei felt that this man just didn't have the courage to die. Zhang Wei ignored the man and turned to the toilet next to him. However, after standing there for a long time, he realized that he didn't feel like peeing anymore. He probably drank too little water. Zhang Wei recalled the summer before, when he drank more water in a day than he does in a week now. Finally, he urinated a little. Help me, the man said with hope. I'm sorry. I can't help you. But I can give you something to eat to replenish your energy. Zhang Wei took out a piece of chocolate from his body. This was the most precious food on him. Zhang Wei had already fed the beef jerky to the cat. The beef jerky had been stabbed by the zombies' knives, so Zhang Wei really didn't dare to eat it. The chocolate was bought by Zhang Wei when he was shopping for supplies. It was a little soft due to the hot weather at that time, so Zhang Wei kept it and didn't eat it. After the rain, the weather was not so hot, and the chocolate solidified a little. Zhang Wei handed the chocolate to the man's mouth, but he still refused to open his mouth. It's chocolate! The man reluctantly raised his head and took a look, then opened his mouth and took the chocolate. You're a person who wants to live. Maybe I should save you. Tell me what happened to those nails. Zhang Wei took a look outside and said, Enter the toilet in this room yourself. It didn't seem to arouse much suspicion from outsiders. After eating chocolate, the man seemed to have some strength. He said weakly, My sister-in-law killed my father-in-law with an electric iron. The eldest brother was so angry that he killed his sister-in-law with a butcher knife. Xiaobao's father killed Xiaobao's mother? Zhang Wei suddenly became nervous. But what does this have to do with you being tied up? Because I would rather starve to death than drink the soup they make. If you don't want to drink, don't drink. I won't tie you up. Do you mean that the soup was boiled with your sister-in-law's meat? Tie me up, not just because I refuse to eat, it's because I smashed the pot in the kitchen. This. Zhang Wei wanted to say, then you really deserve it. But Zhang Wei knew that what the man tied to the bed did was right. Put yourself in this man's position. He may not only have smashed the pot, they will also set fire to the kitchen. Because the family is cooking that kind of meat. But it's no use, they found the pot somewhere else, then they tied me up. So you would rather die than surrender? Would you rather go on a hunger strike without eating? Yes, in fact. I know what my elder brother did is right. The dog was only enough to feed us, who were very hungry, for 3 days. If you don't eat her, none of us can survive. Certainly my sister-in-law deserves it too. She shouldn't have killed her father-in-law. However, even if I eat her, we can only live a few more days, so I would rather starve to death. Have you ever thought about looking for food? Like breaking down the doors of all the girls' dormitories? It's useless. We are a family of 7. There are 7 mouths in total. Search the entire dormitory building. How many things can be found? It's almost summer vacation for students. He will leave after the exam is over. Their dormitories. I have searched a few, almost all empty. What you said makes sense. But haven't you thought about breaking out? Your eldest brother is a good wielder of a knife. You can fight your way out. It's useless. I think the whole city has fallen. Because our mobile phone calls never go through. That American girl named Pei or something. Being stuck here for so long, no one came to rescue. Maybe the police station is the same as the school, after all. It's not like the United States. Everyone is legally allowed to own a firearm. It's almost impossible to clear out these berserkers. You should have a good rest. I will have a good talk with your big brother. Let him untie you. Zhang Wei was about to turn around and leave. As soon as he turned around, a face almost touched his. Brother Kai, you. Zhang Wei saw Kai Jinhua's livid face, and the kitchen knife in his hand. Why didn't I notice this person walking in? If you cut your own neck with a knife, he had long since lost his head. This is our family matter. Don't worry about it, Tai Jinhua said calmly. Good. Zheng Wei nodded in agreement. He walked out slowly. Zhao Zhenxiong was drinking soup with a spoon there. Already reached the lips, blowing through mouth. Don't drink. Zhang Wei drank. What's wrong? Zhouwen, who was extremely hungry and thirsty, was also ready to drink soup. He drank from a bowl. Dog meat soup is too tempting for people who have not eaten meat for more than 10 days. This is a soup made from rat meat. Zhang Wei knows, although I just saw Boss Kai chopping off the legs of a dog, but what exactly is the meat used to make the soup, only God knows. Because when Zhang Wei went out, glancing at the chopping board, the dog's legs were restored to their original position. The soup that the Tide Man would rather die than drink. There must be something wrong. Mouse meat? Zhao Zhenxiong and Zhouwen were not frightened. However, Pei Wu and Hu Dai were shocked. Elder brother, Xiaobao wants to eat rat meat. The little brat came over again, hugging Zhouwen's thigh. Can't eat. Children will have stomachaches after eating it. Grandma walked out of the utility room again, carried Xiaobao back. But this time I don't have any beads in my hand, but a wooden fish. This is to carry your faith in Buddhism to the end. Grandma went in tremblingly again. Xiaobao actually wants to eat the meat in that pot? Of course Grandma has to stop it. No wonder Grandma said before that there is bad luck but not good fortune. Because of that meat, yes. Only then did Zhang Wei feel how terrible this dinner was. The family was eating hungry. Grandma tried her best to prevent her grandson Xiaobao from eating meat. Mr. Kai used his wife to make soup. The reason is that his wife killed his father, who turned into a zombie. Zhang Wei felt the horror of the matter. It has been less than a month since the apocalypse broke out. Why has the annihilation of humanity reached this point? Logically, this kind of thing should happen at least half a year later. Is it because they ate that dog? The dog ate the carrion from the leg of Grandpa, who turned into a zombie. The family ate dog meat again, then I ate the broth again. So what's next? Zhang Wei kept holding the kitchen knife in his hand. Tai Jinhua who never let go. Legendary. Thousands of pigs slaughtered. A person who even attacks those closest to him. Will he give up attacking strangers like himself? He had to tighten his grip on the chain on his arm. Don't panic. Chapter 47 Reason for Killing. Zhang Wei knew that the other party had weapons in his hands. But as long as it's not a sneak attack, you won't be afraid. He is not barehanded. The iron chain can withstand the attack of a kitchen knife. Certainly, he didn't think that Butcher Kai's kitchen knife would hit him. Because if you really want to take action, this guy should have taken action very early. I told you from the beginning, I don't have much food at home either, Tai Jinhua said coldly. What Zhang Wei just said is that they eat rat meat. This remark was very rude. Don't you still have a smoked dog leg? How could he be reduced to? What Zhang Wei wants to say is, reduced to the point of cannibalism. Do you know what it means to look at plum blossoms to quench thirst? The butcher lost his previous enthusiasm, treated Zhang Wei coldly. Is that dog leg Merlin? But you're not deceiving yourself or others by doing this? I had no choice. We didn't want to eat her, but from the beginning, she just wanted to kill her father. When the zombie crisis broke out, there is a chance that my father will survive. As long as she opens the door in time. It's her, will not open the door for life or death. My father was bitten on the shoulder. Finally, a mutation occurred. You said she, it means your wife. Is she also sister-in-law? What wife? I have long wanted to divorce her. Our relationship is husband and wife. It has always been in name only. She's a guy who doesn't accomplish enough, more than enough failure. If Xiaobao hadn't been too young, we divorced several years ago. The butcher said calmly. Your brother who was tied to the bed said, your wife was hit to death by you with an electric iron. Is it true? No, he lied, or maybe he doesn't know the truth. I seem to have talked to you too much, but it doesn't matter. I hold many things in my heart. It was also blocked. The butcher simply shook his head. What's the meaning? Zhang Wei felt like his head was going to explode. Although the truth is not that important, but he still wanted to know the real truth of this story. Because everyone in this family, except the child, they all seem to be spitting lies. My wife was beaten to death by my sister, Tai Jinhua said softly. This. Zhang Wei feels things seem to be different from before. Tai Jinhua put down the kitchen knife on the chopping board, then he greeted Zhang Wei into his room. Continue talking about the next thing. My wife was killed by my sister. Of course her death would not be a pity, but my brother-in-law is a very sensitive person. If you find out that my sister is a murderer, then there may be cracks in their marital relationship. I don't want my own tragedy to happen again to my sister and brother-in-law. So I lied and claimed that I accidentally killed my wife. Look at this Hunan embroidery on the wall of my house. Everything prospers when the family is harmonious. My wife stitched it together more than 10 years ago. I didn't understand until recently. Ordinariness is also a kind of happiness. Is what you say true? Why should I lie to you as an outsider? But since you already know, you have to keep this secret for me. The corners of the butcher's mouth curled up. Zhang Wei really wanted to ask him, do you think? Only the dead can keep secrets forever. And so on, but these words can only be kept in my heart. Can you let your brother-in-law go? He was tied to the bed like this. If you don't eat all the time, I am afraid that I will die within 3 to 5 days. And then turned into a zombie. Zhang Wei thought the guy was quite pitiful. No, we can't let him go. Kai Jinhua's tone was particularly determined. Why? Is it because he doesn't drink the soup you cooked? And smashing things randomly, are you just going to keep him tied up like this? That's not the reason. So why don't we provide some food? No. Why? Zhang Wei's heart was full of doubts. This brother-in-law, there must be a big problem too. This is a family matter in our family. Don't worry about it. If nothing happens, I want you to leave my home. Boss Kai was obviously a little angry, but Zhang Wei is also a thick-skinned person. As long as Kai Jinhua didn't drive him out with a stick, he will stay forever. This family, it seems that there is a bigger secret hidden. This aroused his strong curiosity. Certainly, Zhang Wei's curiosity. It's also because there is no other way out now. Now the entire campus, there are zombies everywhere, that allows people to survive. There is only the girls' dormitory. The old doorman's family, just downstairs. Many secrets are not revealed. Zhang Wei felt unable to sleep or eat well. Girls' dormitory. In the next period of time, it will become a temporary base for the few of us. So Zhang wants to check out any hidden dangers. And this family lives in a converted house behind the guard room. That's the biggest hidden danger. Boss Kai saw that Zhang Wei had no intention of leaving. Not much to say, went straight to the room. He took out a shovel from under the bed. Zhang Wei thought he really wanted to drive people away. Suddenly it felt like facing a formidable enemy, unexpectedly. Boss Kai walked out the door directly. Went to the bottom of the dormitory building. There are lawns and flower beds. Zhang Wei followed, seeing Mr. Kai casually making long and short gestures. Just find a place to dig. Zhang Wei thought he was digging for some treasure. Suddenly I saw Grandma also coming here. Incense candles were lit. It was inserted into the ground next to it. Well, it turns out he was digging a hole to bury his father. I saw Grandma and Boss Kai both going out. Zhang Wei then quietly approached Kai Xinghua. Chatted casually. Second Sister Kai. Do you know what exactly are you eating? Sister Kai, who is sitting on the sofa in the hall with her eyes closed and concentrating, but suddenly he opened his eyes. What do you think? Sister Kai was casual and perfunctory. Zhang Wei didn't expect this woman to be so careless. I didn't know where to start at the moment. Did you really do this? Zhang Wei decided to get to the bottom of it. Sister Kai responded silently. Zhang Wei suddenly became frightened of this woman. Silent women are the most terrifying. Killing someone so neatly, is this something a cleaner can do? I didn't want to kill her, but what she did was so abominable. Are you talking about the time she hit your father to death with an electric iron? No, the person who killed his father was Lao San. Kai Xinghua's words. Zhang Wei overturned his previous views. What? Your father who turned into a zombie was killed by his third son. Zhang Wei thought of the man in his mid-20s, who had just gone out. At first it was said that she was the boss's wife. In the end, the boss said it was the second child who smashed him to death. The second child also said that the third child killed him. Why do you feel like you are alienating yourself? With the attitude and indifferent character of his third child, smashed to death his father, who turned into a zombie, it seems possible. Yes, I saw the third child go upstairs with my own eyes. He smashed his father to death with the electric iron in his sister-in-law's room. The eldest brother always thought it was his sister-in-law who smashed it. I'm too lazy to explain, because at that time, my sister-in-law had already been killed by me with a knife. Let a dead man bear this notoriety. Don't you think it's the best fit? That makes sense. This will not create a gap between the eldest and the third child. However, why do you have to kill my sister-in-law? Because she deserves to die. Damn. Right, she deserves to die. She actually secretly cut off the meat from her father's thigh who died and turned into a zombie. Steamed it and ate it. He also lied to us and said it was bitten by the smiling angel. She didn't even want to think about that smiling angel. It doesn't even recognize its owner who turned into a zombie. He was even taken away by Xiao Bao. How could he run to the pump room with a closed door on the second floor? Going to gnaw on my father's legs. Only I know, that dog is innocent. This. Zhang Wei was extremely shocked by this answer. Is this the real truth? She ate the carrion. Crazy after gaining or losing, she doesn't even recognize her son Xiaobao. He almost stabbed his son to death with scissors. Tiger poison does not even eat its seeds. Why do you think such a woman is still here? That's probably because he ate the flesh of a dead person. We thought so too. So when I ate meat later, we no longer use steaming but boiling. Forehead. Zhang Wei finally knew why this family was so perverted. It's not because they ate dog meat instead. He ate zombie meat. This woman naively thought that cooking could kill the zombie virus. However, the temperature of steam from steaming food is much higher than the boiling point of water. If steaming food cannot kill the virus in zombie meat, then neither can boiling it in soup. No wonder this family all felt like crazy. They all ate meat that they shouldn't have eaten. Chapter 48: The Terrible Truth. When Zhang Wei wanted to continue to have an in-depth chat with the second sister of the Kai family, Grandma suddenly came back after putting out the incense candles. Walked past Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei had no choice but to end the topic after all. It wouldn't be good for this old man to know that his children were killing each other. Zhang Wei never thought that. So much has happened to this family in just 1 month. Zhang Wei has encountered many more terrible things, but those evildoers usually choose to attack strangers. And for your relatives and friends, almost all are open-minded. This is fratricide. Boss, I always feel that there is something wrong with this family. I have felt a chill on my back since I came in. Zhou came over and whispered. Of course I know. Don't you realize that I am trying to find out the truth? Can't we just leave? It's useless. I just got the boss to say something. He said he opened several dormitories to look for food. This means he has all the keys. It may not be safe for us to stay in the female dormitory. Zhang Wei said in a low voice. Boss, then when you run away, remember to give it a heads up. I'm afraid my legs will be weak and I won't be able to walk. Zhou looked panicked. Save Zhang Wei, who was in a daze on the spot. No way. Zhang Wei muttered. When Zhang Wei was still in a daze, Grandma suddenly stood next to the utility room and waved to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei knows that room. That's the deaf uncle and Grandma's bedroom. There is also a statue of Guanyin enshrined inside. Grandma has been fasting and praying to Buddha. She should know that her family eats human flesh. So when Xiaobao wants to eat soup, she tried her best to stop it. Zhang Wei walked over. Grandma actually plated her beads there again. This string of beads was thrown far away by Grandma before. It hit Zhao Zhenxiong's hand. Even the bowl was broken. Young man, what grade are you in? What happened to the senior class of high school? Can you do me a favor? What's up, you said? Zhang Wei had an ominous premonition. Could it be that he was asked to go to the roof of the building and bring down the mute uncle's body? I can't do this job myself. Maybe I really need to prepare to dodge. Help me take care of my little baby. What do you mean by taking care of me? Zhang Wei felt that the care that this grandma said, it should be more than superficial care. If you can, I hope you can get him out of here. Leave here? Where can that go, Grandma? We can't protect ourselves. How to take Xiaobao away? There are all living corpses outside, cannibal. Just leave this home. You can go anywhere. You can go wherever you want. Grandma burst into tears. Grandmother, let me tell you the truth. If Xiaobao is a normal person, no matter how young he is, we will all help you. Zhang Wei did not say clearly, but Grandma knew what he meant. What he means is that Xiaobao is mentally retarded. A child of 7 or 8 years old, crying and clamoring for food all day long. It's not easy to speak. This is an IQ problem. I know, this is bad luck. It's a bad fate. Grandma burst into tears. Bad fate. Yes, it's a bad fate. My son and daughter-in-law, the two of them were cousins married. We are close relatives. So we gave birth to such a mentally retarded son. This is bad luck. Grandma cried loudly. She suddenly felt that it was indecent to do this in front of Guanyin Bodhisattva. So he covered his mouth with his right hand. Try not to whimper. No wonder Mr. Kai said that they have always wanted to divorce. This marriage should not have been concluded at all. Zhang Wei muttered to himself without thinking. Zhang Wei really wanted to comfort this old lady, because she reminded him of his deceased grandmother, when his grandmother was alive. She also loved him very much, just like this grandmother loved her low IQ grandson. But he really couldn't help this grandmother with her mentally retarded grandson. He couldn't survive in this girl's dormitory. Zhang Wei even felt that if his grandson was a baby, he will also take on this task. Grandmother, I'm going out to see Xiaobao. Zhang Wei found an excuse. Get away quickly. But after going out, he did not go out to the hall. Instead, he headed inside. A room inside, it's Boss Kai's room. He had been invited in by Boss Kai before. There was also a conversation inside. Second room, it's Sister Xinghua's room. There was a shirtless man in underpants tied inside. The third room, Zhang Wei knows. It's Kai Weihua's room, the young man who runs the breeding farm, but he never went inside. Then let's go in and take a look. Zhang Wei knocked politely at the door. The door was opened immediately. The young man tilted his head and said, "What are you doing?" While talking, prepare to close the door, etc. I have something to ask you. Zhang Wei forced his way in. This room is surprisingly clean and tidy, in addition to a white bed and a solid wood sofa, nothing more. I didn't expect it to be a minimalist style. What do you want from me? Kai Weihua seemed a little impatient. I want to ask you about the breeding farm. Why do you ask that? To survive. But we can't get out at all. You can get out by clearing out all the zombies on campus. That's easier said than done. There are at least 3,000 to 5,000 students in this school. At least 90% of people become zombies. Right? More than 95% of the time. It's possible, but have you ever thought about it? The campus gate is closed. Zombies will not continue to increase. As long as every time we kill a zombie, there will be one less zombie. You go alone, I'm not interested. Kai Weihua was about to push Zhang Wei out of the room. But Zhang Wei continued, just like you killed your father with an electric iron. Now, Kai Weihua's movements stopped instantly. How do you know this? Kai Weihua is particularly cautious. I have a telescope. You can clearly see the scene inside through the window of the pump room from a long distance. Zhang Wei thought for a while, but still did not betray second sister Kai. So I lied casually. My father has died long ago. I killed it. It's just his body. This is what I want to tell you. Zombies do not increase. Every time we get rid of one less person will be lost. But so many zombies, it can't be done in 2 days. So I want to ask about your farm. What supplies are there? Zhang Wei mainly wanted to get some meat. Being able to eat 1 chicken a week would be perfect. Supply? All the poultry from the farm have been sold. Because school is on summer vacation, no more leftovers for the poultry to eat. If using feed, the cost is too great, not much profit. The current breeding farm is just an empty breeding farm. It has no value at all, and the breeding farm is 2 kilometers away from here. You can't go either. That's it. Then forget it. Boss, did I say anything to you? Kai Weihua stopped Zhang Wei, who was about to leave. Boss, I'm busy digging a hole to bury your father. Don't worry, what you did was right, I won't tell it. Have you met my second brother? Kai Weihua suddenly asked nervously. The man tied to the bed? I've already talked to him, he just wants to die. Don't believe anything he says, there's something wrong with him mentally. Kai Weihua solemnly warned. Zhang Wei disagreed, but he spoke frankly. I see the people in your family, except for the old lady, everyone has problems. What do you mean? Do you know what the soup you drink every day is? Of course I do. In addition to Grandma, who burned incense and worshipped Buddha, there was also Xiaobao who was stopped by Grandma. Have you all drank? You are wrong. According to your statement, then only Xiaobao is fine. What's the meaning? Because Grandma Xiaobao drinks the most soup every day, but she always does it in the dead of night. Get up secretly and drink. Make a pot of soup, in order not to starve to death, at most. They can only drink a bowl each. But Grandma Xiaobao, get up quietly every night. Even the dregs of the soup were eaten. Otherwise, do you think, why does she burn incense and worship Buddha every day? A sneer came from Kai Weihua. He didn't care at all about the person he was talking about. It's his mother. Zhang Wei turned pale again. Chapter 49 The Kidnapped Man. It turns out Grandma is not a vegetarian either. Zhang Wei thought of his kind-hearted grandmother, who ate fasting and chanted Buddha's name. He actually got up in the middle of the night, and secretly drank human soup. I still think it's unlikely. Seeing Zhang Wei doubting, Kai Weihua continued, I didn't lie to you. Our whole family knows this, so every time my eldest brother makes soup, we'll extend the time, boil the meat till it becomes tender, because Grandma Xiaobao has bad teeth. Grandma Xiaobao? Doesn't she know what she is eating? Who knows, when she woke up the next day, it was as if she had forgotten everything. Grandma Xiaobao experienced that era of hunger when she was a child. Maybe this was just her subconscious move, but in this case, she can survive. Can't she? Kai Weihua said something meaningful. Then he pushed Zhang Wei out. It was as if his room was a forbidden place. Zhang Wei doesn't want to stay here for too long either. All the rooms in this room gave him a heavy and oppressive feeling. Now even the only kind grandma he considered neither is a good person. This was beyond his knowledge. Zhang Wei returned to the living room. Second sister Kai, still sleeping there with eyes closed and resting, seeing Zhang Wei come out. Suddenly he stood up alertly, went to my room. Zhang Wei knows. She went to see the man tied to the bed. Zhang Wei sat down at the coffee table in the living room. Next to it is a dining table. Zhouan and others were still discussing whether rat meat could be eaten. Lu Renjiao wants to try, but was stopped by Hu Dai. Zhang Wei knew they were joking, because there is still some dog food in the school bag. I won't eat this obscure rat meat. And Zhouan seemed to have guessed something, because Zhang Wei once took refuge with him in the 512 dormitory. There are stories about people eating human flesh in the last days. Zhouan stirred the soup pot in Kai Da's kitchen with a spoon. He knows, if this is rat meat, then the mouse is at least as big as Pei Wu's cat. Zhouan suppressed his nausea and went to the door. Then watched the butcher Kai Jinhua digging a hole there. Only Zhao Zhenxiong is still there, eager to try. I want to make a bowl of soup. If you don't want to become a zombie, just don't eat anything, Zhang Wei warned him. Zhang Wei doesn't know. Did this family eat zombie meat with viruses? And there were mental problems. But it's obvious, this whole family. There are no normal people. Are we still going to stay here? Hu Dai felt a little scared about continuing to stay here. She felt that even when crossing on the rooftop before, there is no such feeling. At that time, he was at most nervous because of Lu Renjiao. But now, she probably knew what Zhang Wei tried his best to prevent them from eating. Pei Wu didn't care, because she didn't eat dog meat from the beginning. She is a vegetarian. Oatmeal can last a lifetime. Zhang Wei went to look outside the door. The hole dug by Boss Kai has already reached a certain depth. But after all, the tool is only a shovel. Not even a hoe, not as deep as a traditional funeral pit. Grandma went out to take a look again. He shook his head to express dissatisfaction. The pit is still a bit shallow. Heavy rain will wash out the corpses. Then there will be a stench everywhere. But now there are rotting corpses everywhere. It doesn't matter anymore. Zhang Wei saw Butcher Kai digging a hole. There is no obvious intention to end it in a short period of time. So he entered the house again. Give all the information you know. I told all my friends in detail. How is this possible? The horror of the matter was beyond Zhou En's knowledge. Are you saying they tied the second son to the bed? Not the second son, but the second daughter's husband. Isn't that the second son? That's almost right. Wait, big brother, let me think it through carefully. What you just said was, the eldest daughter-in-law didn't open the door for the old man in time, causing him to be bitten, and then she cut the meat from the old man's legs that had turned into a zombie and cooked it to eat, and then she went crazy and wanted to attack Xiaobao. So the second daughter killed the eldest daughter-in-law. Big brother Kai cooked and ate the eldest daughter-in-law, who was also his wife, and then everyone except Xiaobao ate the meat. The third son hammered the old man who had turned into a zombie to death with an electric iron, and everyone thought it was the eldest daughter-in-law who did it, and the eldest son thought it was the second daughter who did it, but it was actually the third son who did it, and the vegetarian grandmother, who chanted Buddhist scriptures, ate the most human flesh. And it was revealed that Xiaobao was born from the close marriage between the eldest son and the eldest daughter-in-law, so his IQ is a bit problematic. Lu Renjiao said it all in one breath. That's right, there is nothing wrong with what you said, this is what I just investigated. Zhang Wei also admires Lu Renjiao's logic. Can remember these things. It took me a long time to sort out these things by myself. Then the only innocent person, there is only Xiaobao as a child. That's true. And the man who was tied to the bed and wanted to die. Pei Wu even felt that she admired that man a little. Out of the mud. Untainted, Xue Qinglian is not a demon. Just like their Western lone heroes. But there is something very fishy. Zhang Wei continued. What's suspicious? The whole family seems to be opposed to releasing the second son-in-law who is tied to the bed. That's normal. Didn't you say he smashed pots and pans at home? That's right. When the second son-in-law said that he was eating, I ate out my sister-in-law's nails, but Mr. Kai, who is careful and cautious, while cooking, you shouldn't put things like nails into the pot. Boss, what do you mean by this? What does Boss Kai mean by being cautious? Is it Boss Kai who is digging holes outside? Right, Boss Kai is a very sensitive person. When he was cooking with human flesh, they will use a smoked dog leg as cover. Such family members, obviously knowing that what he is making is human flesh, I feel a lot better. But the second son-in-law actually said that he ate the entire nail. Boss, what do you mean? Just say it clearly. I have no idea. Either someone is deliberately irritating the second son-in-law, or it was really an oversight. But nails, or a whole one, and the second son-in-law can immediately identify that it belongs to his sister-in-law. This is very problematic. This is normal, if they all discover the disappearance of my sister-in-law. Have no idea, but I always feel like something is wrong, Zhang Wei said to himself. He recalled the first time he saw that man. He was a little skinny, and begged me to kill him. But when I fed him chocolate, he took a look and swallowed it without hesitation. He had a desire to live. Did he simply not want to drink human flesh soup? Why were the eldest, the second, and the third brother so sensitive about whether they had contacted that man or let him out? Chapter 50 Mysterious Disappearance. I want to see the hero you mentioned who resisted cannibalism. Pei Wu became very interested in that man. It's better not to. What if I incur the wrath of this family? Zhang Wei knows. This family's thoughts have gone to extremes. They are all murderous demons. The boss is a 1,000-headed pig butcher, I guess in his eyes. He and others, they are all two-legged sheep. The second child can kill the sister-in-law without hesitation. The third child can use an electric iron to hammer his father, who turned into a zombie to death. Still smashed in the head, this is not something a mentally healthy person would do. Zhang Wei knew that these people could still talk to him now. And they were rational enough. That was because they had not yet completely eaten the flesh of the elder sister-in-law. But sooner or later, perhaps in 3 or 5 days, their flesh would be eaten up again. Would he and his people become their targets at that time? Zhang Wei wanted to solve this matter. He could not tolerate any hidden dangers around him, because in his previous life, he was framed by someone, and fell into the zombie tide of the zombie siege. He did not even know whether it was a trap set by the close people around him. His former team, sand has seeped in. Tragedy cannot be allowed to happen again. So now, where should he start? Pei Wu wants to see the guy. Maybe it's just a stone's throw to ask for directions. Although Pei Wu will be in great danger. But Zhang Wei only met Pei Wu by chance. After thinking about it for a while, he feels that it is better to die as a Taoist friend than to die as a poor Taoist. I feel relieved. Pei Wu, you are looking for trouble yourself, then use it as bait. Zhang Wei looked at Xiaobao, who was still a child. It's a bit unbearable. Forget it. Zhang Wei gave up his obsession to kill all the members of this family. If this family doesn't cause trouble for him, he will just let it go. Originally, Zhang Wei planned to kill the butcher secretly, because they never expected that Zhang Wei, who looked like a student, would suddenly take action. The darkness that Zhang Wei had seen in his memory was far more terrifying than the current one. Every incident, when told as a story, is horrifying. The reason why Zhang Wei retreated this time was, except Xiaobao, it's the grandma who recites Buddha's name. Grandma Xiaobao reminded Zhang Wei of his past years. Those memories in my hometown of poor Zhangjiakan, it's his best memory. At that time, Zhang Wei also liked this greedy little treasure. Grandma always caressed Zhang Wei's forehead lovingly. But Zhang Wei's grandma also had sadness in her eyes. Grandma knows, after all. I couldn't grow up with Zhang Wei. I'm sick. He is over 70 years old. Grandma withdrew all the money she had deposited in the credit union. I took Zhang Wei to the bank and deposited it. A total of 38,000 yuan, that was Grandma's life savings. Even if he becomes seriously ill in the end, Grandma has never used the money that was reserved for Zhang Wei to study. Grandma said, only reading, only then can one stand out, only then can we get out of the mountains of Zhangjiakan. Zhang Wei's countless fantasies, if it were my own rebirth, it would be nice to push it forward a few years. My grandmother was still alive at that time. Unfortunately, there is no if. Just like Xiaobao now, he has a problem with his IQ. He didn't understand his grandma's love for him. He was also angry because his grandma stopped him from eating. Let's go upstairs. Zhang Wei thought for a while. I still think it's better to leave. He wanted to continue to open the girls' dormitories, just like opening a blind box. Find something useful in it. Sometimes you find unexpected surprises. For example, I found the telescope in the boys' dormitory before. I need to go to the toilet. Pei Wu made a face at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei knew that he was going to see the man tied to the bed. Okay. Be safe and don't cause trouble. Zhang Wei didn't know if Pei Wu understood. What he meant by don't cause trouble was that he wanted Pei Wu to leave the man tied to the bed alone. That would cause anger in the family. But Zhang Wei knew that Kai Xinghua's second sister was also in that room. No matter what Pei Wu did, she would probably stop her. He was not worried because the woman might not open the door for her. 10 minutes later, Pei Wu still hasn't come back. Zhang Wei had an ominous premonition. He called Lu Rengjia and Zhao Zhenxiong. Then he used his eyes to signal Zhouan and Hu Dai to stare at the door. That's the direction where Grandma and Boss Kai came in. The three of them quickly walked towards the second room. The two of them knocked on the door. There was no answer inside. If you don't open the door, we'll break in, Lu Renjia shouted towards the inside. You? This sound came from inside. Zhang Wei felt that it was wrong to knock on the door. So he started doing his old job. He took out the paper clip that was still in his pocket, quietly inserted into the keyhole. The door lock was opened by him. Can it be opened without chewing gum? Zhao Zhenxiong was stunned. Yes, even faster. Then boss, why do you usually open doors and chew gum, still stuffed in? This is what others taught me. When Zhang Wei is faced with a formidable enemy, when he carefully opened the door and walked in, just found out that it was issued. You? Sound? It's the man tied to that bed. Zhang Wei checked the bathroom in this room, but there was no one inside. That is to say, Pei Wu did not enter this room at all. I took out the claw stuffed in your mouth. Don't yell. Zhang Wei looked at the man on the bed. He made a silent gesture. The man nodded to indicate that he would cooperate. So Zhang Wei pulled out the cloth ball. Help me, help me, help me untie the rope. Lu Renjia was about to untie it, but was stopped by Zhang Wei. You don't want to die now? Zhang Wei suddenly felt that this man was a little strange. I don't want to anymore. Don't think about it anymore. Save me. I want to live. I will survive. Let me ask you a question. Do you know the girl named Pei Wu? I had dinner at your house a week ago. No. We saw she just walked into your room. Where did your wife hide her? My wife? My wife has never come in. The man seemed a little afraid of his wife. How is that possible? We watched her come in from the lobby about 10 minutes ago. It's impossible. I have been lying in bed. No one comes in. Except you three. Could it be in the two rooms next door? Both sides next door to me. Zhang Wei quickly went to the boss's room and took a look. The door to the boss's room was not closed at all. There's no one inside. The toilet door is locked. He twisted it open with his own hands. A strong smell of urine came from. I don't know how long it's been since I flushed the toilet. There is no one in this room either. Zhang Wei went to Lao San's room door again. Knocked hard. Kai Weihua opened the door sleepily. Zhang Wei couldn't help but walked in. I also unscrewed the bathroom door. This bathroom doesn't have that bad smell. But there was no one in the third child's room. The third child still wanted to push Zhang Wei out. But Zhang Wei knows, this minimalist-style room only contains a bed and sofa. It is impossible to hide Pei Wu. Zhang Wei returned to the second child's room, asked, May I have your name? Kai Yang. Why is your surname also Kai? Is it also a consanguineous marriage? No, my real name is Li, but I married into their family, so I gave them the surname Kai. So that's it. I just saw your wife coming in. Where did she go? I have no idea. You can't possibly not know when I just met you. There is nothing in your mouth at all. Zhang Wei pointed out a detail. That was stuffed by my wife, but after she finished stuffing it, she left the room. I don't know where she went. Just when Zhang Wei was planning to continue arguing with her, the sound of chopping with a kitchen knife came from the rooftop. Pump room. Zhang Wei secretly screamed. Oh! Chapter 51 Werewolf Game. Zhang Wei ran upstairs without saying a word. Zhao Zhenxiong and Lu Renjia followed closely behind. Panting. Zhang Wei was worried that Pei Wu had been killed. He pushed open the door of the pump room on the second floor with all his strength. Kai Xinghua inside has already raised a big knife. He slashed with the knife again, only a head was seen rolling on the ground. Vomit. Zhao Zhenxiong almost spit out the gall water. As for Lu Renjia, I just pinched my nose subconsciously. This bloody famous scene, he had seen it many times. That head turned out to be impartial, rolled in front of Zhang Wei. It turned out to be the dead deaf uncle. Second sister Kai took off the helmet on her head. She also knows how to take personal protection. Second sister Kai threw a knife with a huge gap on the ground. He asked coldly, What are you doing here? Why are you doing this? Lu Renjia also didn't understand why he cut off the deaf uncle's head. Because he is already dead and cannot die again. Brother's hole has been dug. I will naturally take our dad down and bury him later. But the key to the chain lock, it was accidentally broken when the third child hit me. Kai moved the head back. Continue carefully. Zhang Wei then saw that the body of the deaf man was tied by an iron chain around his neck. The noise just now. Were you using a knife to cut the iron chain? Zhang Wei remembered the huge gap on the knife, and the noise he had just heard downstairs. Kai Xinghua didn't say anything, which was considered as tacit agreement. Have you seen Pei Wu? Zhang Wei carefully searched every corner of the room with his eyes. But except for some mechanical equipment, he didn't see even a single person. All the machinery in the pump room had stopped running due to the power outage. When Sister Kai dropped her knife, the whole room was almost silent except for the breathing of several people who hurried to the second floor. No, Pei Wu didn't go upstairs. Zhang Wei carefully calculated the time Pei Wu disappeared from his sight. Less than 10 minutes in total. She shouldn't have been killed without even making a sound. So her disappearance. Could it be that she deliberately hid? Are you talking about that little girl? Then you have to keep an eye on Big Brother. I saw Big Brother looking at her with shining eyes. Big sister-in-law died. Big Brother has to remarry. Can you still take her by force? This is not ancient times. Can you still arrange marriages? Zhao Zhenxiong was filled with righteous indignation. Forget it. Let's go down and look for him again. Even Zhang Wei couldn't stand the stench in this closed room. So he found an excuse to leave quickly. The three of them went downstairs in silence and met up with Shouwen and Hu Dai. Boss, are you kidding me? Can this person just disappear? Hu Dai also thought the three were joking. It wasn't until the three of them were silent that the two of them realized the seriousness of the problem. Impossible. I'll go look for him. Compared with the others, Hu Dai was more familiar with the layout of the girls' dormitory. But several people tossed and turned, searched every room, every corner, still couldn't see Pei Wu. Instead, it was on the bed in the utility room where Grandma lived, found Xiaobao sleeping there. Pei Wu, Miss Pei, Lady Pei, hello, how are you? Several people shouted wildly towards the house. Still no one asked. It actually scared Xiaobao awake. Weeping there. Kai Weihua in the house, Kai Xinghua upstairs, Grandma outside, the three of them appeared in the hall. Butcher Kai also walked in a few minutes later. Zhang Wei explained the cause and effect in detail. But the four of them didn't take it seriously. Go to the toilet. There are 4 toilets here. Which one did she go to? Boss Kai asked while washing his hands in the kitchen. Have no idea. She walked in, disappeared at the end of the corridor. At that time we were waiting in the living room. Zhang Wei also wants to know, in this werewolf killing game, who is the real werewolf? Because it's not like they are a family working together to commit crimes. Zhang Wei can be sure, Pei Wu is definitely not dead, because there were no signs of a fight at the scene. Their clothes were not messy either. That is to say, Pei Wu barely struggled. But Pei Wu just disappeared out of thin air. Zhang Wei thought for a while, now I am a group of people, I can only stay. Just keep an eye on this family, only then can we find out Pei Wu's whereabouts. Only by keeping this family from his sight, only Pei Wu can be truly safe. To be honest, Zhang Wei and Pei Wu just met by chance. There is no need to risk one's life for her. But the way Pei Wu risked his life for that cat, it made Zhang Wei feel a ray of warmth in the apocalypse. And most importantly, doesn't solve the problem. There will be the next Pei Wu. There is absolutely no supernatural power. It can make Pei Wu disappear out of thin air. Mr. Kai, if Pei Wu doesn't show up, we brothers may have to stay at your house forever. Zhang Wei still hopes that they can take the initiative to release Pei Wu. Do you think we kidnapped the girl? Butcher Kai sneered, full of disdain. If you are a brainless person at this time, you must shout, Humph, I won't shed tears until I see the coffin. But Zhang Wei is an extremely rational person, from the eyes of Butcher Kai. Seeing that he didn't lie, this is a gut feeling. Boss Kai's disdain, it is a disdain that regards human life as nothing. He doesn't care about Zhang Wei. Just go about your own business. I don't know where I got an awning cloth from. He carried the deaf uncle's body down. Then I found a mat to wrap myself up in, buried hastily in the soil. A small grave mound was built. Fortunately, the soil in this flower bed is soft. It's all loess, not a lot of gravel. Otherwise this funeral pit, Boss Kai relied on a shovel. It may not be possible to dig it out yet. The family lay in front of the grave and cried loudly. Together with that ignorant little treasure, I also opened my mouth and cried in sorrow, showing a set of neat yellow teeth. Grandma's incense candles have been used up. Mr. Kai took out a pack of unopened cigarettes from his trouser pocket. I lit 3 of them at once, placed in front of his father's grave. Then he cowed out 3 times respectfully. Zhao Zhenxiong looked longingly at the remaining cigarettes in Boss Kai's pocket. You want it? He gave the entire box to Zhao Zhenxiong. Zhao Zhenxiong happily accepted it. Lighter? I have it. I have it. Zhao Zhenxiong took out the lighter he carried with him. I accidentally brought out a few homemade ones. Toilet card. Cigarette. Zhao Zhenxiong picked it up awkwardly, stuffed it into his trouser pocket again. Miss Pei probably left quietly. You'd better leave. Boss Kai didn't want Zhang Wei and others to stay in his home. He has never been out. Is it true that you said he disappeared from our house? Boss Kai suddenly became serious. Chapter 52 After Late Night. Zhang Wei knows, this butcher Kai, you must know something you don't know. Yes, she evaporated from your house. Zhou and the others were always at the door, your guard room, a door leading outside the women's dormitory, a front yard leading to the female dormitory. There is also a corridor. It leads to 3 rooms inside. In the middle is the utility room and kitchen. Up the stairs is the pump room. In order to prevent rats from chewing the wires in the pump room, almost no flies can fly in. There is no other exit. I really can't figure it out. Where did Pei Wu go? Where's the second child? What did she say? She said maybe it was you who did it, because you were interested in that girl. Zhang Wei didn't shy away from it. What she said is true. I really want to have something happen with that girl, in this way her American family. When I came to find her, maybe you can take our family away, but I'm just a stinky butcher. Do you think she can like me? Boss Kai is a bit self-deprecating. This is hard to say. That little girl admires heroes. Zhao Jinxiong curled his lips. Whatever you say, you can stay at my house if you like. The ugly words are ahead. We will not provide you with food, because in our family, I don't even have enough to eat. No problem. We find something to eat ourselves. Looking for something by yourself? Butcher Kai smiled disdainfully. Places around here. Wild vegetables and weeds that can be found. As long as you don't have diarrhea after eating it, let him pull them all out. But he still underestimated Zhang Wei's abilities. After dark, Zhang Wei actually caught a few frogs in the flower bed. I borrowed a lighter from Zhao Jinxiong. Lit the dead branches and roasted them to eat. It also satisfies the craving. Although the largest frog is only as long as the middle finger, like a small thumb. Frogs croaked outside the school. Zhang Wei just hates that he can't get out. Before the zombie crisis broke out, bring a flashlight to the fields. You can catch several pounds in one night. Those frogs on the ridges, just shine a bright flashlight into its eyes. It will never move again. After dark, Zhang Wei and others sat on the Kai family's sofa. Everyone has their own room. The dove cannot occupy the magpie's nest. Dark night. Zhang Wei could only see the general outlines of the brothers. Fortunately, there were no dark clouds at night, under the moonlight, better than being blind. Several people were on the sofa of the Kai family, lying in confusion. After Pei Wu disappeared, they have always been in a state of high mental stress. Zhang Wei knows, if this continues, still can't open up the situation. When the sun rises the next day, Pei Wu will still be missing like today. So Zhang Wei quietly said to Zhouan, we must let the people in this family. Complete civil unrest broke out. Boss, just do whatever you say. Shall we set a fire? Are you kidding me? There's a fire over here now. I'm afraid that the whole dormitory will be set on fire. There are no fire trucks that can come in to put out the fire at this time. Then what do you think we should do? We have to introduce variables. Variable? Let a zombie in? No, variables do not necessarily require people to come in. It's okay to let people out. Who's out so late? I can't find a place to ask for help when I go out. Even if the call for help is successful, the police are coming likewise. I couldn't find Pei Wu. Unless there are police dogs used to search. No, the variable I'm talking about is the second son-in-law. The man tied to the bed? Yes, their family. I don't want to let go of this man. There must be a compelling reason. What if we let him out quietly? Then they may fall into internal chaos. Although this chaos is only temporary. But maybe we can find Pei Wu, provide a breakthrough. Boss, you are so smart. How do we do it? The second daughter of the Kai family is staying in that room. I went to occupy the bathroom outside. You go inside and borrow the bathroom. Then look for opportunities. Will the woman come out? You delay, pretending to be constipated. She will come out. Zhang Wei offered a suggestion. Why don't you go and act constipated? I can't act like that. I'm not good at this kind of thing. Weren't you constipated that day in 512? We thought you turned into a zombie. Nonsense. Are you going or not? If you don't go, let Zhao Jinxiong go. I'll go. Zhao Jinxiong is careless, and if he goes, something bad might happen. Zhouan took on the task gloriously. Zhang Wei knew that. This task belonged to him. His silly look would not arouse people's suspicion. So Zhouan knocked on the door of the middle room. Second sister Kai looked unhappy. I want to borrow your toilet. Zhouan stammered. Go outside. There is no water in the toilet here. Someone is using the tub in the toilet outside. And it can't be flushed with water. It stinks like hell. I just need to relieve myself. Just a minute or two. Kai Xinghua finally didn't stop him. But he still didn't leave his room, leaning against the door frame. He waited for Joan to leave. Joan was extremely anxious inside. John Wei, who was in the toilet outside, also roughly knew what happened inside. He had just made a secret agreement with Joan. If it is done, just use the whistle as a secret signal. So Zhang Wei shouted inside, "Second Sister Kai, do you still have toilet paper in your room? There's no toilet paper in here. Can you bring some over?" Second Sister Kai pretended not to hear, unmoved. "If there is no paper, I can only wipe it with my hands first. Let's hang out on the sofa then." Zhang Wei said to himself. Now that Sister Kai is finally intolerable, she uses the microvers of the moon to enter the room from the window, open the drawer, take out a pack of paper towels, just go outside. Show and also open the door at the same time. Then use the scissors given by Zhang Wei, 2 of the 4 ropes tied to Kai Yang. Time is too late. To avoid being discovered, Zhou only groped the rope that cut the right and left foot. Then quietly put the scissors in the pocket of the butt pocket, pretend to be out of the bathroom, pull the pants zipper. He bumped into the second Sister Kai head-on. Zhou was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. He just heard Zhang Wei say, "This woman uses a big knife," the story of cutting off the head of her father, who turned into a zombie. Zhou whistled. Zhang Wei knows. Great things have been done. "I just don't know. The sick man on the bed. What ability do you have? After all, he just ate his own piece of chocolate." Zhang Wei also whistled quietly in response. It's always a pleasure to work with Zhou, just like 2 people playing games together in an internet cafe. And late at night, it's just coming. Chapter 53 Secret Observation. Zhang Wei pretended to sleep on the sofa, but listened carefully. But there seemed to be nothing unusual. If Pei Wu was trapped somewhere, she should be able to make some noise. Zhang Wei pretended to fall asleep. At night, Xiuba's grandmother's door was opened, and Xiaobao's grandmother wandered between the living room and the bedroom like a ghost. "Damn! The boss is sleepwalking." "Yes." She will pat your head and ask, "Is the watermelon ripe?" "Ah, no way, so scary." Zhou was shocked. Zhang Wei wanted to know what Lao San said about grandma getting up in the middle of the night to drink soup. Is it true? So he stared in the direction of the kitchen. Zilu. There was the sound of liquid entering the mouth. "I didn't expect it to be true. I just don't know if it's true sleepwalking. It's still a fake sleepwalking." Zhang Wei looked at his grandma's staggering steps. She doesn't seem to have any need to pretend. After grandma left the kitchen, Zhang Wei found the soup bowl. Sure enough, there wasn't even any dregs left in it. Zhang Wei felt scared for a while. It would be understandable if he had to eat human flesh in order to survive. But such uncontrolled eating, he had to be frightened. Although grandma may be sleepwalking subconsciously. "Did you free that man?" Zhang Wei felt something was wrong. There was no movement in the middle room. If that man wants to commit suicide, or to run away, or come out and continue smashing pots and pans. It's not like there's no movement now. I cut the 2 ropes that tied him. As long as he is not a fool, the rest can be solved by itself. Zhang Wei can't wait. He also wanted to go in and pee. He motioned to Zhou and others to wait on the sofa. So I used Zhao Zhenxiong's lighter. He lit half a candle he took out of his school bag. With this little light, through the corridor, go to the 2 rooms in the middle. This time Zhang Wei motioned to his friends not to move. If the fire of this candle goes out, several of them were in an unfamiliar room in the dark. It's all meat on the chopping board. And it cannot protect the light of this candle. Zhang Wei raised his hand. There was a ding-dong sound. That was the sound of him wrapping the chain tightly again. He knocked politely on the door of second Sister Kai's room. The woman opened the door. Zhang Wei glanced at the bed. The tied man was still lying on the bed like a dead fish. Could it be? Is he pretending? Zhang Wei couldn't help but think. What do you want to do? Second Sister Kai still has a good impression of Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei knows a lot about her. Story. Borrow a toilet. Go outside. Oh, okay. Keep your home cleaner. Zhang Wei left immediately without looking back. Zhang Wei turned around and knocked on the door of the boss. Butcher Kai. I found that the door was ajar, and Boss Kai was squatting on the ground, shirtless, sharpening a knife. His speed is very slow. It seems that he doesn't want to make any noise, alarm people outside. As soon as I saw Zhang Wei come in, Boss Kai was obviously taken aback, however. He continued to sharpen the knife in front of Zhang Wei without any hesitation. Is this a meat-chopping knife? Zhang Wei looked at the knife, like a cattail leaf fan in the butcher's hand. What do you think? I have no idea. I've seen those kind of pig-killing knives in the countryside. Long and sharp, not your kind. I have that one too. The butcher took out a bamboo vegetable basket from under the bed. Inside was a set of knives of different sizes and lengths. There are also scrapers for shaving pigs. The art of eating, I can't lose it. John Wei sighed. What a knife. This set of knives should be handmade. And it seems to be maintained with lard. No rust whatsoever. John Wei wanted to ask Boss Kai for a knife before leaving this school. But today I have to be busy first. He went out quietly. He closed the door again. There is a shovel standing on the wall outside the door. There is still some yellow dirt on it. John Wei seemed to have found the answer he wanted. Then he turned around and went to Lao San's door. This must be the problem, John Wei thought from the bottom of his heart. Dong dong dong. There were still 3 polite knocks on the door. No one answered. Just as John Wei took out a paper clip and wanted to force the lock, when the door suddenly opened. What are you doing? Kai Weiwao looked sleepy. I still feel a little uncomfortable seeing the light. Come out and chat? John Wei grinned. Not for yet. Kai Lao San said, just close the door. You don't have time to come out, then I'll just go in. John Wei squeezed in without any explanation. What on earth do you want to do? Kai Lao San seemed a little guilty. I suspected from the beginning that you kidnapped Pei Wu. Kidnapping her? Who wants to kidnap her? Is there any point in kidnapping her? Because you are so clean? This is so abnormal. What's the meaning? The rest of your family, each one seems to be guilty of a heinous crime, but only you, in addition to drinking the soup and killing your father, who turned into a zombie, it seems that he has not done any bad things. This is normal. I am a homebody. I almost never go out. And your house is too clean. John Wei carefully looked at his house decorated in a minimalist style. In addition to a sofa and bed, nothing more. Since this person is engaged in the livestock breeding industry, then there is no way he is a misophobic person. So this sofa. John Wei put the candle on the ground. I moved the sofa with great effort, but still found nothing. There is no secret door, as John Wei expected. Bomb shelters and stuff like that. Then John Wei had to turn his gaze to the bed, and met Kai Weiwa's eyes again. I didn't expect that you would find out even if I hit it so deeply. Kai Weiwa gave a wry smile. He kicked the bed. The mattress is automatically lifted. 2 smooth wooden boards appeared in front of John Wei. John Wei opened it and took a look. A secret passage was revealed inside. Are you also a reborn person? John Wei was shocked. What's the meaning? Do you also know that there will be a zombie crisis? I don't know what you are talking about, but dig this hole. It took me 3 full years. John Wei looked at this small hole, less than 1 meter in diameter, but the surrounding areas are filled with cement and lime. It seems that Kai Lao San spent some time doing renovations. John Wei was worried that Kai Lao San would do something to him from behind, signing for him to go first. Follow behind yourself. Why did you dig this tunnel? John Wei found out when he got there. It turns out that an abandoned drainage pipe was dug up accidentally. Don't know where it leads. For copper. Copper? Right. Did you know that there is a national defense optical cable passing underneath the girls' dormitory? Of course I know that. Isn't it written in painted letters on the wall? No copper and steel cables? Is it a crime to steal? Right. My breeding farm was losing money at that time. So I had to rummage through the school looking for things to sell. But some of my friends said, might as well get a big one. So I decided to dig fiber optic cables out of the ground and sell them for money. What happened next? Later I discovered that the optical cable did not pass through the school at all. The optical cable passing through the school is less than 1/10 of what we expected. And it passes through the surface. Then you're lucky you didn't dig it otherwise. The grass on the grave would be 3 feet tall by now. The 2 of them walked. It was the end in a matter of seconds. What appeared in front of Zhang Wei was a wall made of red bricks. There was also Pei Wu lying on the ground whose life or death was unknown. How about this cemetery I chose for you? Kai Lao San pulled out a watermelon knife from nowhere. He said to Zhang Wei calmly. Chapter 54 Suicide. Zhang Wei didn't even look at Kai Lao San. Walked straight towards Pei Wu. He touched his neck with his hand. Has a pulse. Body temperature is normal. It seems that he is not dead. There is no corpse transformation either. Zhang Wei saw another towel on the ground, but not moist. Did you use ether? Zhang Wei felt very strange, because this is a controlled drug. If the amount inhaled is relatively large, it could also lead to death. Covering the mouth and nose with ether will usually make a person comatose in 5 to 10 seconds. Kai Lao San remained calm and didn't speak. Are you a fussy person? Zhang Wei thought of that kind of extremely mentally ill person. Most of them are taciturn. Take Hannibal for example. Why did you bring Pei Wu here? Do you like her? Or do you want to kill her? I'm saving her. Zhang Wei thought he was joking. Saving someone will make them faint, then take it to the basement and lock it up, but looking at Kai Weihua's appearance, he doesn't look like a liar at all. You can't kill me with your little knife. Zhang Wei looked at the knife in the opponent's hand. Not so much a watermelon knife, it's better to call it a fruit knife. Compared with the half-meter-long watermelon knife I stole from the canteen before, it's so childish. It's a pity, the knife was accidentally broken by myself. But Zhang Wei is not a trustworthy person either. He knows, even a blade the size of a fingernail, it can also easily take a person's life. Zhang Wei casually raised his right hand. The sound of jingling bells came. This made Kai Weihua obviously stunned, because it's very dark underground. It all depends on what Zhang Wei put on the ground. That half-flickering candle illuminates. He didn't know what Zhang Wei was holding. Soon after, he finally figured it out. This is an iron chain, just like the iron chain that tied his mutated father. I used my own electric iron, saved my father from pain. But the lock was accidentally broken by him. So much so that the chain cannot be removed. Finally, the second sister went upstairs, cut off the head of the zombie father, buried hastily. It's a pity that my father has been busy and toiling all his life. Not until death. Whole corpse. But this guy named Zhang Wei, what a blessing for 8 lifetimes, to die in such a place. Natural. Grave. Kai Lao-san muttered alone. Zhang Wei felt that he was whispering, very much like Orochimaru in Naruto. Do you have to kill me? Zhang Wei couldn't help but ask, because I don't have any conflict of interest with him. At most. She entered his room recklessly. Zhang Wei knows, killing people in the apocalypse, there is no need for a reason, because of the distortion of human nature, and the vanishing testimonies. Even Zhang Wei later, he also kills people without blinking an eye. I don't know why, from you guys, as soon as I walked into my home, I feel particularly disgusted, except for Miss Pei, the rest of the people, I want to kill every one of them. It seems you have eaten too little dead human flesh. Zhang Wei scoffed. This guy is bordering on psychopath. Zhang Wei has already planned to clean up Lace. Eris immorally said, Jesus couldn't stop it. But unexpectedly, Kai Lao-san's fighting power exceeded his imagination. If defined by a number, he thought there were at least 20, the actual situation is only 5. When Kai Lao-san stabbed him with a knife, Zhang Wei used the chain on his arm to swing at Kai Weihua's wrist. He instantly knocked the knife out of his hand. Zhang Wei hooked his leg again. Kai Lao-san fell in front of him. Probably because I only drank a little broth every day. You can't even stand still. Why are you helping me find a grave? Zhang Wei was very disdainful. He wanted to strangle the man with chains, but when I think about the possibility of turning into a corpse, so I picked up the knife. Just when Zhang Wei wanted to poke it through his throat, Kai Lao-san actually showed a look of relief. There wasn't even any intention to resist. Even a pig has a stronger desire to live than you. Zhang Wei disdains this person. I didn't want to live in the first place, it's just that Big Brother lets me live well. Don't let the white-haired girl give away the black-haired girl. This made Zhang Wei suddenly think of Grandma Xiaobao. If it were my grandma, knowing that a son or grandson is dead, will it be sad? Just as he hesitated, should I kill Kai Lao-san? Kai Lao-san actually ran into the knife edge himself. This is like hitting an egg against a stone. The tip of the knife was pierced into the neck, blood slowly gushes out. Zhang Wei did not dodge. There is a kind of hospice care, it's called fulfillment. It's Kai Lao-san who wants to commit suicide. Then don't blame yourself. Although Zhang Wei will eventually kill him. He wants to imitate what is on TV, close the eyes of dead Kai Lao-san. It won't make him die in peace. But found, Kai Lao-san had his eyes closed. Zhang Wei sat down on the ground. Suddenly there was an inexplicable sadness. If you were killed by him, buried in this so-called tomb, will he not commit suicide? In this world, is it difficult to live? Kai Lao-san was still a good person yesterday. It's just that my personality is a bit withdrawn. Today I took the initiative to bump into his knife, died by suicide. Zhang Wei learned from this person. I saw my own shadow. One's past life, he also committed suicide in desperation. Alive, it's so difficult. I sat there for a long time, seeing that the candle is about to go out. Zhang Wei finally remembered Pei Wu, who was still lying on the ground. So he walked over, carried him on his shoulders, climbed up slowly. Then restored the bed in the room to normal. Only this time, the one who disappeared from the world became Kai Lao-san again. Zhang Wei ignored Pei Wu, who was still sleeping in bed. Went directly to the sofa. Zhou and the others immediately asked anxiously, "Boss, where were you and your brother-in-law just now?" "Brother-in-law? He's the third son of the Kai family. He's dead? Holy shit, boss, did you kill him? Almost, or it should be suicide. What about Pei Wu? He's lying on the bed in your brother-in-law's room? Not my brother-in-law, it's Xiaobao's uncle. I'm tired. Let me have a good night's sleep. Zhang Wei used the pillow as a waist support. He just sat there and fell asleep. Zhou was still chattering. I just talked to his sister. As for the guy you mentioned who just committed suicide. Boss, it is said that I owe a lot of debt, so I hid in my room all day without going out. I don't know what you're busy with. The mouse has to spend the winter, busy digging holes. Zhang Wei answered casually. Boss, do you know how he owes the money? Why do you owe it? He relied on his eldest brother to help cook and guard the warehouse behind the kitchen. The second sister works as a school cleaner and drives a garbage truck in and out every day. Sneaky delivery of school leftovers. There was even rice from the warehouse brought to his farm. But later, our school suddenly held a canteen. Operation CD. Activities, so he can't make any money. I see. This second sister Kai is really a big mouth. I'll tell you everything. It's the end of the world. What else can't be said? Yeah, just listen to what I have to say. The worst thing, it wasn't long before the bird flu broke out. All the animals on his farm died. I heard that they also bury animal carcasses indiscriminately. I paid a lot of fines. It is said that I owe hundreds of thousands in some cases. Then this person who committed suicide is really stupid. I don't know the debt at this time, just like money. Is it also a number? Zhang Wei said to himself. Only Zhang Wei knows he probably didn't commit suicide because of money. It is despair about the future. Chapter 55 Dead by Daylight. Zhang Wei was very indifferent to Kai Laosan's death. Reborn in the last days, he has seen too many deaths. The few remaining people were frightened half to death, no matter whether Kai Laosan died in Zhang Wei's hands or not, all dead. But when I think of that terrible, thousands of pigs butchered. Boss Kai, if I knew about my brother's death, Zhang Wei and his group were afraid that they would not be able to eat and walked around in circles. Boss, we tried to wake up Pei Wu, better run away. Let's talk until dawn, Zhang Wei said indifferently. However, he wiped off the blood on the watermelon knife and hid it quietly under the sofa. The iron chain was always carried with him, able to attack and defend, respond to all changes by remaining unchanged. At this time, a group of people ran out in a hurry. It's hard to see the road at night. If the butcher comes after me, that's not even cutting down several of them with one blow. To everyone's surprise, nothing happened that night. Only Zhou and the others forced their eyes wide open. Pinching his own legs, keep yourself from falling asleep. Fortunately, the few of them rested in the girls' dormitory the day before yesterday, and they were able to stay up all night. Finally, they waited for the dawn. Everything was normal. The Kai family didn't even know that Kai Laosan had died. After getting up, they were still busy with their own things. Xiaobao's grandmother went to the grave to pay her respects first. Xiaobao urinated casually in the hall, which attracted the curse of Kai Laodao. Kai Laodao carried a shovel and planned to continue to repair the grave. Among them, no one was aware of Kai Laosan's disappearance. Kai Weiwa seemed to be just as he described, a pure otaku, until Pei Wu appeared in front of them. They stopped what they were doing in unison, looking at Pei Wu with questioning eyes, as if to say, how did you get out? So, Pei Wu was stunned. Are they aware or unaware? Zhang Wei has been thinking about this issue. Yesterday Pei Wu seemed unable to remember what happened before she fainted. Where is my brother? Boss Kai said calmly. He committed suicide. Zhang Wei threw the fruit knife in front of Boss Kai. Died on this knife. Did you do it? I said, he committed suicide. If you don't knock on his door, will nothing happen? Boss Kai picked up the shovel in his hand. It's hard to say, he has some mental problems. We have noticed this a long time ago, so his room doesn't have much furnishings, so as not to irritate him. In fact, he went crazy from the moment he hammered his father to death with an electric iron, and I have always said in public, my father was beaten to death by my wife, just to avoid overstimulating him. It seems that his father's head rolled out when he was buried yesterday, which irritated him. What are you talking about? Grandma Xiaobao walked over tremblingly. Let's talk about movies, Zhang Wei said to his grandma. A battle turned into friendship because of Grandma's intervention. Grandma and Xiaobao pooped in the house. I asked you to wipe your ass. Zhou tactfully called out Grandma Xiaobao. So you attack Pei Wu. It's not just because you're third child or you like that girl, right? Zhang Wei smiled jokingly. Kai Laosan said, the hole under his bed took 3 years to dig, although the latter section, it's a broken abandoned pipe, but the depth of going down ahead, there are always dozens of cubic meters of soil. The soil must be put somewhere when it comes out. And if there are too many cubes of soil, the school will find out an object. So the only way is to use the garbage truck of the cleaning lady Kyrgi to transport it out. Day to day, year after year. It's just that I can't figure it out. Why are you guys digging holes like crazy like mice? Mouse, you say we are mice? Boss Kai looked a little angry. Or to put it another way, you are all parasites. You don't understand? I don't understand our family's desire for a house. This converted house under the pump house, although the winter is warm and the summer is cool, but the sound of machinery, it's so noisy every day, I can't get a good night's sleep at all. We are a family of 8. Squeezed into such a small place. My parents still live in the utility room. My house is kind of next to the school. It's impossible to get a building permit in this place where land is so expensive. So we can only let the third child use it for breeding. In the end, we all lost everything. Why do you think we dug holes down there? People who build houses can build their houses so high that they reach into the sky. And I just want to build my own house down there. So you chose to start digging from under the third child's house? That's natural. The third child has not yet started a family. He can free up a room for our parents to live in. Go live in the basement by yourself. It's just a pity. It's a pity that the third child is dead. Right? Good. It's a pity that my father and the third child are both dead. My father has been living in the utility room for the past few years and has refused to move out. I know he is thinking about our children, but the bed in his room, I can't straighten my legs. I can see that your father is a good man, Zhao Zhenxiong said. If possible, we want to be friends with him, Lu Renjia said. Right, can you put down your shovel? Zhouwen said. It looks a little scary. It's a bit like the military shovel that cuts people off in crossfire, Zhouwen added. So let's go back to the original question. You do something to pay Wu. It's not just because you're third child or you like that girl. Right? Zhang Wei doesn't care about these 3 brothers who are afraid of death. Continue to ask. That's natural. It was done without anyone noticing. I thought you would leave in fear. I didn't expect you to stay. This created differences in our opinions. I mean, keep you in the student dormitory every once in a while. Catch one and kill it to eat. My sister and brother's opinion is, lock you all up in the basement. I'm hungry and have no energy left. Kill one every few days. This way, you won't be able to escape. But my third child said, I want to save that American girl to kill him in the end. Maybe there will be a US military helicopter coming to the rescue. That's how it's done in movies. Boss Kai licked his tongue. There is no trace of the serious look before. I've met a lot of people in the past few years. You are the most perverted one. Zhang Wei thought of this guy. I was sharpening my knife late at night last night. Without any hesitation, I guess I'll have to wait for others. Considered a lamb to be slaughtered. Because he expected, my own group, there is absolutely no way to escape from this building. But Zhang Wei now has a plan. That brick wall at the end of the tunnel's underground pipe, where does it lead to? 1,000-hand pig slaughter? How many people have you killed? Zhang Wei suddenly asked. 1, 2. Butcher Kai thought for a long time. Count on your fingers. If you don't count zombies, that's 0. A woman came out from inside the house. It is Kai Xinghua, holding a huge pair of scissors in his hand. Zhang Wei knows. This is used to trim the green belt. Did she say that Xiaobao almost killed Xiaobao with scissors? Do you mean this pair of scissors? Zhang Wei looked at the cold light of the scissors. This time all 5 fingers can probably be broken off at the root. Chapter 56 How to Survive. Do you think you two can stop a group of 7 of us? Zhang Wei glanced at Kai Lao Er and Kai Lao Er, and on my own side, and Zhouwen, Zhao Zhenxiong, Lu Renjia is at the side, who die, Pei Wu is aside. Zhang Wei looked around carefully. It's okay to run away from the door. It's okay to delay by yourself for half a minute. Enough for these people to hide in the girls' dormitory. But, if you can't solve the problem of killing pigs, it's all in vain to hide anywhere. We just have to stop one of you, said the butcher, grinning. What a pervert. Zhao Zhenxiong couldn't bear it. But what the butcher said is indeed true. All they have to do is stop one. First catch one. Kill it and eat it. After a few days, I will look for other people. The people on my side have full bellies. Those who run away are hungry. Isn't it easy to catch? But Zhang Wei was not afraid either. Fights with living people, it is normal to hurt your muscles and bones. Facing zombies and living people alone, he won't be afraid. And Zhouwen and the others, not a soft persimmon either. Out of the corner of Zhang Wei's eyes, He quietly saw Zhou take out the arm strength machine from behind. Zhao Zhenxiong and Lu Renjia didn't have any good weapons at the moment, so they looked around and picked up a broken brick. Zhang Wei was immediately happy. This was what he often did when he was a child. When he saw a wild dog approaching, he would frantically look for stones on the ground, so as to scare the wild dog away. But the problem was that the butcher Kai Lao was a mad dog. The more you stimulate a mad dog, the more it will run towards you. Zhang Wei watched Boss Kai move towards Zhou and the others. "Pig killer, your opponent is me." Zhang Wei stopped this person. "The shovel hit my head and covered my face all at once. Zhou and the others are probably going to have their heads ripped open." Zhang Wei threw the fruit knife not far in front of Boss Kai and kicked it to Pei Wu. Pei Wu picked it up and held it in her hand. Then Pei Wu stood in front of Hu Dai. And Zhang Wei himself, he took out a towel from his back, he wrapped his right hand around it, wrapped in chains again. This is to avoid being scratched by the chain when punching. Butcher Kai watched all this in silence. He felt that Zhang Wei was making a fuss out of a molehill. How strong can a student be, even if you stand and let him attack? You may not be able to knock yourself down. Soon after, Boss Kai paid a heavy price for his contempt. He didn't expect that Zhang Wei didn't talk about martial ethics. Be the first to take action. Just now when Zhang Wei was wrapping the iron chain, he didn't make a sneak attack. Zhang Wei punched him with an uppercut. Boss Kai's jaw almost dislocated. This punch looks a bit like a move in a cartoon. Lu Shan rises to dominate the dragon. Zhang Weizheng planned to wait until Butcher Kai fell, then punch him in the face a few more times, then stab a knife into his chest. Unexpectedly, the butcher just took a few steps back. He regained his footing. Butcher Kai touched the blood at the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, "It's a bit strong, the position is a little off, you are not tall enough otherwise." This punch hit my temple, I couldn't get up at all. Zhang Wei was immediately furious. "Good guy, in front of so many people, laugh at your own height. I'm only a senior in high school, I'll still grow taller." Zhang Wei said to himself. Height is not very important. The most important thing is to survive with your limbs intact. Zhang Wei thought of himself in his previous life. Well, later, I guess it's always possible to grow half a head. Right? It seems that I still need to eat more protein powder. Building muscle and growing taller go hand in hand. I only eat a small spoonful at a time. Still too conservative. While Zhang Wei was talking, Boss Kai also took advantage of Zhang Wei's unpreparedness. He raised the shovel with both hands and struck Zhang Wei on the head. Zhang Wei has no doubt. He used his own neck to pick it up. The heads will be separated immediately. Achievements in Butcher Kai. The Massacre of Thousand Hands. Of Prestige. Zhang Wei subconsciously stretched out his right hand to block. The tiger's mouth is numb. This shovel struck the iron chain on the arm. There were even sparks thrown out. Butcher Kai saw an empty space above Zhang Wei. She reached out to grab his hair. This is a subconscious move made by Butcher Kai after many years of working in the industry. It's like grabbing a pig by the tail when it's running away. Zhang Wei was not surprised but overjoyed. From Kai Butcher's armpit, an iron chain was swept out. It hit him right in the left eye. Now Butcher Kai held his eyes in his hands and retreated with a cry. Looking into that eye, it cannot be opened in a short period of time. "Boss, well done!" Zhao Zhenxiong clapped his hands. "Good, good, good." Lu Renjia also followed suit and applauded. "Zhou, okay, keep going, don't let him run away with his remaining health." Several people were stunned in unison. This is a bit of a joke for Zhou. And the moment Butcher Kai retreated, second sister Kai, who has been watching the show next to her, seeing that his brother has fallen behind. So he raised the big scissors and rushed towards Zhou. Zhou has never seen such a battle before. I saw a plump figure rushing towards me subconsciously. I used arm strength to block it. But fortunately, this block. Otherwise, Zhou's arm would have been cut off with scissors. The arm strength machine had a layer of black paint on the outside. And if you didn't look closely, you would think it was made of plastic. The arm strength machine was stuck in the middle of the blade of the scissors. Sister Kai used all her strength, but couldn't cut it off. Zhang Wei, Zhao Zhenxiong, and Lu Renjia saw that the situation was not good, and immediately ran towards Zhou. There was no suspense in the 3-on-1 lineup. Kai Lauer was beaten and screamed, and soon he fell to the ground. This attracted the roars of countless zombies outside the wall, and more zombies gathered towards the girls' dormitory. Zhang Wei only felt bad. The highest point of this wall, it's less than 3 meters. If thousands or hundreds of zombies gather, they can climb over the wall like the Arhut. And school, It happens to be one of the places with the most zombies. Jiang Wei grabbed a few people who were about to throw bricks at Kai Lauer's head. Then he glanced at the knife in Pei Wu's hand. Jiang Wei's meaning is very clear. I want Pei Wu to put an end to this woman. The end of not making a sound. It all started because of her disappearance. If they had listened to Jiang Wei's advice at the beginning, perhaps this would not have happened. The few of them had returned safely to the girls' dormitory long ago, and they might have crawled back to the boys' dormitory before the butcher searched the room. Jiang Wei, who was well versed in the way of survival in the end times, knew that it was better to stay out of other people's business in order to live longer. Pei Wu shook her head hesitantly. If you don't kill her, she will eat you. There is no law, morality, or humanity in the end times. Jiang Wei was afraid that this foreign girl would not understand what he said, so he explained word by word. Let my sister go. Butcher Kai's voice came from behind again. It turned out that he had recovered again. Jiang Wei turned around. Let her go, will you let us go? Since neither can, so why bother? Jiang Wei forcibly grabbed Pei Wu's knife-holding hand. It slid across the neck of Kai Lauer, who was lying on his back. A circle, blood gushes out. This is a provocation. It is also a declaration of war. I will definitely cut you into pieces today. Butcher Kai was furious. Violent mode turned on. He ran towards Jiang Wei alone. The shovel swung in both hands, attacked frantically, jumping left and right, making the iron chains jingle. At this time, everyone admired Jiang Wei's foresight, wrapped his arms with towels in advance. Otherwise, with such intensive attacks, if not injured by shock, they would be scratched. The zombies outside the wall were attracted by the sound of fighting, and the roars seemed to be getting more and more. Chapter 57 Furious Butcher. Jiang Wei knows, you can't stop the butcher even with iron chains for a while. But now zombies may come out at any time. So he said to Zhou and others, you three go to Boss Kai's room. There is a bamboo basket under his bed. Bring all the knives inside. Jiang Wei remembers, last night, I saw Butcher Kai quietly sharpening his knife there. There are also various knives of different lengths inside. Butcher Kai will not be in the business of killing pigs at this time. So the reason why he sharpened the knife. Jiang Wei thought of it when he saw him yesterday. This was when he didn't alert the snake, because Pei Wu hasn't been found yet. There is a person missing. There will be a second person missing. What Jiang Wei is worried about, it's something unknown. Go quickly. Jiang Wei saw several people still dilly-dallying. Now these people, unarmed. Once a zombie climbs in from the wall, that will all turn into human bread for zombies. It is difficult to completely kill zombies with blunt weapons. The butcher came over again with his shovel, although the shovel is not a military shovel, but the appearance is somewhat similar, sharp edge, the edges are jagged. Jiang Wei knows, if a shovel hits me, even if you don't die, you have to shed your skin. When the butcher swings his shovel again, after being blocked by Jiang Wei with his hand, Jiang Wei finally seized a gap, kicked the butcher hard. This kick only made the butcher take half a step back, but it caused his shovel movement to stagnate. Jiang Wei quickly untied the iron chain on his right hand. Think of it as a whiplash. When the butcher was about to attack, Jiang Wei threw it towards his lower body without hesitation. This chain is impartial. Hit the butcher on the knee. He instantly knelt down. He leaned on the butcher's shovel and stuck it in the ground. Jiang Weizheng was about to step forward. The butcher swung his shovel fiercely, carrying flying sand and rocks. Jiang Wei was confused for a moment. To avoid the shovel, Jiang Wei had to sit down on the ground. Jiang Wei couldn't see clearly for a while. Subconsciously stepped back. The butcher followed. Jiang Wei knows, at this time. Use the loose iron chain. I guess it can no longer stop the butcher's shovel. I had to retreat while groping, looking for something handy. In fact, the butcher's eyes were severely injured before. I can't tell Jiang Wei's specific location either. He just waved the shovel subconsciously. The butcher could vaguely see a black shadow in front of yourself. So I switched to using a shovel. He slashed at the black shadow's head overwhelmingly. Unconsciously, Jiang Wei actually retreated to the body of second sister Kai. The remaining warmth of the corpse made Jiang Wei calm down instantly. You must treat it carefully. Otherwise, it will become like this corpse. Jiang Wei subconsciously groped. He actually touched the pruning shears in front of the body. Suddenly I felt happy. So he rolled up and climbed up. I jogged all the way to distance myself from the butcher. He spat into his hands again. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. Fortunately, it was just the dust that made my eyes blurred. Jiang Wei recovered his vision for a short time. But I still can't open my eyes a bit. He could only blink desperately. Let the tears flow. Rinse any residue out of your eyes. The butcher still pursued him relentlessly. They were chased all the way on the front terrace of the first floor of the women's dormitory. Hu Dai and Pei Wu, who were watching the battle, screamed all the way. "Quiet! There are zombies!" Zhang Wei drank. "These two girls, what a fuss. I don't know that Jing Ke assassinated the king of Qin. Is it an allusion to King Qin walking around the flower bed?" Zhang Wei finally stopped. He held the pruning shears in one hand. "It's time to end things with the butcher." To be fair, the butcher family, if he didn't secretly want to kill himself and his friends, there is nothing I can do to kill him. Meet by chance, you are a guest in a foreign land. I would just treat him as an ordinary passerby, no matter life or death. The butcher struck again with his shovel. Zhang Wei had no doubt about the power of this sword. You can cut yourself open like a fish. I have tried to take it several times before. The numbness in the tiger's mouth is not pleasant. Zhang Wei ducked and dodged. He picked up the big scissors in his hand and threw them towards the butcher's chest. The sharp scissors instantly cut open the butcher's shirt. He even scratched the butcher's chest. Although the butcher couldn't see very clearly, but this is also an instinctive feeling of death. Zhang Wei knows, this butcher is not like the fat guy with a big belly on the market. His figure is well proportioned and strong. He is a man who really understands knives, although he only has a shovel in his hand. The butcher was also surprised when Zhang Wei picked up the pruning shears. Just now, thanks to my instinctive intuition, subconsciously stepped back, otherwise Zhang Wei would have disemboweled him. The two men who were almost blind calmed down. Breathing heavily, Zhang Wei knew that he might not be this guy's opponent at this moment. His current physical fitness was not even half of his previous life, and he had just started practicing prisoner fitness, so it had not yet had much effect. Although the iron chain had hurt this guy's eyes, he was not completely blind, judging by his skill in avoiding his scissors. Moreover, most importantly, the zombies outside the wall might come in. Once the zombies outside the wall climbed in like a ladder, he would not have time to escape. Just like the group of sports students in dormitory 410. Being surrounded by zombies can only result in death, Zhang Wei thinks, and the butcher's death doesn't make much sense here. Since God has given me a chance to be reborn, then survive. The butcher showed a ferocious sneer at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei didn't care either. After all, those who kill pigs are those who kill pigs. I don't know how to attack people. If Zhang Wei gets the shovel, he will attack the enemy's lower body with a shovel. 1 inch longer and 1 inch stronger, the chains were too late to resist. The butcher turned around and hooked his sister's body with the instep of his foot. Found out he was really dead. There is a dark pool of blood on the ground, into the yellow soil. The butcher knew that his hatred with Zhang Wei was irreconcilable. His third brother and second sister, his most important relatives, died one after another at Zhang Wei's hands. He knew that his two brothers and sisters were doing illegal things, but he took the blame on himself. Even if he was labeled as a wife killer, for the sake of family harmony, he was the first to eat human flesh. He had eaten it before his wife. He did it to keep everyone alive. But what's the point now? You deserve to die. The butcher stared at Zhang Wei with red eyes. If you have the guts, kill me, and then eat me. Zhang Wei knew that anger can make people lose their composure. So, he deliberately provoked. The butcher finally couldn't bear it anymore, and picked up the iron shovel again and chopped at Zhang Wei, as if this iron shovel was a butcher knife for killing pigs. Zhang Wei raised both hands, and used the cross blades of the scissors to take the blow, and he hesitated, and the scissors broke into 2 pieces, and he almost fell to the ground. This was the full force of the butcher's blow. Zhang Wei knows, if this is really a butcher knife, I can't catch a knife myself. Whether it's chains or pruning shears, all may be cut off. But this shovel, say it's a coincidence or not, it happened to be cut right on the rotating shaft where the pruning shears meet in the middle. Just cut the scissors into 2 halves. Zhang Wei held it with both hands apart, like having 2 swords in hand. Chapter 58 2 Swords in Hand. Double sword. It gave Zhang Wei a familiar feeling, because I fought with zombies in my previous life, used a variety of weapons. Among them, the most handy one is the double sword. Zhang Wei's double swords were specially made by someone. One long and one short, long knife 1.2 meters, short knife 0.8 meters, in his previous life. He carried these swords on his back. When there are many zombies, just use a short sword to fight the enemy in close combat. When holding these scissors, Zhang Wei suddenly felt like he had 2 swords in his hands. Moreover, the handles of scissors are easier to hold than double knives. No need to worry about getting rid of it. When I just took out the scissors and cut open the butcher's shirt, Zhang Wei had a bold idea. Or he could use chains or ropes to connect the two large scissors. Create a weapon that can attack from both near and far. But the main task now is to get rid of the butcher. As long as the butcher dies, don't make any more noise within the female dormitory area. Hide the smell of everyone again, the zombies will also slowly disappear. Kill! Zhang Wei shouted in a low voice, rush forward. This was Zhang Wei's first active attack after punching the butcher on the chin with his iron fist. The butcher was immediately delighted. What the butcher was most worried about was that Zhang Wei would run away. Or take him in circles. The tips and edges of scissors are actually not as sharp as ordinary knives. But these pruning shears are quite heavy. When a pair of scissors pokes out, with a sense of inertia, suddenly the butcher was forced to block it with a shovel. A metallic sound of handing over came again. This time, the butcher's shovel created a gap. Come again! Zhang Wei shouted again, but the sound was much smaller. He was afraid of attracting all the zombies outside. Zhang Wei saw the gap in the butcher's shovel, then I remembered that these scissors should be made of special steel. At least it's not ordinary stainless steel, because pruning shears can cut tree stems almost as thick as a bowl. The butcher was also stunned by this. But the butcher didn't care, still used the shovel to chop at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei knows, even if the butcher has no weapon in his hand, he would also strangle himself to death. Zhang Wei used the scissors in his left hand to protect his wrist. Use the scissors in your right hand to stab the butcher in the armpit. This time the attack. A bit like the use of oriental sticks, taking both offense and defense to the extreme. Suddenly the butcher discovered that Zhang Wei's scissors had been torn in half. He sees with only one eye, can't see clearly. But he is also evil and courageous. He directly grabbed Zhang Wei's scissors with one hand. The scissors did not scratch the butcher's hand. Zhang Wei knows, the old people are right. A swordsman who is good at using a knife, it cannot be hurt by a knife. Just like a cook trying to untie a cow with ease. It will not hurt the knife, it won't hurt your hands either. A butcher who has been killing pigs for decades, he naturally knows how to take the knife. Besides, this is just a pair of scissors that are not very sharp. Zhang Wei just hates that the scissors are not a whole piece just now. Otherwise, the butcher's entire hand could be cut off in one blow. The butcher pulled Zhang Wei's blade towards his body. Zhang Wei's left hand was still numb just now. Can't use any strength. Zhang Wei knows, once you get close to the butcher, to greet one's own neck, definitely a butcher's shovel. So I had to let go of my right hand, let the butcher take the knife away. The butcher threw away the shovel, spit on the palm of his hand, then he put his hand into the oval hole handle of the scissors. The butcher waved his hands casually. Also happy with this weapon. Zhang Wei knows, this is a knife versus knife showdown. One is a butcher with 20 years of experience in killing pigs. One is Zhang Wei, who has 3 years of experience in killing zombies. But the butcher is not facing pigs. What Zhang Wei faced was not zombies either. This is doomed to mean that their past experiences are nonsense. There is no use for it at all. Go to hell. The butcher spat thick phlegm on the ground. He waved his sword and headed towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei instantly changed the knife from his left hand to his right hand. After all, it is the power of an adult man after all. Zhang Wei is just a student under the age of 18. It is unwise to underestimate the enemy. Although his thoughts are sophisticated, but those are all memories of past lives, his current skills are still a bit immature. And at this time, Zhouan, who came in, Zhao Zhenxiong, Lu Renjia, and the other 3 finally came out holding the bamboo basket with pale faces. The 3 of them didn't say a word. But Zhang Wei guessed, something must have happened, after all. There is so much commotion outside, neither Grandma nor Xiaobao came out. But when I saw that the 3 of them were not injured, Zhang Wei probably doesn't think it's a big deal. So he put all his attention on the butcher boss Kai. All this thinking happened after the butcher said, "Go to hell." Moment, when he looked again. Zhang Wei had already connected with the butcher's dagger. The two glared at each other. Zhouan and Zhao Zhenxiong were also stunned, because this was the first time he saw Zhang Wei fight. Because Zhang Wei is usually very cowardly. In the boys' toilet, he was also the one who was bullied the most. Lu Renjia thought it was normal, because he didn't know Zhang Wei from the past. He met Zhang Wei, killed Su Long and came out from the dormitory of 10 sports students. He only suffered a slight injury to his chest. I also used a sewing needle to sew it up. The strength of such a person is absolutely extraordinary. Although Zhang Wei later tried his best to avoid conflicts with those sports students, but he also thought it was a smart move. And when he saw the desperate fight between Zhang Wei and the butcher today, he knows, I still underestimated Zhang Wei. Su Long, Lin Feng et al., From the moment I knocked on the door of Zhang Wei's dormitory, it's just asking for death. Lu Renjia picked up a pig-killing knife, continued to look at the center of the battlefield. Zhang Wei Butcher's two scissors are blocked by each other. They had to take a step back. The butcher punched me. Zhang Wei tilted his head and flashed past him. Zhang Wei just kicked out with his backhand, caught by the butcher's left hand. The butcher's right hand immediately followed. The scissors are turned over in the butcher's hand. Play a knife flower. The moment the scissors stopped, it turned out that the blade was facing inwards. Zhang Wei knew what the butcher wanted to do. He wanted to break his hamstring. When I was a child, I saw pigs being killed in the countryside. The butcher wandered around easily. A pig's foot is separated from the pig's body. Although these scissors are dull, but in the hands of a knife-wielding butcher, cut your hamstring or the main artery at your ankle, absolutely no problem. Zhang Wei cannot take risks. If you become a cripple, then there is no point in living, even worse than the severed hand in his previous life. Zhang Wei could only fall to the ground. In this way, the soles of his feet are facing upward. The butcher's knife hit the sole of his shoe. It was too late for Zhouan and others to rescue them. The butcher withdraws his hand. I'm about to strike in the opposite direction, unexpectedly. Zhang Wei threw the scissors at his hand, but the butcher turned his head and threw him away again. The scissors almost hit the butcher's face. But this also gave Zhang Wei half a breath. He picked up a stick on the ground with his backhand, slapped the butcher in the face. All I could hear was the sound of wind blowing through the air. Paw! A sound came. Only then did everyone see the butcher was slapped, and the thing that slapped him, it was the shovel he had casually discarded on the ground. The butcher was almost stunned by this. Subconsciously, he let go of Zhang Wei's feet. Standing there stunned, Zhang Wei did not hesitate, taking the pig-killing knife from Lu Renjia's hand, stabbed the butcher in the belly. A knife into the abdomen. Without any hindrance, like being poked in the air, this is the feeling that the sharpness of this knife gives Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei knows, this fight, I almost won. It seems that I won't be able to support you in the future. Still have to be outsmarted. Zhang Wei saw the butcher standing upright. No sign of falling. He couldn't help but look at it in surprise. But he saw the butcher turning his head slightly and looking in another direction. His face was full of fear. That's the direction of the door. Standing at the door, it was the frail second son-in-law who had been tied up, holding the door frame with one hand. He was chewing something in his mouth. He turned towards Boss Kai, showing an evil smile. Chapter 59 Seeing the Devil. Son-in-law Kai was holding the wall with one hand. One hand is drooped. The mouth is like chewing betel nut. He showed an evil smile to the butcher Boss Kai. Boss Kai's eyes were full of fear. Blood spilled from the mouth. He glanced at his belly. With a face full of disbelief, there is the sharp knife inserted by Zhang Wei. Blood spilled from the abdomen. More blood spilled from Boss Kai's mouth and nose. Who let him go? Boss Kai glanced at everyone. He fell to the ground with a plop. Total death. Zhang Wei followed up vigilantly. Kicked the butcher's hand lightly. Make sure he is really dead. Then he pulled out his sharp knife, plugged into Boss Kai's head, pull out again. This way Boss Kai won't turn into a zombie. Zhang Wei turned his attention to Kai Yang, this husband, who was tied to the bed by Kai Wei Hua. Then he looked at the pale faces of Douyin and the others. He wanted to know what was going on inside. Douyin said with a trembling voice, Xiaobao. Xiaobao was eaten by him. Douyin pointed at Kai Yang at the door and said, Grandma hung herself with a chain from the beam of the heating pipe in the pump room. Zhao Zhenxiong said with a pale face. Zhang Wei also turned pale instantly. Grandma's death was beyond his expectation. Because in his eyes, no matter how sinful Grandma is, from the way she treats Xiaobao, he is also a competent grandma. Only then did Kai's son-in-law notice her wife's body lying on the ground. He struggled and walked over like a zombie, squatting on the ground. After listening to Kai Weihua's chest, it was confirmed that she had no heartbeat. There was no change in his face, but in an instant, he showed a happy smile, spit something out of the mouth. Zhang Wei looked. It turned out to be a child's finger bone. Could it be Xiubao's body? Douyin nodded heavily. I'm so hungry. Kai Yang whispered. He didn't take his wife's death seriously. Kai Yang sat down on the ground, then he didn't say a word. Zhang Wei held the sharp knife in his hand, then he said, Did you kill Grandma? No, it was after Grandma discovered that Xiaobao was bitten on the neck by me. I couldn't bear to think about it, and went upstairs to commit suicide. Why did you bite Xiaobao? He is your nephew. I said from the beginning that I wanted to eat Xiaobao. The meat is more tender. They must not disagree. I insist on eating my sister-in-law first. I want to secretly eat Xiaobao first. Just when I was about to take action, they were tied up by their hands. I threatened to go on a hunger strike, they were unmoved. So the reason why you don't want to eat my sister-in-law's human flesh is... Do you want to eat Xiaobao? Yes. How can a woman's meat be as delicious as a child's meat? That kid is a burden. Keeping it will only drag down the eldest brother and his family. It also caused disharmony in their family. Then why do you want to die? Sooner or later you will starve to death. Sister-in-law has finished eating. Who will eat Xiaobao next? So I beg you to let me go, because it's time to eat Xiaobao. It turns out you are the most perverted. Zhao Zhenxiang pointed at Kai Yang and said with a trembling voice. Only then did he feel that this man was much more perverted than the butcher. I wonder if the smell of living blood has spread. Zhang Wei felt that the roars of the zombies outside were getting louder and louder. Zhang Wei no longer hesitated. Use a sharp knife to cut off one of Boss Kai's arms. Throw it far away. The arm fell far outside the wall. Zhang Wei heard the roars and footsteps of zombies from near to far. He knows, his plan worked. Zombies will chase fresh flesh and blood, moreover. Zombies have a swarm effect, will follow other zombies. Zhang Wei cut off the butcher's other arm. A small step to run, thrown farther away. Zhang Wei turned to look at Kai Yang. His eyes were full of regret. How about it? Do you still want to eat your brother? Lu Renjia also felt disgusted with this man. After realizing that the zombie crisis has been temporarily resolved, Zhang Wei said to Zhou and the others, "Get your weapons. Take a good look at him." Then ignore this man, went straight to the back room. Zhang Wei didn't care about Xiaobao's body in the corridor, and the blood stains spreading everywhere on the ground. He quickly went up to the second floor. The door to the second floor is already open. The chain that had previously locked the dumb uncle was tied to a steel beam. The chain is not very long. Grandma's feet were less than 10 centimeters in the air. Grandma only needs to stand on her tiptoes to get herself in. No stools or anything like that were used. Zhang Wei felt an inexplicable anger. All the people here, only Grandma doesn't deserve to die. Zhang Wei finally knew why all the people, they all objected to untying Kai Yang's rope. This man is a devil. Zhang Wei carefully carried Xiaobao's grandmother's body down. Grandma's body is still soft. There is a certain residual warmth. Zhang Wei slowly carried Grandma Xiaobao's body out, placed on the ground outside. He picked up the shovel and prepared to bury Xiaobao's grandmother next to Xiaobao's grandfather. Kai Yang showed a crazy smile. Why don't you save Xiaobao's grandmother? She is a good person. Save her? Why save her? It is shameful for me to marry into the family. The old couple forced me to change my name. My name is Li Yang, not Kai Yang. I also have my own parents. Why should I take their surname? In that case, why did you marry Kai Wei Hua? No reason? It's just my parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. You are so pathetic. Zhang Wei was very disdainful. This kind of scum can't even be called a human being. He ignored this guy, called Zhou and others over, and they took turns digging the soil together, and a 1-meter deep pit appeared in half an hour. Zhang Wei knew that this depth was almost enough. Zhang Wei returned to the room, found a bamboo mat, and carefully wrapped up his grandmother. Then he buried her with loess. There was no decent grave mound, so Zhang Wei shoveled loess from other places around and piled it up. He pressed it hard again. As for the tombstone, Zhang Wei felt that it was unnecessary, because he didn't know the grandmother's name. Zhang Wei didn't plan to collect the bodies of the others, including the remains of Boss Kai, but he didn't want to make the women's dormitory stink. So he moved them all to the pump room, and then closed the door of the pump room. Now there will be no smell in the guard room. Zhang Wei returned to the lawn before, looking at the son-in-law of Kai in front of him. How to deal with this scumbag next? Zhang Wei wanted to ask his teammates for their opinions, because he didn't want to keep such a pervert alive. Pei Wu handed over the fruit knife. Zhang Wei understood what she meant. Do you have anything to say? Zhang Wei asked the son-in-law of the Kai family. You killed me. Are you going to eat my flesh? Why not start with the 2 girls? Their flesh is more tender. Okay, Zhang Wei replied. Then he stabbed the heart of the son-in-law of Kai with the knife. The son-in-law of Kai showed a crazy smile and fell to the ground. See, eating zombie meat will end up like this family. Zhang Wei pointed to the guard room and said, Chapter 60 Searching the Female Hostel. What should we do next, boss? Zhou ran over excitedly. Zhang Wei responded with silence. He has a good plan, but think carefully. To the last person who killed this family, no one at the scene had any objections. It's not because of Zhang Wei's cold-bloodedness, it's because of the extreme perversion of this family. It can bring a small sense of identity to all people. There is only that Grandma Xiaobao. Unfortunately, after seeing his son-in-law eat his grandson, He broke down and hanged himself. Witnessed his grandson being bitten to death by his son-in-law. Grandma Xiaobao will be so desperate when she sees this scene. Zhang Wei couldn't imagine it. Maybe in this home, the only one without fault, only the deaf uncle sacrificed his life to save others from the beginning. Zhang Wei did not expect that. Before I get involved in this family, in less than 24 hours, something so terrible happened. Let's clean up the girls' dormitory next, Zhang Wei suggested. Because from the beginning, Zhang Wei planned to go to the women's dormitory to search for snacks. Because girls are animals who like to hoard snacks. Even though it's almost vacation, there should also be some snacks stocked up. Boss, are you going to pick those door locks one by one? Fool, go to the deaf uncle to find the key. Right, since the dormitory aunt in the boys' dormitory has all the keys to the girls' dormitory, so in the deaf uncle's house, there must be keys to all the girls' dormitories, even if the door locks of one of the girls' dormitories were temporarily changed. A spare key will also be handed over to the dormitory building. This is a rule set by the school dormitory management department. Because sometimes, school leaders enter the girls' dormitory to search for high-power electrical appliances and prohibited items. For example, the broken watermelon machete that Zhang Wei stole from the store was a prohibited item. So the boss refused to sell it to him. However, Zhang Wei took it away when the boss was not paying attention. Zhang Wei looked through all the butcher's weapons and found a sharp knife. He also asked his brothers and sisters to take the weapons they were good at. Throw away those mop sticks and screwdrivers and the like. All the people were looking for the dormitory master's room finally. A locked drawer was found under the broken TV in the utility room where the deaf uncle lived. Zhang Wei searched around. No keys found. Finally, I had to use a shovel to hack the lock open. Sure enough, a bunch of keys were found inside. There are probably about 100 or so. Zhang Wei knows. This should be the key to the dormitory. There should really be no other place. So many keys are needed. There is special paper tape on the key. Seal it with plastic tape, prevent falling. Let's go, found it, Zhang Wei said to everyone. There is nothing useful left in this house. The remaining stored water, and those dog legs. Zhang Wei didn't dare to eat anything. Zhang Wei has a very bold idea. Remove the brick wall at the end of the chamber pipe. There must be some space there. Because the quality of red bricks is newer than that of pipes. Maybe the pipes are for sewage, then the other side is also a pipe. Zhang Wei and others slowly approached the dormitory building. In less than one day, everyone's spirits were in a tense state. Zhang Wei took out a key, opened dormitory 101 on the first floor. The environment inside is very clean. It seems that not all girls' dormitories are. It's all a state of chaos. Several people rummaged through boxes and cabinets to find it. I didn't even find anything to eat. I did find a lot of toilet water. It seems that the environment on the first floor, there are so many mosquitoes. This toilet water is of great use. Zhang Wei took a bottle of spray himself and let everyone take the rest. Spray on body. It can prevent zombies from smelling human scent for a short period of time. Next, the second bedroom. I found several bottles of mineral water. Half of them have been opened. Zhang Wei knows, this kind of dormitory door that has never been opened, the mineral water inside should be safe. So everyone kept it. In this dormitory, Zhang Wei also found a new mosquito net, also put it in a backpack. This kind of nylon rope mosquito net, if you don't touch the water, there is no problem in using it for several years. Zhang Wei does not intend to use the dormitory as a permanent base. This item also has great value. Survival in the apocalypse, set up camp everywhere, but there are no mosquito nets available. The third dormitory finally found food, but it's bread that has gone bad. Even flies have been produced. Zhang Wei didn't want to open it and read it. There may be maggots inside. Keep searching in this dormitory. I found an unopened toothbrush. Zhang Wei knows. These useful things can be organized in a dormitory. When I have the opportunity to return to this dormitory again in the future, just come back and pick it up again. Toothbrush, towel, soap, toiletries have a long shelf life. You can basically stay. Continue searching further back. Finally found the food Zhang Wei had been dreaming of. A big bag of chips and biscuits. There are also various sweets. This is everyone's favorite right now. Because I eat dog food every day, the taste of birds faded from his mouth. Several people gathered together. I split happily. Pei Wu was also very happy to find these snacks. This was the first time she felt integrated into Zhang Wei's team. Zhang Wei held her hand forcefully before. He used a fruit knife to forcefully pull apart Sister Kai's neck. Made her particularly unhappy. That was her first murder, although it is passive killing. In the dormitory at the back, A giant bottle of water that had not been opened was also found. Zhang Wei wrote down the number of the dormitory in a notebook he found. Bottled water cannot be taken away. It's not necessary if it's too heavy. The shelf life is at least half a year. Just pick it up later when you need it. The girls' dormitory at the back, Zhang Wei also found a solar flashlight. This thing can be of great use. Because there is a power outage now. Solar flashlights can be used infinitely. It can be recharged many times. Zhou found the unopened lace panties, surprised. He said to Zhang Wei, "Boss, do you see what I found? You can keep it, and use it slowly. I might be uncomfortable wearing this." Zhang Wei awe-inspiringly refused. But he couldn't help but take a few furtive glances. Zhao Zhenxiong ran over happily. "I have to divide it into several sections." This caused Hu Dai and Pei Wu to roll their eyes. "So, there are many people in a group." I slowly searched from the first floor to the second floor. Zhang Wei felt that the speed was too slow. Distributed the keys to everyone, search each other. But at the same time, he also warned everyone, observe whether there are any mutated zombies inside. In this way, it slowly got dark. I found my original dormitory and slept there. Chapter 61 New Plans. This sleep was closed, and everyone slept soundly. Because the night before, Zhang Wei asked Kai Lao San to commit suicide in the secret room, worrying about the revenge of Kai's family. Everyone was in a state of high mental tension, and almost did not sleep the whole night. Zhang Wei slept the latest. He was thinking about the next direction. With the food they had collected now, it could only last for 3 to 5 days at most. And snacks and the like cannot maintain sufficient physical strength. In a campus full of zombies, people have no physical strength. There is no difference between that and immediate death. Zhang Wei wants to go to the cafeteria. There should be some food in the cafeteria. Because it has to be the exam for thousands of students these days, prepare food for dining, Zhang Wei guessed, there should be some unused rice in the cafeteria. Although there is a power outage now, but the canteen uses natural gas and briquettes. Now he just wants to eat a bowl of fragrant white rice, even without any food. When Zhang Wei was in the boys' dormitory, after careful calculation, the next step to break out. He wanted to get as close to the cafeteria as possible. The first reason was that when the zombie crisis broke out, there should not be too many students in the cafeteria, so it was relatively safe. The second reason was that food might be found in the cafeteria, or vegetables that could be preserved for a long time, such as potatoes, carrots, cabbage, etc. The third reason was that the second floor of the cafeteria was the infirmary, and Zhang Wei wanted to search for some useful medicines or vitamin supplements as much as possible. Zhang Wei's hand, when he slid over from the male dormitory with the optical cable, had a large piece of skin torn off. He was originally wrapped in a mask. As long as you take a good rest, there won't be much of a problem. But in the fight with the butcher not long ago, he accidentally broke his palm again. Now the whole hand, all dripping with blood, such trauma, in the hot summer, it is very difficult to recover. And once it is contaminated with zombie blood or saliva, there will be a risk of mutating into zombies. Zhang Wei needs to find some anti-inflammatory drugs. Zhang Wei originally thought, after arriving at the female dormitory, you can go to the cafeteria building from the balcony or rooftop of the dormitory. But when I got here, I discovered that the distance has not shortened much. Go to the cafeteria, there is also a long stretch of open space. The higher-ups here no ropes, cables or climbing objects. Go to the cafeteria building, almost impossible. Zhang Wei remembered the figure who should have been Su Long running away with a trash can. Maybe you can also find a big trash can and rush out, but this is a bit risky. Because I don't know if the canteen is locked, and once zombies surround you, it is almost impossible to return. Zhang Wei couldn't help but think of the secret passage under Kai Lao San's bed. The direction of the cave, it seems to be in the direction of the canteen, but there is no basement in the cafeteria. Where is behind that wall? I have no confidence in my heart. In case it is a sewage pipe leading to the outside world, it may provoke more zombies to siege the campus. Zhang Wei. I was thinking slowly like this, unknowingly. I also fell asleep. Until the next day when the sun rose 3 poles. What a beautiful day. The first thing Zhang Wei did when he got up was just climb up to the rooftop, use a monocular to look at the far end, like a Pirates of the Caribbean. Such weather, visibility is a bit wider. Zhang Wei works in many high-rise buildings. They all saw the existence of survivors. Not everyone turns into a zombie. Those who found a place to hide, those who live at home and never go out, there is enough food at home. Most of them were in this wave of mutations in the previous 7 days. Survived. Zhang Wei knows. living people, after paying the price, will figure out how to kill zombies, that is to make zombies brain dead. There will also be survival teams like myself, to survive in this world, for the few survival supplies, launch brutal competition. After the world was torn apart by zombies, there will be no more new factories producing materials, there will be no department stores or supermarkets, farming daily life, hardware and groceries. Many things will become luxuries. There are also many items. It will circulate like currency. After 3 or 5 years, people will go back to a slash and burn farming. It's an era where people almost make fire out of wood. Certainly, before that, countless teams attack water plants and thermal power plants, solve the zombies and mechanical failures inside, let this city, for a while, return to normal state. During that time, only 3 to 5 months, it is a window period for human survival and development. It can be used to eliminate zombies as much as possible. As long as every zombie dies, for the surviving humans, it's all a win. Zheng Wei returned to the dormitory below, met everyone. Several people poured all the dog food together, after totaling it, after giving another share to Pei Wu, this leftover dog food, even if I save some food, it can only last for a day and a half at most. Drinking water is plentiful, because I was in quite a few girls' dormitories before. A certain amount of pure water was found. Zhang Wei thought about letting the remaining boys climb the optical cable to the boys' dormitory. Maybe they could find some food. But firstly, they couldn't last for a few days, so it didn't make much sense. Secondly, Zhang Wei's hand was injured, and it would be more difficult to heal the wound if he repeatedly tossed it. So it was not convenient for them to go together. It was really risky to let these rookies climb alone, because the fence door on the first floor of the boys' dormitory was broken by a dumbbell by someone who escaped with a trash can. A large number of zombies poured into the first, second and third floors. Even the fourth, fifth and sixth floors except the rooftop, there might also be zombies wandering around. What Zhang Wei is looking for, it's a new way out, instead of knowing clearly that the situation is a dead end, still struggling hard. Let's go take a look at the hole dug by Kai Lao-san. There is a large abandoned pipe down there, don't know where it leads, Zhang Wei said to everyone. Only then did a few people know, there may be another way out there. Because all of them, except for Pei Wu, none of them have ever entered the cave. When Pei Wu entered, already in a coma state, I don't know what's going on inside. Zhang Wei asked a few people to prepare food first. Fill your belly first. And myself, then I took the solar flashlight I found yesterday, placed on the top floor of the balcony. Summer sun is very hot, under direct sunlight. The power of the flashlight can be fully charged in 2 to 3 hours. Let's go, bring your screwdriver, Zhang Wei said to Zhao Zhenxiong. Then he asked Zhou to pick up a few bricks and take them with him. Pei Wu still left the cat in the dormitory, the door was locked. She wanted to see it first. Is the road over there accessible? Then decide whether you will come back to pick up the cat. That wall, just use bricks. Smash the screwdriver into the cracks in the bricks. Remove some cement. Remove one of the bricks. The remaining bricks are easier to deal with. Lu Renjiao was in Uncle Def's utility room, found a hammer. This works better than bricks. So Zhou threw away the brick halfway. Soon, a group of 5 people, led by Zhang Wei, who was holding a flashlight, he entered the cave where Zhang Wei followed Kai Lao-san down before. The light of the candle was very small. Zhang Wei used a flashlight this time. Only then could I see the whole picture of this cave. Chapter 62 Dean of Students. The cave at the beginning, it is soft less soil, but the ground below, it is a structure of cement, walking and walking, just another big hole. This happened to be the top of the culvert that was smashed through. The distance it penetrated was 7 to 8 meters. The gravel fill and loess formed a downward slope. Follow the ramp to the inside of the culvert. Zhang Wei takes the lead, then he shined the light of the flashlight back, illuminating those coming from behind. After only walking a few steps, just in front of a red brick wall. If this doesn't come in from a reinforced concrete culvert, and the brick walls are not modern fired red bricks, Zhang Wei would even think that he had arrived at an ancient tomb. Start smashing. Hit it 3 times and pause. Listen to what's going on over there, Zhang Wei said to the brothers. His hand is injured, not very hands-on. Zhou was still grinding. Zhao Zhenxiong immediately grabbed the hammer. Everyone took 2 steps back, avoid getting hurt by gravel. Zhang Wei turned the light of the flashlight. It shines in the middle of the brick wall. This brick wall is built in the culvert, exactly a circle. The center of the circle is the focus. The structure is most fragile. Zhao Zhenxiong used all his strength to suck the milk. Hit with a hammer, the brick wall has become somewhat loose. The second and third hammers were fired one after another. Just when I was about to hit the fourth hammer, he was stopped by Zhang Wei. He signaled everyone to be silent. He wants to hear what's going on over there. What if this wall collapses? The opposite side is full of zombies, my own group. It's completely over. It was too late to run out. The exit is too small. Zhang Wei's ears were lying on the wall. Let Zhao Zhenxiong tap gently again. Opposite is a space. I heard a slight echo. The thickness of the wall should be the thickness of a brick. This is a single wall. What Zhang Wei is most afraid of is knocking on this wall. The other side is less. Then this plan has no meaning. Keep knocking, or stop every 3 or 5 times. Listen to what's going on over there. Zhao Zhenxiong struck again. A red brick broke into many pieces. He found a screwdriver. Not one small piece at a time. Not long after, a hole the size of a brick appeared. The first brick was removed. The wall tiles at the back are easier to deal with. 3 times 5 times 2 will fall down a lot. Zhang Wei also guessed. This wall should be made of inferior cement. Otherwise it wouldn't be so easy to pry. Zhang Wei walked in first. This turned out to be a well-decorated basement. Inside wall, they are all covered with moisture-proof ceramic tiles of all sizes. Huh? This place? Zhang Wei felt that this place looked a little familiar. But it's definitely not under the cafeteria. Because he didn't smell anything related to the canteen. Who's over there? A flashlight shone over from a staircase at the corner of the basement. Zhang Wei also shone it over here. Zhang Wei felt that the voice was very familiar. But he couldn't remember who it was. Is it a living student? The man asked, while cautiously backing away, obviously. Once he found something wrong, he would run away. It seems to be Dean Wang Jing. Zhao Zhenxiong said in a trembling voice, thinking he had seen a ghost. Dean of Discipline Wang Jing was scarier than a ghost. He was responsible for catching problem students. Zhao Zhenxiong said, I once hid in the toilet to smoke. He was discovered by Director Wang, who was standing up to lift his pants after defecating. Parents were also notified. The criticism was circulated to the whole school. Director Wang, is it you? I am Zhao Zhenxiong. Zhao Zhenxiong was also very excited. Director Wang. This person, although a little more serious, but compared to the parasite-like Kai family they just experienced, that is a very good person. Zhang Wei and others then also walked up the stairs. After going up there, I discovered, it turned out to be the canteen on the first floor of the school. This underground space, it turned out to be the warehouse of the canteen. Wang Jinghe and the shop owner who sold things to Zhouan before, 2 people back to back, he was nervously holding the mop stick in the direction where they came up. The canteen was not destroyed? Zhang Wei was delighted. Because he saw that the rolling shutter was closed, a lot of food was still displayed on display cabinets, and in boxes on the floor. Including his favorite spicy strips, beef jerky, ham sausage, there are all kinds of noodles and so on. Boss, doesn't this food cost money? Lu Renjia asked excitedly. The smell of bird really faded away from his mouth. Where did you come in? Outside the cafeteria. Wang Jing also lived with these 6 students, feeling particularly surprised. Because in the first 3 days without power outage, they monitored the computer inside the canteen. I saw the outside of the canteen. Many students and teachers have turned into zombies, inhumanely eating the flesh of living people. It's simply a human tragedy. There are 9 surveillance cameras, 7 in the shop, 1 is at the door of the shop, 1 is outside the cafeteria. Boss, I didn't expect you to survive too. Zhang Wei still feels very kind to this boss. Because I bought things here before, he also gave himself a piece of watermelon. Zhang Wei still remembers saying to him before leaving, if you find anything unusual, just lock the rolling shutter and run back. Unexpectedly, he was the one who saved him. Zhang Wei was also very happy. It's you, the problem student who stole the knife. The boss pointed at Zhang Wei and said with a trembling voice. Yes, it's me. Do you remember it? I let you discover the anomaly. He locked the door and ran away. In fact, hiding is the right thing to do. Zhang Wei said hoarsely. Director Wang, come here. The guy I mentioned stealing the knife is him. The boss said excitedly. Zhang Wei was embarrassed for a while. After an explanation from the dean of students Wang Jing and the shop owner, only then did he know. Wang Jing also died because of Zhang Wei, just got here. After Zhang Weishan took the knife and left and said those words, the boss didn't notice anything unusual, until he was ready to continue cutting a piece of watermelon to eat. Only then did I realize that the knife was missing. This is a control tool. The boss knew that in all likelihood, that student was the one who walked away. So I quickly checked the monitoring. It turned out that it was. The boss thinks that this student failed all the exams. 9 times out of 10. They are problem students. Took this knife, probably not doing anything good. But once someone dies, as the source of the sword, be responsible. So I quickly called and contacted Wang Jing, the dean of students. Because the boss doesn't know who the student is or what class he is in. Dean of students Wang Jing was also shocked. It's the last day of exams. It's going to end soon. If something goes wrong with the student fight at this stall, I will take the blame myself. The dean of students, Wang Jing, and the store owner immediately met in the store. Then locked the rolling shutter door, check and monitor attentively, let's see who this thief student who stole the knife is. But the image is extremely blurry, I can only look at it over and over again. It just so happened that at this moment, the end of exam bell rang. They passed the surveillance cameras outside the cafeteria and at the entrance of the store. I have witnessed this wave of human tragedies. Chapter 63 in the canteen. Several people gathered in the canteen. Dean of students Wang Jing continued to look at Zhang Wei like a benefactor. If Zhang Weishan hadn't gone under the knife, and if the canteen owner called him, when the zombie crisis breaks out, he also wandered around campus with his hands behind his back. Zhang Wei didn't know whether he should tell Wang Jing a cruel truth. Because of his dog and the dog walker, it has become. But Zhang Wei thought about it, still have to tell him the truth. So he whispered, Director Wang, your white smiling angel. I know. Wang Jing waved his hand. Did you know that dogs were eaten? Zhang Wei was shocked. How did Wang Jing know this? Been eaten? I thought I was eaten by zombies. The dog walker. I heard that she is your wife. Has also mutated. What's the meaning? My wife didn't turn into a zombie. Wang Jing asked strangely. Who are those 2 women walking the dog? Maybe it's my sister-in-law, my wife's cousin, they both look very similar. Wang Jing also looked a little sad. I see. Zhang Wei thought about it, and felt relieved. It turned out that this was the reason why the dog did not follow its owner, and was led away by Xiaobao. Because a relatively stranger was walking the dog. And the 2 people who looked alike. They would be mistaken for Wang Jing's wife. When the crisis just broke out, I talked to my wife on the phone. She was still hiding on the 3rd floor of the faculty and staff apartment. At that time, the phone was still accessible. There was no power outage. And there was enough food in my house. If there was no power outage and water shortage, my wife could survive. Wang Jing explained. Director Wang, have you and the boss been at the canteen the whole time? Joan asked. When there is no power outage, we saw through surveillance video that there were zombies everywhere outside. If you go out, you will die in vain. So I had to hide here all the time, although there isn't much food in this store, but it was more than enough for the 2 of us. We thought about going out to rescue the students, but I'm afraid of getting involved. People are selfish, we also have parents. Wives and children, naturally. We must live if we can live. Wang Jing explained. You did the right thing. Zhang Wei replied. This rolling shutter door thing, once opened, the closing speed is relatively slow. Once the zombie's attention is attracted, zombies will swarm in. Rolling shutters cannot withstand zombie attacks. Is the sound just now coming from you students? The 2 of us thought the rescue team had dug in from below. The boss asked. Yes, the guard room of the girls' dormitory leads to the pump room. There is a basement there. A cement pipe leads to the warehouse below. We hammered through the wall. Where's the female dormitory? Only Pei Wu survived in the female hostel. The rest of the people are taking exams. There was no time to go in. The old doorman was bitten by a zombie. Later, their family also mutated. They all died one after another. Zhang Wei explained casually. He did not tell what happened to that family. One is afraid that the 2 of them won't believe it. The 2 are such cruel truths. There's no point in saying it. Is it safe there? Safe is safe, but there is nothing to eat there, only some stored water. It doesn't matter, we are not short of food, the things in this store, when you are hungry. Just eat. The store owner said enthusiastically. Good, boss, don't know your name yet? My name is Hu Lai. Mess? It's Gu Yuehu, Lai of Penglai Island. Oh, okay, thank you Uncle Hu. Zhang Wei was not polite, immediately ran to the carton. I took some pieces of beef jerky, take off the plastic and start chewing. Director Wang, what are your plans? Are you going to wait here forever? Otherwise, what else can I do? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Now it's not the 4th hand. It's 100 mouths ready to eat meat at any time. If we go out, we can only fill the gaps between the thousands of zombies. You have a point. How about going to the girls' dormitory? Wang Jing said to Hu Lai. Forget it. Let's not go there. Let's sleep here. Look at these students. They are so hungry. What they said is probably true. What's the point of going there? That's true. I remember there is a staircase leading to the second floor of the cafeteria. Can you help me open the scroll door? Zhang Wei asked the boss Hu Lai. What are you doing on the second floor? There are zombies over there too. I want to go to the infirmary to get some medicine. My hand is hurt. How did the zombies on the second floor come about? I watched the surveillance. It seems that some students are escaping there for refuge. But he was bitten by the zombies chasing after him. And it attracted more zombies. Now it's not just the second floor of the cafeteria. There are also zombies on the first and third floors. Because it was almost time for dinner at 5 o'clock, the door to the cafeteria is not locked. Your hand, it must not have been bitten. Right? Anyone bitten will become. Wang Jing looked suspiciously. Don't worry. It's not a bite wound. My classmates can testify for me. Zhang Wei knew that the two of them would doubt his wound. But this wound was indeed not a bite wound. So it didn't matter. Although there was no medicine in the canteen, Zhang Wei still found a band-aid. So he took off the mask. Took off the cotton part with medicine in the middle of the band-aid. Put it on. And then sealed it with a clean mask. This was better than before. Zhao Zhenxiong, Zhou, Lu Renjia, Hu Dai and others ate their favorite food in the canteen. And found clean mineral water and drank it. These days, I am really hungry. Zhang Wei still wants to go out. But he saw that the boss, Hu Lai, had no intention of opening the door for him. So I had to talk about it later. I plan to consume the food here first. Replenish your physical strength by the way. Own hands. It's not a serious injury. As long as you don't continue to exert any more force, the wound will not get worse. It will eventually heal slowly. It is gratifying that this tuck shop has a converted squat toilet. The sewage pipe leads vertically to the septic tank, so there is no need to flush water when urinating or defecating. There isn't much of an odor either. If there hadn't been a power outage and no lights, fans or air conditioners, this is truly an ideal place to take refuge. Rested here for a day or two, Zhang Wei and others couldn't sit still anymore. The bed on the floor is not as comfortable as the bed in the female dormitory. There is also a faint scent of girls. So they all went back to sleep. Wang Jing and Hu Lai, finally I couldn't bear it anymore, went to the female hostel where Zhang Wei and the others lived. Until later, two people who are used to living in dormitories, they even decided to give up the canteen. And moved all the edible food to the female dormitory, because it is relatively safer there. Wall barriers are better than roller shutters. This is exactly what Zhang Wei hopes. After the two of them left, you can open the rolling shutter yourself, clear out the zombies, then go to the kitchen of the cafeteria to search or go to the medical clinic on the second floor to find medicines. Chapter 64 Chopstick Killer. 6 days passed like this. The wound on Zhang Wei's hand was almost healed, and new skin grew. After 7 or 8 people took turns to move the things that could be moved to the female dormitory, Zhang Wei decided to start his action. This time, he did not plan to call other people, but instead told them not to follow, because he might not be able to take care of them. Zhang Wei gave up the weapon of scissors, because that thing was too sharp. He took a pair of pig-killing scissors, and found a pair of jeans, and sewed a scissor sheath. He casually hung the knife on his belt, weared backpacking gloves, and a certain amount of food and water. Zhang Wei is at the canteen, quietly opened the rolling shutter, but the sound was still unavoidable. He only opened the rolling shutter door to a height of 1 foot. Then use a small bench to support it underneath. This way the door won't close immediately. In case of emergency, you can escape back immediately. Roll in, kick this bench away again, the door will fall immediately. Then he walked around the hole in the basement and came out of the girls' dormitory. But when Zhang Wei arrived at the cafeteria, only then did I discover that the entire cafeteria hall, there are no zombies. The glass explosion-proof door of the canteen has also been locked. On the floor of the cafeteria, there are 5 zombie corpses. It exudes an unpleasant smell. On the heads of these corpses, there is an obvious sign. There is a bamboo chopstick stuck in it. Zhang Wei thought of a legend from his previous life. There is a survivor. The Lone Ranger, nickname is Chopstick Killer, killed many zombies. This person walks alone, but using sharpened chopsticks as weapons. This chopstick is inserted through the zombie's eye, make zombies instantly brain dead. The principle is the same as Zhang Wei stabbing zombies with a fruit knife. Is the Chopstick Killer also a student of our school? Zhang Wei said to himself. He had never met this person in his previous life. The Chopstick Killer is often a legend. No one has seen his true face. Zhang Wei pulled out the chopsticks from the eye socket of a dead zombie. Sure enough it is. The tips of the chopsticks were shaved as thin as toothpicks. This way it can be easily inserted through the zombie's head. Zhang Wei put down his chopsticks. Walking towards the kitchen of the cafeteria, if Chopstick Killer existed, that side is most likely his stronghold. Because these bamboo chopsticks, they are all placed in the high-temperature sterilization cabinet over there. Only when students are eating, only then will it be brought out and placed on the dining table. Zhang Wei approached cautiously, because people in the last days are more terrifying than zombies. Finally, he approached the place where students were eating. He quietly climbed in through the window where he was cooking. Although it is daytime now, but the light inside is dimmer, unlike the dining hall, there are plenty of windows on the high walls. Zhang Wei took out his butcher knife from the scabbard. He touched it quietly. Turn right in a small corridor inside, there are a few temporarily decorated small rooms. Zhang Wei only saw a black door curtain. He opened it with his hands. In addition to a modular bed, like a student bed, there is nothing else. Just when Zhang Wei was about to turn around, something sharp pressed against his neck. Zhang Wei knows, that's a chopstick, he could smell the bamboo. If I guess correctly, this man is the Chopstick Killer. Hello, I mean no harm, I just came here to find something to eat. You don't have any harm in carrying such a long knife? This is for killing zombies. But you should know, all the zombies in this place have been cleaned up by me. I know, that's why I carry a knife, because humans are more terrifying than zombies. What you said is quite interesting. As he spoke, he released the chopsticks from Zhang Wei's neck. Zhang Wei also inserted the knife into his scabbard. This man just had the chance to kill him, but he didn't take action. It shows that this person has feelings for Zhang Wei, no malice either. In this case, Zhang Wei also needs to show kindness. Because of this person, a person worth befriending. He and Zhang Wei have the same philosophy. As long as the zombies are eliminated, there will be less and less. The fewer zombies there are, the greater the chance of survival for humans. Not just in this school, but the whole world. After Zhang Wei turned his head, shocked. Because what he saw was a childish face similar to his own. He thought, Chopstick Killer. He should be the school chef, just like the butcher Kaijinhua. I feel like I've seen you before somewhere. Zhang Wei stretched out his right hand. I am a sophomore in high school, working odd jobs here. Odd jobs, work-study? Zhang Wei finally remembered, the school provides work-study opportunities for poor students. But the whole school, just 1 or 2 spots. Zhang Wei used to have poor grades, and he was too embarrassed to take the initiative to ask for a job from the school leaders. So he would rather work part-time as a network administrator and clean the internet cafe during the winter and summer vacations and on weekends. This way, he can play games for free and earn some living expenses. Zhang Wei didn't want to touch any of the money his grandmother left for him. Yes, my name is Lu Dolly. The high school student smiled, showing a mouthful of white teeth. What part-time job you do here? Zhang Wei admired people who worked and studied very much. They are all good kids who are self-reliant. Get rice, serving dishes, doing everything, but I only do the hour at noon. It's considered a part-time job, other times, going back to the classroom to study. Does the school agree to this? Never mind, stop talking about this, it makes no sense to say this, now the whole school is finished. You are right. Are you the only survivor in the school cafeteria? It should be considered so. The cafeteria on the 2nd floor and the stadium on the 3rd floor. I didn't go up to see it. What's the point of going? That still makes sense, maybe more people can be saved. It makes no sense. There is no food on the 2nd floor. Some people have already starved to death. School is on holiday. Many people will go back to eat. So the Last Supper, only the canteen on the 1st floor is open. This also wastes a lot of food, unexpectedly. There was an outbreak of rabies. This is not rabies. This is a zombie virus. It's almost the same. Just do as you say, zombie virus. What are your plans? Intend? Isn't it good to hide here? It's so dangerous outside. I can't handle it when I go out. Aren't you called the Chopstick Killer? I heard that you have killed thousands of zombies with chopsticks. Thousands? Only a dozen or so. Lu Dolly said as he sat on his bed. Then he took out a pair of chopsticks from under the bed. Carefully cut it with a kitchen knife. Only then did Zhang Wei remember, Chopstick Killer fame, that should be a year or 2 later. Chapter 65 Hercules Chopsticks. These chopsticks are a good weapon for killing zombies. Zhang Wei sighed sincerely. Because a chopstick can be used repeatedly, and easy to carry, you can easily carry hundreds of them in a backpack. Yes, I didn't notice this was available at first. I found it difficult to kill zombies with other weapons. Until a while ago, I was chased by zombies in desperation. He ran away into the kitchen, then he stabbed the zombie to death easily with chopsticks. I guess I can call you the chopstick killer. Whatever you want. But there is also a hidden danger in this. It is easy to be scratched by zombies when taking action. You'd better put on gloves, wear long sleeves. What you said makes sense, I'll pay attention. Brother Ludali, what are your next plans? Do you want to go with me? I have opened the rolling shutter door of this canteen. There is a secret passage there that can lead to the women's dormitory. I also have several surviving classmates and friends there. Never mind, I'm used to being alone, and went to your side. What's the point? We still can't escape. At least it should be lively. Have you ever thought about it? We can gather all the survivors, then clear the campus of zombies. Use this as a temporary base. It's no use. The school doesn't have much food at all. The canteen only has about 100 kilograms of rice. I won't last long. Have you eaten anything? I used honeycomb briquettes and lunch boxes to cook porridge. I can give you a bowl to try, but it's already cold. Ah, is there any porridge? Thank you very much. I haven't eaten rice for more than half a month. I always eat snacks and dog food. Lou Dolly, Zhang Wei drank a bowl of porridge eagerly. In fact, his stomach is not that hungry, because I have eaten a lot of snacks in the past few days. I just really want to eat rice. However, this soft rice is still not as delicious as hard rice. Zhang Wei sat down in Lu Dolly's dormitory. I want to persuade him to leave with me. If this person enters his own team, it will definitely be a big help. This is the end of the past life. There are famous survivors. Huh? What are you wearing on your thumb? Jade ring. Zhang Wei discovered a detail. So in order to avoid embarrassment, found a topic. Oh, this is a thimble. Thimble? It's similar to the jade ring you mentioned. When sewing clothes, the needle cannot penetrate. Just touch it with a thimble. And when I kill zombies, sometimes I can't poke it in. Just push it with your thumb. You won't hurt your fingers with this thing. I see. Then you must be very powerful. It's okay. I also work study in the cafeteria. I also cook a spoon a lot of the time. Wrist and arm strength have been developed. Can you please teach me how to kill zombies with chopsticks? There are ready-made chopsticks here, zombie corpse. There are also ready-made ones on the ground outside. Feel free to try it yourself. Forehead, never mind, next time, it stinks. That's right. I just forgot to tell you, in fact. Except for a few of my classmates and friends, there were 2 other survivors who survived. You should know it too. Who? Wang Jing, the dean of students. And Hu Lai, the owner of the canteen on the first floor of the cafeteria. When Zhang Wei mentioned that the dean of students Wang Jing and the canteen owner were still there, he clearly felt Lu Dolly's eyes light up. Zhang Wei noticed. Lu Dolly should be interested in these 2 people, or one of them. Really? Lu Dolly said happily. Is the director of training Wang Jing still alive? Yes, don't you know? Very close to you. They have been hiding in the canteen, but the rolling shutter is closed, you may not know. That's great. What's going on? Are these 2 people your relatives? That's not true. This is because the dean of students is kind to me. The reason why I can work part-time in the school cafeteria to earn tuition and living expenses is. It was all arranged secretly by him, in fact. He and I have never met each other. Just once I picked up drink bottles at school, collect them and sell them, was bumped into by him. That's why he arranged such a job for me. Although the salary is not high, but decent, and I don't have to spend money to eat in the canteen. Then he's such a good guy. Yes, I'll go see him with you later. Let's cook some food here and bring it over. You said there is still some rice. Right? Yes, please help me bring 2 briquettes over. Can be ignited with solid alcohol. Okay, is there any food ready for you? No more. There are only about 10 kilograms of potatoes left, already eaten up by me. There is some frozen meat in the refrigerator. I ate some. The rest were broken after the power outage. That's a waste of time. Yes, I thought there would be a call, so I always use it sparingly. I didn't expect it to deteriorate so quickly. Fortunately, the rice will not spoil. Where did you find the water you used? Drainage pipe. There are drainage pipes on the top floor of the canteen. Leading to the sewer, I cut it off directly on the first floor with a knife. On rainy days, just use a bucket to catch the water. Your method is quick. We stored water at that time. They were all picked up on the rooftop of the boys' dormitory. Boys' dormitory? Didn't you say you were in the girls' dormitory? In the beginning we were all in the boys' dormitory. Later, the door on the first floor over there was opened by Su Long. Zombies surrounded them. There is no way for us to escape, so I used the optical cable to climb over from the rooftop and ran to the girls' dormitory. Su Long? How? You know this person? It seems like I've heard it somewhere. I heard he's a bit naughty. Yes, if you see him, help me kill him. Or tell me, I'll kill him again. Zhang Wei, Lu Dali, and Lu Dali divided their labor and cooperated. Not long after, the rice is slowly cooked. Zhang Wei smelled the aroma of rice. Although the canteen does not have enough dishes, but there is still cooking oil, salt, MSG, soy sauce, and other such things. So Zhang Wei found a smaller pot. Make a pot of soup, then use a funnel to pour it into a vegetable oil drum. Prepare to carry this bucket of soup. Give it to your classmates and friends over there to taste. Soup bibimbap, it was the best food he could think of right now. After finishing all these, Zhang Wei saw that it was almost time for lunch. So he led Lu Dali to the basement. Lu Dali also admired Zhang Wei's cleverness. When he came out, he knew to use a bench to hold up the rolling door, so that he could escape faster and more conveniently. Not long after, the two returned to the base of the girls' dormitory. Everyone was also particularly shocked that Zhang Wei could find a living survivor again. It was obvious that the disciplinary director Wang Jing also knew Lu Dali, the owner of the cafeteria, and Lu Dali also worked on the first floor of the cafeteria. It seemed that they had crossed paths before. When Zhang Wei took out the rice he had packed, everyone was happy. This is the real first time. Have a meal, and it's a rare soup with rice. Seeing all the people devouring their food, Zhang Wei remembered that the same thing happened when he ate instant noodles for the first time. I even drank all the soup. Chapter 66 Rumors on the second floor. After several people had eaten and drank enough, sit together and chat. What surprised Zhang Wei was that Dean of Students Wang Jing is relatively forgetful about Lu Dali. Until Lu Dali reminded me, only then did he remember that he had helped this student. You mean you and your wife talked on the phone after the zombie crisis broke out? Lu Dali said this after hearing that the Dean of Students had called his wife. Yes, but that was more than 10 days ago. Then my phone lost signal. I don't know what happened to her later. The food at home is enough to survive for more than half a month. There is also plenty of liquefied petroleum gas. I just don't know how to drink water. Is it the same as the dormitory here? Also stopped. When Zhang Wei listened to them talking about water sources, he interrupted and said, the water supply cutoff is citywide. There is something wrong with the water plant. It must be some kind of technical glitch. How do you know? Lu Dali asked. Just a guess. It's hard for Zhang Wei to say that he has memories of past lives. The survivors of previous lives made huge sacrifices, with technical staff, assaulted into the water plant, killed the zombies inside. The city's water supply was later restored. Your guess also makes sense. But I think it's possible that someone cut off the water supply intentionally. This zombie crisis, it exploded inexplicably. Maybe the water source is polluted. Maybe there's something wrong with the air too. Lu Dali continued. Alright, I'm just bringing you to meet the Dean of Students you want to meet. My task has been completed, Brother Dali. If you want to stay, just stay. Of course I want to stay. Director Wang is kind to me. I will be responsible for protecting his safety, and my wife, I will find a way to rescue him. I want to go into the staff apartment to save people. It's not possible to rely on your own strength. It must take all of us together. Zhang Wei looked around as he spoke. Zhouwen, Lu Renjia, Zhao Zhenxiong, Hu Dai, Pei Wu and so on. This grassroots team I built myself. Although there is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, the strength varies, but each has its own strengths. Compared with ordinary people who have never been out, already have experience dealing with zombies. If each person aims to kill 20 or 30 zombies every day, zombies in this school, it will also be cleaned up within half a month. It's not about getting rid of all the zombies. As long as half of the zombies are eliminated, you can also enter the staff apartment easily. But Zhang Wei, I'm not very interested in rescuing the dean's wife. He didn't think that woman could survive. Even if you survive, there's not much point in saving her. On the contrary, there is one more mouth to eat. But in order to attract Lu Dali to join his team, he felt it was worth it. A Lu Dali, support at least 3 Zhouwen. Certainly, this is the current Zhouwen. Zhouwen in the future, what will it develop into? Zhang Wei himself has no bottom, because of Zhouwen in his previous life. In order to save myself, he accidentally slipped and fell from the 6th floor rooftop and died. Zhang Wei felt that Zhouwen looked like himself in school. He wanted to take him out. Compared to Zhao Zhenxiong, Lu Renjia's unexpected encounter, he has a different kind of feeling for Zhouwen. Lu Dali was silent for a long time. He knew that it was not the time to be a child, relying on his own strength. Even if I have endless chopsticks in my hand, it is also impossible to eliminate all zombies. The reason why he was able to deal with the zombies in the cafeteria, it's because there are a lot of dining tables in the cafeteria, restricts the movement of zombies, he can find opportunities, kill the zombies calmly. But outside the campus, rely on chopsticks to deal with the swarming zombies, it's nothing more than a fool's dream. Lu Dali recognized Zhang Wei's words, so he nodded. Zhang Wei knows, he has now joined his own team. All future actions, they all followed Zhang Wei's command. But now, Zhang Wei decided to clear the entire canteen of hidden dangers. He decided to go to the infirmary on the second floor of the cafeteria. Although the external injuries on his hands had almost healed, he still had to find enough medicines in case of emergency. Of course, Zhang Wei's real purpose was to find an answer that he had to be sure of. The answer was Su Long's life or death. Zhang Wei knew that since the person who was surrounded and eaten by zombies that day was Li Shaoqian, the person who escaped with the trash can on his head was most likely Su Long. Su Long was already in a coma due to severe burns at the time, and it was very lucky that he could wake up. But if he wants to live, want to avoid death due to wound infection, then you can only go to the infirmary to find medicines. School infirmary, it's on the second floor of the school cafeteria, that is the roof of the canteen. Zhang Wei did not say that he wanted to settle accounts with Su Long. Tell your teammates. This is the grudge between him and Su Long. It was also a thorn in his heart. Then let's resolve this matter completely. Zhang Wei thought silently in his heart. Then I said goodbye to my teammates. He said that he would go to the cafeteria and explore it by himself. He took the sharp knife for killing pigs. Zhang Wei left quietly. After arriving at the first floor of the cafeteria again, Zhang Wei did not relax. Lu Dali just cleared away the zombies on the first floor of the cafeteria. But on the second floor of the cafeteria, there are many stairs to enter. One is the staircase at the corner of the first floor of the cafeteria. 2 on each side, there is also a freight elevator. In addition, there are 2 very wide staircases outside. Zhang Wei had no intention of using the elevator, because there was a power outage at this time. And I don't know exactly what is going on above. Once you use the elevator door opens on the second floor. Surrounded by zombies, there will be no escape for him. Outside stairs are also very risky. He could only choose the stairs inside. Zhang Wei went upstairs carefully, avoid making any noise. And the second floor was just as he expected. There are scattered zombies wandering around. Although Zhang Wei did not make any sound, but the zombies seemed to smell something with their noses, already started to move anxiously. Zhang Wei snapped his fingers. Instantly, a zombie looked in his direction. Zhang Wei saw the zombies' white pupils. These zombies should have lost their sight. This is their instinctive hearing. Zhang Wei sewed his own homemade scabbard out of jeans. He pulled out the cold butcher knife. Touched it quietly. A cut throat. Zombies fall. The sound of falling zombies, attracting more zombies. But the lobby on the second floor, it is also a restaurant. There are a lot of dining tables densely packed. Zhang Wei was able to maneuver through the gaps inside with ease. The sharp blade dances, take away the zombies one by one. Only a thick fishy stench and pools of black blood were left. Finally, Zhang Wei eliminated all the zombies within his field of vision, standing at the door of the infirmary. Infirmary door lock, not locked, there are no signs of being broken. So, is Su Long inside? Zhang Wei looked at his butcher knife. Chapter 67 Invigilator. Zhang Wei stood at the door of the infirmary, but he hesitated to go in. He was thinking about everything he was about to encounter. The area of this medical office, it happens to be the same as the canteen downstairs. There is also a utility room of the same size upstairs. The only difference from the canteen is that the infirmary is not like the canteen downstairs. It is a big hole instead. It was partitioned into multiple rooms of different sizes. There is a clinic, infusion room, lounge, pharmacy room, and other different rooms. Although these rooms are not like big hospitals, there are various complete facilities, but even though a sparrow is small, all organs are present. Zhang Wei knows the answer you want right there. I have been to this infirmary before. The layout inside is clear. Zhang Wei opened the door. There was the sound of the door shaft turning. What appears in front of you is a reception room, apart from a bench and a cement bar, nothing more. A small corridor on the right leads to a room further inside. At the end of the corridor is the bathroom. There are 2 doors on the left side of the corridor, 3 doors on the right. This is the overall layout of the entire medical office. As soon as I entered this inner hall, Zhang Wei discovered something was wrong. He smelled zombies. The smell of zombies is hard to describe. It's a smell somewhere between rotten corpses and rotten eggs. Zhang Wei knows This is the smell of living corpses. Real dead bodies don't smell like this, it smells like dead pig. Zhang Wei tightened his grip on the butcher knife, gently opened the first door. In addition to 3 side-by-side hospital beds, nothing. The 2 rooms on the left are hospital beds. Zhang Wei knows, if there weren't zombies in the first ward, that's in the second one, because he saw dried blood on the doorknob and door. There are also zombie finger scratches. Someone must have locked the zombies inside. Zhang Wei gently squeezed the door handle. The howls of zombies came from inside. Zhang Wei was convinced that his judgment was correct. He listened to the sound for a while. The approximate number of zombies was determined. Then he unscrewed the door. Really, there are 3 zombies inside. 2 of them are doctors from the school clinic, wearing a white coat. Another person, he turned out to be an old acquaintance of Zhang Wei, the female invigilator, who was injured before. The female invigilator was tied to the hospital bed, unable to move. Zhang Wei did not expect to encounter the female invigilator, who had turned into a zombie here. I took a look at the legs of this zombie, sure enough. It was still the same as during the exam. The white bandage has already turned black, after seeing Zhang Wei. He struggled wildly. Zhang Wei knows, all her limbs were bound, it can't move. So he concentrated on solving the other 2 zombies in white coats. Because after they discovered Zhang Wei, already coming towards Zhang Wei. A gentle cut. Zhang Wei only uses 1 knife, cross it flatly, just let the heads of the 2 zombies rise into the sky. Then it fell to the ground. There was a heavy sound of objects falling. Looking at the remaining invigilators, Zhang Wei's mood was particularly complicated. According to the memory of the previous life, the invigilator should have been the first to mutate. Then he pounced on Zhang Ye, who was sitting at the front of the examination room. But due to my early departure in this life, the invigilator chased him out, causing the leg wound to worsen, so she went to the infirmary. The 2 medical staff were reinfected. Zhang Ye, who was not bitten to death on the spot, and Su Long, Lin Feng and others ran to the boys' dormitory 510. This leads to a series of conflicts with oneself. Although Zhang Ye finally turned into a zombie, killed by Zhang Wei. But the butterfly effect caused by this incident, it has profoundly affected the future. Zhang Wei knew that. At the end of his previous life, Shouan should have died at this time. And Lu Renjia, Zhao Zhenxiong and others, whose names he had never heard of, seemed to have died in that campus crisis. Unlike this life, where he survived. As for Lu Dali, that was really an unexpected gain. This so-called chopstick killer was a person with only a backpack and a pair of chopsticks, and dared to fight against the people of the entire city. Zhang Wei looked at the zombie lying on the bed, and was hesitating whether to end her life. Zhang Wei knew that killing this zombie would be a relief for her. However, Zhang Wei obviously hesitated, because this zombie no longer posed any threat to him. Zhang Wei suddenly had a bold idea. He wanted to see how this invigilator was injured, because in his memory of his previous life, this invigilator was the source of the zombie crisis, because she was the first to mutate. However, according to Zhang Wei's memory, this invigilator was injured the moment she walked into the classroom. At that time, Zhang Wei saw the bandage on her leg, which was stained with blood. Perhaps, the zombie crisis didn't break out the moment the exam bell rang, but at least 2 hours ago. Thinking of Zhang Ye's mutation, it's 24 hours later. Zhang Wei thinks, the appearance of zombies will have to be pushed back at least 24 hours before the exam day. While thinking, Zhang Wei found a quilt, covering the zombie's head, and its moving hands. This will prevent you from being scratched. Zhang Wei endured his nausea, and carefully removed the bandage on the leg of the female invigilator, who had turned into a zombie. What appeared in front of Zhang Wei's eyes? It was a black tooth mark. Teeth marks penetrate deep into the flesh. It has caused the muscles inside to turn outward. Zhang Wei knows. The invigilator must have secretly administered anti-inflammatory drugs, because he saw yellow iodine residues and crystals of some kind of anti-inflammatory drug. So, where was the invigilator bitten? Zhang Wei carefully considered everything related. The dressing of this wound is obviously very rough. And from the beginning, there was no blood seeping out of the bandage on the invigilator's leg. But it appeared slowly later then. Her wound should have appeared at noon, because the English test that day is in the afternoon. The exam was too urgent, so she didn't have enough time to treat the wound. She bandaged it hastily, and went to the exam room. Unlike Zhang Ye's scratch, which took 24 hours to mutate, the invigilator's bite had serious mutations in just over 2 hours of English exam. The invigilator knew that she had to invigilate in the afternoon, so she couldn't leave school. So she must have been bitten at school. Zhang Wei thought of everything related to it, and his mind couldn't help but emerge the teacher's apartment mentioned by the Dean of Discipline Wang Jing. Wang Jing said that when the zombie crisis broke out, he had a brief phone call with his wife, but he showed indifference to his wife's life and death. On the contrary, Lu Dali showed special concern. Want to go? Teacher's wife. Rescued? Zhang Wei knows, around the teacher's apartment, something must have happened that he didn't know about. Even the wound on the leg of the female invigilator, it is also probably related to the teacher's apartment. Because before the English test started that day, she could only take a short rest in her teacher's apartment. So, should you go to the teacher's apartment to find out the truth? Chapter 68 Whereabouts of Su Long. Zhang Wei guessed that the initial outbreak of the virus might be related to the teacher's apartment. But now is not the time to go to the classroom apartment. What Zhang Wei wants to confirm now is whether Su Long is dead or alive. Zhang Wei looked at the invigilator on the bed, hesitating whether to put an end to her who had turned into a zombie, and finally planned to leave. But the moment Zhang Wei's hand touched the door handle, he turned back. He stabbed the zombie in the neck with a knife. The zombie finally stopped struggling. Zhang Wei returned to the corridor again. Carefully, he opened the first of the 3 doors on the right. This is a pharmacy. Everything inside is scattered. Various bottles and jars were scattered all over the place. Zhang Wei searched carefully among these bottles and jars, hoped to find some helpful medicine. But many drugs are prescription drugs. It cannot be used directly. Zhang Wei had to pick some useful ones. Put it in your bag. This time I went out, in order to facilitate the search for supplies. In addition to a piece of bread and half a bottle of water in his backpack, nothing else was carried. Zhang Wei took a lot of anti-inflammatory drugs and vitamins. And some antibiotics. These drugs are essential for survival in the end times. Although it doesn't have to be too much. It must be there. Zhang Wei plans to ship some of the drugs he found to his friends. The shelf life of the drugs is generally 2 to 3 years, which is enough to cope with the current situation. After 2 or 3 years, the unexpired drugs will be as precious as gold. Because this city can no longer produce drugs, and it can't transport drugs from other places. This is the real end of the world. Daily necessities, drug, food. These things, they will all be exhausted soon. Zhang Wei went to the second door while thinking. This door turned out to be locked. But this does not trouble Zhang Wei. He took out the pin he carried with him from his trouser pocket. Inserted gently, only a few twists, the door opened automatically. This room is a medical equipment room. Zhang Wei found a stethoscope inside. Simple medical equipment such as blood pressure monitors. There are also some like bandages, disinfectant cotton, crutch, wheelchairs and stuff like that. Zhang Wei also grabbed some things he needed. Includes a mercury thermometer. This thing can detect whether a person has a fever. To determine whether you are infected with the depression virus, can provide a basis for judgment. Zhang Wei searched this room carefully. No corner was spared, but there was no trace of anyone coming in. Because at the beginning, the door lock of this door is locked from the outside. Instead of locking it from the inside, locked from the inside, Zhang Wei's pen cannot be opened. Zhang Wei came out of the second door, looking at the third door with burning eyes. If Su Long had come to the infirmary, he could only hide in this last room. Zhang Wei kicked open the door. There was nothing inside. There was only a mat on the ground and a pillow. There seemed to be traces of someone sleeping there. Zhang Wei checked the room on his own, and looking out the window of this room, still nothing. At last, Zhang Wei was finally in the trash can, found artificially used cotton. It's just that he can't tell the difference. This cotton, after all, it was used on the leg wound of the female invigilator just now. Or Su Long's facial wound? Or maybe it was left by other patients. But Zhang Wei knew, this cotton must have been left behind after the zombie outbreak. Because medical waste must be cleaned every day. If Su Long is not here, then where did he go? If he wants to live, I will definitely come to this infirmary to look for medicines that can be used. Zhang Wei looked through the window. Look outside. There are no trash cans on the ground. It's possible that Su Long left with that trash can again. There was no body of Su Long on the first floor of the cafeteria. Although Lu Dali knew Su Long, but I never had any conflict with him. Zhang Wei is thinking, could Su Long have gone to the third floor? But the third floor is a basketball court, and there was no food, and the terrain is open, not conducive to hiding at all. While thinking, Zhang Wei checked the bathroom at the end of the corridor. It's clean inside. There are no traces of defecation or defecation. Water supply cut off after zombie crisis broke out, and the toilet bowl is clean. It proves that no one has really been to this place, stayed for a long time. Zhang Wei thought of the mat on the ground, and the 3 zombies, who were not dealt with, and locked in the door. For a moment I was a little unsure again. When I came into the infirmary, the zombies were eliminated one by one. There are no other zombie corpses on the second floor. If Su Long lives, he could only get to the third floor through some means. Zhang Wei no longer hesitated. After picking up some useful medicines, I carried my backpack to the third floor. The third floor is a spiral structure similar to a football field. Passing by there is a basketball court in the middle. It is surrounded by bleacher seats extending from the middle to the top. Zhang Wei came up and looked around casually. There are no zombies on this floor. Maybe it was cleaned up. Zhang Wei knows, if you are being chased, it will subconsciously escape to higher places. So there is no situation where there are many zombies on the first and second floors. While the third floor is clean. The view of this place is unobstructed. But similar to the shops and infirmaries on the first and second floors, there are also rooms of the same size on this floor, which are the so-called utility rooms. The utility rooms are not for useless sundries, but for sports supplies and sanitary products, such as footballs, basketballs, badminton, shot put, volleyballs and the like. The larger ones have table tennis tables, hurdles, parallel bars and other supplies. Zhang Wei approached the utility room. I saw the door was locked. Just keep it in mind. He took the knife in his hand. Zhang Wei gently opened the door. It was actually blocked by parallel bars inside. He could only push open a palm-sized gap. Zhang Wei stuck his knife in, using the principle of leverage. Stir that parallel bar, let it tilt downward. Soon, the door can be opened half a meter wide. Zhang Wei is cautious. Such a space, you must be able to move forward and retreat freely. So after he squeezed in his body, he moved the parallel bars to the side with great effort. Zhang Wei looked at a door on the left and right, different from the layout of the infirmary with 5 rooms and a reception desk, utility room on the third floor, just 2 big houses. Since Zhang Wei was downstairs before, the first thing to deal with are the 3 zombies in the left room. So this time, he subconsciously walked to the room on the left. Pushed the door open. Zhang Wei saw a rope through the gap. Before he could react, there was the sound of a glass bottle falling to the ground. Zhang Wei secretly yelled, "It's bad. This is an alarm mechanism." Before he could react, he was thrown to the ground by a figure coming from behind. Chapter 69 Scarface Zombie. Zhang Wei felt the sound of heavy breathing. The sound of breathing came rushing to his neck. Zhang Wei turned his head with difficulty and looked. An ugly face without a face. It was coming towards the back of his head. Zhang Wei knows, this person is Su Long. Although the faces are no longer distinguishable. I lit the hairspray spray on fire before. Su Long was almost disfigured. My hair was also burned completely. If hair can determine a person's identity, it is absolutely impossible for this school to have another bald head. Su Long came out from his mouth. Zitsizi. The sizzling sound, drool dripped on his chest. Zhang Wei knows. Be sure not to be bitten or scratched by Su Long. So he grabbed Su Long's wrist with difficulty, keeping his nails away from his face. Then he stuffed Su Long's wrist into Su Long's own mouth. Bite it, please eat meat. Zhang Wei also showed a ferocious smile. He never expected. Su Long will also turn into a zombie. But I feel relieved when I think about it. A person who is so seriously injured and infected, if you don't eat anything, no nutritional supplements, death is almost certain. Su Long can escape here, then use glass bottles to build a mechanism. It is beyond the reach of most people. Zhang Wei guessed. Maybe it was when he was running away carrying the trash can. Maybe he was scratched by a zombie. But now is not the time for Zhang Wei to think about these things. He used all his strength to resist Su Long's pulling and biting. Because Zhang Wei was knocked down when his back was turned to Su Long, his elbow turned to resist Su Long. So it's a bit overwhelming. Zhang Wei looked to the side. His pig-killing knife fell aside. It was thrown away just now to prevent being scratched by Su Long. Zhang Wei even hopes that at this time, what I met was Su Long. A living person. He can use various means to make Su Long leave him. But now, he is a zombie who only wants to eat human flesh. Any attack is of no use to him, on the contrary. It will stimulate its ferocity. Unless you break this zombie's neck. Zhang Wei knows. Since I can't do it in this situation, let yourself roll over. That can only make the zombie stand up. Just like the Japanese sumo game. Just let the opponent fall on his back. Zhang Wei looked at the zombie. His face was bloody, and the healed wounds and unhealed wounds were mixed together, which was extremely disgusting. The great pupils had long lost their light, the eye sockets were sunken, and a few scattered hairs were still drooping. Zhang Wei regretted very much that when Su Long fell to the ground, he did not go up and stab him with a machete. Because at that time he expected that. Su Long was already dead. Although this zombie did not have any human consciousness, it also had its own common sense. When Zhang Wei put his hand into its mouth, it doesn't bite at all. But this also bought Zhang Wei a certain amount of time. Zhang Wei pushed out the backpack on his back. This backpack was still empty when it arrived. But since this time, a lot of medicines and available supplies have been collected. It's already bulging. The backpack happened to be right when the zombies were struggling. Zhang Wei was stuffed into the gap between himself and the zombies. This allows Su Long's teeth to be farther away from Zhang Wei. It's enough time. Zhang Wei flipped his right leg onto Su Long's body. A leap. He rode Su Long on his crotch. Although this action is very indecent, but it was already the fastest plan that Zhang Wei could think of to turn defeat into victory. The only real threat from zombies is their teeth and nails. Zhang Wei pressed his school bag firmly on Su Long's head. Use your left foot to step on Su Long's right hand, freed up his left hand. Then he picked up the knife nearby. Cut it down with one knife. Su Long's right hand was separated from his shoulder, and not even much blood flowed out. It seemed that Su Long had been in a state of zombie for a long time. Or he was dehydrated before his death. Zhang Wei swung his knife again. This time, he cut off Su Long's left hand. Su Long now posed almost no threat to him. Zhang Wei stepped on the chest of Su Long, who had turned into a zombie. The zombie was still struggling in vain. But without the support of his arms, it could no longer stand. After all, Zhang Wei stepped on it with all his strength. Zhang Wei picked up the school bag, revealing a disgusted look. This school bag had just rubbed against Su Long's face, and was already stained with a lot of his flesh and blood, and was filled with a foul smell. It seems that I have to change a school bag when I go back, Zhang Wei muttered softly. To be honest, he particularly liked this school bag, which was a travel backpack with a large capacity. He had looted it from the boys' dormitory before, and he had been carrying it with him for some time. Zhang Wei looked at the zombie lying on the ground struggling. Because Zhang Wei used too much force, dirty black blood had already flowed from the corner of its mouth. Zhang Wei no longer hesitated. With a light cut, the head of the person was separated, and the zombie stopped struggling. Zhang Wei spat on the ground. He really despised Su Long. From bullying the weak and fearing the strong at the beginning, to being greedy for life and afraid of death later, and then using Li Shaoqian. This guy has brought the nature of a scumbag to the extreme, surviving in the apocalypse. Zhang Wei has never looked down on anyone, even the family of the deaf uncle, although they are extremely perverted. But that is also because they have eaten the flesh of zombies, and their humanity is distorted. And this guy Su Long, he was a selfish person from the beginning. After Zhang Wei escaped from school in his previous life, I never had any interaction with Su Long again, didn't know so many things would happen. Perhaps the moment Zhang Wei opened the door of the 510 dormitory, you should wrap the fruit knife with a towel, he rushed forward and stabbed Su Long to death. There won't be so many things later. But in this case, nor would he escape from the rooftop of the men's dormitory to the women's dormitory. Then he ran from the basement of the guard room of the female dormitory to the cafeteria. At this time, I may still be alone in the men's dormitory waiting to die. Or wait until the 7 days are up. There's not much food left. Use your only weapon, the watermelon knife, to kill him. Blessings come and misfortunes come. Misfortune brings blessing. Zhang Wei couldn't explain clearly either. Looking at Su Long's body on the ground, Zhang Wei also felt a little disappointed. He walked into the room where the zombies had just rushed out. This is an equipment room. There are many sponge mats on the ground. This is used when jumping high. There is a dent in the middle where a person has been lying. It seems that Su Long was hiding here before. Zhang Wei also saw the familiar trash can in the corner. It turned out that Su Long carried him all the way up to the 3rd floor. Now he finally understood why there was no trash can downstairs. Zhang Wei also found injected saline and glucose injection, etc. It seems that Su Long also tried. Self-help. Pass. Zhang Wei opened the window. From the 3rd floor window, throw Su Long's body and head down. There are no dead bodies on this 3rd floor. We can't let Su Long's body rot here. It pollutes the environment here. The environment on the 3rd floor is very large, can be used as a useful base, and no one knows. At the bottom of the concession stand on the 1st floor, there is a secret passage leading to the women's dormitory. There is another optical cable in the female dormitory. You can crawl towards the men's dormitory. Zhang Wei took out his notebook. He took out the pocket ballpoint pen he carried with him, made a sketch. Men's dormitory, female hostel, canteen. Zhang Wei connected these 3 points into a straight line. Then next, Where to go? Zhang Wei looked at the remaining buildings. Just like when I used to play games, there is a pattern. It's called fog mode. Chapter 70 Mist Mode. Zhang Wei thought of the fog mode he played in the game. A huge map, only after being explored by players. Only then will the terrain and true appearance be revealed. And now, the whole campus is like a fog mode game. Those unexplored places, it's all chaos. And the places that have been explored, there are dormitories for boys, girls' dormitory. There is also a canteen. In fact, there is a teaching building with an examination room that Zhang Wei knows about. But the exam room is full of zombies. There are no supplies. There is no exploratory value. After Su Long died, Zhang Wei seems to have fulfilled a wish. He found a cushion and sat down quietly. The mood was surprisingly calm. In fact, the current supplies are sufficient. Although there are not many supplies in the canteen, but it is enough for everyone to live frugally for at least half a month. Then searched the boys' dormitories below the 3rd floor. Found some supplies. Surviving even another month was possible. But waiting for death is not Zhang Wei's style. Survival in the apocalypse, people's condition is getting worse and worse. Like Robinson Crusoe living on a desert island, unlike people who live at normal times, you can easily get the supplies you need. Within the school walls, it can only be a temporary stronghold. Although there are a lot of student zombies here, but people's hearts are not as sinister as they appear outside. Zhang Wei, who had survived for 3 years in the last world of his previous life, knew that the real intrigue is in the outside world, because law and justice have long since died. But a campus with a lot of zombies, it is relatively safe at the moment, because of those. Supply search team, place is a priority. This is definitely not a school filled with zombies. The place they should go to is the place of least resistance. Like residential areas, residential high-rise community, small and medium-sized shopping malls, etc. Zhang Wei took out the mineral water from his backpack. He took a cautious sip. Then he stuck his head out of the window and took a look. Confirmed that Su Long's body was just thrown out. It didn't cause much difference. The zombies around the canteen are still wandering sporadically. Not a lot. This made Zhang Wei determined. Clear the place. Idea. During the exam, the school gate is closed, that is to say, no new zombies will come in, then the zombies inside. Every time one is cleared, there will be one less. Being a zombie on the surface, reduced to a certain extent, own team, it's easy to do. The reason why Zhang Wei has such an obsession with cleaning up zombies? One reason is because he has witnessed the horrific scene of a zombie siege in his previous life. The travel of zombies has a blind obedience effect. They will run after other zombies. And that kind of scene is beyond human power. Another reason, it's because he wants to find an opportunity to train these surviving teammates who are currently alive. These people cannot grow under their own wings, whether it is Zhouwen or Lu Renjia, still Zhao Zhenxiong. They all deserve a broader world. Everyone has something to hold on to or protect. Only when you are strong, only then can I protect you. God helps those who help themselves. Female students like Hu Dai and Pei Na, in the past life of human zombies and twisted world, it is even sold as a commodity. If you don't want to become a commodity, that requires having a fearsome strength. When killing zombies becomes routine, the disemboweling is as smooth as a cook disemboweling a cow. Even the devil would be scared. Chapter 71 Mist Mode. Zhang Wei sat in this place for a long time, thinking about the future and how to survive. The current campus is just the beginning. The real cruel survival challenge is yet to come. The available food will eventually run out. The medicine will also be exhausted. The scattered survivors will huddle together for warmth. Every city will have various survival teams. Those groups will have their own after unifying the city. Talker, perhaps the survivors will rebuild a country through annexation wars, give birth to a new farming civilization, return to industrial society again. This will take a long time to transition. Perhaps 30 to 50 years. In his previous life, Zhang Wei had just entered the warring states period where cities competed with each other. Maybe I'm thinking too far ahead, Zhang Wei whispered softly, and shook his head again. Forget it. Let's go down. The equipment room on the 3rd floor did not have what Zhang Wei needed for the time being. Zhang Wei knew that the Dean of Discipline had the key, but he still had no intention of going to Director Wang Jing to get the key. And Wang Jing probably didn't carry the key with him at all times. After returning to the girls' dormitory, teammates gathered around with concern. They knew that Zhang Wei must have done something. Because Zhang Wei's clothes were particularly messy, I don't know if the backpack on my back is stained with blood or remains of rotten flesh. Dirty anyway. Boss, wait for the next rainy day, and I will help you wash this backpack. Zhou and happily helped Zhang Wei take the heavy backpack. Inside are various drugs. Good. Zhang Wei did not refuse, to be honest. He really likes this backpack. Or a famous brand, called Adidas. Zhang Wei dumped everything in his backpack onto the ground. Then divide each medicine into even equal portions: colds, anti-inflammatory, antibiotics, vitamins, etc. At least make sure everyone has different medicines. Then put it in a transparent packaging bag. This will prevent moisture. Zhang Wei gave each person a copy. He kept a copy of the extra medicine in his backpack. I left a copy in the dormitory. Medicines will soon be scarce, can be exchanged for things like food and clothing. Zhang Wei asked the dean of students if he had the key with him. He had no intention of entering the equipment rooms at first. But later I found out that through the windows of those equipment rooms, you can see the panoramic view of most of the campus and the entrance to the school gate. Maybe the equipment room on the 3rd floor can be used as an observation post. Observe whether there are other outsiders entering the campus. And the latest movements of wandering zombies. I didn't carry those keys with me. I put them over at the faculty apartment. The Dean of Discipline said after hesitating for a while. Faculty apartment. Another faculty apartment? Zhang Wei found that every time he mentioned the faculty apartment, Wang Jing's expression was more or less unnatural. Director Wang Jing's wife is in the faculty apartment. The bidden invigilator seemed to be living in the faculty apartment at first. But Wang Jing also said that he talked to his wife on the phone when the zombies broke out. But he acted right, her wife's indifferent look. Strange. Strange. Zhang Wei thought about everything carefully. Still don't have much clue. Maybe this one on campus. Mist mode. Map. The faculty dormitory is where the fog should be cleared the most. Zhang Wei also knows Chopstick Killer Lu Dolly wanted to repay the dean of students for providing him with a work-study position. Kindness, there have always been. Save master's wife. Ideas, maybe you should think of a comprehensive plan. Let Chopstick Killer truly become Chopstick Killer. Before exploring the faculty housing, in 10 days and a half month, clear out at least most of the zombies on campus. Even if each person only eliminates 20 or 30 zombies per day, there are about 10 people here 10 days. Knowing that 2,000 to 3,000 zombies is always no problem. But before starting this plan, he still wanted to trick Director Wang into saying something. So Zhang Wei pulled Director Wang aside and said, I have a mobile phone. It fell in front of the male dormitory. How about I go find a way to get it back? Would you like to speak to your wife again? This. Wang Jing's expression looked very hesitant. There's a problem. Zhang Wei made a definition in his mind. Chapter 72 Corpse Removal Plan. In fact, Zhang Wei's mobile phone has long been out of battery. He just wanted to test Wang Jing by saying this. Because not long after the zombie crisis broke out, telecommunication signals are interrupted. Can't get through the phone at all. But Wang Jing actually said that shortly after the zombie crisis broke out, talking to my wife on the phone, this is simply impossible. Unless the call is from a landline. Zhang Wei confirmed, the canteen has no landline at all. And Wang Jing and the shop owner who lie, after the zombie crisis broke out, never left here at all. Zhang Wei still clearly remembers the tone and demeanor of the dean of students at that time. At that time, Zhang Wei thought that the person walking the dog was the wife of the dean of students. But the dean of students said, when the crisis first broke out, my wife and I talked on the phone. She was hiding on the 3rd floor of the staff apartment. The phone could still be connected at that time. There was no power outage. My family has enough food. If there is no power or water outage, my wife can survive. This is too perfect to say. It's like it's been rehearsed internally. Zhang Wei knew that the dean of discipline Wang Jing was a man with a rough appearance, but a very delicate heart. Otherwise, the students would not have revered him like a god. So, why did Wang Jing tell such a lie? His cell phone, in order to lure away the zombies, was wrapped with Durex supplies that he had searched for, and thrown casually on the lawn of the boys' dormitory. Zhang Wei confirmed that the cell phone was not broken, and it would not be wet by rain. He did this because the city would resume power supply in a few months. Regardless of whether we can get through the phone call by then, it can be used as a pastime in your hand. Maybe it's also good for listening to music, reading electronic novels, or taking photos. Zhang Wei quietly found Lu Dolly, then he said straight to the point. Do you want to rescue the dean's wife? Lu Dolly was stunned. Why do you ask that? Because you didn't intend to act with us in the first place, but after you heard that the dean of students, Wang Jing, was still alive, he followed immediately. I guess then, you probably want to repay the favor. That's right, I told you, Director Wang is kind to me, so I will keep him safe, but the matter of saving Master's wife, I don't want your intervention. What's the meaning? You don't want us to interfere. I don't want to hurt you. Then have you ever thought about it, relying on your own strength, if you want to get involved in the faculty apartment, it's very difficult to escape unscathed, even if you successfully enter the faculty apartment, you can't run out with your wife, or, in other words, it took you dozens of days to intervene in the teacher's apartment at that time. My wife had already starved to death, or turned into a zombie a few days before you intervened. What good plan do you have? Lu Dali knew, Zhang Wei said so much, there must be a purpose. Our goals are the same, we can cooperate, relying on the strength of our group, clear out 200 to 300 zombies every day, there is no problem at all. Unity is strength, many times, we can all rely on the strength of the team. You still want me to join your team? Yes, my team needs a chopstick killer. Chopstick killer, don't you think, in such an apocalyptic world, is chopstick killer just a joke? Then don't you think, the so-called rescuing the master's wife, is that a joke too? Zhang Wei suddenly said seriously. This sentence made Lu Dali look serious. He hesitated for a moment, he opened his mouth and said, You also think she has died a long time ago? Why did she survive? Director Wang said, They talked on the phone more than 10 days ago, the food at home is enough to survive for more than half a month. There is also plenty of liquefied petroleum gas, apart from not knowing if there is enough drinking water. Lu Dali recalled what Wang Jing said before. Stop kidding yourself. Since this time, how many living people have you seen in total? Just you guys. I've been staying in the cafeteria. I didn't plan to go out. I knew at that time, the canteen should have food. I think after the food in the cafeteria runs out, I took the risk to search again. I didn't expect there were 2 survivors in the canteen. Because they didn't make any sound. And then I saw you guys, only then did I learn that the survivors were Wang Jing and Hu Lai. If it were somewhere else, there may be many people who survive. But the school was taking exams at that time. Most teachers and students are either taking exams, either invigilating the exam, those who survived. I guess it would be conservative to say that 1 out of 10 is not saved. It should be 1 out of 100. Zhang Wei expressed his opinion. At first, I didn't think there was much point in rescuing my wife. But like you said, if she really died, or become a zombie, I will let her too. Lay in peace. Bar. Is this what you want to do to repay the dean's kindness? I am grateful to you for providing you with a work-study position. You are wrong. I want to do these things, just to find a proof that I am alive. Proof that you're alive. Yes, if there is no driving force in life, so what's the point? I used to think about work-study stand out. I hope to be a doctor or lawyer in the future. Maybe I can also use my salary to support 1 or 2 poor students. Have you heard of this statement? That is, everyone does a good deed, 1 lamp spreads among the lamps, so that all lights are bright. I know, in the TV series, there is a master eating who knows how to point his fingers. It's almost the same as that one. Then I will call you master eating now. What's the meaning? I want you to know how to kill zombies with chopsticks, professor to my fellow survivors. Do you need to teach such a simple thing? You said, 1 lamp spreads among the lamps, but if you don't light this first lamp, all human efforts are limited, and the power of heaven is infinite. How can we defeat these endless zombies? Zhang Wei was awe-inspiring. But in my heart I thought, Dali, you are still too young. When you get acquainted with my teammates, I guess I can't live without everyone. Wasn't I also withdrawn and cowardly at the beginning? Didn't I develop the temperament of a leader unknowingly later on? Good, I can teach them this. This is my plan. It is also closely related to whether you can go to the teacher's apartment. We have to rely on a place, then use this place, clear out the zombies. When 70 to 80% of the zombies on campus have been cleared, the remaining bits and pieces are not enough evidence. Perhaps this plan can be called the corpse removal plan. How easy is it to clear out most of the zombies in the school? There used to be 3,000 to 4,000 students. People like me who handed in their papers in advance and went to work in the cafeteria. I guess there are only 1 or 2. No, you are wrong. I handed in the paper in advance. I know there are still a group of sports students, but they have turned into zombies now. No matter how many there are, until now, the school doors are closed. That is to say, there are no external variables, and the zombies inside, every time one is cleared, it will be less of a threat. Do you want your friends to practice their skills? Yes, they still don't know the dangers of the outside world. They don't know how to survive from PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. They don't know that time is running out. Will the tide of corpses still come as scheduled in 3 years? The last sentence, Zhang Wei whispered softly. So, how can I? Alone? Fight against a city? Chapter 73 Corpse Hunting Team. Lou Dolly didn't understand what John Wei meant when he said that time was running out. At best, I just thought that there was not enough time to save my wife. Or think deeply, I thought there was not enough food. John Wei returned to the dormitory again, seeing Zhouwen, Lu Renjia, Hu Dai, Pei Wu and a group of others gathered together talking and laughing. Wang Jing and Hu Lai were happily handing out snacks. After the end of the world, Wang Jing and Hu Lai are not the same age as the students. He also became amiable. I'll announce a plan. John Wei interrupted everyone's conversation. When several people saw John Wei's expression, he looked very serious. I knew he had something important to announce. Survive with John Wei all the way, everyone was convinced of his abilities. Whether it was the previous boys' dormitory, or in the house of my deaf uncle later, John Wei led everyone to avoid dangers that occurred. I went out alone before we went to the second floor of the canteen. I went over there to look for medicine, just in case of emergencies. Another purpose is to know Su Long's life and death. He was burned. If you don't want to die, I will definitely go to the clinic to look for good antibiotics. Zhang Wei knows. Many people have probably guessed that he went to find Su Long's whereabouts. After all, Su Long escaped with a trash can on his back. Li Xiaoqian, who was following closely behind, was bitten to death. Several people in the boys' dormitory saw it for all to see. But Su Long was not found on the second floor. When everyone is still hesitating, where did Su Long hide at this time? Zhang Wei continued. He hid on the third floor. Several people knew that when Zhang Wei just came back. It's quite embarrassing. It seems that there was a fierce battle with Su Long. But Zhang Wei came back alive. Then Su Long must be dead. Su Long has turned into a zombie. I got rid of him. Zhang Wei added. Zhouwen, Lu Renjia, and others breathed a sigh of relief. Because the two of them knew about Su Long and Zhang Wei's feud, it's almost a never-ending situation. They naturally hope that Zhang Wei lives. Let me tell you my next plan. Snacks and edibles from the concession stand, in addition to the things we searched in various dormitories before, at most. It's enough for the 9 of us to last about a month. Zhang Wei has already agreed that Hu Lai will donate all the food. Certainly, in return, he will do his best to ensure the safety of the shop owner Hu Lai. But this is not a long-term solution. The school can only be used as a temporary stronghold. You should know this. No food is produced here, nor can it be cultivated. There is no place that can be used for defense. We rely on dormitories or walls. Maybe it can withstand the temporary attack of zombies. But once other survivors come in unexpectedly, we have no ability to resist. It's about time. Will there be any survivors attacking the school? Hu Lai was a little doubtful. He is now certain that there will be no rescue otherwise. There would be no news from the outside world. That is, the outside world is the same as the campus, Fallen. Yes, not long ago. I used my binoculars to see several groups of people fighting fiercely on the street. They were all killed by living people with steel bars. At this time, we can no longer expect police to maintain law and justice. Zhang Wei lied. In fact, he didn't lie either, because of things like this now, performed all over the world. So my plan is to train you well in the next month. If there is a chance to break out, we won't be in a hurry. Stop playing with the cat. Zhang Wei walked up to Pei Wu. This female student doesn't seem to be very interested in herself. Well, foreign students like freedom. I'm listening, Pei Wu said without raising his head. Okay, then I'll continue. The places in the school that we haven't explored yet are the teaching building, the information building, the library, the staff apartment, etc. The teaching building was the examination room before, and the zombie crisis happened to break out when the bell rang for the end of the exam. So there are zombies all over there, and there is no point in going there. But we need to lead the dense zombies in the teaching building to the playground or around the cafeteria, and then find a chance to get rid of them. We don't need to lure them over, just knock on the metal in a safe place. There may be other survivors in the staff apartment. If there is a chance, we will go and try to see if we can get in. It has been robbed before, and the door at the entrance is locked. Director Wang, you live there too. You should always carry the key with you. Zhang Wei said to Wang Jing with a smile. Take it with you. Wang Jing took out a key from his trouser pocket. His expression was somewhat unnatural. Director Wang, usually you are the leader, also a physical education teacher. We all respect you. But at this time, I hope we can put aside our dignity as friends. Believe me, I can help you survive in this world. But you? As an adult, Wang Jing could not convince himself to believe this group of minors, but at this time, he, also a headless fly, after hesitating for a moment, nodded in agreement. This is considered to be willing to obey Zhang Wei's arrangements. Hu Lai also smiled and nodded. He knows Zhang Wei's ability. It started when he took away his watermelon knife. Good, then I will continue. It doesn't make much sense to go to the library at this time. There are no students or zombies inside. There is no food, but there are many books inside. Maybe in the near future, they will all be used. Just remember this place for now. The last one is the information building. The basement of the information building, there is a diesel engine. That's for emergency use. When I was conducting safety drills at school last year, after contacting that place, we can try to turn on the generator. The information building has a computer room. Since the wireless network cannot be used, we can try the cable network and call for help. Zhang Wei knows, over the city at this time, there are many helicopters. If you can contact someone else, that's the best thing. School playground, it's a good helicopter landing site. And once you can't contact anyone, Zhang Wei could only choose to flee blindly with everyone. That is to leave campus, turn on the fog mode of the city. And the loss of personnel, almost inevitable. The prerequisite for going to these places, we can get rid of the zombies on campus in half a month. It would be best to solve them all. There will be no hidden dangers. We can't solve them all. At least 80% of it must be cleared. This way, you won't be surrounded by zombies. Boss, just tell us how to start. Joan took out his arm strength device from the cabinet. Stupid to try. Don't use that thing. The speed of killing zombies is too slow. You can try the butcher's knife. Is it too slow? Joan looked at the arm strength device in his hand, all the way down, very handy. I had relied on this to avoid Sister Kai's fatal scissors before. With this in hand, my heart will be much more at ease. Right, too slow. The key to killing zombies is killing them with one hit. If you can't kill zombies in one blow, then you may be scratched or bitten by zombies in the blink of an eye. Or be pinned down and surrounded by other zombies. Chapter 74 Corpse Hunting Team. Can I act faster? Not that I can't, but it's a matter of weapons. You should know that the fastest way to kill zombies is to make them brain dead, but the hardest part of the human skeleton, besides the teeth, is the skull. Are you sure this arm strength device can break the skull in one go, making the zombies brain dead? It seems not, even if ordinary people are hit. They won't die immediately. It should be more difficult for zombies to die, Joan said. He is seen jumping from the 4th floor, a zombie with broken arms and legs, still struggling to run into the distance. He asked himself that a living person shouldn't be able to do this. The same goes for zombies with head injuries. Yes, I said before, the fastest way to kill zombies, just make the zombies brain dead, or make the zombies incapacitated. So I especially appreciate Lu Dali's method. Insert sharpened chopsticks into the zombie's eyes or ears, directly into the brain, destroy the brain structure of zombies. This can also damage the zombie's ability to see or hear. Then let's all learn to use chopsticks from Brother Dali. Zhao Zhenxiong happily grabbed a handful of chopsticks. It was carried in Lu Dali's backpack. I'm not asking everyone to use chopsticks to kill zombies. You should choose the weapon that really suits you. Whether it's a knife, a blunt weapon, or a short weapon. But I think that Joan, with his small body, is not reasonable to use a blunt weapon. He doesn't have enough strength, and will probably be out of breath after a few hits. If we had known that we were going to fight against hundreds of zombies, what kind of weapon do you want us to use? Knife. I hope you can learn to use knives. Sometimes the real threat does not come from zombies, but from other survivors. Only by learning to use knives can you truly protect yourself. My team will not take in the weak in the future. If any of you, regardless of gender, needs the help of others to survive, I will kick him out of the team or kill him myself. Zhang Wei's tone was cold and firm. Such words showed a different majesty after he just announced Su Long's death. Zhang Wei has never been a person who sympathizes with the weak. After he became a weak person, he even dared to commit suicide in order not to implicate his former teammates. How could he feel guilty about expelling the weak? In the past, he planned to leave school and follow the path of a lone ranger like in his previous life, and then join another team. But after saving Joan and meeting Lu Dali, he had another feeling. Maybe he could also build a team. Of course, this team will continue to absorb more people. And there will also be core members of the team and some marginal personnel. Even if I die again one day, this team can still operate normally. This is what Zhang Wei hopes. We will work hard. Hu Dai said timidly. She understands. Zhang Wei's words refer to. It seemed to be an allusion to the two girls. However, although Hu Dai appears quiet, he is also a very strong person at heart. I climbed the optical cable from the boys' dormitory before. She behaves no worse than other boys. That's a bit far-fetched. I'd better talk about my plan. I plan to set up a corpse hunting team. Eliminate most of the zombies on campus in about half a month. Zhang Wei said as he said, while pulling out a dark bamboo basket from under the bed, lifting a dry towel covering it. There are about a dozen knives arranged regularly inside. They vary in size, length, and width. This is what Kai the Butcher left behind. You can try to pick something that is handy. Girls can take a smaller one. Note that the blade is very sharp. The main weapon is a knife. For the secondary weapon, you can learn from Lu Dali and grab a sharpened chopstick. You can put the chopstick in the pocket of your backpack, or tie it to your elbow or calf. This way you can also resist zombies. But you must put it in a convenient place. There are 9 of us. It is best to divide it into 3 zombie hunting teams. Considering that many of you have never really come into contact with zombies, we will temporarily divide it into 2 teams. I have already divided the teams. I, Zhou, Hu Dai, Wang Jing, and Hu Lai will form a team of 5 people. Zhang Wei did this for his own calculations. He planned to train Zhou himself. This guy has many tricks, and is a promising talent. As for Wang Jing and Hu Lai, they are 20 years older than the others. Zhang Wei decided that it would be better for him to lead them himself. Are the rest of us in one team? Lu Renjia glanced at Hu Dai, and then at Pei Wu next to him. He wanted to ask if Hu Dai and Pei Wu could switch, after all. Hu Dai and he were in love. Yes, the remaining Lu Dali, Zhao Zhenxiong, Lu Renjia, Pei Wu, the 4 of you will form a team, and Lu Dali will be the captain for now. I know what you mean, Renjia. I want to ask you a question. If Hu Dai is in danger, will you risk your life to protect her? Of course, Lu Renjia said firmly. That's right. You're worried about her getting hurt. You'll protect her everywhere. So when you encounter zombies, you'll prioritize getting rid of them before she comes into contact with them. But all this time, Hu Dai has never experienced life and death dangers. Once she encounters danger alone, there's almost no chance of survival. So you're not protecting her, but harming her. While Zhang Wei was saying this, Hu Dai nodded in agreement, obviously agreeing with Zhang Wei's statement. Pei Wu, you don't have any objections, do you? Zhang Wei looked at Pei Wu, who was still playing with the cat. He couldn't see through this girl a little bit. She acted too easygoing. Zhang Wei rescued him from the cellar before. He told her the ins and outs of the matter, and she didn't show too much fear. This made Zhang Wei feel a little abnormal. At first, Zhang Wei thought it was just because Pei Wu was an exchange student from a foreign country. It's because of cultural differences, but later it turned out that this was not the case. Pei Wu, there seems to be something wrong. This is Zhang Wei's feeling after experiencing many things in his previous life. I'm agree, Pei Wu said without raising his head. If you can speak Chinese, it's better to speak Chinese. My English is really poor. Zhang Wei was a little speechless. I can teach you English when I have time, Pei Wu said with a smile. Let's talk about it later. Zhang Wei did not refuse, because he knows, among the future survivors, there will be foreigners. Maybe it's always good to know one more language. Then it's settled. Our 2 teams attack separately. At least 100 zombies have to be dealt with every day. Let's recharge our batteries today, starting tomorrow. Killing zombies is not killing chickens and ducks. A little carelessness, infected by corpse poison, it is almost impossible to save the gods. The only option is to cut off the injured limb immediately. However, there is no hospital nearby. There are no medical personnel. The injury of a severed limb is almost equivalent to death. So, you have to be careful. Chapter 75 Bloody Killing. At dawn the next day, when the sun just rose, Zhang Wei had already finished washing, while others were still sleeping. It's said to be washing up, in fact. I just wiped my face with a wet towel. Feel free to rinse your mouth with some water. Even if it's sunny, the weather in the south is very hot and humid in summer. Zhang Wei felt overheated when he went to bed last night. I don't know how others made it through. Yesterday everyone chose a knife. Zhang Wei also took a long sharp knife. That's when the pigs are killed, used to poke pigs in the throat. When killing a pig, stab it into its throat. Then just drain the blood. Zhang Wei vaguely remembers the screams and twitches of pigs when he was a child watching others kill them. This knife can easily penetrate the zombie's neck. Then cut off the nerves in the zombie's neck. Zombies can also be killed in this way. Zhang Wei also carefully packed a pair of branch shears. I plan to find blacksmith pants in the future. Or where there is briquettes, forge it into 2 twin swords. Due to the labor-saving principle of this single-sided scissors, there is no lever. It is far less useful than the complete double shears. This always reminds Zhang Wei of Yu Laosi. one of the 4 villains in the TV series Tian Long Ba Bu. Just use such a crocodile scissors, it would be nice if it could be a little bigger. Zhang Wei thought. He could cut off the zombie's neck directly through the gap in the fence and windowsill. But this pair of scissors is obviously made of very good steel. You can use it to make 2 fine short blades later. So Zhang Wei applied some shoe polish. These are the supplies found before. Can be used as anti-rust for weapons. Zhang Wei has always stayed. Zhang Wei then wrapped it well with newspapers. Not long after, everyone woke up one after another. Everyone ate some bread and spicy dried nuts as planned. Snacks that I usually look down on, now it becomes an excellent meal. But Zhang Wei is different. He also took an extra tablespoon of protein powder during this time. He did not give up on his muscle growth plan and convict fitness. Although this doesn't add much muscle to him, but it made his power even stronger. Zhang Wei feels his strength is already much stronger than before the zombie crisis broke out. He detected this through Zhou An's arm strength device. It turned out that I could only do less than 10 in one go. Now I can do 12 or 3. There is still a little bit of success in the short term. Of course, what is needed is longer training. Not long after, several people from another dormitory also came to join Zhang Wei and others. After seeing everyone gathered, Zhang Wei said, "This time our target is the zombies near the cafeteria. We need to carry a certain amount of dry food and drinking water. Just in case you are surrounded by zombies, you can escape to the 2nd or 3rd floor of the cafeteria. A few rooms over there can be used for shelter. And Zhou, you take the hammer you found at the deaf uncle's house. The door lock of the utensil room on the 3rd floor, we solved it directly with a hammer. Since Director Wang Jing did not carry the key with him." "Okay, boss. There are 2 large glass doors on both sides of the cafeteria. Each of our teams is responsible for one. I'll go to the disinfection cabinet in the canteen later to get a stainless steel lunch box. Just hit it with the back of the knife. We need to wear long sleeves for this operation. If you don't have long sleeves, wrap your hands in a towel. Then use staples to secure it to prevent it from falling. To prevent being scratched by zombies. Here are the workman's gloves I found in the utility room. There are also masks found in the medical room. I hope they can be of some use." Zhang Wei continued to distribute supplies to everyone. "Boss, what if there are a lot of zombies coming? Go to the 2nd and 3rd floors. We use the dining table to slowly move around. There were 8 or 9 of us. Deal with a dozen zombies, probably enough, if you can't handle it. Retreat in an orderly manner. Try not to expose your back to zombies. The purpose this time is to kill zombies, no matter what method you use. You can do it." "Okay, boss." "Alright, let's go." Zhang Wei picked up his backpack again. The blood stains on this backpack haven't had time to be cleaned, but it has dried up. Zhang Wei no longer felt sick. Set off. Several people came out of the dormitory of the girls' dormitory. Then we went to the home of the deaf uncle in the guard room of the girls' dormitory. Then he went to the canteen through the secret passage under Kailasa's bed. Then they gathered in the center of the cafeteria. Only then did a few people know the benefits of Zhang Wei's masks. The corpses of zombies on the floor of the cafeteria. In this hot summer, it seems that everything has been. Yes, those are maggots. No matter how normal a person is, seeing this kind of battle, neither can remain calm. That's a carrion, instead of rotting animals, Zhou, who die and others were already retching. The 2 of them didn't eat much in the morning. He could only spit out some gall water. You must learn to get used to this, Zhang Wei said in a deep voice. He ignored the vomiting people. Zhang Wei went to the disinfection cabinet, took 3 or 5 lunch boxes, held one in each hand, and slapped them vigorously. The sound of metal collision spread far in the empty cafeteria. The sound of roaring came from all directions. Zhang Wei knew that it was the zombies nearby who heard the sound he made. Out of their instinct to find food, the zombies no longer gathered in the classroom of the examination room as they did at the beginning, but scattered throughout the campus. Zhang Wei opened the glass door. This thick glass door usually appears in banks or large shopping malls. So is the cafeteria here. Several zombies ran towards the zombies. Zhang Wei picked up the butcher knife, dragged lightly. A head flew into the air, then it fell on the dining table. The zombie's body is still rushing forward due to inertia. In the end, Zhang Wei dodged away, falling heavily to the ground. The port on his neck spurted out fishy blood. The blood of living corpses smells fishy. This smells much better than the smell of rotting corpses. Zhang Wei saw that the mouth of the head on the table was still opening and closing like a fish's mouth. So he took out a chopstick from his waist, poked it hard through the zombie's eye. Yes, he also wanted to be like Lu Dali, learn to use chopsticks to kill zombies. It's just that the technique is very unfamiliar. After Zhang Wei dealt with this zombie, after a set of actions at most, it takes 3 to 5 seconds. Then he rolled and squatted down, let the zombies run towards the people behind them. Yes, it's time for them to practice their skills. Lu Dali obviously knows that practice makes perfect, not too flashy. When the zombie approached less than half a meter in front of him, grabbed the zombie's hair. This happened to be a zombie of a female student. When dragging the zombie's ponytail, making the zombie's head tilt back, a chopstick had already stabbed twice. The first pierced the zombie's left eye blind, and the second pierced the zombie's right eye. Then a rotation seemed to stir up the zombie's brain. Zhou could no longer bear it, and vomited again. But Pei Wu imitated Zhang Wei and stabbed the zombie's neck with a long knife. But due to lack of force, the zombie did not die immediately. The sensible Lu Renjia immediately stabbed the zombie on the back of his neck. The zombies immediately stopped struggling. Zhao Jinxiong also followed suit, take care of the two zombies at the back. Zhang Wei glanced casually. This guy is also a valuable talent. It seems like he can do more than just smoke. Toilet paper. Smokers. For a time, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Alright, let's separate, as planned before, divide into 2 teams. Zhang Wei looked around and said. Chapter 76 Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber. Zhang Wei knew that, with so many people blocking the door, it would not achieve the effect of exercise. So he led the way to another door. Zhou, Hu Dai, Hu Lai, Wang Jing followed naturally. There are 4 doors in the cafeteria. When the zombie crisis broke out, it was not time for dinner, so the 4 doors were not fully opened. The doors that are open now are the left front door and the right rear door. This opening means opening the rolling shutter door. Each door has 2 roller shutters on the outside and glass doors on the inside. The other 2 glass doors did not open the rolling shutters, in the eyes of the zombies outside, like a wall. This is one of the reasons why Zhang Wei will be divided into 2 teams. The 4 doors are not fully open, you won't expose your back. If there are a large number of zombies coming, is enough time to close the glass door. The entrance was then blocked off with a large school dining table before the glass door shattered. This large integrated dining table can seat 8 people. The weight is 180 pounds, arranged horizontally and vertically. It's a good cover. Zhang Wei did not hit the metal dinner plate this time. Instead, he exposed half of his body towards the outside of the canteen. A large group of zombies saw Zhang Wei. Because the right rear door is facing the playground, there are a lot more zombies. Try your hand, Zhang Wei said to Zhou. This guy just vomited like crazy. I don't know if I have recovered my strength. Zhou took a deep breath, hold the knife tightly with both hands. This was the first time he faced a living corpse. I grew up under Zhang Wei's wings before. Now, it's finally time to face reality. Kill! Zhang Wei said loudly, because he saw Zhou and was a little distracted, even retreating slightly. Zhou closed his eyes and poked forward. The sharp knife plunged straight into the zombie's chest. The zombies ran directly towards Zhou's neck. Zhang Wei kicked the zombie away, then he slapped Zhou hard. Brain death. Make the zombie's brain dead. Zhou finally came to his senses. He stabbed the zombie in the head with a vicious knife. Then use all your strength to fall down finally. He plunged the knife into the zombie's head. Then he sat down on the ground. He collapsed to the ground, as if all his strength had been exhausted. Compared with Zhou's timidity, although Hu Dai was also a little scared, but he still mustered up the courage to step forward. Hu Dai successfully attracted the attention of the 2 zombies. She knows that with her current abilities, there is definitely no way to deal with 2 zombies, so I used the dining table as a barrier. Back away. The 2 zombies howled, followed by one side. He was still wearing a student's school uniform. Zhang Wei had no intention of taking action. He was waiting for Wang Jing and Hu Lai's reaction. The minds of these 2 adults should be more mature than the students Zhou and Hu Dai. Really? The dean of students stood up consciously. Stretch out your legs, knock down the zombie behind, then with my adult strength, throw the zombie to the ground. While firmly suppressing the zombie's head, use a knife to wipe the zombie's neck, showing a circular arc. Wang Jing's face seemed to show hesitation and pain. It was as if this zombie was an important relative of his. Killing this living zombie should be the same as killing a living person. Zhang Wei remembers himself in his previous life. Killed a zombie for the first time. I also kept vomiting, then hide in a room. I didn't sleep all day and night. That feeling was not pain. Nor was it fear. But confusion. A deep confusion. When Wang Jing wiped off the zombie's neck, Hu Dai turned around and waved her hand quickly, and a head fell diagonally to the side. The technique was clean and neat. Almost as good as Zhang Wei's at that time. Zhang Wei knew that. Given time, Hu Dai would definitely become a good player. While thinking, Zhang Wei looked at Lu Dali's camp on the other side. They continued to knock and attracted the zombies. Lu Dali pushed down a table and held up the door. Zhao Zhenxiong and Lu Renjiao were on one side, like two door gods. They are ready. Pei Wu moves back and forth like a football goalkeeper, roaming support. Pei Wu held it in her hand, its Zhou En's arm strength. This table that was pushed over sideways, the desktop is about 1 foot long. So when zombies are coming, it just blocks the area below the thighs. This makes it easier for Lu Dali to use chopsticks. Lu Dali casually took out a handful from the backpack behind his back. Then he quickly inserted it into the zombie's eye socket. Several of them are still inserted through the nostrils, come out from the back of the head. The chopsticks were also sharpened to be very sharp. Otherwise, they would not be able to penetrate the brain so easily. Of course, it was also because of Lu Dali's amazing wrist strength that Zhao Zhenxiong and Lu Renjiao used chopsticks several times. But they did not use them properly, and were almost scratched. Fortunately, Zhang Wei asked everyone to cover the exposed parts of their arms with towels in advance. Otherwise they would be wearing short sleeves in summer. And if they were scratched or bitten, it would mean death. Lu Renjiao tried several times, but always felt that chopsticks were not easy to use. Because zombies were mobile, and they would not stand still like wooden lumps, allowing you to poke them with chopsticks. Lu Renjiao tried several times, not much effect. He simply inserted the remaining chopsticks into Lu Dali's backpack. Then he took out a butcher knife. This butcher's knife is different from the pig butcher's knife. The back of its blade is surprisingly thick. The weight is also surprisingly heavy, because this is what the butcher uses to chop meat. Even the spine and thigh bones of pigs, it can also be cut off easily. Dragon-slaying knife? Zhao Zhenxiong saw Lu Renjiao take out the knife, also very shocked, because he had seen Zhang Wei use this knife before. Zhang Wei danced it randomly in his hand a few times. It's not easy to say, throw it back into the basket. I also tried it myself. It feels too heavy, easy to get rid of, unexpectedly. Lu Renjiao got the knife. When I arrived, I saw Lu Renjiao holding a cardboard box under his arm. I don't know what it is yet. It seems that he made the scabbard. It's the dragon-slaying knife. Do you have the heavenly sword? Lu Renjiao glanced at Hu Dai's side. I found Zhang Wei looking over. He immediately pretended not to look over there. What a coincidence, I happen to have a heavenly sword. Zhao Zhenxiong pulled out a knife from his waistband. This should be a boning knife. The sword is narrow and thin. It's only about a foot long. From Lu Renjiao's perspective, the knife looked like an embroidery needle. Are you sure this is the heavenly sword? Lu Renjiao thought the heavenly sword should be at least 5 times as long. Right? Don't look at it as short. The boss said that an inch longer is an inch stronger. An inch shorter is an inch more dangerous. He said that in life and death situations, or in narrow spaces, short weapons have more room to maneuver and are more effective against zombies. Zhao Zhenxiong said as he poked at the zombie's body. And sure enough, a hole was made with each poke. After trying it a few times, in order to avoid damaging the blade, he is no longer showing off his sword skills, and the attack is like a zombie's neck. But seeing the knife cut across, a dark red blood line appears on the zombies' necks. Then the zombies stopped struggling. That's because the central nervous system has been cut off, lost control of body. Yishinki, good knife skills, watch me slay the dragon. Lu Renjiao holds knives in both hands. He struck a zombie in the head with all his strength. The zombie's head had to be cut open like a watermelon. One petal rolled towards Lu Renjiao, the other half was avoided by Lu Dali. He rolled towards Zhao Zhenxiong. Both of them glanced at each other subconsciously. I only see the inside of the head, all yellow and white things. It's like smashed tofu brain and egg custard. Vomit. The two of them retched in unison. Vomit. Lu Dali, who had never vomited, was also infected by the two. Join the vomiting team. You two are really crouching dragons. Phoenix. Lu Dali said after coming back to his senses. Chapter 77, A Mountain of Corpses. Do you feel like vomiting? Lu Dali glanced at Pei Wu behind him. Although she was a little trembling, but he performed much better than the other two. Fine, I'm okay. Pei Wu patted her chest gently. Lu Renjiao and Zhao Zhenxiong were stunned at the same time. This foreign friend's psychological quality is still stronger. Zhao Zhenxiong muttered. No, guns are legal in their country. Didn't you watch the news? There are frequent gunfights in the streets. We can only see it in movies here. Lu Renjiao responded. Notice, Another zombie is coming, Lou Dolly reminded. Then he pulled out several chopsticks that he had just inserted. If it has not been damaged or broken, it can also be used repeatedly. Zhang Wei is quite far away. I don't know what Lou Dolly and others were talking about when they opened and closed their mouths. But I still heard the sound of several of them vomiting, while shaking his head. He thought, my mental quality is still low. I have long been used to this kind of scene. Zhang Wei withdrew his gaze. I found another zombie rushing over here. Withstand, boss, who must also resist it. Zhang Wei reminded loudly, because I just found 3 zombies crawling over from Hu Lai's side. Although Hu Lai is an adult, the psychological quality is also better than that of other students. But it's still a little worse than the dean of students. Wang Jing seems a bit in a hurry. Zhang Wei quickly stepped forward and offered his hand. Help deal with 2 zombies. The remaining zombie, Hu Lai can handle it too, learned from Zhang Wei, head towards the zombie's neck. It's a scratch, not a cut. Drag, use dark force to drag. Zhang Wei kindly reminded. Because he found that Hu Lai chopped the zombie's neck like wood, if it is a machete like Zhan Ma Dao, or the kind like Lu Renjia's dragon-slaying knife, that must have worked well. But Hu Lai's knife is also the knife in the vegetable basket before. This kind of knife is very special, sharp but not suitable for chopping, suitable for cutting only. Although there is not much problem with Hu Lai's movements, it can also inflict a certain degree of damage to zombies. But it is indeed thankless. Zhang Wei knows, after using the knife many times, Hu Lai and the others will get used to the feeling of using a knife. Just like chopping melons and vegetables, practice makes perfect. But this is the first time, he still needs it. Guide. One time, to avoid being injured by Hu Lai's tiger's mouth. In Zhang Wei's heart, Hu Lai has always been a good old man, no desires. I run my own shop dutifully in school. So after Hu Lai lost the watermelon knife in his shop, he will feel panic. He was afraid that something would happen to the students. Zhang Wei didn't know whether Hu Lai in his previous life survived or died after struggling tenaciously in his store for many days. There was no point in thinking about this. Zhang Wei did not intend to be a saint. However, in this life, he hoped that Hu Lai could survive. Not only because he had given Zhang Wei a slice of watermelon worth 4 or 5 yuan when he was shopping before, nor because he was enthusiastic about helping Zhang Wei carry and deliver things. But Zhang Wei felt that his team needed such a role. A role similar to the accountant who knew a little about business. In this way, in the future, my team will, when more supplies were found, have an experienced person help sort or distribute supplies. Or when negotiating deals with other teams, someone with good words can come forward. These are things that Zhang Wei is not good at. And the owner Hu Lai, who has been running this medium-sized canteen for several years, undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. So he also hopes that Hu Lai can be there this time. Operation Hunt. Middle, get some exercise. You don't have to become a strong survivor. But you must have some survival experience. Survive. My goal is to let you all survive. Zhang Wei shouted in his heart. Unlike the people you will meet later, the friends you meet at the beginning are generally friends of life and death. Maybe they are from the same hometown, or classmates from the same school, or friends of life and death. Such friends are worth trusting in the future. Age is not a limit. Zhang Wei knows that in the groups he joined in his previous life, or the teams he saw, there are many elderly people in their 70s and 80s. And there are also infants and children of 3 or 4 years old. So to a certain extent, he also hopes that Hu Lai and Wang Jing can obey him. The cut is too shallow. After Zhang Wei used the sword in Hu Lai, said supplementarily, you may cause the zombies to enter a state of suspended animation. When they are moved, remember to last hit. Zhang Wei reminded. The space at the entrance of the canteen is not very large. It didn't take long for the corpses of more than a dozen zombies to pile up. These corpses were all badly mutilated, hardly complete. The strong smell of blood and putrid smell penetrated directly into the nasal cavity. Even if you wear a mask, it doesn't have much effect either. Zhang Wei said as he said, while commanding Zhou and Wang Jing, let 2 people carry the broken limbs and remains. Throw it 10 meters away. The bloody smell of corpses seemed to attract more zombies. Zhang Wei stood on the dining table and looked out, found many zombies in the distance. Due to a certain blind obedience effect, it has begun to slowly move closer. Due to the zombies behind, I haven't seen any living humans, so their movement is slow. But since the zombies before, attracted by the smell of blood, after discovering a living person at the glass door again, then he roared and came towards Zhang Wei's door. There is a lot of pressure at this door. because we are facing most of the open playground. Zhang Wei called Hu Lai. The two of them also carried a dining table to block the front of the glass door. This will stop the zombies' movement slightly. Zhang Wei no longer hides his clumsiness. Otherwise, when more zombies come, this position on the first floor of the cafeteria is probably going to be lost. Here are the two of him and Lu Dolly. The corpse hunting squad. Either retreat to the second floor of the cafeteria to defend, or retreat to the underground passage. This is not what Zhang Wei wants. Above the cafeteria, there are only a few zombie corpses on the second floor. It's also easy to clean. The third floor is also quite clean. The cafeteria has hundreds of long tables. You can block the cafeteria door at any time. Such terrain can be used naturally as a defense. Unless zombies come in with an excavator, otherwise. This canteen is the most perfect bunker. And it's an escape route with an underground passage. Bunker. If zombies are introduced into the cafeteria on a large scale, or the second or third floor, clean up the corpses and bloodstains later, it will be a huge project again. When Zhang Wei no longer hides his clumsiness, almost all of these zombies have become food. Zhang Wei in his previous life was a man with rich zombie hunting experience. I used to carry 2 swords on my back, one long and one short, ease of use. Although I still don't have the long sword from my previous life, but this pig-killing knife, it is also of top quality. It is estimated that the high-quality steel has been tempered many times. Zhang Wei jumped over the dining table block. Then hunt zombies outside. Because there are already too many zombie corpses at the door, the zombies almost stepped on the corpses and poured in. But despite this, there are still more zombies rushing inside, because Zhouan, the attraction of living people such as who die, for zombies, it's just too big. The zombies Zhang Wei encountered, most of them kill in one move. Occasionally fluttering towards Zhang Wei, kicked away by him, or with hands wrapped in a towel, pressing his body sideways on the ground, then add another knife to the neck. Not long after, in the open space outside, the corpses were piled up into a small hill. 30 or 40 zombies were lying on the ground at various angles. The zombies coming from the surrounding areas became sporadic again. Zhang Wei knew that the zombies near the cafeteria had probably been almost cleared. He turned his head and glanced at the 2 entrances of the cafeteria. The one guarded by Zhouan was better. But the one guarded by Lu Ringjia and Lu Dolly was almost like a small mountain. It seemed that his first feeling was right. Lu Dolly was the legendary chopstick killer. He thought that Lu Ringjia, Zhao Zhenxiong, and Pei Wu definitely did not have such strength. Chapter 78 Disposal of the Body. Zhang Wei thought of his past life. Well-known masters, like Lu Dolly, I know many of them myself. But unlike Lu Dolly, who lives alone, most of them have joined various other groups, or work for some forces. Among them, there are several people who suit Zhang Wei's taste. There are also friends Zhang Wei knew in his previous life. Zhang Wei plans to recruit them into his team. But Zhang Wei knew that those people appeared somewhere at a certain time point in 3 years. I don't know where they are now. It doesn't make much sense to search for them blindly. On the contrary, it will arouse suspicion. And those people, at this time, he has not fully grown up. Perhaps they are just like Zhouan, Lu Ringjia and others at this time, still just a rookie. After cleaning up a few more scattered waves of zombies, Zhang Wei stepped on the corpse of the zombie and walked into the cafeteria. He took off his bloody gloves. He glanced at his hands, pretty clean. So I unscrewed a mineral water bottle. Take a sip slowly. Would you like some? Zhang Wei raised the water bottle and said to Zhouan, "Don't worry. My hands are clean. And I didn't touch the bottle mouth." Zhang Wei saw that the few people hadn't moved for a long time, and thought that they were disgusted with him. Because after the killing just now, no matter how careful he was, his face was still stained with sporadic blood. "Oh, no. We brought it, boss." Zhouan patted his backpack. His backpack was much smaller. Unlike Zhang Wei's big backpack, Zhouan's backpack was a small chest bag, which could hold about a bottle of mineral water and an umbrella. Seeing Hu Dai staring at him in a daze, Zhang Wei finally understood why. The shock I had just given them was too great. 33. Zhang Wei just counted silently in his mind. I just killed 33 zombies outside. A team of survivors from previous lives, with the mission of hunting zombies, use hunted zombies in exchange for food, take the form of points. Sometimes you cut off a zombie's thumb to count, sometimes it's the little finger, sometimes it's the ears. Come as convenient as you want, it varies based on the team's daily tasks. Zhang Wei thought of the most crazy time in his previous life in total. More than 300 zombies were hunted and killed. I carried 3 backpacks that day. It's full of zombies' right little fingers. But that time I only got a bag of biscuits. Food was scarce to the point of scarcity. Zhang Wei is already very satisfied. That mission was issued by him. He can get a lot in exchange, just lead by example. Dean of Students Wang Jing also sat down panting, sitting next to Zhang Wei. Silent and silent. Do you have anything to say, Director Wang? Zhang Wei asked calmly. What do you want to know? Things about the faculty apartment, everything related to the zombie crisis. You should know more than me. I don't know anything. Wang Jing shook his head painfully. His gold-rimmed glasses fell down. Zhang Wei helped catch them in midair. Thank you, Wang Jing said calmly. He put the glasses on the bridge of his nose again. That's it for today, Zhang Wei said to the remaining people. Then he walked in the direction of Lu Dali. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong saw Zhang Wei coming. He worked harder. Lu Renjia picked up 2 stainless steel lunch boxes. He beat the beat and shouted to the zombies outside, take a look and have a look. It doesn't matter whether you buy it or not. It's free to take a look. The waves of Honghu Lake are making waves. Our kitchen knives are different. Mr. Zombie, buy a kitchen knife and go back? Really, a zombie in the distance. Hearing the sound made by Lu Renjia, he immediately rushed over in a hurry. Lu Renjia did not hesitate. Just as the zombies are approaching, when you want to stick your head in and bite, a dragon slayer wields a sword. The zombie's head soared into the sky. Good knife skills, Pei Wu said flatteringly from the side. It's a prize. It's a prize. I would also like to ask all the readers to support you if you are rich. And if you don't have money, please support yourself. Lu Renjia happily raised the metal lunch box to accept the reward. Zhao Zhenxiong deliberately coughed loudly, then he spit a mouthful of thick phlegm inside. Vomit. This time Lu Renjia couldn't help it. Throw the lunch box outside, he retched again. Pei Wu and Zhao Zhenxiong held their stomachs and laughed crazily on the ground. Even Zhang Wei couldn't help but laugh. I rarely see you smile, Lu Dali said with a smile. How long have you known me? Zhang Wei responded with a smile. All right, ready to call it a day. Today's hunting came here first. Let's throw all the zombie corpses outside. Boss, why leave it outside? Zhouwen, who was following closely, asked in confusion. Don't throw it outside. Are you going to throw it away tomorrow when it stinks and has maggots? There are several ready-made corpses upstairs. Would you like to try to deal with it? Ah, that's it. Just pile it up to a place 10 meters away from the door. Zhang Wei knows, no matter how far it is thrown, as far as 100 meters away, it's also useless. Because when the summer wind blows over, but is it upwind or downwind, you can't help but smell the stench. Just like when Zhang Wei was a child. He passed by the river where dead pigs were thrown. You can smell it dozens of meters away. Don't you want to throw it farther away? Lu Dali asked. There are enough people here. Dumping the body is actually quite convenient. Out of sight, and into unknown places, the surrounding zombies are probably clean. It's just that there may be new zombies appearing in this place tomorrow. Because zombies roam the campus. It's not necessary, just here anyway. We will live in the women's dormitory. It was thrown far away, and then came closer to the women's dormitory, on the contrary. It is not good. Then, are they just piling up like this? Pei Wu pointed in the direction Zhang Wei came from. The zombie corpses over there have been piled up into a hill by him. Of course. If Miss Pei you have an excavator, or can drive an excavator, that's another matter. We can dig a pond in the playground. These zombies can be used as fish feed. I won't, Pei Wu said sheepishly. That's right. But it will cause an epidemic, Pei Wu added. Really? How do you know? Zhang Wei was stunned, because in the previous life, several survivor camps, there were indeed outbreaks of epidemics, but they were solved later. It seemed to be an infectious disease, not fatal but quite noisy. You know, I am an American exchange student. My grandfather is a professor working at a biological virus drug research institute in the United States. His research direction is virology, serum and vaccines, etc. So what do you think? Burn these bodies. Burn? You go find Zhao Zhenxiong, he has a lighter. Boss, are you kidding? Can my lighter ignite so many zombies? Don't you have any basic knowledge of physics? Combustion requires oxygen, flammable materials, and temperature. Now none of the 3 conditions are met. You can't burn zombies by igniting their clothes. Zhao Zhenxiong felt sorry for his lighter. Because the gas inside is used once, and then used once. Although there are no cigarettes now, but maybe I can get cigarettes by raiding shopping malls, or something in the future. But what if I didn't have a lighter at that time? Drilling wood to make fire. I know, so why don't you let Pei-Wu try it? It would be nice if there was gasoline. Hu Dai standing behind said. Gasoline? Lu Dali's glasses lit up. How? Is there one in the cafeteria? Didn't you mean to use natural gas and briquettes? Zhang Wei was also very surprised. Gasoline, it is also a very precious material in the last days. More precious than clean water, especially in the cold winter. Chapter 79 Motorcycle. There is no gasoline in the cafeteria, but there is a car behind the canteen. There should be something in there. Lu Dali added. When I hear a sentence, Zhang Wei's first impression was that there was a tanker truck behind the canteen. But Zhang Wei had carefully inspected the surroundings of the canteen. There is no way large tankers exist. And that kind of rear eight-wheel tank truck, because it is very dangerous, it is impossible to enter the school. Even if you want to come in, you will be stopped by the school guard. What kind of car do you have? Zhang Wei's idea is, it could be a van or an SUV, then the capacity of the fuel tank is 40 liters or more. I can find some way to get some gasoline. There is a motorcycle. Lu Dali added. Everyone looked at Lu Dali as if he were a fool. The gasoline capacity of the motorcycle is still a little short. There's nothing wrong with taking them all out and burning a cat or a dog. If you want to burn zombies, that's not enough. Zhang Wei made a concluding speech. You want to burn my cat? Pei-Wu frowned. I'm just giving you an example. Give me an example. Do you know, even if you don't understand, just pretend to understand and cooperate with me. Okay. All right. Pei-Wu seemed to realize that Zhang Wei was giving an example. Show me that motorcycle. The motorcycle mentioned by Lu Dali pulled Zhang Wei's thoughts back to the past. In my previous life, I was bitten by a zombie during an operation. A man riding a motorcycle rushed into a group of zombies, saved myself. Then he cut off his left hand without hesitation. The person was wearing a motorcycle helmet. And he didn't even know if he was a man or a woman. When he woke up, the person disappeared. And he never met him again. So when Lu Dali mentioned the motorcycle, he kept thinking of that figure. Zhang Wei asked the others to stay where they were and rest. And he followed Lu Dali through the window of the dining room. When he got there, he found 5 or 6 corpses leaning against the wall. And all of them had a chopstick stuck in their eye sockets. Zhang Wei knew they were zombies without checking. It's just that the clothes of these zombies are all white without exception. They are chefs. These are my fellow workers. Several of them are the chefs who taught me how to cook. Lu Dali pointed at several of the corpses and said, one of them was bitten by a student and ran back, locked himself in a room in the cafeteria and bedroom. The remaining workers also knew the danger, hiding inside with him. Later, I don't know who was bitten, will turn into a zombie soon, otherwise I can save them. Lu Dali added. So you killed them when they turned into zombies? Lu Dali did not speak. It's the default. Not long after, Lu Dali continued, because you can't get out of the cafeteria at all. I saw the bitten master in the evening with severe pain and infection in his wound. Just get up in the early morning and boil a pot of water. I want to help clean up the wound. I left the dormitory to boil water. He also escaped death because of this. This motorcycle, it's that master's. He has 3 children at home, so I didn't live on campus most of the time. I often run back and forth rain or shine. Lu Dali pointed to the motorcycle under a temporary shed outside and said, there is a U-shaped lock on the motorcycle. Lu Dali skillfully found 3 keys from the waist of the master's corpse. This one is a motorcycle key, this one is a U-shaped lock key, this one is the key to our dormitory door. Lu Dali handed the key to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei put the key into his backpack. Maybe I will use this motorcycle in the future. Now he suddenly understood why when I first met Lu Dali, he sat on the bed and sharpened his chopsticks silently. The dormitory was clean at that time. He should have killed those kitchen workers who turned into zombies one by one not long ago. Those people should have taken good care of him. Maybe Lu Dali in his previous life was a lone ranger. And this was also related to this matter. Zhang Wei remembered that when he first invited Lu Dali to join his team, he refused. He thought about joining because he heard that the director of discipline, Wang Jing, was also alive. Maybe it was to repay his gratitude. Or maybe it was to prevent the tragedy of his coworkers from happening again. Zhang Wei checked the motorcycle's fuel tank. Almost full. But this car is not the car driven by the person who saved him in his previous life. That motorcycle is obviously a modified car. Go back such a tiny bit of gasoline, it's no use even taking it. The current Zhang Wei does not want to be like Pei Wu said, Use gasoline to burn zombies. There are thousands of zombies in the school. What is burned? If you have this spare time, you might as well wear 2 more masks. Or wrap yourself in an extra face towel. Moreover, to burn all the zombies in the school, even a tank truck of gasoline would not be enough. And it was meaningless. The food in this place would only be enough for the survivors to survive for a month at most. The school is an ideal base. But not now. Maybe when we come back in a year or 2. The dead zombies will have decayed and returned to dust. That would be the best time. When Zhang Wei and Lu Dali left, the rest of the people counted the zombies killed today and reported to Zhang Wei. A total of 146 were killed. I count heads. There should be nothing wrong. If there are any errors, they should be within 3. Hu Lai said to Zhang Wei. Just give it a rough estimate. Some zombies were piled up. There is no need to move it in for inspection. And if you count the heads, not very accurate either. Some zombie heads. It was Lu Renjia's dragon slaying knife, divided into several petals. Let's take stock again. It will only increase nausea. I killed 33 zombies outside. There are less than 10 inside. Counted as 40. The remaining 8 of you killed more than 100 zombies. This progress is almost the same as what I estimated before. Maybe after mastering the skills, your speed will be faster. Zhang Wei calculated it carefully. These people did not disappoint him too much. Perhaps after the incident with the deaf man's family, his psychological endurance was greatly improved. And Hu Lai and Wang Jing temporarily accepted the fact that killing zombies was for better survival. After all, neither of them had ever had close contact with zombies before. The rule of law had long been thrown out of the window. The concept Zhang Wei instilled in the two was self-defense. If you don't kill zombies, the zombies will eat you. Bite your neck, cut open your stomach. Then when you become a zombie, you will bite others again. Only then did the two of them decide to take action. The group returned to the girls' dormitory. I cleaned it randomly with water collected from a recent rain. Then they each took a rest. Only Zhao Zhenxiong was pinned down on the bed by Lu Renjia and blasted with a hammer, because he spit in his lunch box before. Wang Jing and Hu Lai were playing against each other using chess pieces collected by Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei suggested that mineral water bottle caps could be used to replace the missing chess piece. Hu Lai said it was not necessary. The person with one more chess piece, just remove the chess piece in the same way. Only Pei Wu returned to the room immediately. He happily hugged his cat and petted it. Zhang Wei looked at the cat thoughtfully. It seemed like I had seen it somewhere in my previous life. He also touched the cat's head a few times. There is a ring on the cat's neck. It seems to prove that this is not a stray cat, but a cat with an owner. There is a small bell hanging on it, but the meatball-like thing inside, it has been removed. Whose is this cat? Zhang Wei thought for a long time. No clue. Chapter 80 10 Days of Life and Death. When Zhang Wei saw this cat for the first time, when I was still in the boys' dormitory, he looked towards the girls' dormitory with his binoculars. Then saw this cat coming from the fence, jumped into the balcony of the girls' dormitory. Later I found out that it was in Pei Wu's dormitory. This shouldn't be a stray cat. Stray cats will not be so healthy. There will also be no collars. However, Zhang Wei cannot remember anything more related to this cat for the time being. We can only give up thinking about this aspect first. It's not picky, Pei Wu said while feeding the cat bread. Too luxurious. This is Zhang Wei's idea. But it doesn't matter. Cats can't eat much anyway. Let's all have a good rest today. Tomorrow we will continue to hunt zombies. I estimate it will take about 10 days. We can take care of most of the zombies. Zhang Wei made some calculations. Today is the first day of practice. Not skilled enough. If we wait for these rookies to grow up a little more, 200 to 300 zombies every day is not a problem. Calculated based on each person hunting 10 zombies per hour. Each person only needs to spend 3 hours a day, hunt 30 zombies. In this way, the set goals can be achieved. Zhang Wei hopes to eliminate 2,500 to 3,000 zombies. And with good players like him and Lu Dali, it's possible to make 400 or 500 a day. After all, Zhang Wei's previous record was, that is, I hunted more than 300 zombies in one day. But what Zhang Wei wants is, give everyone enough time to exercise, gain experience in hunting zombies. After all, there will no longer be a place like school for everyone to practice. Go out to the school gate wall. What we have to face is the cruel reality. The next day, Zhang Wei still divided the team into the same 2 teams as the day before. Still at the door of the cafeteria, use the method of knocking objects to make sounds, attract the attention of zombies. Then when the zombies rush over, kill the zombies cleanly. despite the previous day's cleaning, but the density of zombies doesn't seem to have decreased much. When everyone came the next day, the empty cafeteria yesterday was full of zombies again, probably running out from other places. This was exactly what Zhang Wei wanted, because it saved the trouble of looking for zombies far away. After a long period of hunting, everyone's knives were no longer as sharp as they were at the beginning. Lu Dali found a few kitchen knives from the kitchen of the cafeteria. Zhang Wei took a look and asked Lu Dali to put the knife away first. He could keep the knife for cooking in the future. He didn't want to chop the kitchen knife on the zombie's neck and dirty it. Another reason why Zhang Wei did this was because he found several whetstones in the cafeteria, with both coarse and fine sand, which were probably used by master chefs to sharpen their knives. Zhang Wei in his previous life was also a strong knife man, and naturally knew how to use a whetstone. After gently scraping the butcher's knives a few times, they became as sharp as before. Zhang Wei not only did this himself, but also taught others how to use a whetstone. In Zhang Wei's mind, you may not be good at this, but you need to know how to do it. This is a means of survival in the end times. Knife, it's something to eat in the last days. The next day, everyone tallied the results. A total of 186 zombies were hunted. This is a very good result, because Zhang Wei didn't make too many moves on this day. Zhang Wei was not too demanding about the number of zombies his teammates hunted. What he demands is quality. Killed in one day, clean and crisp. This is such good quality. 1 against 3, with ease. It's also very good quality. On the third day, the number of zombies hunted is 0. Yes, on this day, no one went out again, because the sky is raining heavily. The pouring rain frantically washed away the blood on the ground. Until the end, the corpses of the zombies were almost swollen and white. Not only did the smell of blood not dissipate, instead, it ran everywhere with the running water. Zhang Wei did not let anyone take action in the rain. This makes no sense. He has plenty of time. There is still about a month's worth of food left. It's best not to catch a cold at this time, so as not to be among the dense corpses, accidentally contracted the plague. On the third day, the drizzle turned to cloudy, and Zhang Wei and his team went out again. This time, they were divided into 3 teams. Zhang Wei, Hu Lai, and Pei Wu were one team. Lu Dali, Hu Dai, and Zhouan were one team. Zhao Zhenxiong, Lu Renjia, and Wang Jing were one team. Zhang Wei had fully considered this combination, which not only ensured the strength of each team, but also allowed each team to be trained. Zhang Wei began to take the initiative to attack with his team, and each of the 3 teams moved back to back, and the connection between the 3 teams roughly formed an equilateral triangle. This formation has a clear plan for advance and retreat. On this day, the group planned to catch up with the zombies that were not hunted the day before, so they did not rest much throughout the day. They made full use of the various buildings, green belts, and the zombies' blind spots in the school. They eliminated wave after wave of zombies. The group was a little too excited to kill, and did not even count the number of zombies they killed, but Zhang Wei estimated afterwards that there were always 400 or 500 zombies. After this hunting operation, the number of zombies in the entire campus decreased a lot. Zhang Wei returned to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria to observe. The wandering zombies had almost been wiped out. On the 4th day, it was cloudy. Zhang Wei led all his teammates back from the girls' dormitory to the boys' dormitory. Just like the last time, they climbed along the cable. This time everyone climbed over one by one. Zhang Wei did this to train his teammates' climbing skills. In the end times, if you can climb trees, and do extreme sports, then your chances of survival will undoubtedly be much greater. The rooms on the upper floors of the boys' dormitory had been cleaned by Zhang Wei before. This time Zhang Wei mainly cleaned the dormitories on the 3 floors below. He found a large bunch of keys that he had left behind and found from the dormitory ant. Then opened the dormitory doors one by one, teach teammates how to search for supplies. When entering a strange room, we must first pay attention to leaving a way out for ourselves. Like this room, I have never been here, so when I came in, the door behind the quilt cannot be shut, but you can't open all the doors. This will be seen by zombies or other survivors. We just need to cover up. Okay, boss. The layout of the dormitories on this floor is almost the same. What I'm talking about are generally unfamiliar rooms. After entering these rooms, what we need to pay more attention to is the safety of the surrounding environment, those places where people are easy to hide, and unknown rooms. For example, under the bed or in the closet in this dormitory, and in the bathroom. I know this, because survivors like to hide in these places. If the corpse changes, these places have the highest probability of having zombies. Zhao Shenxiong added. Yes, another thing to pay attention to is the mechanism. When we enter the room, if there is a rope in front or unknown debris under your feet, you have to keep a vigilant attitude. When I was looking for Su Long on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria a few days ago, I encountered a glass bottle trap. Although such a trap is not fatal, but it will attract zombies, and zombies are really deadly things. Okay, boss. Okay, I'll give each of you a set of keys. You should be in groups of at least 2, search slowly, remember. The first thing to check when opening the door is the safety inside. Because I don't know if any survivors have turned into zombies. And there are sporadic zombies downstairs. Be careful not to let them attack you. Zhang Wei added. Although that day, most of the zombies downstairs, they were all led away by Su Long, who was carrying a trash can. But there are still many zombies attracted by the sports students, who jumped off the building, and Li Shaoqian stayed. These zombies are driven by their instinct to look for food. Many have left, but there are still some. Zhang Wei calmly went downstairs, solved several of them, then he picked up the mobile phone he had thrown away from the grass, put it in the backpack. Although this mobile phone is temporarily out of power, but maybe there will be a useful opportunity in the future. After a busy day, Zhang Wei's team rested and stayed overnight directly in the boys' dormitory. Count the zombies killed later, there are only 71. But during this day, a lot of it was spent practicing climbing and searching for supplies. 5th day, hunted more than 300 zombies. The zombies around the girls' dormitory have almost been cleared away. The 6th day, hunted more than 380 zombies. This time the zombies, most of them are on the 1st and 2nd floors of the examination room. Calculated based on 50 candidates per classroom, this is almost the number of candidates in 7 or 8 examination rooms. Chapter 81 Horrible Nickname. 7th day, Zhang Wei and others built roadblocks and defensive walls on the 1st floor of the teaching building. Make sounds, attracted most of the zombies on the upper floors of the teaching building. More than 400 zombies were dealt with. Later in the evening, fighting his way into the upper floors, clean out all the remaining dozens of zombies inside. This is the most fruitful day for everyone. It's girls like Pei Wu and who die. It has also become a ruthless killing machine. After taking good personal protection, then you will not be besieged by zombie groups. Zombies have almost no enemies. The 8th day, Zhang Wei and others also cleared away zombies in some dead corners of the campus. Not a lot, about 200. Zhang Wei quietly left the team. I took care of more than 100 zombies by myself, however. The quantity was not reported. Only Lu Dali saw the blood stains all over Zhang Wei's body when he came back. Seems to realize something. 9th day, it rained heavily again. The team did not take action. Stayed in the dormitory, playing with cats. Playing with cats, play chess. Play chess, knife sharpening. Most people took water and took a shower. Zhang Wei asked 2 girls to go to various dormitories to collect towels. Then matched the unused shoelaces, a makeshift bracer and leggings were created. This is how they hunt zombies these days. The reason for expanding the results of the battle, because there are a lot less worries. So it's not like it was at the beginning. Guard at the entrance to the cafeteria. Day 10, Zhang Wei did not go out, sleeping in the dormitory. He knows, these 10 days, except for those days when it rains, all people are in a state of high mental stress. Every time I hunted zombies in these 10 days, they are all walking on the edge of life and death. Without him, Zhang Wei, others should be able to cope with various situations. So this last day, Zhang Wei no longer goes out, let them do their thing. Lu Dali led his teammates out the door, divide into 2 teams. After returning, he reported, more than 200 zombies have been eliminated. This time it took longer, it took almost the whole day. Because this time I took the initiative to search for zombies, clean up hidden dangers. There are not as many zombies as there were at the beginning. Banging objects and shouting loudly will not attract too many zombies. According to Zhang Wei's estimation. At this time, at least 3/4 of the zombies in the school should have been eliminated. The remaining students, if they were survivors, would have probably fled the school long ago. If they were zombies, they would have been trapped somewhere. Or the survivors would have transformed. In this case, there is not much point in searching for them. What Zhang Wei wants to do is to eliminate hidden dangers and train his teammates. After 10 days, his goal has been achieved. Zhang Wei remembered a joke he heard in his previous life. A man named He Xiaobai said, "I have been killing fish in our tea mart for 10 years, and my heart has long been as cold as my knife." Yes, Zhang Wei feels, these teammates of my own, Their hearts have long been as cold as the knives in their hands. Because the zombies they have killed these days, almost all their peers wearing school uniforms like them, many of them are still familiar faces. Some are former teachers. And now, they all lay quietly on the ground. You know, a month ago, the whole school was still laughing. There will also be radio gymnastics on the playground on sunny days. The sports students are still training and running on the track and field. The male students are sweating profusely playing basketball. Now, all of this are accompanied by the outbreak of the zombie crisis. Ashes to ashes, Earth returns to Earth. What if the crisis hadn't happened? It should be summer vacation now. I might light a stick of incense in front of my grandma's grave in my hometown, then clean the house in my hometown, return to the city again at this time. I might work 2 jobs at an internet cafe. I work as a network administrator and also help with sanitation. The salary is not high. 1,800 yuan, but take care of food and shelter. We can't go back, can't go back. When Lu Dali heard Zhang Wei say this, can't help but sigh. He still missed the days of working in the canteen, money saved by oneself. There are even hundreds left over to send home every month. Yes, there is no going back. Zhao Zhenxiang lit a homemade cigarette. This time it was not made of toilet paper. It's made from the leaves of the camphor tree. It has a light fragrance when smoked. Zhao Zhenxiang no longer uses toilet paper to make cigarettes, because Zhang Wei Lao called his nickname toilet paper intentionally or unintentionally in public. This is embarrassing for him. Even Lu Renjia's nickname is Butcher. Something, butterflies are called. Blood butterfly, Pei Wu is also called. Magic dance, he is the only one, it's called toilet paper. Since Zhou En used a rheumatism plaster he found, after curing Hu Lai's waist sprain, he was called a doctor by Hu Lai. Because Zhou En does know something about medicine, for example, applying saliva to mosquito bites can relieve itching. There is also a spoonful of sugar under the tongue that can stop people from burping. After, let's just use code names to correspond. Although we all know our names, but I still use nicknames. Zhang Wei thought of his past life, most of the time. They are nicknamed each other. So many people even forget their original names. For example, Zhang Wei himself, when he had one arm, was called Yanghua, the sad hand. Is my nickname the chopstick killer you mentioned? Lu Dali thought for a long time, and thought he should choose a cooler nickname, preferably related to his weapon chopsticks. But he had no idea for a long time. Why not just be called Power King? Zhang Wei said after thinking for a long time. And he remembered a movie he had seen. Why this name? Lu Dali was stunned. We will help you spread the word. You are so powerful that you always like to poke zombies in the anus with a stick, regardless of gender. This is good, this is good. It's okay if you don't call it a stick. After hearing this, Zhao Zhenxiang clapped his hands and praised, finally. I have a nickname that is more despicable than my own toilet paper. You go to hell. The good old man Lu Dali finally couldn't bear it anymore. He beat Zhao Zhenxiang hard. He didn't dare to beat Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was suddenly stunned. He recalled the memories of his previous life. There really is a place in this city called Stick People. And he was once the leader of Baidao, but this person later became seriously ill, so the city became Big Mingzi. The world. Stick. And Big Mingzi is the fateful enemy. It's a pity that he died. I don't know what their fate will be in the future. Amidst the noise of several people fighting, Zhang Wei's thoughts returned to reality. Lu Dali. King of Strength. Nickname, it was just settled. Lu Dali himself felt a little scared when he heard this nickname. After he thought deeply, I think this nickname is pretty good. Of course, you don't have to use chopsticks to kill zombies yourself. A sharpened stick or something will do. Boss, what should we call you? Zhou asked while massaging Hu Lai's waist. I haven't thought of it yet. Just don't call me Wei Gu. Just call me boss for now. Although it has a bit of gangster flavor. But in this end-time survival, it's all about who is more gangster. Doctor. Stick. Toilet paper. Blood butterfly. Magic dance. Uncle Hu Lai. We will call you housekeeper from now on. Uncle Wang Jing. The director of discipline. Let's call him instructor. Or coach. Coach is better. Coach of the 800,000 Imperial Guards. Zhang Wei said after thinking for a while. This Zhang Wei has his own purpose, after all. Hu Lai and Wang Jing are separated by generations. If you call them uncle, there is a distinction between honor and inferiority. It's not easy to control them myself. It doesn't matter if I change my code name, presumably the two of them wouldn't mind. Call it whatever you want. Wang Jing replied indifferently. He seemed to be worried. Actually, I have another purpose for doing this. After having these nicknames, from now on we will call each other by nicknames in the future. Others will not know our true identity, don't know our friendship, didn't know we were from the same school. This way we have no weaknesses, will not be threatened. Zhang Wei added. Everyone nodded in agreement. Have a good rest today. We'll search the faculty apartments tomorrow. Zhang Wei finally said. General, hey. In the chess game. Hu Lai placed his cannon in front of Wang Jing's commander. Chapter 82A Faculty Apartments. Early the next morning, Zhang Wei woke up. After washing, he took the knife with him. After hesitating for a moment, I put on my homemade waist protector again. This waist protector is made of disposable lunch boxes. The fold specially made inside. This pleat can be used to insert chopsticks. Zhang Wei randomly took 3 chopsticks that Lu Dali sharpened last night. Chopsticks and butcher knife, enough for him to deal with all dangerous situations. Before departure, he began to think about the faculty apartments he had wanted to search for from the beginning. It also seems to be the source of this zombie crisis. If the bite on the female invigilator's leg was not caused on the road, it must have happened in the faculty apartment. Although Zhang Wei was not very familiar with the female invigilator, he knew that she lived in this apartment. If she was bitten the day before, she should have had enough time to ask for leave. But if she was bitten on the same day, she would not have had time to ask for leave, and could not find a replacement invigilator. So she went to the examination room after a simple bandage. Then at the moment when the exam ends at 5 o'clock, became a zombie. Different from Zhang Ye being scratched, it took one night to turn into a zombie. This is the time when the teacher turns into a zombie. It probably only lasted one afternoon. So, the one who bit her, will it show up in the faculty housing? Where is the source of everything? Zhang Wei conjectured. The dean of students may be an insider. It's just that he wants to hide something. Of course, this concealment may not be malicious. With this kind of doubt, Zhang Wei led a group of 8 people. He walked to the door downstairs of the faculty apartment. This is a stainless steel gate. Most likely it was modified later, because the door is obviously much newer. A big lock on the door. Lock it from the outside in. And to the left of the gate, it's a small door that opens with a key. This kind of gate is also called Zima Gate. Just an ordinary trip. Just go through the small door that is as high as one person. But if you want to move large furniture, or if it is convenient to enter and exit, usually the door will still be open. The security of the school is not very good. Students or teachers' belongings are often lost. So the corridors, balconies and windows on the first and second floors, all are equipped with stainless steel guardrails. Together with these gates, let this faculty apartment look far away. It's like a prison. Just as Zhouan took out his hammer, when I planned to break the lock on the door, Dean of Students Wang Jing stopped Zhouan. Pull out a small metal key. I have the key. Wang Jing raised the object in his hand. Oh, coach. You didn't tell me earlier. Zhouan has now begun to slowly get used to calling Wang Jing teacher. Wang Jing gently inserted the key into the keyhole. Then twist. But after the door opened, but he hesitated not to go in. Zhang Wei thought of the temptation the day before. At that time, I found the mobile phone that I had thrown away, passed it to Wang Jing, and asked Wang Jing if he wanted to call his home phone number. Then, he was rejected by Wang Jing. This apartment building has a total of 6 floors. Director Wang, what floor is your home on? Lu Dali took out a sharp knife. This was the first time Zhang Wei had seen him be so cautious, because most of the time before, they all used chopsticks. 4th floor, let me lead the way. Wang Jing took the lead, walking in front quietly. Following closely behind was Lu Dali. Zhang Wei is in charge of the rear. This lineup is perfect. Zhang Wei knows, even if you encounter zombies or other emergencies in the corridor, you should be able to handle it. A group of 9 people chose to walk upstairs, because there is no elevator in this apartment. You can hear needle drops throughout the corridor. It looks like there have never been any zombies here. But Zhang Wei doesn't think so, because he saw blood stains, and it was a spray of blood. Blood stains spread on the wall. It shows that there have been fierce battles here. But the blood has solidified. Black blood stains indicate that the battle occurred in the past. Blood stains become oxidized over time. I don't know if it's human blood, or the blood of zombies. After other people saw this, I was also secretly frightened, because they have been here for more than 10 days. Some rich zombie hunting experience know how these bloodstains are produced. Blood has no rules. It shows that the battle at that time was chaotic. It's most likely a battle between survivors and zombies. Zhang Wei said analytically later. The others nodded in agreement. But walking all the way, once on the third floor, there was nothing unusual. Zhang Wei is an observant and careful person. In the middle where every 2 floors are connected, you can see the existence of dry powder fire extinguishers. This thing can be regarded as a handy weapon for everyone. Moreover, spraying dry powder can also disrupt the sight and hearing of zombies. The small team went all the way up. There was nothing unusual when we reached the 4th floor. There was no blood on the hallway floor. Did the fight only happen in the corridor? Zhou had also felt something was wrong. More like a chase from the 1st floor to the top floor, or escape from upstairs to downstairs. Finally, Zhang Wei found sporadic blood stains at the stairwell on the 4th floor. The blood was dripping on the ground. But it seems to have been artificially processed. Zhang Wei analyzed the depth of the remaining blood stains, probably came to a conclusion. The ground had been artificially mopped with a mop or rag. Is it the same cannibalism drama as in Uncle Death's house? Zhang Wei came to a conclusion instantly. Or maybe it's something a misophobic survivor does. The blood stains on the wall stopped abruptly after the 4th floor. It seems to indicate that there was no fighting between the 5th and 6th floors. Are there any residents on the upper 2 floors? Zhang Wei asked Wang Jing. He looked at the inner floors of the faculty apartments. I don't know exactly who lives there. Have. Wang Jing thought for a while, and then said, You know? Wang Jing said quietly. Which room on the 4th floor do you live in? Zhang Wei came out of the stairs, standing in the middle of the 4th floor, looked to the left and right. There are probably 4 or 5 doors on each side. The layout of this apartment, there are about 10 suites on each floor. It's said to be a kit. It's because it's not a small room, like a dormitory. It has a structure of 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom. This is standard in faculty housing. The school provides it free of charge to faculty and staff who do not have a house, or whose houses are far away. The rent is free, but the water and electricity bills are paid by themselves. 401 and 402 Wang Jing replied. You live in 2 suites? Zhang Wei was a little surprised. Yes. Wang Ruzhen and I are a combined family. When we were assigned apartments before, we did not know each other yet. So we had 2 houses. Later, after we got married and lived together, we simply demolished the wall in the middle and made a glass massage door, combining the 2 apartments into one. So it is equivalent to having a larger house. Wang Jing adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said seriously, The lenses of his glasses are extremely large, almost covering the whole face. Just be transparent. Zhang Wei even felt that the identity of the instructor of the Forbidden Army, it's not very consistent with his elegant temperament. I heard that Director Wang Jing seemed to have been a soldier before. It was a school assigned to me after I was transferred from the military. It's just that Zhang Wei doesn't know what kind of military branch it is. But being a soldier requires vision. Wang Jing wears such big myopia glasses. Maybe he's an art soldier. Is Wang Ruzhen your wife? Zhang Wei remembered what Zhao Jinxiong said at the beginning. In Wang Jiao's dormitory on the 6th floor, found a large bag of dog food. That dog food got them through the most difficult time of lack of food. That's the dog food Wang Jiao bought for his dog. Giant Samoyed dog food for an entire summer vacation. Because after the summer vacation, express delivery will no longer be delivered to the school. It will be more troublesome to carry it to the school gate. Zhang Wei met Pei Wu for the first time before. I heard she said that the dog was raised by a person named Ms. Wang. Then Ms. Wang turned into a zombie. The dog was taken away by the deaf uncle's grandson Xiaobao. Then, there was the tragedy at the deaf uncle's house. When Zhang Wei met Wang Jing in the canteen, tell Wang Jing the news that Ms. Wang was killed and turned into a zombie. But Wang Jing said that she was his sister-in-law. He just looks like his wife. Zhang Wei believed this at the time. Because Pei Wu said that after the dog turned into a zombie, unwilling to follow its master any longer, so he was taken away by Xiaobao. And Zhang Wei guessed, real reason, it's because of the dog walker, that is, Wang Jing's sister-in-law, not the real owner of the dog. That's why Smiling Angel Samoyed shows resistance. After all, a person becomes a zombie, the smell on his body will still be retained. An animal with a sensitive nose, like a dog, should be able to tell the difference. So, the real Ms. Wang Ruzhen, Ms. Wang, who had a phone call with Dean of Students Wang Jing shortly after the zombie crisis broke out, she should be in the room in front of me. Zhang Wei stood in the middle of the 2 doors, waiting for Wang Jing to open the door. Regardless of whether he opens the 401 door, it's still the 402 door. Chapter 82. Be patient 0. Zhang Wei waited for the Dean of Students. Wang Jing. to open the door to room 401 or 402. But after Wang Jing took out a key, but no action has been taken. At this time Zhang Wei should have said something like, "Don't worry, Mrs. G. People have their own destiny." Something like that. But he couldn't say it out loud, because he expected that the people inside may have. Finally, when Lu Dali wanted to take over the key, when helping to open the door, Wang Jing took action. He inserted the key into the door lock of 401, then twist. The key can be turned a small half-turn, and then got stuck, can't twist anymore. Did I get the wrong key? Lu Dali was very close. This detail was observed. No, I'll change it. The dean of students answered. Everyone thought he wanted to change a key. Unexpectedly, he changed the door lock. He pulled out the key, reinserted it into the door lock of 402. Then twist, the door opened in response. There is a small hall upon entering. At the end there are two doors. One on the left and one on the right. In the middle of the wall on the left side of the small hall, there is a massage door. Zhang Wei knows that is the so-called modified sliding door, because it is not a load-bearing wall, so even if this wall is completely demolished, it won't matter much. The dean of students and his wife Wang, probably because the room was too small, so I made this modification. You guys wait for me here, Wang Jing said to the remaining 8 people. He meant to let the remaining people wait for him in this living room. I'll come with you. Lu Dali stepped forward and wanted to join him. He never put down the knife he held in his hand. Fine, don't worry about me. Wang Jing patted Lu Dali's shoulder gently. He did not enter the room on the other side of the massage door. Instead, he went to the room on the left side of the small hall. Then it comes out after dozens of seconds. He threw 2 large bags of stuff on the shrink sofa in the small hall. It turned out to be 2 bags of compressed rice. This is the shopping card that the school gave to teachers during the May Day holiday. I didn't know what to buy, and I was afraid that the card would expire at the end of the year and be wasted, so I bought a few bags of rice and vegetable oil. The oil is in the kitchen, I'll give it to you. Wang Jing went to the room on the right again. Zhang Wei glanced sideways, and probably saw a range hood. It turned out that the room was converted into a kitchen. Wang Jing came out with 2 barrels of vegetable oil, one of which was not opened, and the other was used up by nearly 1/3. Director Wang, this. Zhang Wei pointed at something on the ground but hesitated to speak. Because Zhang Wei knows, Wang Jing said before, had a phone call with his wife. Materials and water are sufficient. There is a high probability that his wife will survive. But the food looked untouched. Take them all away later. Cooking is available in the school cafeteria. Wang Jing said calmly. How about we cook here? Hu Dai hasn't finished speaking yet. Zhang Wei stopped him with his eyes. Doesn't Wang Jing know that you can cook here? There must be a reason why he didn't mention it. After taking out the rice and oil, Wang Jing did not go anywhere else. I stood there stunned for a few seconds, finally went to the massage door, then closed the massage door. It means I don't want other people to enter. People outside heard Wang Jing wailing inside. Everyone was shocked by the painful cry. Because although Master Wang Jing is not as perverted and brave as Zhang Wei, but he is also a very mature person mentally, be very stable. And now, he actually started to cry like a child or a naughty village woman. Zhang Wei no longer hesitated, pushed open the glass door and go in. Others followed and walked in. The previous scene shocked everyone. I saw only one woman, being tied to a wheelchair, her neck and limbs. They were all secured with ropes and wires. What Zhang Wei can be sure of is that this woman has turned into a zombie. Because he smelled zombies. Zhang Wei could not imagine this woman is the wife of the Dean of Students, because in his impression, the wife of Dean of Students Wang Jing, he is a person who usually takes care of things delicately. And this woman, almost all my hair fell out. Some of the teeth are also falling out and loose. Saliva flows from the mouth, mixed with blood. After seeing the living person come in, he grinned happily and excitedly. If Zhang Wei were to describe it, this woman looks very much like someone Zhang Wei saw on TV. It's the old woman Qiu Qianqi from the Jueqing Valley in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Disheveled hair, sitting in a wheelchair at this time. Wang Ruzhen and Qiu Qianqi had similar virtues. Zhang Wei did not expect that the Dean of Students, Wang Jing, had real feelings for this woman. You could tell from his crying just now. Because of the rumors, it's because the two of them are not getting along as a couple, have been separated for a long time. And when Wang Jing opened the door just now, even the door opened wrongly, this rumor is almost confirmed. Director Wang, did you tie this up? Hu Dai pointed at the woman and said, because this zombie is a bit abnormal, although his face is haggard, but the clothes are neat. It seemed like someone had taken good care of it. Wang Jing said nothing, just shook his head. Vomit. The sound of Zhou En's vomiting could be heard next to him. Everyone looked at him with surprised eyes. Although this zombie is a bit disgusting, but it won't make you want to vomit. Right? The bathroom, inside, vomit. Zhou En vomited again. This smells like blood. There's something wrong with the bathroom. Zhang Wei looked in the direction Zhou En was going and said. It turns out that Zhou En just took advantage of a few people's confusion and quietly opened the bathroom door of this room. He probably remembered what Zhang Wei said, confirmed the safety of the on-site environment. Zhang Wei walked over, took a glance. I was also secretly frightened. It's a slaughterhouse. When other people still want to come over and check, Zhang Wei stopped him with a wave of his hand. Zhang Wei knows. One more person can view it. There will only be one more person who wants to vomit. Yes, Zhang Wei saw a slaughterhouse. In other words, it is a Shura field. But those who were slaughtered inside, definitely not a beast, not zombies. But people, live people. People were disemboweled like pigs and hung on the wall. It doesn't count to say it's a hang-up. Instead, it was tied to the PVC sewage pipe standing in the corner of the bathroom. The internal organs inside were hollowed out. The 5 internal organs and 6 internal organs are arranged in categories in large bowls. There are cutting marks on it. What Zhang Wei can confirm is that this person is definitely not a zombie. He checked it carefully. This man is about 40 or 50 years old. One of the legs is slightly shorter. He seems to be lame. Zhang Wei understood. This is a disabled person. He finally understood the origin of the wheelchair outside. This is someone who killed the owner of the wheelchair. Then he tied the transformed Wang Ruzhen to a wheelchair. But it doesn't need to be like this to kill someone. Because the whole city was without water and electricity, the blood stains in this bathroom will definitely not be rinsed away. Looking at the liver and human meat placed in a big bowl, Zhang Wei finally knew the reason. Someone is using fresh human flesh or human liver, feeding this zombie. So, did this person get the instruction from the dean of students? Wang Jing? Zhang Wei walked out of the bathroom, closed the door tightly, then he looked at Director Wang Jing, waiting for him to speak. If I'm not wrong, this woman in a wheelchair, he should be patient 0, that is, the source of the zombie outbreak on the entire campus. Zhang Wei looked at Wang Jing and said. Chapter 83 Canadians. Wang Jing still didn't speak. Do you know what happened in the bathroom? Zhang Wei knows. Things in the bathroom. It was definitely not Wang Jing's fault. He has an alibi. Since this time, he has been with his teammates in the squad. Before, neither he nor Hu Lai had ever left the canteen. And what happened in this bathroom? The time should be just 1 or 2 days, because Zhang Wei smelled blood. If a long time has passed, that's the rancid smell, or the corpse is infested with maggots. Wang Jing glanced in the direction of the bathroom, then he asked calmly, is Jiahao's body inside? Jiahao? This time it was Zhao Zhenxiong's turn to be a little surprised. Because his former dormitory was on the same floor as Wang Jiahao, obviously I know Jiahao, so he immediately opened the door and rushed in. Vomit. The sound of vomiting came from the bathroom. People outside knew what was going on inside without even thinking about it. After several days of practice, this guy Zhao Zhenxiong, by the time I reached the end, chopping zombies' heads has become as stress-free as chopping melons and vegetables. Even he vomited. So inside? No, not Jiahao. After Zhao Zhenxiong came out, he said weakly, not Jiahao? Wang Jing showed a strange expression. Then he stared at Wang Ruzhen, who turned into a zombie and stopped talking. Wrong, there is a problem. Zhang Wei looked at Lu Dali. Lu Dali also turned his head to Zhang Wei. Both of them sensed something fishy. Since Wang Jing is so sad about Wang Ruzhen's death, why do you seem so indifferent to Wang Jiahao? He didn't even think about getting up and going to the bathroom to take a look. Isn't this son his biological son? As if he had guessed what Zhang Wei and the others were thinking, Wang Jing smiled bitterly and said, we are a combined family. Wang Jiahao is not my biological son, but when I was with Wang Ruzhen, I didn't know that she had a son in Canada. Yes, Wang Jiahao is a mixed-race child. His biological father is Canadian. Zhao Zhenxiong added on the side. Are you talking about a person with blue pupils, the one with white hair, who seems to have mysophobia, who changes clothes every day? Zhou En said after thinking for a while. Yes. 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 It's him. You should have seen him. Zhao Zhenxiong said. After all, a mixed-race person is still very conspicuous among the students in this school. It turned out to be him. Zhang Wei finally remembered that he seemed to have seen this person in the toilet or cafeteria before. However, he was bullied by Su Long and others at that time. When he encountered such non-mainstream people with white hair, he usually avoided them. It's better to have less trouble than more. Zhang Wei didn't even look at this person, and didn't know that his pupils were blue. No wonder his hair is dyed white. No one cares about it in school. It turns out that his stepfather is the dean of students. The dean of students can't even control it. Who cares? Lu Renjiao was also muttering aside. Apparently he had also met this non-mainstream student. Canadian, he is probably also a transfer student. No wonder he buys imported dog food from the United States to feed his dog. Zhang Wei thought for a while, if you buy your own dog food, I will definitely give priority to choosing cheap domestic products. As long as it doesn't kill the dog. Zhang Wei sorted everything out. He probably understands the cause and effect. It should be Wang Jiahao, who killed someone, used to feed his corpse-turned mother. Certainly, he may not know, zombies do not feed human flesh, nor will he die anytime soon. Then where did Wang Jiahao go? Zhang Wei said to himself. He thought of the blood stains on the walls from the 1st to 4th floors. If those are all victims, there should be more corpses, but there was only this disabled man's body in this bathroom. Could it be that Wang Jiahao was madly chasing survivors between the 1st and 4th floors? Zhang Wei remembered that the walls from the 4th floor up were clean. The floors from the 1st to 4th floors are also clean. Then I remembered what Joan said just now. A person with blue pupils, the one with white hair. It seems that I have mysophobia. I change my clothes every day. I can't help but look at the ceiling. When Zhang Wei asked if there were any residents upstairs, Director Wang Jing said yes. And when Zhang Wei asked Wang Jing if he knew him, Wang Jing also said yes. The reason why Wang Ruzhen and I don't get along is also because of Jiahao. This is a scandal in my family. But it doesn't matter if I tell you. Jiahao always wanted us to divorce, and then let his mother go to Canada with him. But I didn't agree. So the matter dragged on. Later, in order to make his mother compromise, Jiahao simply moved in with his mother, and even changed the door lock. But later, Wang Ruzhen secretly gave me a key. Is your relationship with Master's wife real? Zhang Wei asked. Because except for the crying just now, he had been indifferent to Wang Ruzhen's life and death. But there was no need for him to pretend like this in front of everyone. Then there is only one possibility. He already knew that Wang Ruzhen had turned into a zombie. It is definitely impossible to say that there is no emotion. We have lived together for more than 10 years. Wang Ruzhen still hopes that the three of us can start a new family. She doesn't want to go to Canada, but Jiahao didn't accept it. She has been unable to do anything. Not long ago, he said that he and Jiahao traveled to Hawaii together. I hope I can convince Jiahao. I quietly looked at the chat history on his cell phone. She chatted with a foreigner, probably her ex-husband, but I don't understand what they're talking about. And I don't want to understand. Wang Jing continued. So is the teacher's wife patient zero, that is, the first person in the entire campus to become a zombie? Zhang Wei felt that he was gradually approaching the truth. I don't know. Wang Jing answered directly. Does the invigilator also live on this floor? Zhang Wei asked. Invigilator? What invigilator? Wang Jing didn't know that the invigilator was the first person in the examination room to turn into a zombie. Luofun, the teacher's name is Luofun. Joan added. During the English final exam, he and Zhang Wei were in the same examination room. Luofun? She is my wife's best friend, who often comes to visit. Sure enough, I understand. Everything makes sense. When teacher Luofun came to visit, she was bitten accidentally, and then she went to the examination room to supervise the exam without any treatment. It might be useless even if she treated it. After being bitten by a zombie, any treatment is useless. Later, the zombie virus spread. Later, either the water source was polluted or the air was polluted. The whole campus and the whole city were transformed into zombies. Everything was caused by Wang Ruzhen. Zhang Wei said excitedly. He felt that he was about to find out the truth. But when did Wang Ruzhen transform into a corpse? Lu Dali interrupted. Everyone turned their attention to Wang Jing. Maybe he was the only one who had contact with Wang Ruzhen, know this truth. I have no idea, but I know, on the day when the zombies broke out in the school, Wang Ruzhen has become like this. Zhang Wei, I didn't lie to you. I did have a phone call with Wang Ruzhen. And it was a video call. But the person who answered the call was Wang Jiahao. There was still a signal at that time. At that time I saw Wang Ruzhen like this. He was tied to a stool with a rope. Bare your teeth at me. I know it's over. She has turned into a zombie. I was just deceiving myself when I said she was still alive. I just want to confirm. But now, I've found the answer. Wang Jing looked at the zombie, who was still grinning at him, and smiled bitterly. Wang Jing looked at Wang Ruzhen's ankle again, wrist, and neck in addition to the rope. There is also a wire. It seems that Wang Jiahao has provided a double layer of insurance for his mother. But I know one thing, this virus may be related to the Canadian. Wang Jing thought for a while, and then said, "How can I see it? Don't you understand their chat history?" That time I came back from Hawaii, he brought a cosmetics gift box. She said it was mailed to her by her ex-husband. I didn't expose her lie, but after she used that cosmetic, then he started to have a low fever, there are sores on the face. Teeth also began to fall out. My sister-in-law said it was a skin allergy, and it was no big deal. Just take some antibiotics and it'll be fine. I don't care. Sister-in-law? Zhang Wei remembered where he had heard of this sister-in-law. That's the person you mentioned who was walking the dog near the girls' dormitory. She looks a lot like my wife. She's my wife's cousin, and can be considered my sister-in-law. Oh, that person has already turned into a zombie, so... All of this seems to be related to that Canadian. Zhang Wei muttered, stroking his chin. This zombie crisis that has swept the world and almost caused the extinction of mankind is related to that Canadian. Is he the mastermind, or just one of the pawns? Zhang Wei has no idea yet. Chapter 84. The cremation is safe. Don't think about that Canadian. Zhang Wei feels that there are more important things in front of him. This matter may be the most properly handled. That is the life of Ms. Wang, who has become a zombie. Wang Jing looked up at Zhang Wei, then he lowered his head again. He knew what Zhang Wei wanted to do. Maybe he wants to persuade Zhang Wei not to do so. So he has never revealed to Zhang Wei. But his heart is contradictory. By this time his wife was dead. Let her live as a zombie. It will only add to the pain in vain. This pain is the pain of living people. It is also the pain of death. So before Zhang Wei took out the knife, Wang Jing had already taken out his knife. But my whole body couldn't stop shaking. Haven't been able to get started. After all, this is the closest person who has been with me for more than 10 years. Finally, Wang Jing closed his eyes, as if he had made up his mind, stabbed the knife into the zombie's neck. But he had to stop halfway. His hand was tightly grasped by Lu Dali, and he could no longer move forward. "Let me do it," Lu Dali said indifferently. "Let me do it myself." Wang Jing wanted to continue. "Do you want to live in guilt and pain for the rest of your life?" Lu Dali said. He signaled to Pei Wu, and Hu Dai at the scene with his eyes. The two understood and pulled Wang Jing out of the room, to the room where the rice was stored before. "Let's go. It is most appropriate for Lu Dali to do this," Zhang Wei said to the remaining people. Because Lu Dali always wanted to repay Wang Jing's kindness, and help Wang Jing prevent him from falling into guilt in his life, it was also his way of repaying his debt to Wang Jing. It must be killed. When Zhang Wei was the last one to go out, he leaned into Lu Dali's ear, and said to Lu Dali. He took one last glance at the bathroom. Lu Dali turned around and walked over. He opened the door, and took a look. He understood the meaning of Zhang Wei's words. If this zombie doesn't die, there will also be people who kill living people to feed it. This killing will not end yet. Lu Dali is not a person who is afraid of trouble. Without hesitation, he cut off the neck of Wang Ruzhen, who had turned into a zombie. After confirming that the zombie is dead, Lu Dali walked out of the room again. But facing the sad Wang Jing, he didn't know what to say either. He is also a man of few words. The only way to deal with it is silence. Is it better to be laid to rest? Zhang Wei asked Director Wang Jing for his opinion. After all, this is his relative. If it's Zhang Wei's grandma or someone else, Zhang Wei might take the body away, find a place with green mountains and green waters, dig another hole and bury it. Just like the deaf uncle's family buried him in the flower bed in front of the girls' dormitory. Burn it! Wang Jing hesitated and then said. It seems that Wang Jing is not a very traditional person either. So Zhang Wei called a few boys, helped carry the body to the empty corridor outside. Also called Zhouan, 2 people dismantled the wooden sofa in Wang Jing's house. There are also 2 wooden plank beds. Then he used a hammer to open the door locks of several nearby apartments. More flammable materials were moved out. When knocking on the door lock, Zhang Wei heard the roar of crazy zombies coming from upstairs. Listen to the frequency of sound. The number of zombies is estimated to be quite large. I just don't know if the man named Wang Jiahao is still alive. But he doesn't plan to explore anymore, because the zombies were not attracted downstairs by the sound that's being trapped in a room. Zhang Wei placed the wheelchair on the ground, then stacked things like wood around the wheelchair. In this way, the fire is equivalent to being hollow inside. Metal wheelchairs will not be completely burned. Several people then moved Wang Ruzhen's body up. Then 9 people stood at the end of the corridor. Yes, they planned to wait until the body was cremated before leaving. But the corridor space is small. It is estimated that once the fire breaks out, there is no more retreat. It's better to stay at Wang Jing's house, relatively safe, and the food hasn't been taken away yet. Wang Jing found several sets of books from nowhere. Very exquisite, he found a lighter from the kitchen, then set the title pages of those books on fire, then tear the paper of another book, throw them in one by one. Not long after, the wood was ignited by the paper underneath. The fire is getting bigger and bigger. Wang Jing knows enough, so he threw the remaining books on the fire. Zhang Wei glanced at it and said, "The top book, its fortress besieged by Qian Zhongshu." Zhao Zhenxiong saw that Wang Jing's used lighter was still on the ground. He immediately put it into his pocket happily in front of everyone. It just so happened that my lighter was out of fuel," Zhao Zhenxiong explained. He was worried that Wang Jing would also kick the lighter into the fire. Not long after, the air was filled with the aroma of meat. Several girls even took out masks from their backpacks and put them on. Zhang Wei thinks this is unnecessary. The rotting zombies can smell the stench. Why can't I smell this meaty aroma? Don't tell me you're still a little hungry. Wang Jing looked at the raging fire, kneeled down on her knees. The tears couldn't stop flowing. Zhang Wei then asked everyone to go find some flammable materials. Preferably something like wood. He was worried that there was not enough wood in the fire. After all, cremate a person, there are still a lot of flammable materials needed. The fire burned for 2 or 3 hours, then slowly extinguished. The ceiling of the entire corridor was smoke black. The walls are also pitch black. Liangtang is no longer seen. Zhang Wei looked at the pile of ashes on the ground. No, that is what is called ashes. So he ran to Wang Jing, who was already slumped on the floor of the room. Asked if there is anything like an urn or something like that. Wang Jing thought for a moment, shook his head. Lu Dali felt that he should leave Wang Jing in his thoughts. So I rummaged through boxes and cabinets to find, finally, I found a 4-liter rice cooker in a utility room. Just make do with it, Lu Dali said indifferently. Then I found a spatula in the kitchen. Then he shoveled the ashes into the rice cooker one by one. At Zhang Wei's reminder, the shovel only shovels the ashes near the wheelchair. Most of them are cremated ashes. Finally, the rice cooker was placed in front of Wang Jing. Wang Jing stared at the rice cooker in a daze. But he is no longer sad. I lifted the rice cooker and placed it on the kitchen chopping board. I also found incense and candles. I took a lighter from Zhao Zhenxiong and lit it. When 8 people followed Wang Jing and bowed respectfully. A white figure rushed in from outside. A few people thought they were zombies, just about to take a defensive stance, unexpectedly. The figure ran directly to the room inside the sliding door. Then the figure rushed out again, with red eyes. He shouted to the worshippers, "Where is my mother? Where did you do my mother? Who asked you to light a fire in the corridor?" "Your mother, she already?" Zhouwen stammered. I didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Only then did everyone realize that the person who came in was a white-haired man. It's just that this man's clothes are very strange, because he was wearing a transparent raincoat, but it wasn't raining outside. Is it possible that you have mysophobia to this extent? Zhang Wei felt very strange. If you guessed correctly, then this person is Wang Jiahao. Who asked you to cook in my kitchen? Did you start a fire when there was no power? How did you get in? Wang Jiahao saw 8 or 9 people standing behind a rice cooker. I thought they were getting ready to eat. Jiahao, it's me. Wang Jing squeezed out from the crowd. He was worshipping before, stand at the front, so I was blocked by 7 or 8 people behind me. Wang Jing, who let you in? I told you that you are not welcome in our home. Baina saw Wang Jing. He seemed to be furious. Jiahao, your mother has turned into a zombie. Do you know zombies? She is no longer human. Zhao Zhenxiong also squeezed out of the crowd. When Wang Jiahao saw Zhao Zhenxiong, his expression softened. Apparently the 2 men should have known each other before. Then where did you do my mother? Next door. Wang Jiahao remembered when he just rushed in. The door next door is open, so he rushed to the next door. After he left, Wang Jing glanced at Zhang Wei, then he said, it's better to tell him the truth. Not long after, Wang Jiahao rushed back angrily. He grabbed Wang Jing's collar and yelled, "Where are the people? Where did you go?" When Wang Jing was about to speak, Pei Wu pointed her little finger at the big rice cooker and said timidly, Your mother is in that rice cooker." Chapter 85 Killer Ape. Wang Jiahao's face turned pale instantly. Don't get me wrong, we didn't stew your mother and eat her, we cremated her. This is the rice cooker for her ashes. Zhao Zhenxiong explained embarrassedly. Go to hell. Wang Jiahao glanced at the rice cooker, and then thought of the black corridor he had just entered and the wheelchair that was burned beyond recognition, and rushed towards Zhao Zhenxiong angrily. Zhao Zhenxiong was someone he knew, but now he seemed to have become his greatest enemy. Now that you know me, then why not save her? Wang Jiahao took out an unknown weapon from his pocket and stabbed Zhao Zhenxiong. Zhao Zhenxiong subconsciously stretched out his palm to block a sound. Ouch. There came. Zhao Zhenxiong kicked Wang Jiahao away with a painful kick. When several people looked at it again, I found Zhao Zhenxiong's left hand covering his right hand. His right hand was bleeding profusely. Wang Jiahao showed a hearty smile, showing the items in his hand, a metal screwdriver. This is an item similar to a screwdriver, but it's slightly shorter than the screwdriver. But it's also smaller and sharper. Zhang Wei knew that if Zhao Zhenxiong had not subconsciously blocked it just now, the screwdriver would have pierced his chest. Once the heart or abdomen was pierced by this thing, Zhao Zhenxiong would be almost dead in a place where there was no hospital for surgery. Zhao Zhenxiong covered his bleeding hand with disbelief. He thought he and Wang Jiahao were half friends. He survived by eating the dog food he left behind. So the two of them still had some connection. Certainly, if he was the same as Zhouwen or Zhang Wei or Lu Dali before, entering the bathroom that looked like a slaughterhouse, he probably wouldn't think so. But Zhao Zhenxiong also calmed down. After going through this period of time, he knows that people in the last days will change. Just like the deaf uncle's family, there is no normal person. So Zhao Zhenxiong took out a hemostatic bandage from his trouser pocket, wrapped around the hand. These are the supplies Zhang Wei found in the infirmary. Everyone is equipped as standard, just in case of emergencies. Then he also drew the butcher's knife from his back. Since you are unkind, of course I am unjust. Everyone uses jeans fabric, stacked stainless steel plates, made as scabbard, so close to the back of the backpack. Everyone surrounded Wang Jiahao. Circled in the living room, even blocking his retreat, even Wang Jing made up his mind after hesitating for a moment. Stood together. Wang Jiahao was also a little confused for a moment. Unexpectedly, everyone here has a knife on them. Because most of the people he saw at first were dressed as students. He has seen both Wang Jing and the salesman. Nothing to worry about. Unexpectedly, I encountered a tough problem, still a hornet's nest. Wang Jiahao changed the screwdriver to his left hand in front of everyone. His right hand reached into the pocket of his clothes. Zhang Wei could see something like a cylinder through his clothes, but don't know what it is. You have to think clearly. There are 8 of us here. Even if you have a chance to take action, I can't leave this room alive. Zhang Wei threatened. He never thought about letting this guy go. Leaving aside the previous bathroom murder, this guy attacks disabled people and sneak attacks on his own teammates. He's already on his death list. And he has no blood relationship with Wang Jing. Kill him yourself. There won't be any guilt. And the reason why I talk so much nonsense, I just don't want my teammates to suffer any casualties. Because he doesn't know what exactly is in Wang Jiahao's pocket. This is caution for survival in the apocalypse. Another reason is that, when Wang Jiahao was surrounded, Wang Jing did not join in at first, but he joined in later. He didn't know that if his teammates killed Wang Jiahao, will Wang Jing stop it? After all, Wang Jiahao is the biological son of the woman he loves. There are 8 of you. There are 4 of us too. A voice came from the door. All people turned their eyes to the door they came in from. I saw 3 other people standing at the door. One of them had his waist crotched. His head almost hit the door frame. This person is at least 1.9 meters tall. This is everyone's first thought after seeing it. Is this person a native of the country? This is everyone's second thought, because his skin is dark. Mandarin is not standard either, more like Southeast Asians or Africans. As for the other 2, they are all students of this school. It can be seen from their school uniforms that. But they are all new faces without much impression. When Zheng Wei saw this tall man, suddenly shocked and speechless. Because he had seen this guy. In the ring of the previous life. In the end times. Underground rings are often used for life and death duels, to determine the ownership of certain interests, and the winning condition of this kind of ring is to spare no effort to kill the opponent in the ring. And Zheng Wei happened to see this guy in an underground ring by accident. Ape. This is his nickname. Of course, his nickname may not have been spread at this time, but Zhang Wei knew how terrible this guy was. When Zhang Wei saw this guy, he had already won 4 ring matches. Ape, also known as Filipino, because his nationality is Filipino. Used to be a mercenary in the Golden Triangle. and later retired to work as a private bodyguard for rich people. But for some reason, he got involved with Wang Jiahao. Zhang Wei guessed that it might be related to Wang Jiahao's biological father, the Canadian. This tall guy is not only a mercenary, but also a very good killer. Zhang Wei knew that although the people at the scene had sufficient experience in hunting zombies, no one was a match for Ape. "Boss, what do you think?" the tall man shouted outside the door. "Kill them," Wang Jiahao answered without thinking. "I'm not sure." The tall man glanced at the people at the scene, and then spoke. "Are you not sure you can kill them? Killing them is no problem. I'm not sure you can survive," the tall man said seriously. "Your employer wants you to guarantee Wang Jiahao's safety, right?" Zhang Wei saw that things were not going well, and that Ape might take risks. So he interrupted their conversation. Ape nodded. "Then you leave first. We won't let Wang Jiahao die so soon." Zhang Wei stepped forward and put the sharp knife against Wang Jiahao's neck. Wang Jiahao didn't dodge for a moment. The tall man frowned suddenly. He knew things were getting tricky. And this was exactly what Zhang Wei wanted. If Wang Jiahao was under his knife, Ape would be afraid to use his weapon. Of course, he didn't think of asking Ape to put his hands behind his head and let the three of them squat on the ground. Doing so would undoubtedly be courting death. "How about we each take a step back? You let him go, I let you go," the tall man said after thinking for a while. "I can let Wang Jiahao go, but will Wang Jiahao let us go?" As Zhang Wei spoke, he turned his eyes to Wang Jiahao, but he saw Wang Jiahao's face full of resentment. "If he gives you orders after you let him go, do you have to kill us?" Zhang Wei said to the orangutan. "Boss, let's go together, 9 versus 3, I don't believe I can't beat him," Zhouan said excitedly. What he said has two meanings. One means, kill Wang Jiahao from the beginning, the 4 of them became 3. Another meaning is, the 9 people on our side beat the tall guy and 3 people on his side. And even though he is tall over there, but with bare hands and stuff like that, it's probably easy to clean up too. Zhang Wei's serious expression finally made Zhouan realize something was wrong, because it is rare to see Zhang Wei so serious. In fact, what Zhang Wei is most afraid of is, Zhouan and others went up excitedly. Let the other party take the knife. This will instead put oneself in danger. The ape is still silent, then he glanced at Wang Jiahao. Said, "If we can't compromise, then there is only one way, Plan B." The orangutan shouted Plan B to Wang Jiahao inside, while looking at the surprised eyes of everyone inside. The 360-degree spin broke the neck of a student standing nearby. "Isn't this with him?" Zhang Wei's brain didn't react for a while. And at this time, while everyone was in a daze, Wang Jiahao took out what was in his pocket, a squat, then he sprayed a burst of spray towards the people surrounding him in a circle. "My grass, it's pepper water," Lu Renjia shouted angrily. "It's not pepper water, this is pepper spray." Hu Dai's voice came. "Oops, my eyes," Zhang Wei shouted bad, because he found that his glasses could not be opened. "When Wang Jiahao used the spray just now, I closed my eyes subconsciously, but the effect of spray, it is not possible to eliminate immunity by closing your eyes. Those residues on the eye sockets and eyelids, it can also cause temporary loss of vision. I barely opened my eyes, only a few vague shadows can be seen. And teammates, probably the same as him." Chapter 86: The Fight Between Trap Beasts. At this time, everyone on Zhang Wei's side was in confusion. "Stand back," Zhang Wei shouted. He didn't know how many people had lost their sight, but as long as 3 or 5 people lose their vision, will become a burden. Moreover, in this chaotic situation, it is easy to accidentally injure teammates. Zhang Wei's first idea was to control Wang Jiahao. As long as this guy is still in his hands, then there will still be a stalemate. This can buy you time to recover your vision. Zhang Wei didn't know he was attacked by anti-wolf spray. How long does it take to regain vision? It may take 10 or 20 minutes. But now that the water and electricity are out, there is nothing to rinse the eyes with. He could only spit a few mouthfuls of saliva into the palm of his hand. "When you rub it on your eyes again, I found that my eyes were burning and hurting even more." All this happened in the lightning room, when Zhang Wei wanted to explore Wang Jiahao, only to find that he had disappeared a long time ago. Wang Jiahao just rolled and then trotted. He was already outside the door. "Retreat! Retreat to the kitchen first! Kill them!" Wang Jiahao's voice came from farther away. Zhang Wei subconsciously opened his arms to protect his teammates behind him. Just like the hen in the game of Eagle Steals Chicken. He knew that today would probably not end well. If he were normal, maybe he could show weakness to the enemy, and then find a chance to severely injure Man-Ape, but now he had no way at all. Because he was almost blind. Jiang Wei could almost guess the hideous smile on Man-Ape's face. Just like in his previous life. When Ape Man broke his opponent's spine in a ring match. He smiled grimly at the audience. As he thought about it, Jiang Wei subconsciously took out a hemostatic bandage. Bandages are standard equipment for everyone. But Jiang Wei didn't use it to stop bleeding. Instead, he wrapped the bandage around his right hand holding the knife. This is what he does every time he fights the enemy seriously. Even when he was hunting zombies before. Jiang Wei didn't do this. Ape Man is more dangerous than any zombie. This is Jiang Wei's memory from his previous life. Mercenaries are people who crawled out of the dead. Retreat, everyone. Get back. Jiang Wei saw that there were still people who seemed not to listen to his words. I'm fine, I'll cover you. A voice came from the side. This is the voice of Wang Jing, the dean of students. Can you see clearly? Jiang Wei was a little skeptical, because just now, when Wang Jiahao took action, Wang Jing was almost facing him. I wear glasses. Wang Jing subconsciously massaged the glasses on the bridge of his nose. There was some water mist just now. He took off his glasses. I wiped it casually on my collar. His eyesight has been restored. However, in some places such as the forehead and face, there is still some burning pain. The eyes also shed tears, but it's not like you can't see clearly. Jiang Wei finally remembered Wang Jing's big eyes. But Jiang Wei doesn't think Wang Jing can solve it. Ape. Jiang Wei listened to the sounds outside the door. Ape. It seems to be still pressed against the door frame. Nothing moves. The entire apartment fell into an audible silence. Even the roars of the zombies upstairs had disappeared at this moment. How are the rest of you? Jiang Wei tilted his head and asked the person behind him. Eyes hurt, can't open. Me too. It hurts so much. I can only see a little bit clearly. I can't see anything. It's over. Jiang Wei spoke from his heart. Ape. The so-called Plan B is so perfect, no one would have thought that he would do anything to his own people. And at this moment of shock, Wang Jiahao took action after planning for a long time. Although some people close their eyes subconsciously, or block with your elbow, but he still followed Wang Jiahao's advice. This is the scary thing about pepper spray, not fatal, but it can make people blind in a short period of time. Jiang Wei didn't know where Wang Jiahao got this thing. Since this is the so-called Plan B, then there must be a Plan A, and this plan must have been rehearsed before. Therefore, the cooperation between Orangutan and Wang Jiahao is extremely tacit. Jiang Wei can probably imagine where those bloodstains on the wall came from. Orangutan and Wang Jiahao must be using this thing to hunt down the survivors in the teaching apartment, or snatch supplies, or carry it for other purposes. Otherwise, the rice and vegetable oil in this room would not be so well preserved. There is only one window at the back of the kitchen. There is no other way out, and choose to move forward. It means to be with Ape. Close combat. Jiang Wei grabbed Wang Jing, the dean of students, by the closed corner. Pull back. Wang Jing at this time is equivalent to his eyes, but once Wang Jing falls into the trap, Ape in the hand, the remaining teammates might be wiped out. Wang Jing understood what Jiang Wei meant. He also served as a soldier naturally. I saw that the tall guy who looked like a foreigner was not simple. It's just that he has a knife in his hand at this time. I have some psychological confidence. Wang Jing's idea is, fighting to get seriously injured, gotta kill the guy too. After Wang Ruzhen died, he was a little disappointed at this moment. Retreat, go to the kitchen. Wang Jing understood what Jiang Wei meant. He said to the people behind him. Jiang Wei subconsciously used his heels to explore the path, but he touched something. Jiang Wei used the instep of his feet to outline the general outline of the thing. It turned out to be the vegetable oil that Wang Jing had just mentioned. Jiang Wei knows, there are 2 barrels of oil, there are 2 big bags of rice next to it, and it is compressed packaging. 10 kilograms rice in compression package, as hard as bricks. Someone is coming. Wang Jing shouted in reminder. Jiang Wei did not speak, just tightened the knife in his hand. He knew someone was coming, although I can't see clearly, but he tried his best to open his eyes. He could see 2 phantoms approaching him. One tall and one short. Jiang Wei knows, with Wang Jiahao's character, just escaped from the siege, I will definitely not take the risk again, so these 2 people can only be the ape and another survivor student. You know, does this guy next to you even kill his own people? Jiang Wei planned to alienate this student. That's to save Mr. Wang. There is no other way. The student responded. Did you know, if there is any danger, you are definitely the first one to be abandoned. Of course I know, they want to use me. I also want to borrow their strength to survive. Rescue will arrive soon. Have you contacted the rescue? Now it was Zhang Wei's turn to be surprised, because in my own impression, rescue never came to the school. Stop talking nonsense, superior. The orangutan shouted angrily at the student next to him, then he threw something over. Zhang Wei was bitten to pieces by that thing. Only then did I realize that it was the wheelchair that had not been burned out. The rubber tires and seat cushions were burned. The weight is actually more than half lighter. Otherwise, Zhang Wei would have been knocked to the ground by this blow. Ape. Attack from the front, but did not take action, and that student, but quietly walked to the right. An attempt was made to outflank him. In the small living room, less than 3 meters wide, two groups of people confront each other. This is a fight between trap beasts. The leaders Zhang Wei and Wang Jing, face to face. Ape. And that student. Wang Jing said nothing. Point the knife in your hand at the student, then he said, if you want to survive, get out. The student didn't expect that Wang Jing could actually see him. Maybe it's because we once knew each other. Perhaps because of the majesty of the dean of students, he hesitated for a moment. And when he hesitated for a moment, raise your head and chest again, heading towards Wang Jing. Zhang Wei Ling Budingxuan saw the cold light reflected by the figure. It turned out that the student also had a knife in his hand. Light? Zhang Wei temporarily had a plan in mind. Or it can give everyone a chance of survival. Chapter 87 Breaking the Pot. Wang Jing naturally saw the knife in the student's hand. That's a fruit knife. Certainly, he was sure of dealing with that student. During this time, zombies cooked by Wang Jing, there are also 1 or 200. He clearly knows how to kill with one blow. The student himself has given him a chance. He is no longer the good old Dean Wang Jing he was a few months ago. Wang Jing is worried about Zhang Wei. From Zhang Wei's demeanor, he knew he was probably temporarily blind. Zhang Wei's way of shaking his head and listening with his ears, it reminded him of a character in a TV series he had watched before, Kushina. The Flying Bat. Kill! Wang Jing ran towards the student, in that student's dazed moment, but he immediately changed direction. Yes, his target was the big tall guy. Wang Jing risked being stabbed by a student. I also planned to kill the tall guy first. That person gave him an inexplicable panic. Wang Jing didn't see it. Ape. A flirtatious smile on his face. Yes, the orangutan had already seen through Wang Jing's plan. Ape, the reason why it is called ape is. It's because his body is as flexible as an ape's. Zhang Wei is the only one here who knows his true identity. Ape, he is very proficient in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, so he was able to win 4 consecutive games with bare hands in the ring. You know, those who dare to go to that ring and gamble their lives, they are all people who are very confident in their own abilities. Wang Jing win. Ape. When stabbed in the abdomen, due to the difference in height, all the power went to the ape's thighs. Just draw the bow without turning back, exerted strength. There is no reason to take it back. Ape. Knowing that this power of inertia cannot be hardwired, after all. It was a sharp knife. Before Wang Jing's sword came close, just take advantage of your long arms, he punched Wang Jing in the chin. Because I have to avoid the knife, so this punch doesn't have much force. Ape. Only 3 out of 7 points were used. Despite this, Wang Jing still felt that his entire jaw was almost dislocated. I just felt a salty smell coming from me. No chance to spit out the blood in his mouth. Wang Jing turned around, again towards Ape. Attack. The goal this time is Ape. Thigh. If the artery in the ape's thigh could be severed, that's a great effect too. It was just a surprise attack just now. All are discovered by apes. Now a sweeping cut. It made the ape jump over easily. Wang Jing's attack lasted only 3 to 5 seconds. No results were achieved, but it provided Zhang Wei with a certain buffer time. Ask Zhang Wei to unscrew the cap of the vegetable oil bottle on the ground. Yes, Zhang Wei plans to rinse his eyes with vegetable oil. Because using saliva does not have much effect instead. It made the symptoms worse. This is what Zhang Wei saw on TV. Huang Filonghan was splashed in the eyes with lime powder. But rinse with rapeseed oil, because flushing with water can burn the retina. But after Zhang Wei used vegetable oil, I found that it still had no effect. My lubricated hands were a bit unable to hold the knife. If it had not been fixed with a bandage in advance, the knife may have fallen to the ground. Ape. After using a sweeping kick to knock Wang Jing to the ground, immediately a chokehold will tightly strangle Wang Jing's neck with his wrist, seeing Wang Jing's veins exposed, difficulty breathing, more air coming out and less air coming in. Zhang Wei didn't know what happened. But he heard Wang Jing's breathing. it should be at a disadvantage. No more hesitation, John Wei picked up a bag of rice on the ground. He hit the front fiercely. He could see two shadows, and identified the tall man as Ape Man. Ape Man casually raised his fist, and the bag of rice was shattered in the air, and the rice scattered all over the living room. John Wei was shocked by the terrible power of Ape Man's fist, and thought that he would not dare to take such a punch. The density of 10 kilograms vacuum-packed compressed rice is not less than that of a brick of the same size. However, this gave Wang Jing a chance to breathe, and his lungs that were about to burst finally got oxygen. "Kill him!" Wang Jing's painful voice came. Then he bit it hard. Ape. On the arm. Wang Jing made up his mind. Even if this person cuts off his head or breaks his neck, he would also bite his arm tightly. Wang Jing still underestimated Ape. After a scream, he let go in pain. One reason is that the hypoxic suffocation made him confused. Another reason is also Ape. He used his other hand to break one of Wang Jing's lower ribs. This pain that goes deep into the bone marrow, he had to let go. "Boss, think of a way quickly, Director Wang." He. Zhou En's voice trembled a little. Zhang Wei has no choice. He can't see clearly now. There is no place to use your strength. Now run blindly towards it. Just a meat bun beating a dog. Let the opponent do a double kill. Zhang Wei remembered the cold light reflected on the knife before. So far, this is the only way left. Let Ape. Likewise, no light can be seen. Only then might he retreat when faced with difficulties. Zhang Wei fumbled with his knife and opened another bucket of unopened vegetable oil. Then a tug, he completely tore off the top fifth of the vegetable oil drum. Zhang Wei didn't even think about it. Then he poured the bucket of vegetable oil on the bodies of orangutan and Wang Jing. Zhang Wei's shots are also somewhat accurate. Almost half of the barrel of vegetable oil was poured over Ape. On the head. Then flowed down his hair, dripping on the arm, shoulder, on the chest. Due to the lubrication effect, the chokehold he used on Wang Jing, with a little less strength, Wang Jing finally got another chance to breathe. The ape's face finally showed a look of horror. He seemed to realize something. He used the hand that just broke Wang Jing's ribs. "I touched some oil stains," he asked, and smelled it in front of his nose. Then he showed a crazy laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, not gasoline, not gasoline." Zhang Wei was stunned. It would be better if it were gasoline. He would ask Xiao Zhenxiong to throw the lighter, even if Wang Jing is burned to death together. But this is not Zhang Wei's entire plan. He didn't mean to be burned to death. Ape, when vegetable oil is not heated to a certain temperature, it cannot be ignited directly. He used the same method, cut open another bucket of vegetable oil. There is still more than half of this vegetable oil left. Zhang Wei followed the direction of the ape, laughing. Throw out more than half a barrel of vegetable oil. Almost all fell down. Ape. On the head. Zhou. Bring the ashes of master's wife. Zhang Wei shouted behind him. Ah. Zhou didn't quite understand. That rice cooker, quick! Zhang Wei knew that time was urgent. Chapter 88, Breaking the Pot. Finally, Zhou stuffed the rice cooker into Zhang Wei's arms. Zhang Wei no longer hesitated. Turn on the rice cooker. I resisted the urge to cry again. He struggled to open his eyes. Then go to Ape. Direction. The vegetable oil on the ground is stained with scattered rice. Make the tile floor extremely slippery. Zhang Wei took a few steps. Finally stood firm. Push with your heels. A leap. Place the entire rice cooker, along with the ashes inside, all locked up. Ape. On the head. Suddenly, the ape's features are all covered in dust. One hand wants to wipe something off his face. After being stabbed in the thigh by Zhang Wei, finally got the pain, turning in midair, then he released the other hand that was holding Wang Jing's neck. Putting the strength of both hands together, go and pull the knife from your leg. Zhang Wei tried his best. Can't get it any more. You can only lift the knife upwards. Ape. Worried about the tiger's mouth being injured, I had to let go of my hand. At the same time, he also kicked Zhang Wei in the chest. Kick Zhang Wei away. Quick, taking advantage of his illness, kill him. Hit him on the head. Zhang Wei shouted to the people behind him. Ape. This kind of perversion, only the head was injured, will die. He doesn't know the people behind him. Has your eyesight been restored? But since Zhou could fumble and stuff the rice cooker into his arms, and was able to see something more or less that weak, Zhou finally understood. Why did Zhang Wei ask him to bring the rice cooker? It's just a pity that I just collected it so hard. Teacher's wife, it got mixed up with rice and stuff again. It is almost impossible to collect it again. Kill! Zhou threw away his knife, picked up another bag of compressed rice on the ground, and over those oil-stained floors. Use all your strength. He hit the bag of rice hard. Ape. On the head. Ape. There was a muffled groan. It was shown that he had suffered severe head injuries. Joan smashed it several times again. But surprisingly, this time the bag did not crack. It turned out to be the moment Joe and used all his strength just now. Smashed the compressed rice as hard as bricks. Yes, the rice is broken, but the bag was not broken. Compressed tiles became in a state of being broken into pieces. There must be air in the bag. So Joan's next few moves, it's more like hitting it with a sandbag. Ape, there is no substantial gain instead. A lot of ashes were knocked off his head. The ashes were stuck together with the oil on the ape's head. It is also difficult to drop originally. Zhang Wei rolled and crawled towards him again. Ape. And go, I want to hit her hard with my own knife again. Ape, unexpectedly. I was knocked unconscious just now. Ape. Suddenly I woke up. Immediately rolled to avoid. Zhang Wei's knife struck the tiles on the ground. Ape. Suddenly, he saw the student next to him, who was with him. Still watching the fight between several people in a daze. I haven't taken action for so long. Suddenly an unknown fire broke out. Swear loudly. Waste. Then he picked up the back of this guy's head, pushed towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei heard the voice, and knew it was not his teammate. And the guy had a fruit knife in his hand. Without any scruples. Just stab him with a knife. This student was stabbed to the core. Warm blood gushed out along the knife. Zhang Weishi, immediately wash your eyes with this blood. In an instant, the whole person was covered with blood, like a bloody Shura returning from hell. And Ape. I also got a chance to breathe temporarily. He leaned against the wall at right angles and breathed heavily. This is Ape. It's the first time in so many years that I'm so embarrassed. He took off his belt. Then he tied it to his thigh. Zhang Wei's move just now. His thighs have been injured, although the main artery in the leg was not severed, but the blood couldn't stop oozing out. Ape. No, if the bleeding stops. Bandage it. You will also be in danger, because no one here can give himself a blood transfusion. Ape. Don't turn around. Pee a little. Then he covered his urine with his hands and smeared it on his face. I wiped away a lot of things that looked like ashes or charcoal ashes. Then he stared at Zhang Wei. This student is more vicious than I thought. I was a little careless today. However, I have been used to smooth sailing for these years. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen in a high school? If I tell others, I will probably be laughed out of my former teammates. I was actually injured by a high school student. Ha ha, the ape finally decided to take it seriously. As for Zhang Wei, I don't know if it was because of the wiping of blood, or the effect of the anti-wolf spray has expired. But at this time, he can slowly see things clearly. Although the tears are still flowing uncontrollably, but Zhang Wei knew that was a good thing. The tears will take away the irritating things. In fact, Zhang Wei has a bottle of mineral water in his backpack. But he never had the chance to use it. He is worried. Ape. Take advantage of his blindness to attack him secretly. A master's move. Victory or defeat is decided in milliseconds. After recovering my eyesight, he has more confidence. Because at this time, the ape's thigh had been severely injured, and he was not injured. Although he was kicked, but it's not fatal. He removed 7 or 8% of his strength along the silky floor. Zhang Wei glanced at Wang Jing on the ground again. Although his face is purple, blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, but he probably won't die for the time being. He might be able to recover if he takes some medicine and rests for a year or so. Certainly Zhang Wei doesn't know yet. Ape. One of Wang Jing's ribs was broken. Zhou clamped his hands under Wang Jing's armpits. Drag him to the door of the cafeteria. It's too dangerous to be in the middle of the battlefield, maybe. Ape. Last hit. Zhang Wei used his hand to detect the breath of the student in front of him. Make sure he is truly dead. To avoid being attacked by this guy with a fake corpse. Then he picked up the fruit knife in his hand, throw it over to Zhou. Zhou immediately picked it up with interest. This knife must not be. Ape. Picked up. Filipinos, I don't have any conflict of interest with you. Zhang Wei rushed. Ape. Explain. Indeed, I have no conflict of interest with him, at best. The conflict was just because Wang Jiahao was caught between the two. The root of this conflict was simply because Zhang Wei's team killed and burned Wang Jiahao's mother, who turned into a zombie. The ape frowned, then he said, Do you know my origin? Yes, you are a mercenary, is a Filipino. I used to work in the Golden Triangle later. He was wanted by customs for smuggling. 9 years ago, well, now it should be 6 years ago, when you left the mercenary organization, stopped working as a mercenary, and worked for the rich instead. You are ruthless in your actions. There are no less than 100 lives in hand. When I heard Zhang Wei talk about this, Zhou and others understood the reason for Zhang Wei's previous caution. How do you know so much? Employers may not even know this. Is your employer a Canadian? He asked you to be responsible for Wang Jiahao's safety. Wang Jiahao came to find his mother after his mother's corpse turned into a corpse, before the campus corpse crisis broke out, and you could have taken him away calmly long ago, but you didn't. Has your employer given you other tasks? Observe the subsequent evolution of this zombie virus, or observe the subsequent changes of the first-generation mother body, this zombie in a wheelchair. You know so much, maybe it's still true. The ape did not admit it. There was no denying either. The orangutan touched his forehead, although the few blows just now did not kill him, but it also made his scalp bleed. Bring it on! Let's see who of us can survive. Zhang Wei tried rubbing it on the floor a few times. I have experience skating at a snow resort in my previous life. Although the ground is slippery, but it won't be unsteady. Chapter 89 Red Face and Black Face. This ape, we can't let him leave alive, otherwise I will have trouble sleeping and eating on campus in the future. Zhang Wei wiped his face. Red blood stained the entire upper body, and it covered the whole face densely. Looks very much like the red-faced Mr. Guan. And ape. On the contrary, my skin color is dark originally. After being contaminated with carbon dust, the whole face turned into a big black painted face, almost no different from Zhang Fei. Two people stand diagonally across the room. In the middle are rice and oil stains scattered on the ground. It's like a battlefield. Ape. The frivolous smile before was gone on his face. He knew the student in front of him. It deserves his serious treatment. Zhang Wei tried to stand on the oil-stained ground, although there is some slippage, but in his previous life, he had experience of surviving in deep mountains and snow. Controlling the balance of the body also makes perfect with practice. Treat. Ape. Such an enemy, Zhang Wei never thought of taking the initiative. Instead, he hooked his hand at the orangutan. The meaning is clear and clear. Come here. Yes, respond to all changes by remaining unchanged. This was Zhang Wei's first thought. He wants to try. Ape. What is the strength of? Although the ape was injured, but it wasn't a serious hit. This level of injury, in the arena of life and death in the previous life, that's commonplace. Ape. I pulled the hemostatic strap on my leg, confirmed that it will not fall, then he limped towards Zhang Wei. Tall man, and different walking postures, seems a bit nondescript. Looks a bit like a gorilla in the zoo, or rather a gibbon. Zhang Wei no longer hesitated. He also began to move forward slowly. He doesn't want to be ape. Forced against the wall, there is no room to maneuver. He knows that his strength is not as good as that of an ape. If the ape controls his body, hit the wall, there was no way he could escape. Zhang Wei clutched his knife tightly. With bare hands and ape showdown, he has no certainty. He had never relied on his sword as much as he did now. This knife is just a butcher's knife. It's not as handy as the knife that I specially hired someone to make in my previous life. Before my arm was broken, I used two knives. Long knife 1.2 meters, short knife 0.8 meters. After my arm was broken, I no longer got used to using a long knife. Instead, he concentrated on learning the short sword. Although this pig-killing knife is not the short knife I made before, but it's relatively consistent. Fighting in a small room like this, the shorter the weapon, the better. Long weapons have too many constraints. Zhang Wei knows, real master, even disdain to use a knife. Perhaps in the eyes of apes, the person holding the knife is no different from the child holding a toy knife and gun. At this time, the two had met in the middle of the room. Not even a meter away. Zhang Wei directly shoulder bumped towards the orangutan. He didn't use the knife at the beginning. This will be caught or blocked by the ape. Start with a shoulder bump. The other hand holding the knife is the back hand. Really, the apes are not covered either. He was always on guard against Zhang Wei's knife. The knife just hit his thigh. The reason why there is no penetration, it's because it pierced the bone of the thigh. The orangutan felt a heartbreaking pain coming from his thigh. Certainly, compared to what the pain brought him, he was more angry. He did not dodge or avoid, even bent slightly, and took Zhang Wei's shoulder hit head-on, then leaned back slightly with the inertia, and retreated 1 or 2 steps. The ape opened his mouth, and took a deep breath. Obviously the collision just now made him a little uncomfortable. The white teeth looked a little weird against the black face. It was at this time that Zhang Wei's knife-holding hand had already stabbed over. Zhang Wei did not use his full strength, which could not be controlled freely. He used a hidden force, just like he taught Hu Lai and others to use a knife to cut the neck of the zombie. The real damage of a knife is in cutting, the kind of juggler who performs on a mountain of swords. No matter how sharp the knife is, it can't hurt them. This is because the contact surface between the knife edge and the skin is relatively static. Ape. I saw the black blade and white blade coming over. No matter how Zhang Wei used his elbows and back to hide, he could still clearly judge the movement trajectory of the knife. But Zhang Wei is dressed like a cat. He didn't know where to start. After Zhang Wei's impact, he changed to a cat-clawed posture. This will help him stand up faster. He could also hide his knife and attack in any direction. Zhang Wei did the opposite. And his first choice was the left leg of the ape, because the ape's right leg was seriously injured. When the ape moved his left leg to dodge, he had to rely on his right leg to temporarily support the weight of his whole body, which gave Zhang Wei an opportunity to take advantage of. Sure enough, when the ape turned around and raised his left leg, his center of gravity was unstable for a moment. Zhang Wei stabbed without hesitation. He attacked the ape's lower body. For a tall man like the ape, the most feared thing is an unstable lower body. As long as the knife edge can be touched, ape body, no matter which part it is, Zhang Wei is sure it can leave a wound on his body. And I can only rely on small wounds. Let the apes gradually lose their fighting power. For experts of this level, killing with one hit is impossible. Zhang Wei saw it. Ape face? He didn't have the slightest bit of panic. Zhang Wei trembled in his heart. The orangutan is afraid that he has some backup plan. Ape. He instantly twisted his injured leg. Zhang Wei's knife actually passed through his crotch. So, his lower body is unstable. It's all faked. Zhang Wei thought to himself. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but he found it was clamped by a brute force. It turned out that Ape had clamped Zhang Wei's right hand with the strength of his legs. Zhang Wei felt pain for a while, and he couldn't use any strength. Luckily, he had used a bandage strip to wrap the handle and palm of the knife, otherwise the knife would have slipped out of his hand. Zhang Wei knew that. The ape had freed his hands at this time. If he couldn't let Ape's hands get busy again, his neck would probably be broken by Ape sooner or later. Just like the student at the door frame before. Although Zhang Wei's hands could not move, his wrists could bend and stretch. He raised the blade with force. Since the butcher knife was about a foot long, the tip of the knife could also touch the left thigh of the ape. Zhang Wei was betting with the ape that he did not want to injure his left leg again. If both legs were injured, he would almost become a useless person. In the zombie apocalypse, an injury to both legs was equivalent to death. Sure enough, the ape gave up hitting Zhang Wei's head or breaking his neck. He pulled it casually, then he untied the belt on his right leg, then hold both hands on one side, lock Zhang Wei's wrist, then calmly let your legs move away. Just for a moment, blood gushed out from the ape's legs again. Zhang Wei was just glad that he was far away from death. Unexpectedly, ape. A crushing action, kneel on your shoulder with one knee, he smashed himself to the ground. Because one hand is restrained, Zhang Wei could not use the strength of one hand to support himself to stand up. He had no choice but to lie down on the ground, then use your left hand to untie the bandage wrapped around your right hand. This might help him break free from the belt that was holding him with the help of the smoothness of the vegetable oil. Fortunately, the bandage he had wrapped was not a knot. In a few seconds, Zhang Wei untied the bandage on his right hand. But he still couldn't break free. The ape used an H-shaped lock. Zhang Wei did not hesitate, and instantly switched the butcher knife to his left hand, and then cut the belt and cut it off. The ape didn't expect Zhang Wei to be able to change hands at this time, because his knee pressure just now had already used 70% of his strength, and it seemed that his strength was weakened due to his leg injury. But the ape was still in the upper hand at this time. He pressed Zhang Wei to the ground, and then ignored the belt, and touched Zhang Wei's left hand with his hand, intending to take away Zhang Wei's knife. Seeing that the knife was about to be taken away, and then stabbed Zhang Wei's body. Chapter 98 Last Stand. Zhang Wei knows, no matter what, you can't let go of the knife in your hand. But now he has no choice. Even if he has the strength, he can't use it. And his palms were stained with oil. No more friction. I can't hold the knife at all. Ape. Hold down Zhang Wei's head, hit the floor, issue. Bang. Sound. Zhang Wei felt blood oozing from his forehead. That's not knocking on the floor instead. He knocked it on the rice grains on the floor. From the corner of his eye, he could see the grains of rice on his forehead, almost embedded in the skin. Finally, Ape got the knife. He smiled evilly, dragging towards Zhang Wei's neck again. But the moment he approached Zhang Wei's neck, his smile suddenly froze again. He turned his head and looked. It turned out that Wang Jing secretly came behind him at some point. He stabbed him in the waist with a fruit knife. Wang Jing's face also showed a happy smile. It gradually became mixed with a hint of bitterness. He saw the dust on the ape's body. Those were his wife's ashes. But he doesn't blame Zhang Wei. He knew that Zhang Wei's approach was right. Just when Zhang Wei was fighting with the ape, he took the knife from the dazed Zhouan. This knife was the fruit knife that Zhang Wei threw to Zhouan before. Wang Jing moved towards the ape. Stabbed through the waist. The knife was completely engulfed. Ape. Don't worry about Zhang Wei anymore. He stabbed Wang Jing directly in the body with the butcher knife. But Wang Jing grabbed the blade tightly. Blood flowed out between the palm and the blade of the knife. Zhang Wei almost thought that he would die. When he turned around, he realized that Wang Jing had once again solved his murderous trap. He touched his waist. Pull out a chopstick. Use all your strength. Insert it. Ape. On the back. The ape eats pain. He let go of the knife in his hand. He kicked Wang Jing away. Wang Jing rolled on the ground several times. When he stopped, he had already reached the door of the living room. Wang Jing spit out a mouthful of blood foam again, then a violent cough. Breathing also became heavier. Wang Jing endured the severe pain and I crawled half a meter towards the door again. He stretched out his head and looked at the corridor outside the door. He opened his mouth and said, Jia. Jiahao is missing. While talking, Wang Jing supported his body with both hands. He leaned his back against the wall. This would allow him to breathe a little easier. Then he stuffed the knife he just got behind his back. When he folded his hands in front of his chest again, only then did I discover the 10 fingers just now. Now only 9 are left. Another one broke off at some point. Zhang Wei has no time to think about Wang Jiahao at the moment. But he heard what Wang Jing said. That guy just ran away. As long as he is alive, I won't let him go. When the orangutan kicked Wang Jing away, Zhang Wei took out the second chopstick, preparing to plunge into ape waist on the other side. But he was noticed by the ape. The ape did not pull out the chopsticks from his back. Instead, he punched Zhang Wei directly in the opposite direction. He smashed Zhang Wei to the ground. The chopsticks in his hand also dropped. The ape rushed towards Zhang Wei. He pressed Zhang Wei firmly to the ground. He strangled Zhang Wei's neck with both hands. Zhang Wei knows. The ape cuts his own neck, just between breasts. Desperate for survival, Zhang Wei touched the chopsticks that were not removed from the ape's back. I touched the chopsticks several times, but he couldn't push the chopsticks in any further. But the apes also suffered from pain several times. I had to stretch one hand behind my back, then use the strength of your index finger, middle finger and ring finger. The outer part of the chopstick was broken off. Yes, he did not pull it out. This is the most ideal approach. If you pull it out, it may cause bleeding. The ape removed one hand, gave Zhang Wei a chance to breathe. Zhang Wei couldn't touch the chopsticks on the ape's back. So he put his hand into the wound on the ape's injured right leg. Stir like crazy again. Ape. Finally he screamed in pain. He let go of all his hands. Zhang Wei punched the ape in the face. Used all his strength. But at this time he was lying on his back, unable to utilize the body's gravitational potential energy. His punch did no real damage. The ape came to his senses. A backhand elbow hit Zhang Wei in the face. Zhang Wei tilted his head to avoid it. The elbow hit the ground. This elbow hit did not hurt Zhang Wei. Instead, he pulled too hard and pulled the wounds on his back and legs. The pain was so painful that the ape bared his teeth. Zhang Wei found an opening. Use your own knees to push against the ape's legs. The orangutan knew that if he didn't hide at this moment, I estimate that I will only be able to take jobs in Thailand in the future. Immediately turn over and avoid. Zhang Wei also immediately retreated smartly, huddled in the corner where the ape was standing before. At this moment, the two seemed to have exchanged positions. Zhang Wei looked around. The room was still the living room. But it was extremely messy at this time. There were bloodstains, dust, handprints, and footprints everywhere. The roar of zombies came from upstairs again. It seemed that the sound of the two fighting just now attracted the attention of the zombies. Zhouan was still at the door. Hu Dai, Pei Wu, and Lu Dali could be seen next to them. The three of them were washing each other's eyes with mineral water. Hu Dai and Pei Wu were too weak. Zhang Wei could not rely on them. And Lu Dali closed his eyes tightly. His eyes were red. And he probably had not recovered yet. There was a sound coming from the kitchen further inside. Zhang Wei knew that it should be Lu Rinjia, Zhao Zhenxiong. It came from the three Hu Lai people. I don't know what the three of them were looking for while rummaging through the boxes. Maybe he's looking for water. I don't know if my vision has recovered. Zhang Wei took another look. Ape, I looked at myself again. The fight just now, I was almost exhausted. The current physical quality is still too poor. But being able to go through so many rounds in the hands of the ape, although there are tricky reasons, Zhang Wei was quite satisfied. The ape pulled out the fruit knife from his waist. Zhang Wei looked around, and there was no weapon that was suitable for him. The chopstick that he had dropped before was not far from the ape's feet. His knife was hidden behind Wang Jing, and it was impossible to expect him to throw it over, and it was estimated that the ape would intercept it halfway. Zhang Wei didn't know what Wang Jing meant by doing this. Maybe he wanted to find another opportunity to sneak attack. Zhang Wei touched his waist, and took out another chopstick. There was something like a waist rest on his waist, made of aluminum alloy tableware. This is the last one. It's a pity that there are too few chopsticks prepared. Zhang Wei thought that a knife could deal with all situations in this faculty apartment. He also temporarily took 3 chopsticks as backup weapons. I didn't expect to be in a place like school meet. Ape. This level. Master. Use your own chopsticks showdown. Ape. Fruit knife. Is there any chance of my own survival? Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a little worried. And at this time, there were dense footsteps upstairs, just like when students hear the bell rings, rush out of the classroom.